origin space. This was Zhao Hai's purpose. However, Zhao Hai was afraid that doing so would have the opposite effect. The Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race were all races that yearned for freedom. In order to avoid being ruled by the Protoss, they had prepared for so many years. They even dared to scheme against the Protoss. When they were not ready, they dared to start a war with the Protoss. This was not the courage that ordinary races had. If Zhao Hai didn't resist the O'Neill family and allowed them to enter the Golden Bull continent, the O'Neill family would definitely have a conflict with the three great clans. The three great clans were very familiar with Zhao Hai's combat strength. At that time, they might think that Zhao Hai had intentionally allowed the O'Neill family to enter the Golden Bull continent. When Zhao Hai asked them to enter the origin space, the great clans might think that he had been scheming against them. If that happened, the three races would not be able to enter Zhao Hai's dimension. It was precisely because of this consideration that Zhao Hai had not made a decision. He did not know if he should resist or let the O'Neill family in. Zhao Hai would never treat others as fools. He would rather think of others as smart so that he would make fewer mistakes. Furthermore, Zhao Hai understood the Thunder clan and the other two clans very well. He knew that the three clans weren't fools. They had only cooperated with Zhao Hai because they wanted freedom. The war with the Golden Bull celestial race had also calmed them down. Therefore, it was almost impossible for them to plot against them. To be exact, Zhao Hai didn't really want to scheme against them. After all, he wasn't a cruel person who liked to kill. Although he wanted to bring the three races into the realm, he didn't want too many of them to die. The three races had suffered heavy losses not because Zhao Hai wanted to weaken the three races. He had done it for the sake of the alliance. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to find a way to get the best of both worlds. He wanted to make sure that the people of the three families wouldn't suspect him and would obediently enter the space. This wasn't an easy way to do it. However, this matter could be delayed for a while. He was now paying attention to the O'Neill family's scouting team that had discovered the spatial crack in the demon world. He wanted to see what kind of performance they would have. To be honest, the performance of the O'Neill family's scouting team had already surprised Zhao Hai. Their performance was really remarkable. He wondered how this team would perform. If this team performed as well as Taego's team, Zhao Hai would have to reevaluate the O'Neill family's combat strength. A soldier who had never been on the battlefield would not do a good job scouting, even if they had received strict training. It was not that they were not outstanding, but a real battlefield was very different from training. Just the atmosphere on the battlefield was completely different from training. If the two scouting teams of the O'Neill family performed well, it would mean that the O'Neill family had been through a lot of wars in the past few years. They had a group of well-trained veterans. People like them were very dangerous, and the O'Neill family's strength would be increased by 2 levels. In fact, on the battlefield, the difference in strength between a new recruit and a veteran was at least 3 levels. However, considering the fact that the O'Neill family was using the demonic armor, Zhao Hai made this conclusion. The O'Neill family was Zhao Hai's enemy. Zhao Hai never underestimated any enemy. He took all enemies seriously. Penis looked at the spatial rift not far away. It was a huge spatial rift, much bigger than the one between their Atlan continent and the Ark continent. The spatial rift had been discovered by one of his underlings, a demonic armor pilot. He had not expected to find anything here, but he did not expect his underlings to find such a huge spatial rift. When Penis saw the spatial rift, he was truly stunned. He had never seen such a large spatial rift before, but he was a little excited after that because there was no one here. However, Penis was a very careful person. He glanced at the spatial rift and turned to the person standing beside him. Dons, get 5 people to go into the crack and see what's going on inside. The one called Duans immediately responded, turned around, and left. After a while, the 5 devil armors rose up and flew straight into the crack. At this moment, the few devil armors suddenly flew up at an extremely fast speed. Penis was stunned, and he immediately had the few devil armors behind him be on guard. At the same time, he also directed the 3 chariots to aim at the spatial rift. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing in the spatial rift. It was completely different from what he had expected. The spatial rift was extremely quiet. Penis was very confused. Just then, the chest armors of the 5 magic armors that had just entered opened, and the 5 people jumped down. However, when they jumped down, they all staggered a little. Penis was slightly stunned, but he immediately ran to Duan's side. Duan's face was a little dark. He glanced at Penis and said, "Quick, get rid of the poison." Penis was stunned for a moment before he ran to the chariot and took out a bottle. This bottle was the antidote that the O'Neill family had specially concocted. Penis took out an antidote and put it to Don's mouth. After Don swallowed it, he let out a long breath and closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Good Lord, it was too dangerous. Pennies looked at Duans and said, "Duans, what's going on? How did you get poisoned as soon as you entered?" Don smiled bitterly. It was too dangerous. Inside that spatial rift was a dark red world. Even the sun there was dark red. but I didn't expect the air there to be poisonous. If it wasn't for Cheek's poison detector, we would have fallen for it. Penis was stunned and immediately fed the other people another antidote. After they all recovered, Penis said to a man in his late 20s who looked very honest, "Cheek, is there really poison in the space behind that spatial rift?" Cheek nodded and said, "Yes, according to Yisheng's usual practice, my poison detector will be turned on when we enter an unfamiliar place. It's the same this time." I didn't expect my poison detector to send out a warning as soon as we entered. We didn't touch anything, so the only explanation is that the air there is poisonous. Penis nodded, frowning as he looked at the spatial rift. He couldn't just ignore such a large spatial rift, as he wouldn't be a suitable scout. Penis thought that way because he knew that just because there was poison in that space, it didn't mean that there weren't any living creatures in that person's space. The more such a place was, the more powerful the magic beasts might be. In the Atlantic continent, there were many special places. Some places contained toxins in the space. In those places, there were also magical beasts. The magical armors that lived there would be more powerful and more difficult to deal with. Now that such a large spatial rift had appeared here, and behind the spatial rift was a space containing poison, this was definitely not good news for Penis and the others. If they couldn't figure out the world behind the spatial rift, then this place would forever be a hidden danger. What worried Penis the most was that there was a huge city not far from this spatial rift. Tens of millions of people could live in this city, and although this big city was now abandoned, after careful observation, Penis could still see that this big city was not completely healthy. It looked dilapidated, not because it had been in disrepair for years, but because it had been abandoned before it was fully built. A big city that could accommodate tens of millions of people was a huge project no matter which continent it was. No one would give up easily, but now it had been abandoned. This was too unreasonable. There was only one explanation for this situation. They had encountered an unforeseen event that forced them to give up on the city. Penis could not help frowning at the thought. The architectural style of this city was different from the other cities on the Ark continent, and the location of the city and the location of the spatial rift were too coincidental. Most importantly, after careful observation of the city, Penis came to the conclusion that the city was built for the sake of the spatial rift, which meant it was very likely that the city was built by people who came out of the spatial rift. At this moment, Duans walked to Penis' side and said to him in a deep voice, "Penny, what do we do now?" Penis glanced at the spatial rift and said in a deep voice, "No matter what the space behind the crack is like, we have to go and take a look. How about this? Let Daki activate the protective shield, bring the antidote, and go in to investigate." Duans nodded and turned around. He knew that Penny's decision was correct, but he was still very worried. It was true that the magic armor could bypass a lot of toxins with its protective shield open, but on the contrary, the energy consumption would also increase greatly. If the magic armor could fly 100,000 meters without its protective shield, it could only fly 60,000 to 70,000 meters with its protective shield open. The barrier consumed a lot of energy, but he still supported Penis' decision. If they couldn't figure out what was behind the spatial rift, they wouldn't be at ease. Zhao Hai sat in the space and watched Penis and the others. When he heard Penis say that he was going to open the shield and enter the space crack, he couldn't help but nod. He turned to Laura and said, "This guy is really not bad. It seems like the O'Neill family isn't ordinary. They have so many experienced veterans in their family. It won't be easy to deal with them." Lola nodded and turned to look at Zhao Hai. "Big brother Hai, what are we going to do if the O'Neill family comes to the divine realm?" "Let them in." "You won't let them in." Zhao Hai frowned. "To be honest, I can't make up my mind. If we let them in, there are benefits. If we don't, there are benefits. I really don't know what to do." "What do you think, Brother Hai?" Laura asked. Zhao Hai smiled wryly. "What I mean is that we want to bring the Thunder Clan and the others into the dimension. But it's obvious that it won't be that easy. Those three Zhongs don't have a good temper. If they find out that we're plotting against them, they might rather die than enter the dimension." Lola nodded and turned to look at the others. "Do you guys have any good ideas?" "Big brother Hai, if it really doesn't work out, we can do it the same way we did to the God clan in the past. Let the Thunder clan and the other two clans participate in the defense of the spatial crack. Let them see with their own eyes how difficult it is to deal with the O'Neill family. Then we can let them enter the space. I don't think it'll be too difficult, right?" Zhao Hai nodded. This wasn't the best idea, but it was a good one for now. Meljin also said softly, "Big brother Hai, we can also let the Thunder clan know about the current situation in the Golden Bull continent. It might be of some use." NBSP. Zhao Hai nodded. "From the looks of it, we can only do this for now. We'll see what changes there are in the future. If we really can't do it, then we can only give up on the Thunder race and the other two races. No matter what, we can't force them like we did with the God race." Lola nodded. At this time, Duans and the others had already entered their magic armor. They opened the magic armor's protective shield, took the antidotes, and entered the spatial crack for the second time. Zhao Hai looked at Don's and the others on the screen and smiled. These guys' devil armors are really not bad. It even has a protective function. It seems like we can save a lot of effort in the future. Lola smiled and said, Big Brother Hai, I'm actually quite serious. These devil armors aren't very useful to us. Think about it. The people in the realm are at least level 9. If we let them grow slowly, they will become god-grade powerhouses. After they reach the god grade, we can let them use the god race's people in battle armors. These devil armors don't seem to be of much use to us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Right now, it seems that these devil armors aren't very useful to us. However, we want to see the future of these devil armors. These devil armors can allow such a weak person to have the strength of a god-grade powerhouse. If we can make better devil armors in the future, it can increase the strength of a god-grade powerhouse by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Wouldn't that be even more useful to us? At the very least, even if the armor can't be of much help to our combat strength, it'll still be of great help to our daily lives, right? After hearing Zhao Hai's words and thinking about the performance of those special devil armors in building the ships, Laura couldn't help nodding. Those special devil armors were really perfect. If they had such devil armors, they would really save a lot of effort. Meljan looked at the screen and said, Brother Hai, should we call back the undead creatures and iron-armored beasts that are mining in the magic world? If we don't call them back, they'll find out. In the devil world, there were many kinds of ores. Now, Zhao Hai was using iron-armored beasts and undead creatures to mine, and some of the ores in the devil world came from the surface. Therefore, although the iron-armored beasts and undead creatures that Zhao Hai sent had also dug out some tunnels, many of them were still working on the surface. In this case, it wouldn't take long for Duans and the others to discover them, which was why Meljan asked. Zhao Hai chuckled. No need. I want to see what kind of reaction they will have when they discover the undead creatures and iron-armored beasts. If it doesn't work out, we can just bring the demonic armor and war chariots into the origin space. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai was going to kill them this time. Although they might attract the attention of the O'Neill family if they destroyed their demon armors and war chariots, it would still be beneficial for them to destroy this small scouting team. The O'Neill family's attention must have been drawn to the underworld. If Zhao Hai and the others destroyed the scouting team here, the O'Neill family might panic. However, they wouldn't give up on the Ark just like that. They would definitely send people to the south to scout again. If that happened, it would take a few more days. Zhao Hai didn't make a move against the O'Neill family before because he was afraid that the O'Neill family would be scared off if he did. He wanted to get some benefits from the O'Neill family, but he didn't want to scare them off now. However, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. The attraction of the Ark continent was too great for the O'Neill family. They were reluctant to give up the Ark continent. Just as Zhao Hai was paying attention to this small scouting team, the O'Neill family's patriarch received news from Lu Shiming and the others. He told them that the black mist produced in the innate yin ground was still slowly expanding its territory. This put the O'Neill family in a difficult position. Previously, when they discovered the situation in the underworld, they thought that it was just a manifestation of the innate yin ground. As long as they did not provoke it, the innate yin ground should not be a threat. However, now it seemed like that was not the case. The innate yin ground here was different from the one in their Atlan continent. The head of the O'Neill family gathered all the generals in his study room again and told them about Lu Shiming's message. When the generals heard this news, they were stunned for a moment. Then their expressions changed drastically. This was definitely not good news for the O'Neill family. The underworld's black mist was expanding. It was slowly taking over the entire Ark continent. Even though the family had already deployed the artillery, it was still a question if the artillery could stop the black mist from expanding. Back in the Atlantic continent, the blazing artillery could deal with the black mist in the innate yin ground. However, the innate yin ground in the Atlantic continent would not expand. Now that the innate yin ground had expanded and the area was so large, it was hard to say how much effect their family's blazing artillery could have. If the artillery didn't work, the O'Neill family would be in even more trouble. The O'Neill family had invested too much into this operation on the Ark continent. If they really gave up on the Ark continent because of the black mist, it would be a huge blow to the O'Neill family. The head of the O'Neill family looked at these people and said in a deep voice, "Be quiet." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present quieted down. As the head of the O'Neill family, he had a very high status. The clan leader looked at these people and said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking for? The black mist won't cover the Ark continent immediately. Besides, the black mist doesn't protect us very quickly. Our family's artillery will be here soon, so we might be able to deal with the black mist. The important thing now is to scout the south. We don't know much about the south of the Ark continent. What we need to do now is to find out how much benefits the Ark continent can bring us as soon as possible. We've discovered dozens of types of minerals in the area we've occupied, some of which our O'Neill family really needs. The Ark continent is a huge treasure trove for our O'Neill family, and we can't give it up. so we'll have to see how the situation is in the south of the Arc continent. If the situation there is good, we can develop there. As for the Mr. Yin land that will expand, you have to block while retreating and at the same time slowly think of a way to deal with them. Haven't you thought about that? The innate Yin ground will expand and the spatial rift appeared on its own. Even if we don't come to the Arc continent, the black mist from the innate Yin ground will eventually reach our O'Neill family's territory. By then, won't we be in an even more passive position? At the very least, we can take the initiative now. When everyone heard the patriarch's words, they fell silent. They knew that the patriarch was right. The expanding innate Yin land did not appear only after they arrived on the Arc continent. It had already existed before. Even if they did not come to the Arc continent, they would still have to deal with the black mist as long as it drifted to the Atlan continent. Now, they had only discovered the danger ahead of time. In addition to the danger, they could also get a lot of minerals and other things they needed from the Arc continent. This was a profit for them. With this thought, these people's hearts relaxed. In fact, any problem had two sides. You could see the disadvantages from one side, but you could think about it the other way around. You might see a different result. The clan leader looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. Send a few more scouting teams to the south. We have to figure out the situation in the south of the Arc continent in the shortest time possible. Go." Everyone nodded and turned to leave. After they left, the patriarch let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he wasn't as optimistic about the situation on the Arc continent as he had said. He didn't know what was going on in the south, but the situation in the north was really bad. He sighed and rubbed his brows. Arc continent was now a quagmire that had completely trapped the O'Neill family. It was too late for him to pull out now. Currently, the O'Neill family only had two options. One was to be swallowed by the quagmire, and the other was to find a piece of gold from the quagmire and bring it home happily. Duans and the others didn't know what was going on in their family. They were still carefully investigating the Devil Realm, but after seeing a few cities of the Devil race, they felt very strange. They didn't know that they were in the Devil world, but they were sure that this wasn't the Arc continent. The spatial rift didn't exist long ago, but the situation here was almost the same as the Arc continent. Everyone had moved away, and all the cities were empty. From the looks of it, the people here had moved later than on the Arc continent. Most importantly, there were more magical beasts here than on the Arc continent. After looking at a few cities, Duans and the others had no choice but to retreat from the Devil realm. There was not much energy left in their devil armor. If their devil armor ran out of energy, they would die without a doubt. This wasn't the Arc continent. On the Arc continent, even if their armor ran out of energy, they could still send out a signal, and someone would come to pick them up. However, in the Devil realm, once their armor ran out of energy, the magical beasts and the poisonous space here would be enough to kill them. When Zhao Hai saw Duans and the others leave the demonic dimension, he couldn't help but smile. He turned to Laura and said, "Judging from the current situation, it'll take a long time for the O'Neill family to figure out the situation in the demonic realm. It looks like we can focus on dealing with the god race now." At this time, Kai suddenly said, "Young master, the O'Neill family has sent out a few more scouting teams. They're heading south. It seems like they want to find out the situation in the south of the Arc continent as soon as possible." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before he turned the screen. As expected, there were a few more scouting teams heading south from the Rasen Empire, and they were moving very quickly. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like the O'Neill family really wants to understand the situation in the south of the Arc continent. Then they can make the next move. All right, let them investigate. We just need to arrange for some soldiers to guard the spatial rift. I want to see what other methods they have." Lola smiled. "Brother Hai, why haven't we done anything to the O'Neill family yet? Wouldn't it be better if we took care of them now?" Zhao Hai smiled. "There's no rush. The O'Neill family will have to be taken care of sooner or later, but not now. Right now, I want to get those ultimate weapons of the Protoss as soon as possible. If I use up too much energy while dealing with the O'Neill family and have no choice but to ascend in the end, and we don't get the ultimate weapons of the Protoss, we'll suffer a huge loss." Laura's and the others' expressions changed, and Becky immediately said, "What's wrong, big brother Hai? Is the feeling of rejection even stronger now?" Zhao Hai nodded with a wry smile. Every time he used his energy, he felt the laws of heaven and earth trying to drive him away. This made him very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. He could only reduce the number of times he used his energy. While Zhao Hai was observing the O'Neill family, Zio Bingya and the others were persuading the vassal races to go to the Escod continent. Before doing this, Zio Bingya and the others had already mentally prepared themselves. They knew that they would encounter many difficulties, but they had not expected the difficulties to exceed their expectations. When the vassal species heard Zio Bingya's suggestion, they immediately exploded. Some of the more ill-tempered ones even began to suspect that Zio Bingya was deliberately deceiving them with false information so that they would fall out with the Protoss and then use them as cannon fodder to fight the Protoss. To be honest, it wasn't strange for the vassal races to have such thoughts under such circumstances. Some of these people were the most loyal dogs of the Protoss. The reason why they had joined so many people in opposing the Protoss was that there were too many of them. They simply didn't have the ability to resist. If they had the advantage in numbers, they might have helped the Protoss suppress the rebellion of the vassal races. They didn't dare to make a sound before, but it was different now. Now that Xiao Bingya had brought up such an idea, most of the vassal races would not agree. These people immediately jumped out to fan the flames, and the situation was out of control. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Hai hadn't given them the food, these people might have already started to rebel against Zhao Hai. Xiao Bingya and the others did not expect such a situation at all. They were still young, and their status in the Esgod tribe was not high. They did not have any experience in dealing with such situations. Thus, they did not know what to do at that moment. Xiao Bingya was sitting in the room, with Ladina and Eheda sitting there as well. The three of them were all frowning. The vassal races were still making a scene outside, and Xiao Bingya had completely lost control of them. Under the instigation of those with ulterior motives, some of the vassal races even suggested to ask Zhao Hai for food. If it were not for Zhao Hai's display of power when he was dealing with the Protoss base, the vassal races would have gone to Zhao Hai for food. However, Xiao Bingya also knew that this situation would not last long. He knew that there was another voice coming from the vassal races. They believed that Zhao Hai would not do anything to them. Zhao Hai would not dare to do anything to them because there were nearly 100 million of them. No one would be crazy enough to kill 100 million people in one go. In the beginning, the voices were very soft. After all, Zhao Hai's strength was obvious. But soon more people said that when they attacked the Protoss base, Zhao Hai had only broken through the base and didn't kill many people. In the end, those Protoss who escaped were sent to God knows where by Zhao Hai's special space technique without being killed. This gave those people confidence, so the voices that Zhao Hai didn't dare to do anything to them grew louder and louder. Of course, Xiao Bingya knew that the vassal races had such voices, and he was against them asking Zhao Hai for food. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a kind person, and killing 100 million people wasn't a big deal to him. Zhao Hai had more than 200 million undead creatures in his hands. Why would a person with 200 million undead creatures care about killing 100 million more? Don't be naive. However, none of the vassal races listened to him, so he had no choice but to hide in his room and worry. Ladina looked at Xiao Bingya and said in a deep voice, "Bingya, don't be so polite with these guys. I think if we tell Sir about this, he will teach these guys a lesson." Xiao Bingya looked at Ladina and smiled bitterly. "I also want to tell Sir about this, but this is what Sir arranged for us to do. In the end, we ended up like this. How can I face Sir?" After hearing Xiao Bingya's words, Ladina didn't say anything. They had indeed screwed up this matter. He also felt that he didn't have the face to see Zhao Hai. "I think we should still tell Sir about this," Eheda said in a deep voice. "If these people go to Sir and he doesn't know anything about this, he'll be in a passive position. We've already made a mistake once, and we can't make the same mistake again." Xiao Bingya was slightly stunned when he heard what Yeh Ta said. Then his eyes lit up and he said, "Yes, you're right. We should let Sir know about this. Otherwise, we'll be letting him down. Let's go. We'll see him immediately." Yeh Ta stopped Xiao Bingya. "You can't go out now. If you do, those people will follow you and they will find an opportunity to see Sir Bingya. Use the messenger fish to tell Sir about this and see how he will deal with it. We have already screwed up anyway, so we don't have to worry about losing face." Xiao Bingya looked at Yeh Ta. He knew very well that the elves cared about their reputation the most. However, for Yeh Ta to say such words today, it seemed that she was really convinced by Zhao Hai and had already started to think for him. Zhao Hai was currently researching how to deal with the sudden dispatch of so many scouts by the O'Neill family. The appearance of these scouts meant that the O'Neill family would soon discover the spatial crack in the divine realm. At that time, a war would break out. Zhao Hai said that he only needed to station his troops at the line of defense, but things weren't that simple. The core problem was the three races. Zhao Hai really wanted to bring the three races into his origin space. After all, he had fought with them before. He was sure that if he left, the three races would not be able to stop him from going to the underworld or Atlanta. That was why Zhao Hai wanted to bring the three races into his origin space so that they could live the same life as the Nephilims, the Ark Continent, and the Gnomes. They would not have to be afraid anymore. However, it was not easy. The most difficult thing to understand in this world was the human heart. Zhao Hai was afraid that his good intentions would be misunderstood by the three races. At that moment, Zhao Hai felt a message fish calling. He took it out and saw that it was Xiao Bingya's message fish. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "I'm here, Bingya. How are the preparations going?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xiao Bingya felt a little embarrassed. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, sir. I screwed up. What's going on?" Zhao Hai asked, confused. Xiao Bingya explained everything to Zhao Hai impatiently. After all, he had completely lost control of the vassal races. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly after hearing Xiao Bingya's words. He didn't expect the people from the vassal race to be so ungrateful and try to force him to abdicate. Sitting on the side, Li Jai and the others also heard Xiao Bingya's words, and their faces turned ugly. They had always thought that Zhao Hai was a little hesitant when dealing with the relationship between the three races. He was not happy at all, and he had too many concerns. They felt that it was unnecessary. However, what these vassal races were doing now made them understand why Zhao Hai had so many concerns. These concerns were not just Zhao Hai's imagination, they might actually happen. Take the vassal races, for example. Their people were at war with the Protoss, but they didn't even know about it. They were still working for the Protoss. The most tragic thing was that the Protoss wanted to use food to block them. When they lost their combat power, they would be taken care of. In such a situation, Xiao Bingya had brought food and appeared in front of them. He was definitely their great benefactor. Xiao Bingya had suggested for them to go to Esgod continent for their own good, but they had received such an effect. This was something that Lies and the others had not expected. After Xiao Bingya finished, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Okay, I understand. Bingya, you don't have to worry about this. Just pretend that nothing happened and just protect yourselves." After saying that, Zhao Hai kept the messenger fish. "These people don't know what's good for them," said Li Jai with an unsightly expression. "Brother Hai, shouldn't we teach them a lesson?" Zhao Hai smiled and said coldly, "There's no hurry. If we want to teach them a lesson, we need them to find an excuse for us. Hee. I want them to start a fight soon." Laura and the others, who knew Zhao Hai very well, could hear the killing intent in his words. They knew that Zhao Hai was really angry this time. It seemed like the vassal race's army was in trouble. However, they didn't try to persuade Zhao Hai as the actions of the vassal races had infuriated them. If Zhao Hai didn't say that they weren't in a hurry, she would have commanded the undead army to deal with the vassal races. Xiao Bingya put away the message fish, turned to look at Ladina and Eheda, and said in a deep voice, "What do you think of Sir's reaction? What method will teacher use to deal with them?" Ladina sneered, "Sir, you're not a soft-hearted person. These people are going to be in trouble, but this is good. If it weren't for us, these heartless things would have starved to death. Now they've turned their backs on us as soon as they've eaten." "Forget it," Eheda said with a smile. "It's good to let them know how powerful you are. That way they won't dare to go against you in the future. It'll be more convenient for you to command them." While the three of them were talking, the vassal races were ready to force Zhao Hai to give up. Now that the Hades was parked not far from their camp, they could go to Zhao Hai without Xiao Bingya's guidance. These people had already lost their minds. They had forgotten that it was Zhao Hai who had asked Xiao Bingya to save them when they were about to starve to death. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was using them as cannon fodder. They wanted to let Zhao Hai know how strong they were. Soon, under the encouragement of a few people, the 100 million vassal race army took to the air. They slowly flew towards Hades and surrounded it. Meg and Kai both nodded and went to prepare. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "How is it? Let's go out as well. I really want to see what kind of methods these guys will use to force me to give them food." Laura and the others also stood up with cold faces and walked out. Meg had already set up the table with a few snacks and a few glasses of red wine on it. The wine was blood red like blood. Zhao Hai sat on the main seat while Laura and the others sat beside him. They sat there and looked at the vassal race members quietly. To be honest, how would it feel to be surrounded by 100 million people? I believe no one on the Ark continent or on Earth can answer this question. If you ask Zhao Hai how it feels to be surrounded by 100 million people, I'll give you an answer. Zhao Hai might answer that he had no feelings. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the vassal races. He was very calm, without a trace of fear. He was calmer than an earthling seeing 100 million ants. If an earthling saw 100 million ants, he might be scared to death, because those ants could eat him alive. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, these vassal races were not as terrifying as 100 million ants. Ants were weak, but when they gathered together, their power was terrifying. However, these people were different. Although they had gathered together, if they encountered any difficulties, they would attack. They were not worth mentioning at all. Slowly, the vassal race's people got closer and closer to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them calmly. He held a wine glass in his hand and gently shook it. Blood-red liquid in the glass swirled in the transparent glass like a blood-red vortex. Laura and the others did not even look at those people. They just sat there calmly and drank the red wine in their hands. In the past, Laura and the other girls would never behave like this in such a situation. However, after seeing Zhao Hai's expression, they realized that it was really nice and gentlemanly. Therefore, they all imitated Zhao Hai and sat there calmly as if they didn't know what was happening around them. The vassal races had already surrounded Hades. Hades didn't grow in size. Surrounded by the 100 million people, it was like a small boat that was about to be swallowed by a vortex. Even so, none of the vassal races dared to board the ship. They surrounded the ship and looked at Zhao Hai, who was sitting at the bow and drinking red wine. Zhao Hai's elegant movements made them gulp. They were nervous. Zhao Hai didn't even look at those people. He only looked at the glass in his hand and said softly, "What's wrong? Are you all here for me?" The vassal race members noticed that Zhao Hai's voice was very calm. He didn't seem to have any aura, but for some reason they still felt nervous. They were very nervous, especially the few people who had been shouting. They kept swallowing their saliva, but they couldn't speak for a while. Zhao Hai raised his head and glanced at them. Then he turned his eyes to the wine glass in his hand. He raised the glass gently and pointed it at the sun. The blood-red wine in the glass looked even more beautiful. However, to the vassal races, it was so strange. Finally, the vassal races couldn't take it anymore. One of them stood up, looked at Zhao Hai, and shouted, "Mr. Zhao Hai, we would like to talk to you." Zhao Hai turned to look at the man and then at the vassal race members around the Hades. He said softly, "Talk. So many people want to talk to me together." "The way you people talk is really special." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He only swirled his wine glass and said, "I didn't want to save you. It was Zio Bingya who said you were allies with them and asked me to save you. What do I have to do with you? However, if it wasn't Zio Bingya, why would I save you?" The man was stunned by Zhao Hai. He had wanted to use force before force, but it seemed like Zhao Hai would not accept his gift. He had no choice but to use force. Zhao Hai was even more disappointed in these people. He looked at the man and asked in confusion, "Food? What food? Do I, Zhao Hai, owe you food? Don't play dumb with us," the man said with a dark face. "You robbed the gods' race's food, now give us the food." Zhao Hai looked at the man and suddenly smiled. "First, I have to confirm. Are you gods? Even if you are a god, I can't give you food because the god race is my enemy. Have you ever heard of stealing food from the enemy and then returning it to the enemy? If you admit that you are not a Protoss, then you have two more identities. My ally, not my ally. If you are my ally, I will naturally give you the food supplies, but my ally must listen to my arrangements. If you are not my ally, then you are unrelated to me. Why should I give you the food supplies?" Zhao Hai's words were flawless. Those people had no reason to ask for food from Zhao Hai. If they admitted that they were Protoss, they would be Zhao Hai's enemies. Zhao Hai would never give them food. If they were Zhao Hai's allies, although Zhao Hai didn't say it explicitly, they understood the meaning behind his words. Who would ask for food so aggressively? If they said they weren't allies, then they were just passers-by. What right did they have to ask Zhao Hai for food? The people from the vassal clans were stunned and couldn't say a word. At this moment, one of them suddenly shouted, "Zhao Hai, let me ask you. Is it true that our people didn't start a war with the god race? Is this all a lie you made up? You just want to trick us into risking our lives for you, right?" Zhao Hai looked at the man as if he was an idiot. After a while, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "That one of yours. I don't even know what you're talking about. What's the point of me lying to you? You're working for me. I don't need it. Your lives aren't as valuable as the food. My undead army doesn't need to eat food and will still fight for me." The person who had just spoken was one of the vassal races that Zhao Hai had asked Heir to pay attention to. He had chosen this time to bring up the hatred in the hearts of these vassal races towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's answer was very interesting. The vassal races had seen how Zhao Hai used the undead army to force the Protoss who had escaped from the base to surrender. Zhao Hai had a large number of undead creatures, so he said this to show that he didn't care if they were doing it for him. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, some of the vassal races calmed down. They hadn't thought of this when they were provoked. Now that Zhao Hai reminded them, they suddenly remembered that Zhao Hai had a huge army of undead creatures. However, many of the vassal races were angered by Zhao Hai's underestimation. The scene was in an uproar. Some of the vassal races had already started to move. Zhao Hai looked at them calmly. The few people he paid special attention to were standing in the crowd and looking at Zhao Hai with a smug expression. They seemed to be waiting to see how Zhao Hai would deal with this situation. Zhao Hai's eyes were sharp as a knife as he scanned the crowd. Then he picked up his wine glass and took a sip of red wine. He placed the glass gently on the table and slowly stood up. He looked at the vassal races and said in a deep voice, "You said I was lying to you. Your clansmen didn't even start a war with the gods' race. Do I want your clansmen to fall out with the gods' race? All right then, let me ask you, is there a need for me to do this? Now that I'm in control of the Golden Bull continent, the 5 great supreme elders of the gods' race joined forces and didn't stay. The 7 great elders wanted to find trouble with me, but in the end they had no choice but to leave the Golden Bull continent. Don't you think too highly of yourself?" When the vassal races heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned. When they were still making a ruckus, Zhao Hai's voice had clearly reached their ears. It was as if he was speaking right next to their ears. This made the vassal races understand Zhao Hai's strength immediately, and they calmed down a little. But at this moment, a voice came from the crowd, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just wants us to work for him and drag our clan into this. The reason why the great elder of the Shen clan retreated is most likely because we are here. Now, we must return to the clan and explain to the Shen clan. Otherwise, we will start a war with them." His words were like pouring oil onto a fire, burning the minds of the vassal races that had just calmed down. It was true that many vassal races wanted to rebel against the Protoss, but they had to keep it a secret. Otherwise, the Protoss would find out and suppress them with even greater power. Many of the vassal races didn't know what they were doing. Because of the Protoss' power, they were afraid of them deep in their hearts, so when they heard someone say this, they subconsciously believed it. They didn't even notice who said it. Just as the vassal races were in an uproar, someone suddenly threw a flying axe at Zhao Hai's Hades. Although the flying axe was swept away by the waves below, it was like a signal to the vassal races. The vassal races were excited and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes turned cold as he looked at these people. He snorted and Hades instantly enlarged. The charging vassal race members could see Zhao Hai, but in an instant they realized that they were no longer looking at Zhao Hai. Instead, they were looking at the bottom of Hades and the deep blue waves. They had seen the Hades' ability to change size before, but they had been far away, so they hadn't been shocked. Now it was different. They were standing below the Hades, and they could feel the domineering aura of the Hades. The vassal race members who were charging forward were stunned. They didn't know whether to advance or retreat. They were stunned, but Zhao Hai was not. He commanded the Hades to charge forward at a very fast speed. The vassal races had been standing in a secret formation to reason with Zhao Hai. Now that they were attacking, their formation was even more mysterious. With Zhao Hai charging forward, the vassal races had nowhere to hide. The Hades was like a roller that had passed through an army of ants. Wherever it passed, there was no living vassal race. While the vassal races were still in a daze, Zhao Hai had already steered the Hades to the outside of the formation of the vassal races. Then he turned the ship around and aimed it at the vassal races. The vassal race members looked at Pluto and the gap it had created. They couldn't help but feel a chill. They had clearly seen that when Pluto charged over, it had killed at least 1 million people. It was too terrifying. Now that Zhao Hai's ship had turned around, the vassal race members felt a chill in them. They realized that they were nothing in front of Zhao Hai. No matter how many people they had, they were just a dish in front of Zhao Hai. They had thought that Zhao Hai would not attack them because they had more people. Now they realized how naive they had been. At this moment, someone finally remembered that Zhao Hai was a black magician who led an army of over 100 million undead creatures. How could such a person be a soft-hearted person? You're not joking, are you? At this time, Pluto launched another attack. Seeing this, the psychological defense of the vassal species finally collapsed. Some of them couldn't help but throw down their weapons and escape. Not all of the vassal races were heroes, and obviously, Guqing made up a large portion. However, the vassal races soon discovered that they had lost the right to escape. Zhao Hai's undead army had already gathered and surrounded them. If they wanted to escape, they would have to get past the undead. Now these vassal races were extremely regretful that they had provoked Zhao Hai. At the same time, they also realized with great sorrow that they seemed to have overestimated themselves. The strength that Zhao Hai had displayed was not something they could contend with. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Protoss, he didn't need their help at all. Would Zhao Hai, who had such strength, lie to them? With their strength, could they really become cannon fodder in Zhao Hai's hands? If someone were to ask the people of these vassal races, was there anything more tragic than being cannon fodder? They would answer you with absolute certainty that if they did, they wouldn't even be qualified to be cannon fodder. The confidence of the vassal races had completely collapsed. They really didn't know what to do now. It should be known that the vassal races were not united. They had only been holding on to a glimmer of hope before, so they had cooperated. But now that hope was just a beautiful bubble that would burst with the wind. Just as the vassal races felt that the end of the world was near, a heavenly voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Zhao Hai, please stop and listen to me, Zio Bingya. Upon hearing this voice, both Pluto and the undead creatures stopped. The vassal races heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the direction of the voice. It was Zio Bingya and the others who were interrogated and pushed aside by them a few days ago. Just a few days ago, they didn't like Zio Bingya and the others, but now that they saw them, they suddenly felt that they were so cute. The Hades ship slowly became smaller, and Zhao Hai and the others appeared again. Zhao Hai was still holding a glass of red wine. The red wine looked like blood. Some of the timid vassal races could not help but tremble when they saw the glass in Zhao Hai's hand. If someone told them that Zhao Hai's glass was actually filled with blood, they would definitely believe it. Zhao Hai held his wine glass and looked at Zio Bingya calmly. Zio Bingya, what's the matter? You asked me to give you food to save these people, and you're going to save these people. Did you do it on purpose? Do you think that I'm lowering your status by forming an alliance with your S-God race? Zio Bingya bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Sir, this is a complete misunderstanding. These people are just too worried about the situation in their own clans. With the instigation of some people, they ended up in this state. Please be magnanimous and let them off. Zhao Hai looked at Zio Bingya, then turned to look at the vassal race members. When the vassal race members saw Zhao Hai's gaze, they all shrank back. Although Zhao Hai's gaze was calm, it was the most terrifying gaze they had ever seen. Zhao Hai only glanced at them before turning to Zio Bingya. Can you guarantee that they won't offend me again? If they dare to offend me again, I won't be polite. The people from the vassal races felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. More than 1 million of their people had died at Zhao Hai's hands. Was this Zhao Hai's way of being polite? Then what would impolite look like? They did not even dare to think about it. Don't worry, sir, Zio Bingya said immediately. Such a thing will never happen again. It will never happen again. HMPH, Zhao Hai snorted. Before everyone's eyes, he, Hades, and the undead creatures all disappeared from the sight of the vassal races. He disappeared just like that. Those people didn't even notice how Zhao Hai disappeared. Now, they understood that Zhao Hai really didn't use his full strength when he was dealing with them. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. Zhao Hai was not lying when he said that he was being polite. After Zhao Hai left, Xiao Bingya turned to look at the vassal race members and sighed, "Everyone, let's go back to the camp and rest for a while. We'll have a good talk later." After that, Xiao Bingya and the others turned around and went back to their rooms. The vassal races also returned to their camps impatiently. They were so dejected that they didn't realize that Xiao Bingya had a smile on his face when he turned around. In fact, the conversation between Xiao Bingya and Zhao Hai was just an act for the vassal race. When Zhao Hai first drove Pluto to the vassal race, he had told Xiao Bingya to put on an act with them. Of course, Zhao Hai could not kill all the vassal races. He was not that cruel, but it was necessary to teach them a lesson. Therefore, Zhao Hai asked Xiao Bingya to stop him after his second attack. This way, he would be the good guy and the bad guy, completely subduing the vassal races. Zhao Hai was like a sword above the heads of these vassal races. As long as Zhao Hai was there, the vassal races would not dare to act recklessly and would listen to Xiao Bingya. These vassal races weren't as useless as Zhao Hai had said. If they worked together, they would be very powerful. This time, it was only because they weren't united, and they weren't sure if their race would start a war with the Protoss. It could be said that this was the time when people's hearts were at their most scattered. It was the easiest time to deal with them. Zhao Hai believed that the patriarchs of these vassal races were not as simple as they seemed. As soon as the battle between the two races began, the patriarchs of these vassal races would definitely send someone to meet them. That way, they would know who their true enemy was. As long as they worked together with the S-God race, it would not be long before they could fight the Protoss head-on. When the vassal races returned to their campsite, Hades had appeared in another part of the Golden Bull continent. Zhao Hai was still holding his wine glass, and Laura and the others were standing beside him. However, they did not look too happy. Zhao Hai didn't mind and continued drinking. Laura and the others, on the other hand, looked unhappy. Zhao Hai knew why they were unhappy. He gently put down his glass and turned to Laura and the others. "What's wrong? Are you still angry?" "Don't be angry, you can't expect me to kill all those people, right? I hate them the moment I see them," said Li Jai. "Brother Hai, you should really teach them a lesson. You're letting them off too easily." "I still think we're letting them off too easily," said Lies. "I'm getting angry just thinking about what they're thinking. Forget it. This is more beneficial to us anyway." "Brother Hai, what's your next step?" Zhao Hai smiled. "We won't do anything for the next step. We'll just get Xiao Bingya and the others to send these vassal races back to the S-God continent. I believe that it won't be long before the God race and the S-God race make their move. That will be the time for us to make our move." Li Jai nodded her head. At this time, Kai flew to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, something happened. The O'Neill family sent people into the Devil Realm again. Their war chariots are also protected. They're not far from a gold mine in the Devil Realm. We should be able to see the iron beasts and undead creatures working there soon." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. He nodded and said, "All right, I understand. This day will come sooner or later, but it's just a few days earlier than we expected. All right, Kai, don't worry about them for now. Let's see what the O'Neill family's attitude towards the iron-armored beasts and undead creatures is. Will they attack directly or just scout?" Kai replied and turned around to enter the medium. Laura then said, "Big Brother Hai, what's the meaning of this? Are we going to let the O'Neill family discover the iron-armored beasts and undead creatures? We'll find out sooner or later, won't we?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry, just let him find out. It's not a big deal. This way we can also attract the O'Neill family's attention to the demon world." Laura thought for a moment and agreed with Zhao Hai. They would face off against the O'Neill family sooner or later. The O'Neill family wouldn't just leave the Devil Continent alone and not investigate. If they investigated, they would find the iron-armored beasts and undead creatures sooner or later. Instead of hiding, it would be better to let them find out and see how they would react. "Brother Hai," she turned to Zhao Hai, "are you planning to let Pennies and the others discover the iron-armored beasts in the demonic realm and attract all the O'Neill family's scouts over there? That way they'll discover the spatial crack in the divine realm later, and will be able to delay the war with the O'Neill family." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The O'Neill family won't give up their investigation of the southern side of the Ark continent just for the sake of the Devil Realm. They'll find the God race's spatial rift very soon. We're just going to stop the O'Neill family at the spatial rift. With the Devil Realm holding them back, the O'Neill family won't go all out against us. If we can't hold them back for a while, we'll be under a lot of pressure, and we can use this time to our advantage. Let the three major races participate as well, and let them experience the power of the O'Neill family's armor." Penis was extremely worried about this place. This place was too strange. He had already sent a letter to his family, and they would definitely send reinforcements to help him. He had to find out what kind of place this was. There were people living here before, and that was for sure. They had discovered that there were man-made buildings here. Although the style of the buildings was different from the ones on the Ark continent, they were similar to the unfinished city outside the spatial rift. They were sure that the people living here had built the city after the spatial rift opened. Judging from the state of the buildings in the big city, the spatial rift had appeared not much earlier than them. It had been at least 2 years. What surprised Penis the most was that they found a huge, broken magic array near the spatial rift. They had never seen this magic array before, but from the size of the magic array, it was not small. Penis had a feeling that this huge magic array had something to do with the spatial rift. What shocked Penis the most was that the people in this unknown space had disappeared just like the people on the Ark continent. Where did the people in this space go? Where did the people from the Ark continent go? Pennies was troubled by the inevitable connection between these two events and the impact it would have on the O'Neill family. It was precisely because of this that Penis had written the news here into a letter and sent someone to deliver it to his family. At the same time, he had personally led a team, riding a chariot and bringing 10 devil armors, and charged into the demonic realm. The ordinary war chariots on the Atlan continent did not have any protective shields, so they did not need them at all. The main function of these war chariots was to transport the devil armor. It would be a waste to use protective shields on them. However, the war chariot that Penis and the others were using was different. The war chariot they were using had a shield because they were going to some of the most dangerous places. Thus, their war chariot was also the best in the family. However, it was unknown what kind of luck they had, but the route they had chosen was the gold mine that Xiao Hai and the others had found in the devil world. Kai, who had been paying attention to them, had calculated that they would soon find the gold mine, and thus told Xiao Hai about it. Penis didn't know any of this. His heart was still heavy. Their journey had not been peaceful. The demons in the demon realm were more aggressive than those on the Ark continent, and there were more of them. The last time the demons entered the realm, there was a beast tide, but that beast tide was not enough to wipe out all the demons on the demon realm continent. Therefore, there were still a large number of demons in the demon realm, not to mention Penis and the others. Even Xiao Hai's mines were no exception. They would also be attacked by magical beasts from time to time. Along the way, Penis and the others had already encountered dozens of attacks from magical beasts. Although they had been repelled, it was not easy. Just using the weapons on the chariots was not enough to repel the magical beasts. Penis and the others had even activated their magic armor. Because of this, Penis realized that the magic beasts in this space were much stronger than the ones on the Ark continent. Of course, the magic crystals in this space were also much larger than those on the Ark continent, and they had more energy, so they didn't waste time. At this moment, a red dot in the distance flew quickly toward their tank. Penis glanced at the red dot and turned to the driver of the tank. "Stop the car, the mosquitoes are back." Mosquito was the only codename Penis had for a magic armor pilot. Although Penis and the others were currently traveling in the demonic world on a chariot, he still sent a magic armor to scout ahead. After all, a magic armor was much faster than a chariot, and it was in the sky, so it could see things that the chariot could not. The driver responded and stopped the vehicle. Then he pressed a button on the vehicle. The top of the vehicle slowly retracted, and the devil armor suddenly fell onto the vehicle. However, the driver's driving skills were very good. The body of the vehicle didn't even move when the heavy devil armor landed on the vehicle. Penis walked to the back of the chariot. The chest armor of the magic armor had already opened, and the driver also came out. When the man saw Penis, he immediately saluted him and said, "Captain, we've found something." Penis's spirit jolted, and he looked at the man. "What discovery? Hurry up and tell me." The man nodded. "In front of us, 4 hours away, we found a mine in use. In that mine, some undead creatures and magical beasts are mining. From the ores excavated, it seems to be a gold mine." Penis was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. "You mean the gold mine? Really?" The man nodded. Penis couldn't be blamed for being so excited. Gold was also a currency in the Atlantic continent, so when Penis heard that there might be a gold mine there, he was so excited. If there really was a gold mine there, then the O'Neill family's invasion of the Ark continent would be worth it. The man nodded. "They're definitely undead creatures. I can't be wrong. However, they didn't seem to notice me, and they don't seem to be very strong." Penis frowned. "That must be an illusion. You know what's going on in this space. The beasts here are much stronger than those on the Ark continent. Will they not attack the mines? That mine has been able to survive in this space until now, so it must have been very clever. We have to be careful." Then he turned to the tank driver and said, "Start driving. The target is straight ahead. Drive at full speed for 2 hours." "Mosquito, is the road ahead still all right?" Mosquito nodded. "It's a good journey. We didn't encounter any powerful magical beasts along the way." Penis frowned and said, "That's even worse. We didn't encounter any more powerful magic beasts along the way, probably because they were cleared out. We're not too far from the spatial rift, and there are only some low-level undead creatures and magic beasts in this mine. It seems that this isn't the place the other party values the most." Their true strength is probably still hidden in this space, so we have to be careful. Mosquito nodded solemnly. Penis then waved his hand, letting him go rest. He had to make sure that his men were in their best condition because this space was strange. He didn't know how many more dangers were waiting for them in this space. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to this small team, but he didn't pay much attention to them. This small team was still quite a distance away from the Jingquang. It would take a few hours before they officially made contact with the Jingquang. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He was still paying attention to the other scouting teams sent by the O'Neill family, as well as the situation with Xiao Bingya and the others. The O'Neill family's scouting team was no longer acting alone. Although they had split up, they weren't far from each other. They would also communicate with each other through the magic armor from time to time. This way, they formed a huge scouting network and pushed toward the south of the Arc continent. NBSB Zhao Hai had no intention of stopping them. They could come as they pleased. He had only brought forward the date of the battle. It was no big deal. Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Bingya's situation. He had already met with the leaders of the vassal races. They all looked dazed, even though they had accepted their fate. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that Xiao Bingya had complete control of the situation. He had to make the next step. Zhao Hai's plan was very simple. He would contact the Thunder Tribe, Barbarian Tribe, and Winged Horse Tribe and tell them about what had happened in the Office of God in the Arc Continent. He would ask them to send troops to help guard the defense line at the Dimensional Crack. Zhao Hai believed that the three great clans would definitely agree to this. If anyone from the Arc Continent came to the Golden Bull Continent, they would be the first ones to suffer. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not afraid that they would refuse this proposal. As long as they were willing to send out their troops, everything would be easy. If they sent out their troops, they would definitely fight the O'Neill family. As long as they fought with the O'Neill family, they would know how powerful the demonic armor was. As long as they suffered some losses, it would be much easier for Zhao Hai to bring them back into the origin space. Zhao Hai immediately took out a messenger fish to communicate with Heir. It had been a while since Zhao Hai last spoke to Heir. Zhao Hai held the messenger fish and said in a deep voice, Heir, you there? I'm Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought that he would have to wait for a while, but he did not expect Heir to reply immediately. Heir's voice was a little excited as she said, Mr. Zhao Hai, what's the matter? There is something, Zhao Hai said with a smile. I was just about to tell you about the recent happenings in the Divine Realm and the Arc Continent. There was a moment of silence on Hiko's end, and after that, Hiko's voice returned to its usual calmness. Please speak, sir. Zhao Hai smiled. Everything in the God world is still going well. We formed an alliance with the S-God race to deal with the God race. I killed a great elder of the God race from the Demon Scorpion continent. The other great elders of the God race wanted to work together to deal with me, but they failed. The other vassal races on the other continents of the God race have also begun to rebel against the God race. The God race is currently suppressing those races. They previously sent an army of 100 million to the Golden Bull continent to deal with me, but I defeated them. They want to deal with the S-God race in the near future and force me to fight them. This is the situation of the God's race. Although Zhao Hai had said it casually, Hiko's heart was still pounding. From Zhao Hai's words, he could tell that Zhao Hai must have gone through a few fierce battles with the Protoss. Otherwise, the Protoss would not have used the method of dealing with the S-God race and forcing Zhao Hai to fight them. This was too similar to how Zhao Hai had used harassment tactics to deal with them back on the Arc Continent. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Hai seemed to have the upper hand. Furthermore, Zhao Hai was actually able to incite all the Protoss vassal races to rebel. This was truly beyond Heir's expectations. When Zhao Hai heard that Hiko was silent, he continued, the situation on the Arc Continent isn't looking too good. The dark mist of the underworld is still spreading. The O'Neill family on the Atlan continent has officially sent their army to the Arc Continent. They've discovered the dark mist of the underworld on the north side of the Arc Continent and are trying to find a way to deal with it. They've also sent their army to the south. They've already found the dimensional crack in the demonic dimension and will soon find the dimensional crack in the divine realm. I don't have enough troops here, because I'm going to send troops to the Protoss continent to help the S-God race deal with those other Protoss. I would like to ask your three races to send troops to help me protect the defensive line at the spatial rift. Is that all right? Just as Zhao Hai had expected, Heir fell silent for a while. Zhao Hai knew that Heir could not make the decision. He only wanted to tell Heir the news so that he could tell the three races. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, after a moment of silence, Heir said in a deep voice, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to talk to the Patriarch. Can you give us some time, sir? Zhao Hai laughed. Of course you can. It's fine even if you don't send your troops. I will try my best to send some troops to guard the spatial rift. I'm just telling you about the situation so that you know what's happening in the Divinity and the Arc Continent. Heir nodded. All right, sir. I'll have a good talk with our clan leader, the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race. I'll give you a reply as soon as possible. NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. Okay, just let me know if there's any news. Goodbye. "Goodbye, sir," Heir also said in a deep voice. Only then did Zhao Hai put away the messenger fish. A smile appeared on his face because he felt that the Thunder clan and the other two clans were one step closer to entering the realm. Laura and the others had been sitting beside Zhao Hai. When they saw that Zhao Hai and Heir had finished their conversation, Laura said, "It seems like our previous actions have indeed caused the three clans to be wary of us. Otherwise, Heir wouldn't have asked for a discussion. Our previous steps were a little too big." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There are benefits to taking big steps. If we take small steps, the three families might not be able to enter the dimension before we ascend. Now, I'm confident that I can get them into the dimension." Laura and the others chuckled. They all knew that the three great clans couldn't escape from Zhao Hai's grasp. The power of space was going to be strengthened again. Penis's magic armor was on a hill. He was carefully looking at the mine in front of him. It wasn't a large mine, but Penis didn't see any living people in it. There were only magical beasts and undead creatures. The magic beast was a kind of magic beast that they had never seen before. Its body was covered with scales, and it wasn't very tall, but it seemed to be very powerful and fast. Those undead creatures all looked like skeletons, but Penis wasn't like the mosquitoes who thought that the undead creatures' levels weren't high enough. In fact, he thought that the undead creatures were very high-leveled, but they weren't very strong compared to them. However, they were the elites of the O'Neill family, and all of them were wearing god-level armor. It was extremely difficult for the O'Neill family to make such armor, so it was normal for the undead creatures to be of a lower level than them. Penis was very experienced, and his situation was different from Tago's. Tago had never experienced a real war, and it could be said that Tago was a genius figure who had recently emerged from the O'Neill family. This time, the O'Neill family had thought that the Ark continent would be easy to deal with, so they had brought Tago here to train. Who would have thought that so many strange things would happen here? Tago had also been pushed to the front line. Penis, on the other hand, had gone through many battles. He didn't become famous as early as Tai Wu, and he had the title of a genius. He had nothing. He had climbed from the bottom to his current position. He had been through hundreds of stations, big and small. It could be said that he had rich experience. It was also because of this that he was the captain of this scouting team. In Tai Wu's team, the one who had the final say was Lu Shiming. Penis didn't dare to underestimate this mine at all. Although the ore looked defenseless on the surface, Penis found that the undead creatures in this mine were distributed very reasonably. They were all doing fixed work and didn't seem to pose any threat, but Penis believed that no matter where they attacked this mine from, they would be discovered immediately and besieged. The person who had set up the defense of the mine must be an expert. What surprised Penis the most was that these undead creatures had been working there without changing people or seeing anyone come out to command them. There wasn't even a house in this mine, only many mine caves, and magical beasts and undead creatures were going in and out of those caves. It didn't look like there were people inside, which puzzled Penis. In Penis' impression, the undead creatures needed to be commanded by mages, and mages couldn't let the undead creatures stay outside forever, as that would consume too much magic. Even the god-ranked mages in the Atlan continent could not possibly let the undead creatures stay by their side every day. They would only release the undead creatures during the battle and would keep them after the battle. Penis had been lying on the hill for more than 2 hours, but the undead creatures in the mine were still completing their mechanical work without any rest. This puzzled Penis, and it made his mood even heavier. Although there weren't many undead creatures and magical beasts in this mine, Penis saw something different. This mine definitely wasn't the only one, which meant that the other side had more undead creatures and magical beasts, and the undead creatures could move outside for a long time. In other words, the other side was much stronger than them in terms of endurance. After all, once the magic armor ran out of energy, it would be over. After looking at the mine for a while, Penis decided to retreat. There was no need to look at it any longer. Penis wasn't going to attack the mine because he knew very well that most of the undead working there were undead. Although he didn't see anyone commanding the undead, based on past experience, these undead would maintain a spiritual connection with their masters. Once he attacked the undead creatures, he would attract their attention and he didn't want them to notice them. Pennies did not even think about it. Zhao Hai had been watching his every move. Zhao Hai was very impressed with this O'Neill family scout. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's space, it would have been almost impossible for him to discover Pennies. Pennies was too careful, and people like him were the hardest to deal with. Although Zhao Hai had been paying attention to Penny's movements, he had paid more attention to the O'Neill family scouting team that was active in the south of the Ark continent. The scouting team was advancing very quickly, and they had almost reached the border between the Stupa Empire and the Church of Light. As long as they reached the border between the Stupa Empire and the Church of Light, there was a high chance that those people would discover the space crack in the Divine Realm. Therefore, Zhao Hai was still paying a lot of attention to those scouting teams. At this time, Xiao Bingya and the others had already discussed with the armies of the vassal races. Xiao Bingya would send the news back to the clan as soon as possible so that the clan could send people to pick up the vassal races. Zhao Hai did not care much about the vassal races. He was only curious as to why Xiao Bingya and the others had to use such a strenuous method to send the vassal races back to the Esgod continent. However, when he saw Xiao Bingya and the others return to the Hades after settling the vassal races, Zhao Hai understood that these guys were determined to rely on him. NBSB Zhao Hai had no intention of chasing Xiao Bingya and the others away. If they came back, then so be it. It would not affect Zhao Hai at all. Right now, Zhao Hai was waiting for news from Fei and the others. He wanted to know what the outcome of their discussion was. This only lasted for 5 days before the people sent by the Esgod tribe to pick up the vassal races arrived. After Xiao Bingya explained to them, he gave the food that Zhao Hai gave him to his people before letting the vassal races go. At first, Xiao Bingya thought that the vassal races didn't want to go with his people. After all, that was what they had shown before. However, Xiao Bingya didn't expect that as soon as his clansmen came, the vassal clans would immediately leave with them. They even seemed a little impatient, which confused him. However, when Xiao Bingya saw the way the vassal race members looked at Pluto, he understood why they were in such a hurry to leave. They were really scared. They were scared of being beaten up by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not bother with the matters of the vassal races. He had left this matter to the Esgod race, so he would not interfere too much. Furthermore, he had more important things to do now. The O'Neill family's scouting team had finally arrived at the spatial tier in the deity world. 4 days ago, the O'Neill family's scouting team had already discovered the spatial crack in the divine realm. However, after discovering the spatial crack, the O'Neill family didn't rush over. Instead, they advanced steadily. It was obvious that they were afraid of falling into the other party's trap. Just like that, they took 4 days to reach the spatial rift in the divine realm. Zhao Hai had already set up a large army there, waiting for the O'Neill family to arrive. In addition to the army of undead creatures, there were also a large number of people from the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race. After 2 days of discussion, the 3 races finally decided to send troops to the space crack to help Zhao Hai defend this line of defense. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by their decision, so when Fei told him about the decision, he told him that they had prepared enough food for them at the defense line. They just had to go over. Just as the O'Neill family scouting team finally arrived at the spatial rift, the armies of the 3 clans arrived as well. However, they were separated by a spatial rift, so no one could see each other. Zhao Hai also knew the leaders of the 3 races. The Thunder race was led by Fei, the Barbarian race was led by Man Dingshan, and the Winged Horse race was led by Zhan Yue. They were all familiar faces. When the 3 of them arrived at the defensive line, they found Zhao Hai waiting for them. Looking at the huge Pluto parked there, Hiko and the others suddenly felt a strange feeling in their hearts. It was as if they were at ease and at ease. At the same time, they also missed him. It was a strange feeling. With a thought from Zhao Hai, Hades slowly landed on the ground. Zhao Hai looked at the armies of the 3 races and smiled. Everyone, after you've settled down, please board the ship for a chat. Hiko and the other 2 understood Zhao Hai's intentions. They agreed and arranged their own tribe's troops before boarding the Hades. It was very easy to arrange troops at the defense line. Everything was prepared, whether it was food or accommodation. They could move in as soon as they arrived, so the arrangements were made very quickly. When the 3 of them arrived at the Hades, they found that the ship was already filled with food and drinks. Zhao Hai was waiting for them. Seeing the 3 of them, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're finally here. Come have a seat. Let's have a few drinks." Fei and the other 2 saluted Zhao Hai and sat down. After the 3 of them were seated, Zhao Hai said, "I'm really happy that you guys could come this time. Come, let's have a drink first." After saying that, he raised his wine glass and toasted the 3 of them. The 4 of them drank the wine in their glasses in one go. Fei smiled wryly. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to guess this. It was just as Zhao Hai had said. The 3 of them had contributed a lot to the 3 races' invasion. Some of the older members of the 3 races were divided on whether they should continue working with Zhao Hai. Some of them thought they should work with Zhao Hai since he had helped them defeat the Golden Bull divine race. The others thought they shouldn't work with Zhao Hai anymore. Zhao Hai was currently at war with the gods' race. If they cooperated with Zhao Hai, it was very likely that they would be dragged into this war. In the end, their 3 races might be wiped out in this war. Fei and the other 2 had contributed a lot to this expedition. Fei and the others were young people, but they were very smart. Compared to the conservative thoughts of the old people, their thoughts were much more radical. Fei knew that this day would come. In fact, Zhao Hai's news came much later than he had expected. He knew that after the Golden Bull's celestial race was exterminated, the celestial race would immediately take revenge. The reason why their race hadn't encountered any attacks after so long was because Zhao Hai was there. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, the celestial race's revenge army would have arrived long ago. Now that Zhao Hai had asked them to help defend the spatial rift, they couldn't refuse, no matter what the reason was. This was because it would create a rift between them and Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai didn't help them, then the three races wouldn't be able to stop the Protoss army. Furthermore, Fei, and the others were a little worried. Zhao Hai was able to defeat the Golden Bull celestial race, so he must have some means of self-protection. If one day the celestial race really couldn't do anything, Zhao Hai could just leave. If Zhao Hai left, the three races would be completely finished. Fei, had been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time. Even though he did not know about the existence of dimensions, Fei, knew that Zhao Hai was a very resourceful person. He was able to protect the Ark continent from the attacks of the Protoss and Nephilims, and even fought his way back to the Divine Realm. This showed that Zhao Hai had many tricks up his sleeve that Fei did not understand. Fei hoped that Zhao Hai would help their three races if the situation in the Divine World became too dire. Even if he couldn't save all three races, he could at least preserve some fire for their survival. Fei, Mandingshan, and Jian Yue had formed a very deep friendship after many battles. In addition, they had the information fish sent by Zhao Hai, so the three of them would communicate from time to time and exchange their thoughts. Therefore, Mandingshan and Jian Yue were very clear about what Fei, was thinking, and they supported her. Therefore, the three of them had done their best to facilitate this expedition. Their status in the three clans was not low because they were the best among the young people of the three clans. The three clans had to pay attention to their words. However, this had always been a secret among the three races. The three races had maintained a good relationship with Zhao Hai, so Fei, was quite surprised that Zhao Hai had guessed this. The reason Zhao Hai had guessed this was because he realized that the ones leading the group this time were Fei, and the other two. None of the elders from the three clans were present. This was clearly a signal, so Zhao Hai decided to give it a try. However, he didn't expect the result to be so obvious. Zhao Hai knew what was going on when he saw their reactions. He looked at the three of them and said, "The last time we fought the Golden Bull celestial race, your three races suffered great losses. This will cause your people to develop a sense of war-loathing. I've already guessed this. However, this time I've invited you to send your troops because I want to let you see what kind of enemy you're facing. If one day I really can't hold them back, if your three races don't understand the Atlan continent's army at all, you'll suffer a great loss." When Hiko heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but stand up with a face full of shame. "I'm sorry, sir. It's our clansmen who have let you down." Zhao Hai waved his hand. "There's nothing to be sorry about. Your clansmen were just thinking for your race. Their actions were not wrong. Besides, the battle between me and the god race has already escalated to the point of using the ultimate weapon. Under such circumstances, even if you want to join the battle, you won't be of much help. You will only die in vain. However, this time you must be extremely careful when dealing with the Atlan people. The way they fight, it's something that neither you nor I have ever encountered." Hiko and the others nodded. They were still young and were at the age where they would worship idols. Zhao Hai had used his strength to become their idol, so the three of them had always respected him. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and laughed. "All right, there's no need to think so much. Let's have a good drink today. I'll leave this place to you guys from now on. If there's anything you need, just let me know. I might not have much time to stay here in the future. The army of the gods race might make a move on the S-God continent. I have to take this opportunity to explore the god race continent." When Hiko heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but laugh. Of course, he understood what Zhao Hai meant by playing around. When the time came, the god's race would be in deep trouble. This time, Hiko and the others had drunk too much. For some reason, they were always relaxed in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not drink too much. After arranging for them to stay in the room on the Hades, he returned to his room. Laura and the others were waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai return to his room reeking of alcohol, Mei Ji immediately served him a cup of strong tea. This was also Zhao Hai's habit. After drinking alcohol, he liked to drink a cup of strong tea. The water used to make the tea was, of course, space water. After drinking the cup of tea, Zhao Hai's alcohol was almost gone. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, do you think we should let Fei, and the others know more? I can see that Fei, and the others respect you a lot. If they help, we will have a better chance of getting the three races into the realm." Zhao Hai thought for a moment. "Sure, let's find a chance to let them know more. Oh right, how's the situation with the O'Neill family?" Lola smiled and said, "They're not in a hurry. They're still preparing. I think they might enter the spatial rift tomorrow. Brother Hai, have you decided how to deal with them?" Zhao Hai smiled. "The line of defense there has been built. Naturally, we have to make good use of it. We have to let the O'Neill family know that we're waiting for them here." At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Zio Bingya's voice was heard. Sir, are you there?" Zio Bingya and the others did not come out of their rooms today. They knew that Zhao Hai wanted to have dinner with Fei, and the others alone, so they did not appear outside. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Zio Bingya's voice. He knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, Zio Bingya wouldn't have come to disturb him at this time. He nodded at Laura, who walked to the door and opened it, inviting Zio Bingya in. This was Xiao Bingya's first time in Zhao Hai's room. He thought that Zhao Hai's room was just a little bigger and there would be nothing special about it. However, when he entered the room, he was stunned. What kind of room was this? It was just a space. The green grass on the ground and the villa not far away, everything looked like a completely independent space. It was beautiful. However, Xiao Bingya was only stunned for a moment before he saw Zhao Hai standing not far away. He immediately walked over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Sir, I just received a message from my race. The God Race army has already gathered and will attack our S-God continent tomorrow." Hearing Xiao Bingya's words, Zhao Hai could not help but furrow his brows. The O'Neill family's scouts were going to start a war with them tomorrow, and the Protoss had also launched an attack on the S-God race. It seemed like a battle on two fronts was unavoidable. When Xiao Bingya saw Zhao Hai's frown, he thought that Zhao Hai was in trouble. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He was very confident that Zhao Hai could defeat the Protoss. He believed that Zhao Hai could do what his own people couldn't, so when he saw Zhao Hai frown, he became nervous as well. Fortunately, Zhao Hai only frowned slightly before nodding. "All right, I understand. It seems like these fellows from the gods' race have prepared quite quickly. By the way, can you find out how many great elders the gods' race has sent to deal with your S-God race?" Xiao Bingya nodded. "Yes, I did. The clan's intelligence says there are 7. Zhao Hai nodded. This number was not out of his expectations. He left 2 great elders to defend while the others attacked the S-God race. This was something that Ding Xing and the others had agreed on. It seemed like they were planning to do the same thing this time, but this was also Zhao Hai's chance. Xiao Bingya saw that Zhao Hai did not say anything, so he said, "Teacher, do you have anything to say to the people in our clan?" Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Bingya and smiled. "There's not much to say. I just made it clear to them that they just need to guard well. I'll go to the God Race's continent and cause trouble. When the time comes, I'll definitely help them get out of this siege." Xiao Bingya nodded and continued, "There's one more thing I have to tell you, sir. Those vassal races have finally found the S-God continent and told them that their race is currently at war with Shenfeng. They all feel extremely ashamed and want me to apologize to you here." Zhao Hai waved his hand. "Forget it. They didn't do anything wrong to me. Are they willing to fight the gods' race now? By the way, if your clan needs any weapons, I can provide you with some." Zhao Hai smiled. "I can give you some nightmare arrows, but not the magic cannons. The nightmare arrows I give you are the ones with blood thunder beads. They're quite destructive. Will that be enough?" Xiao Bingya thanked Zhao Hai with a happy face and left. The day passed by quickly. The next morning, Hiko and the rest woke up in a daze. They only felt better after having breakfast. They had also heard from Zhao Hai that the Atlan continent might attack today. Therefore, after having breakfast, they immediately returned to their own troops. Zhao Hai knew that today was the day that the God race would enter the S-God race. However, he was not in a hurry to deal with the God race. He wanted to let the God race and the S-God race fight for a while before going to the God race's continent to deal with the God race. Right now, he wanted to stay here and take care of the O'Neill family. He needed to at least get a few demonic armors. Although Zhao Hai did not go to the Protoss, he was currently doing his best to prepare to deal with the Protoss. The most important thing was to create more God-grade powerhouses and collect more Sky Scorpion armor. Then he would distribute these armor to the demon army. Over the past few days, Zhao Hai had obtained a few hundred Sky Scorpion armor. He had also given them to the demon army. However, due to the many uses of the Sky Scorpion armor, the demon army was still not completely used to it. They were still training, and it would take some time for them to complete their training. Once they were done, Zhao Hai would be able to lead them to sweep through the entire Divine Realm. In addition to the battle suits for the demons, Zhao Hai had also produced a lot of God-grade potions. Now, almost all the members of the Buddha family were God-grade experts, including Laura and the others. However, although their strength had reached the God grade, their combat power was still far inferior to that of true God-grade experts. The O'Neill family didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. At around 9 a.m., a 30-man devil armor squad from the O'Neill family flew in through the spatial crack. The reason why the O'Neill family didn't notice the line of defense that Zhao Hai and the others had set up around the spatial crack was because the line of defense had been covered by a thick fog. This thick fog wasn't black, but just ordinary white fog. However, it could block divine senses and ordinary probes, so the O'Neill family couldn't see what was going on inside the fog. It was precisely because of Zhao Hai's arrangement that the O'Neill family didn't know that Zhao Hai had set up a line of defense. The 30 magic armored warriors carefully flew into the thick fog. They were not very fast, and they had been maintaining their human forms. They did not transform so that they could have the ability to fight at any time. Just as they were carefully moving forward, a few blue lights suddenly shot towards them. The O'Neill family warriors were shocked and immediately dodged. This kind of dodging tactic was a subject that all the pilots of magic armor had to learn in order to avoid the attacks of the enemy's combat energy, magic, or energy beam. These scouts were the O'Neill family's elites. They were all very good at dodging the attacks, and the blue light didn't hit them. However, another row of blue lights shot over. This time, the number and density of the blue lights were greatly increased. The few magic armored warriors of the O'Neill family finally had no way to hide. They immediately set up their protective shields and fired the energy light beams in their hands at the blue lights. The energy beams in their hands were all white and looked more concentrated. The moment the white energy beams collided with the blue energy beams, a loud sound was heard and a lot of the mist was blown away. The two energy beams collided, creating a huge explosion that blew away the mist. This also allowed the O'Neill family to see their enemies. They realized that there was a line of defense not far in front of them. There were many people on the line of defense, and it seemed like a large number of troops were stationed there. Seeing this, the O'Neill family's soldiers immediately stopped, got into a tactical formation, and slowly retreated. However, it was too late for them to retreat now. More blue lights shot from behind them, weaving into a net of light that covered them. They couldn't hide even if they wanted to. However, the O'Neill family reacted very quickly. They immediately formed a circular formation, and all of their devil armors set up a protective shield. Then energy beams shot out from the hands of the devil armors. The few of them cooperated very well, and the blue light couldn't do anything to them. However, the blue light didn't seem to stop. It kept shooting toward them. The O'Neill family felt the pressure on them was getting greater and greater. At this moment, someone in the team shouted, "Concentrate the explosions. Fire at full force on the way here. We must blast a way out or we'll all die here." This person was obviously the commander of the team. As soon as he said that, the armored magic warriors immediately moved. A small frame suddenly extended from their shoulders, and on the frame, 4 small missile-like objects were fixed. Each of them had a frame on their shoulders, and each frame had 4 small missile-like objects on it. These missile-like objects were immediately launched in the direction of the blue light. There was a loud noise, and the blue light coming from behind them was obviously much less. Taking this opportunity, the armor-clad warriors of the O'Neill family immediately flew toward the Ark continent. At this moment, blue light was still shooting at their shields from time to time. Although the blue light was much less, there was still a lot of it left. The O'Neill family could only resist it head-on. However, if they wanted to block the blue light, they had to use their shields, and using shields to block the blue light required energy. The energy in their armor was quickly disappearing. Suddenly, the 2 demonic armors behind the O'Neill family's team were hit by 2 extremely huge blue lights almost at the same time. Their shields only flashed for a moment, then disappeared like a bubble. By the time their shields disappeared, the blue lights had shot directly at the demonic armors. The 2 devil armors did not explode. Instead, they were frozen into ice in an instant and fell to the ground. At this time, a spatial crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and the 2 devil armors were sucked into it. The other members of the O'Neill family naturally saw what had happened to the 2 armors. They were all shocked, and they became even more careful. They didn't know what the 2 rays of blue light were, nor did they know what the spatial rift was. However, one thing was for sure: the 2 demonic armors and their pilots were finished. In fact, the 2 particularly thick blue lights were not secret weapons. They were just the energy beams of a few magic cannons combined together. Zhao Hai didn't participate in the battle this time. He only ordered the undead creatures to attack the demonic armors with the magic cannons. He wanted to see how strong the demonic armors were. The result shocked Zhao Hai. He did not expect the demonic armor to be so strong. Even the Protoss powerhouses could not block the magic cannons, but they could use their shields to block them. It seemed like the demonic armor was really powerful. After taking down the 2 demonic armors, Zhao Hai immediately threw them into the origin space. As soon as they entered the origin space, a notification came from it. Discovered a machine that combines magic civilization and technology civilization. This machine is a primary product that combined magic civilization and technology civilization. It has met the requirements to activate the technology civilization background. Does the host wish to activate the technology civilization background? Zhao Hai was taken aback. He didn't quite understand what the realm meant by that. While he was still trying to figure it out, the realm's voice rang out again. As the machine discovered is a product of the fusion of the magic civilization and the technology civilization, activating the special tool, the Universal Analyzer. This machine is an upgradable product that can be used to analyze, design, calculate, and simulate. It can be connected to high-level items from the magic civilization, technology civilization, and cultivation civilization. It can be analyzed and upgraded. To activate this tool, the host's level needs to be above level 80. The first 2 are from the magic civilization, technology civilization, and cultivation civilization. 5 million gold coins. Does the host wish to activate this item? Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. The all-purpose manufacturing machine had already surprised him. He didn't expect that there would be an all-purpose analyzer now. Furthermore, it could be upgraded. It sounded like it had quite a powerful function. Zhao Hai felt that his brain couldn't wrap itself around this. However, he immediately came back to his senses and said, "Activate technological civilization background, activate special tools." With these two orders, he immediately lost 5 million gold coins in his space. However, there was an additional room next to the universal manufacturing machine in his space. This room was different from the room of the universal manufacturing machine. The room of the all-purpose manufacturing machine looked like an ordinary factory building. It was still ordinary and unremarkable, but this room was a building. It was only 3 stories high, and it had a classical high-tech architectural style. The bright silver metal frame was covered with glass, making it look so neat and clean. Zhao Haijin wished he could go into the space and take a good look at this universal analyzer, but he suppressed that thought. He could only see the universal analyzer through the projection, because he was afraid that he would have to ascend once he entered the space and came out. Zhao Hai had a strong feeling that if he went into the space, he would have to ascend to heaven when he came out. That was why he didn't dare to enter the space. He could only command the space through his head or through the projection. Just as Zhao Hai was dealing with the notification from the realm, the scouts from the O'Neill family had also charged out. Although 3 more armors were shot down by the magic cannons, they still managed to escape. Hiko and the rest led their troops and stood at the side, quietly watching the battle between the undead creatures and the demonic armors. To be honest, the outcome of the battle was beyond their expectations. They weren't happy because they had destroyed 5 demonic armors, but they were shocked that they had only achieved so little in this battle. They knew how powerful the magic cannons were. Even a god would not dare to say that they could block the shots. However, the armor of devils had taken so many shots and were fine. It shocked them. In addition to the offensive power displayed by the demonic armors, there were more than 1,000 magic cannons that had participated in the attack on the demonic armors. In the end, only 5 demonic armors were taken down. Such a result was really not satisfactory. However, the demonic armor's counterattack had destroyed over 200 of Zhao Hai's magic cannons. These magic cannons were destroyed under the protection of Zhao Hai's defensive magic array. Not only did the attack cause the crystals on the defensive magic array to lose all their energy, but it had also destroyed over 200 magic cannons. Just the thought of such an attack sent chills down Fei Er's spine. The defensive magic array used by Zhao Hai and the others was extremely powerful. Even the Protoss would have a headache dealing with such a defensive magic array. They had never thought that it would be broken by the armored devils in an instant. This was too unexpected. Hiko and the others only heaved a sigh of relief when the demonic armor returned to the Ark continent and could no longer be seen. The battle had been short, but it had left them breathless. It had been too intense, far more intense than they had imagined. After the battle was over, Fei Er, Man Dingshan, Zhan Yue, Xiao Bingya, Ladina, and Eheta all looked at the battlefield with gloomy expressions. They now believed Zhao Hai's words. The enemy was really hard to deal with. There were only 30 demonic armors, and they had used nearly 1,000 magic cannons to attack them. Even with the geographical and surprise attack advantage, they only managed to shoot down 5 demonic armors and the rest escaped. They also lost more than 200 magic cannons and more than 100 undead creatures. Such losses were severe, as the ratio of casualties on both sides was very high. Fei Er and the others knew that the undead creatures that Zhao Hai sent to use the magic cannons were all level 9. In their eyes, the undead creatures weren't that strong since they were all god-tier experts. However, even if the undead creatures weren't very strong in their eyes, they were still level 9 undead creatures. Level 9 undead creatures wouldn't be easily destroyed even if they were up against an ordinary pseudo-divine expert. It was really unexpected that the opponent's explosion killed more than 100 of them. Fei Er and the others knew how difficult it was to deal with the undead creatures under Zhao Hai. The undead creatures were the ones who contributed the most to Zhao Hai's annihilation of the Golden Bull celestial race. Not only were their attacks extremely powerful, but their defenses were also very strong. However, they didn't even have the chance to fight back under the attacks of the other party. From this, it could be seen how powerful the other party was. Shock, fear, and a trace of despair rose in the hearts of Hiko and the others. Zhao Hai didn't know what Fei Er and the others were thinking. Although he really wanted to know what had happened in the space, he held back. He still had a lot of things to do, and he didn't want to ascend now. Zhao Hai ordered the undead creatures to clean up the battlefield before returning to the Golden Bull continent. At the same time, Hiko and the others had also boarded the Hades. When Hiko and the others arrived on the Hades, Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw their faces. They all had a heavy expression on their faces, as if they had just lost a battle. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He looked at Fei Er and the others in confusion. What's wrong? Everyone didn't seem too happy. Why? Fei Er looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. Sir, the opponents this time are much stronger than we expected. They seem to be even stronger than the Protoss. Can we defeat them? When Zhao Hai heard Fei Er's words, he immediately understood what Fei Er meant. To be honest, Zhao Hai was also surprised by the performance of the O'Neill family's demonic armors. However, he didn't have the same thoughts as Fei Er and the others. In Zhao Hai's opinion, although these demonic armors had decent offensive power, it was too much to say that they were undefeatable. Furthermore, Zhao Hai knew that these armors were considered to be of a higher grade in the O'Neill family. Not all of the O'Neill family's armors had this kind of combat power. Zhao Hai looked at Fei and the rest and smiled. All right, there's no need to worry about this. We didn't provoke these people on our own accord. They came to provoke us, so it's impossible for us not to fight them even if we wanted to. They're not invincible either. I've gained some understanding of them. Come, let's sit down and talk. Hiko and the rest also sat down. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I've met with the people of Atlan once before. At that time, I didn't reveal my identity. I only said that I was from the Ark continent. I didn't mention the situation here either. I only said that there were only level 9 powerhouses here, no god-ranked powerhouses. At that time, I was already preparing to launch a counterattack on the Divine Realm. Hiko and the rest did not expect Zhao Hai to notice this Atlan person so early on. This surprised them. Zhao Hai looked at them and continued, the people from the Atlan continent are very special. Actually, the Atlan continent is just a general term for them. Zhao Hai continued to introduce the Atlan continent to Fei, and the others. At the same time, he also told them that the enemies they were facing were only from the O'Neill family. Hiko and the others listened quietly. They did not expect Zhao Hai to have done so much preparation. He had even learned Atlanta language. This made them extremely shocked. Zhao Hai looked at them and said with a smile, although the devil armors we saw today are very powerful, they are the elites of the O'Neill family. They are the strongest group. These devil armors are very powerful, but they are not invincible. Most importantly, there shouldn't be many experts like them in the O'Neill family. Other than these devil armors have a fatal weakness. Hiko and the rest looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there is a huge problem with the endurance of these magic armors. These magic armors are piloted by humans, and the person driving the magic armors cannot provide the magic armors with power. The magic armors have their own power system to provide them with energy, and all of their energy comes from a type of energy device. I don't know how the Atlan continent people made this kind of energy device, but this energy device can extract the energy from the magic crystal and then compress it. It can be said that without this energy device, the devilish armor would be a pile of scrap metal. Fei, and the others' eyes lit up when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They knew what this meant. They weren't idiots. They were all battle-hardened soldiers. They were very clear about this. When they heard Zhao Hai mention this energy device, they immediately understood the weakness of the demonic armor. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. How is it? Now you know their weakness, right? Hahaha, that's right. This type of armor isn't very strong in prolonged combat, and their energy consumption will be much faster in battle. This is the biggest weakness of the armor. Fei's eyes lit up as she said to Zhao Hai, sir, the magic armors ran away after only a few attacks. Was it because the magic cannons were too powerful that their energy was depleted too quickly? If they didn't retreat, the magic armors might have run out of energy and become a pile of scrap metal for us to crush. Fei, and the others smiled again. They had previously thought that the demonic armor was undefeatable because they did not know much about it. Now that they had a complete understanding of it, they were naturally no longer afraid. Zhao Hai saw that he had achieved his goal, so he didn't say anything else. Instead, Fei, and the others were discussing how to deal with the O'Neill family's attack. Other than Fei, Man Dingxian and Zhan Yue, Xiao Bingya and the other two were also on the Hades. Xiao Bingya and the other two had been by Zhao Hai's side when he was attacking the Golden Bull celestial race. Therefore, they knew Fei, and the others and had a good relationship with them. Thus, they didn't feel like strangers when they sat together and chatted. Zhao Hai looked at them calmly. It could be said that the people on the ship were all people Zhao Hai wanted to win over. He wanted to pull them to his side and make them his right and left hands so that they could enter the medium. However, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't be as direct to these people as he was to the Asmodeans. The reason why he had been successful with the Asmodeans was because they wanted a change of environment. The environment in the Asmodeans was too bad. There were many reasons for the Ark continent to move into the realm. The Ark continent faced 3 great enemies, the demonic realm, the gods, and the underworld. No matter which one it was, the Ark continent could not deal with it. Secondly, Zhao Hai's reputation on the Ark continent was unparalleled. Although the people of the Ark continent did not treat Zhao Hai as a god, they had placed a portrait of Zhao Hai in their homes. In fact, Zhao Hai was already a living god on the Ark continent. It was for these reasons that the people of the Ark continent were willing to leave the Ark continent and enter the realm. The living conditions of the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race were even better than those on the Ark continent. They were the places where they could produce their own divine-level experts, so their living conditions were naturally much better than those on the Ark continent. Although they couldn't compare to the space, they didn't necessarily envy the environment in the space. They were different from the demon race. In addition, the thunder race and the other two races had cooperated with Zhao Hai in order to break free from the gods' race's rule. Although Zhao Hai's reputation among their races was not low, he had not yet reached the level of a god. It would be extremely difficult to get these three races into the dimension. Even though the three of them were extremely respectful to him, Zhao Hai knew that they were more concerned about their own race. Hence, Zhao Hai was extremely careful when he was trying to win them over. The situation of Xiao Bingya and the others was much more complicated than that of Fei Er and the others. Xiao Bingya and the others did not have a high status in their own clans, and they did not have much say in their own clans. In addition, they were very loyal to their own clans, so it was not easy to win them over. It was because of these considerations that Zhao Hai did not let Hiko and the others know more about his secrets. Zhao Hai realized that the influence of the space on people with strong minds was not that strong. Take the Great Demon King as an example. He was definitely a man with a firm mind. The reason why he agreed to let Zhao Hai bring all the demons into the boundless space was because of the good environment in the boundless space and the fact that the demons wouldn't give in easily. He believed that if Zhao Hai couldn't do what he had promised, the entire demon race would rise up and rebel against Zhao Hai. It was because of this confidence that the Great Demon King agreed to let Zhao Hai enter the boundless space and even brought the entire demon race into the boundless space. However, after the Great Demon King entered the realm, he continued to fight for the benefits of the demon race. It was not like what Zhao Hai had expected, where he would immediately listen to Zhao Hai's orders and consider everything for him. It was because of this incident that Zhao Hai was reminded that the space wasn't omnipotent. There was a limit to what the space could do to these intelligent creatures. Fei, and Xiao Bingya's identities were different from the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King was the lord of the demon world, and his reputation in the demon race was unparalleled. It could be said that as long as he was mentioned, the entire demon world would be moved. In addition, there was the matter of Lu Wei, so Zhao Hai took the risk to persuade the Great Demon King. Fei, and the others were different. They weren't the highest-ranking leaders in the country. There were still people in charge of them before them. The words they said carried too little weight. Even if they were taken care of, it didn't mean that they were taken care of by the other races. Therefore, Zhao Hai wouldn't take the risk. Zhao Hai was still observing Fei, and the others. He would only try to persuade them when he felt that they were willing to give up on their own people for his sake. Zhao Hai needed more people. Now that his realm had opened up the technology background, it meant that he could add a few more people to his realm. It would be a waste to just leave them there, so Zhao Haixu needed more people. However, he didn't want to do anything reckless. It wasn't a good thing to let too many people know his secret. George walked out of his magic armor. He was a little depressed. He had not expected that he would be immediately knocked out the moment he entered the crack to investigate. Furthermore, he had lost 3 magic armors. This was a huge loss for them. It was just as Zhao Hai had thought. The demonic armors they were using for reconnaissance were the finest demonic armors of the O'Neill family. The cost of making the first one was much higher than ordinary demonic armors. Now that they had lost 3 of them in one go, it was a huge blow to them. In addition to the loss of the devil armors, the impact on their morale was also very great. George was a person who was determined to win, but when his family sent out a scout for the first time, he was not included. This made George very upset. In a major clan, if the clan assigned a scout to you at the most critical moment, it was not because the clan wanted you to die, but out of their trust in you. If the clan trusted you and thought highly of you, would you be far away from being promoted? George was an ambitious man. He wanted to be an official, a high-ranking official, but this was the first time his family had sent out scouts, and he was not the one leading them. This made him a little depressed. He thought that in terms of commanding ability, he was not inferior to Lu Shiming at all, and Lu Shiming was just an outdated genius. His strength could not be compared to his, while Penny's was too careful and a little slow when he did things. In George's opinion, these 2 people were not as good as him. He should be the first choice of the family's scouts. However, he was disappointed. Fortunately, his family sent him out in the second batch, so he naturally held back his energy and wanted to perform well. The previous net scouting advancement method had been invented by George. It had to be admitted that George had some skills, but his luck had been a little bad. The underworld that Lu Shiming had encountered would not attack you as long as you left the Black Mist. Perhaps to the people of the underworld, the area within the Black Mist was their territory. Penis had entered the demonic realm and there was no one there, so Penis was naturally not attacked. Only George had entered the god realm, which was behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai naturally would not be polite to him. Their losses this time weren't big, but it wasn't a good thing for George. Lu Shiming and Penny's had some gains, while they hadn't suffered any losses. Only George had some gains, but he had suffered such losses. This made George's expression turn ugly. The man beside him immediately responded and turned around to make the arrangements. George looked around and saw that there were already 20 chariots and about 300 magic armors. This number was not to be underestimated, but George still felt that it was not too safe. So far, they had not seen who the other party was and what kind of weapons they were using. So George immediately said, "Order the army to retreat to the city behind us to repair themselves. We'll focus on monitoring this spatial crack." Although George was depressed, as a qualified scout, he still made the best decision. He was a fan of the government, but being a fan of the government was not necessarily a weakness. Sometimes, being a fan of the government might be a strength, because if he wanted to be a high-ranking official, he had to produce results, and George was that kind of person. He was very clear that his greatest asset now was his ability as a scout. As long as he performed well, he could be promoted to a higher position. Therefore, he had always been excellent in the field of reconnaissance. As soon as George gave the order, the chariots immediately started moving back. George didn't get into the chariot. Instead, he stood on the roof of the chariot and looked at the god race's spatial crack with a complicated expression. After a while, he snorted and said, "Just wait, I'll be back." After saying that, George jumped into the chariot and drove straight to the city behind. The city that George had chosen was the closest city to the spatial rift. If one drove a chariot, it would only take less than 2 hours to get from the city to the spatial rift. Standing on the city wall, one could see the spatial rift clearly. That was why George had chosen him. They did not come here to attack. They only came to monitor the spatial crack and let their family members know about the situation. What George didn't know was that Zhao Hai had been watching their every move. After Zhao Hai had unraveled the knot in Fei, and the others' hearts, he had them go back and make preparations. In the future, his main focus would still be on the Protoss. As for the O'Neill family, his main focus was still on defense. He just had to treat them as if they were outside the divine realm. Of course, the defense of this place was still mainly left to Fei, and the others. Zhao Hai believed that even if Fei, and the others could block the O'Neill family's attack, they would still suffer significant losses. It would be much easier to bring them back into the origin space. However, after Fei, and the others left, Zhao Hai didn't immediately pay attention to George and the others. He returned to his room and immediately turned on the surveillance camera. He called Kai out and asked him about the technology background. For Zhao Hai, the demonic armor and the god race were not as important as the upgrade of the space. However, to his surprise, he didn't hear any news about the upgrade of the space. He only heard that the space background had been opened. Therefore, he had to call Kai out and ask him about it. Laura and the others didn't know about the upgrade of the realm, so they didn't understand why Zhao Hai would suddenly call Kai out. "Kai, how's the realm doing?" Zhao Hai asked as soon as he saw Kai. Kai smiled, "Young master, it's a good thing. Now that the realm has opened up a technological background, young master can buy 10 more realms, and these 10 realms are all technological realms." "I've thought of that," Zhao Hai nodded. "But what's the point of buying this technological space?" Kai smiled and said, "Of course it's useful. It's very useful. Young master, you don't know what the technology space can do. Right now, you can only buy some low-level technology spaces. There are some buildings in this space. For example, you bought a space, and in the background of that space, there is a gas manufacturing plant, and that car manufacturing plant can be used." When Zhao Hai heard Kai-er's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. He knew exactly what Kai-er meant. After buying the technological space, it meant that he had bought a lot of things related to technology, such as an automobile manufacturing plant, a mobile phone manufacturing plant, and maybe even a satellite manufacturing plant. If that were the case, it would be of great help to both him and the technological space. Just like now, when he contacted Zio Bingya and the others, he still used the messenger fish. If he could make a mobile phone, then they could completely contact each other using mobile phones in the future, which would be even more convenient. "Kai, what's the level of technology in this basic technological space?" Zhao Hai asked. Kai smiled and said, "We've reached the level of an ordinary technological civilization, and we've just started to explore the universe." Zhao Hai was overjoyed to hear this. He understood what Kai meant. The exploration of the universe just now meant that Earth had reached a technological level. If that was the case, it meant that Zhao Hai could buy 10 spaces similar to Earth's civilization. This was great for Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing. Laura and the others were confused by Zhao Hai's words. To be honest, they didn't know much about technology, let alone space exploration. After a long while, Zhao Hai finally calmed down. He immediately said to Kai, from the looks of it, that devilish armor shouldn't be of such a low grade, right? Why am I only able to buy a low-level technological space now?" Zhao Hai clearly remembered that if low-level technology was used to explore the universe, it would be the same as Earth. However, there was no such thing as magic armor on Earth. On Earth, magic armor only existed in fantasy novels. It should be something that could only be achieved by a more advanced technology civilization. Kai smiled and said, "Young master, you have to know that the demonic armor isn't just a product of machinery. The core of the demonic armor is composed of magic arrays. It can be said to be a kind of magic technology, not pure technology. That's why you can only buy the most ordinary technology for now. Hearing Kai Er's words, Zhao Hai nodded his head. How do I level this up in the future? And that universal analyzer, how do I upgrade that thing? Kai Er smiled and said, only if young master can find a more advanced technological civilization in the future and put him into the space will he naturally be able to upgrade. What's the use of that universal analysis machine? Zhao Hai continued. Kai laughed and said, young master, you'll know soon enough. Young master, you can put Pluto into the space and then let the universal analyzer analyze it. Zhao Hai nodded. With a wave of his hand, Hades became smaller and was thrown into his space. Then he enlarged his cane and stood on it with Lola and the others. On the staff, there was a monitor showing Hades' situation in the dimension. Since Zhao Hai could not enter the dimension, this was the only way he could observe the situation. After the Hades entered the realm, it immediately flew to the 3-story building. The door of the building opened automatically, and the Hades entered. The monitor immediately displayed the situation inside the door. The situation inside the door was somewhat out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai thought that the 3-story building would be filled with rooms, but he did not expect that there was a huge machine inside the building. As soon as they entered the room, Pluto landed on the ground. The clean and white floor became a conveyor belt, moving into the room. Then, from every corner of the room, different colored lights shone on Pluto. The light scanned the Hades, and it didn't stop. It went from one end of the room to the other, and then came out of the back door and floated into the air. Not only Zhao Hai, but Laura and the others were also looking at the monitor curiously. They wanted to know what the realm was going to do this time. At this moment, he heard a notification from the space, initiating analysis program. Analysis in progress. Estimated time for this analysis, 10 minutes. Then numbers appeared on the window of the small building, and the numbers began to jump. Zhao Hai and the others were not in a hurry. They just sat there quietly and waited. 10 minutes passed quickly. When the number finally reached 0, a voice from the space said, analysis complete. This object is a high-level weapon from the cultivation civilization. After strengthening, its defense is medium, attack is medium, and speed is high. The materials used are boundless golden sand, chaos crystal, iron essence, yin iron essence. The body of the ship is equipped with a long-range magic cannon. Its attack power is weak, but it can be improved. The recommended improvement is, Zhao Hai and Laura were dumbfounded as they listened to the system announcement. This was too shocking. The analysis machine had only reported that the Hades, which they thought was extremely powerful, was only at the intermediate level. Moreover, it had already analyzed the materials Lu Wei had used to make the Hades, and even provided suggestions for improvement. This thing was too powerful, wasn't it? Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the voice from the space said, if the host wishes to improve this weapon, the host can use the all-purpose manufacturing machine. After the improvement, the weapon's speed can be increased by 20, the weapon's defense by 40, the attack power by 40, and the magic cannon's attack power by 40. The improvement will cost 1 million gold coins. The host can provide the materials, diamond wood, cold light, innate yin fire, earth flame, and all kinds of magic arrays. The time required is 3 hours. After this, there were no more notifications from the realm. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others just stood there in a daze. They didn't expect the universal analysis machine to be so useful. After a while, Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He laughed and said, good, this is really good stuff. Immediately improve Hades according to the analysis machine's suggestion. At his command, Pluto immediately flew to the universal manufacturing machine. Then a white light covered the ship, and it disappeared. Once the Hell King disappeared into the universal manufacturing machine, Zhao Hai finally let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to look at Laura and the others and laughed this time. We've really picked up a treasure. Laura and the others were also very happy, and Becky immediately said, Big Brother Hai, didn't you say that we can buy the technological background? Let's buy a few people and see what they look like. After being reminded by Li Jai, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that they could also buy the technology background. He immediately nodded and turned to Kai. Kai, show me all the technological backgrounds that you can buy. Kai said, and with a wave of her hand, the monitor screen immediately changed to the background page of the shop. On this page there were small pictures, some of which were black and white, and some of which were Kai Er's. Zhao Hai understood that he couldn't buy the black and white ones. He took a look at the black and white ones and found that they were just some normal and magic background. It seemed that his level was not high enough, so he couldn't buy the normal and magic background anymore. This time he could buy them. It could only be the technological background. Zhao Hai took a look at the technological background of the books. There were hints under the background, but they were only introductions to the scenery. They were not very useful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the background pictures carefully, trying to find the 10 most suitable ones. However, it was not easy. There were more than 100 pictures of their backs. It was not easy to find the ones that suited Zhao Hai. Laura and the others stared blankly at the background. They had never seen anything like the tall building that had more than 100 stories in the cars. They were all curious about the things in the background. Kai had never seen these things before, but she had been combined with the realm, so when the realm had started this technological background, it had immediately sent the relevant information to Kai's head, so Kai knew everything about this technological background. After choosing for a long time, Zhao Hai finally created 10 background pictures and bought them one by one. Although Zhao Hai had long wanted to live a modern life, he didn't dare to enter the origin space, so he could only watch from the outside, drooling. When it was Laura's turn, she insisted on checking out the background of those things. Zhao Hai didn't care about that and let Kai, and the others go. At the same time, he asked Kai to tell Laura and the others what those things in the background of technology were. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai paid attention to George and the others. However, George and the others had already returned to the city. They only sent people to watch the crack and had no intention of attacking. Seeing that George and the others weren't attacking, Zhao Hai was relieved. He sat on the platform formed by the staff and looked down at the busy races. His heart was calm. Fei and the others went back to the clan to prepare for the upcoming battle with the O'Neill family, while Xiao Bingya and the others went to the defense line. That was why Zhao Hai dared to throw Pluto into the dimension for the all-purpose analysis machine to analyze. Zhao Hai's heart heated up at the thought of the universal analysis machine. He immediately realized that if this thing was called the universal analysis machine, did that mean it could analyze anything? Could he also analyze the undead creatures? At this thought, Zhao Hai sat up immediately and turned on the monitor. He then sent an undead creature into the universal analysis machine. The undead creature walked to the door of the universal analysis machine, and a white light enveloped it. Then, the undead creature rapidly shrank until it was almost the size of the shrunken Hades. It then entered the universal analysis machine and followed the same program as the Hades. Zhao Hai looked at all of this in a daze. He really didn't expect such an outcome. The universal analysis machine could actually shrink the things it wanted to analyze. This was too strange. However, he remembered that the universal analysis machine was a reward from the realm. It wasn't a big deal to have such strange abilities, so he didn't care about it anymore. What he wanted to know now was the result of the universal analysis machine's analysis of the undead creatures. After the undead came out from the back door of the universal analysis machine, it returned to its normal size. Then the voice from the space said, "Initiating analysis program. Analysis in progress. Analysis will take 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. 1 analysis complete. This object is a robot-like object with a program. The materials used are ordinary crystal materials provided by the universal machine. It can be upgraded automatically. Its current attack power is weak, but it can be improved. Improvement Plan 1, which is the host's current use, is to put this object into a hell background and let it slowly upgrade. This is the recommended plan. Improvement Plan 2, the host can use the all-purpose machine to improve it. Materials required: yin metal essence, immeasurable golden sand, and chaos crystal. The total cost of improvement is 100,000 gold coins. The host can provide the materials: immeasurable golden sand. As the host cannot provide all the materials, the material cost for improvement will be 5 million gold coins. The program of the improved robot-like object will be reset, and all previous information will be cleared. The defense and attack of the improved robot-like object will increase by 200. Note, after improvement, the robot-like object will have its defense increased by 200. The robot-like object will never be able to level up again. I hope the host will think twice. Zhao Hai listened to the results of the analysis machine in a daze. He didn't expect the realm to have a way to rapidly increase the strength of the undead creatures. However, even if he told Zhao Hai about this method, he wouldn't use it. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and threw the undead creature back into the hell dimension. He thought for a while and then put the blood-red giant scorpion from his staff back into the dimension for the analysis machine to analyze. When the giant scorpion came out from the back door of the analysis machine, a notification sounded. Initiating analysis program, beginning analysis. This object is a battle suit-type defensive weapon produced by the realm. Current level, perfect. Host's level is not high enough, so it cannot be improved. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He didn't expect this thing to have such a high evaluation of battle suits. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. His current battle suit was a product of the realm, so there was no problem with the quality. Moreover, if he wanted to upgrade this battle suit, it would be impossible to use the all-purpose machine, which was why the analysis machine gave such an answer. Zhao Hai thought for a while and released another domain weapon. He sent it to the analysis machine. Zhao Hai had been wanting to improve his domain weapon, but he didn't have the time. Although the 10,000 mechanism could provide some improvements, they couldn't compare to the analysis machine. Hence, Zhao Hai wanted to see what the analysis machine would give him. After a series of procedures, the system prompt sounded again, initiating analysis program. Analysis begins. Analysis results. This object is a crude low-grade weapon. Its design level is deemed unreasonable. It requires too much energy to use, has weak attack power, weak defense, and low speed. All materials used are ordinary. Modification plan. The host is advised to destroy this object and turn it into raw materials before sending it into the all-purpose manufacturing machine. Follow the instructions of the all-purpose manufacturing machine and reforge weapons or other items. Zhao Hai was depressed. Not to mention, a domain weapon was a treasure in both the divine realm and other places. Even if there was a battle suit in the divine realm, a domain weapon was also a display of strength. It was definitely something that everyone would fight for. However, the results of the analysis machine were useless. There was nothing worth redeeming. Zhao Hai was at a loss for words. Zhao Hai smiled wryly and kept the domain weapon. He didn't say anything else. He had thought it through. The analyzer was able to find a bunch of flaws in something like Hades. Naturally, the analyzer wouldn't say anything good about a domain weapon. The reason why the battle suit analysis machine did not give any improvements was mostly because it was a product of the realm. If he wanted to improve it, he would naturally be able to do so after the realm upgraded. That was why the analysis machine did not give any improvements. However, the results of the analysis machine piqued Zhao Hai's interest. He immediately threw the magic armor he had just obtained in front of the analysis machine. After a set of procedures, a notification sound rang out, initiating analysis program. Analysis begins. Time used for this analysis, 30 seconds. Analysis complete. This object is a magic technology combined with a battle armor type weapon. Level attack power low, speed low, defense low. Due to insufficient information, I am unable to provide a method to improve it. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He really did not expect such an outcome. It seemed that the all-purpose machine was not completely all-purpose. He was only analyzing various objects based on the available information and providing solutions for improvement. He could not do anything beyond that range. Karen and the rest were already trying to improve some of the magic arrays. They wanted to see what kind of effect these magic arrays would have if they were used on the magic armor one day. However, the analysis machine was unable to do so. It seemed that they still needed people to complete the construction. At this moment, Laura and the others walked out of the medium excitedly. To Zhao Hai's surprise, each of them was holding a mobile phone and a laptop. Their clothes were very modern. If Zhao Hai didn't know their background, he would have thought that they came from Earth. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai staring at them blankly, they couldn't help but laugh. One by one, they began to tell Zhao Hai about what happened after they entered the technology space. It turned out that the technological backdrops that Zhao Hai bought all had large shopping malls. In these large shopping malls, one could find almost everything on Earth, including clothes, jewelry, computers, and mobile phones. Heir had the manufacturing methods of these things, so she taught them to Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very amazed. Each of them took a few sets of clothes, a pair of bracelets, and a laptop. Then she walked out of the space. Of course, they didn't forget about Zhao Hai. When they came out, they gave Zhao Hai a phone and a laptop. These were the things that they were most excited about. Laura thought that Zhao Hai didn't know how to use a mobile phone or a computer, so she took out her mobile phone and waved it at Zhao Hai. Big brother Hai, look at this. You don't know what it is, right? Come, I'll teach you. With this, you won't need to use the messenger fish anymore. As he spoke, he placed the phone in Zhao Hai's hand and even taught Zhao Hai how to use it. Zhao Hai looked at Laura with a strange expression, then turned to Kai and said, Kai, can this phone be used here? Kai nodded and said, yes, you can. These phones can be used in any background in the space. If you take them out of the space, they can only be used within a 10,000-meter radius of you. Outside of this range, they can't be used anymore. Zhao Hai nodded. The surveillance camera was now moving to a new location, and the range of surveillance was about 10,000 meters with him as the center. It seemed that this was all because of the space, which was why the phone could be used outside. Zhao Hai took a look at the phone in his hand. He couldn't tell what brand it was, but it was beautiful. There weren't many buttons on it. Other than the buttons on ordinary phones, there wasn't much else. However, the screen was very large. It was black and looked simple yet grand from the outside. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction and pressed the power button. The screen of the phone immediately lit up. It was different from the startup animation of any phone that Zhao Hai had seen before. Once the phone was turned on, the startup animation displayed was a farm. Then the farm slowly disappeared and became a blue sky, white clouds, and green grass as the background. At the same time, a computer desktop image appeared on the phone. Zhao Hai was quite satisfied with this phone. When he was on Earth, he had played with many phones. Speaking of which, there were not many people on Earth who had not played with a phone before. Zhao Hai turned around and looked at Laura. Laura, what's your number? Lola looked at Zhao Hai's actions in a daze. Zhao Hai's movements when playing with a phone were much more familiar than hers. One look and she could tell that it was not his first time. This made her very confused. Now that she heard Zhao Hai's words, she immediately gave him his phone number. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the number. The number was not an 11-digit number, but a 7-digit one, just like those landline numbers that had not been upgraded. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He dialed Laura's number on his phone. A pleasant music was heard. It was Laura's phone. Laura took over the phone and said excitedly, "I see it. Big brother, hi, this is your phone number." Zhao Hai took a look at the number on the screen and almost fainted. This number was too domineering. 6 zeros and 1 1. Good heavens, number 1. This was the first time Zhao Hai had seen such a number. Zhao Hai glanced at the number and said, "Why didn't you guys pick a few numbers that are next to mine? Why did you have to choose these numbers?" After saying that, Zhao Hai pointed at his phone. Laura's number was displayed on the screen. Laura's number was very interesting. The 7 numbers were arranged in a row, and it was awkward to read them. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura smiled and said, "It's fun, Big Brother Hai. Isn't this fun? By the way, Big Brother Hai, why do you know how to use a phone?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't forget that I'm the host of the realm. It's not strange that I know how to use a phone." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others agreed. Of course, Zhao Hai couldn't tell them anything about Earth. It was his secret, and he wasn't going to tell anyone. Zhao Hai casually saved Laura's number into his phone. This phone could take pictures, so he took a picture of Laura as her head portrait. Seeing Zhao Hai so familiar with his phone, Laura and the others couldn't take it anymore. They immediately surrounded Zhao Hai and asked him to help them fix their phones. Zhao Hai didn't decline. He saved their phone numbers in his phone and set their own ringtones and profile pictures. Looking at Laura and the others fiddling with their mobile phones happily, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, Laura and the others were only 20 years old. For example, Meg and Near were only 18 years old. On Earth, girls at this age would spend a lot of time and effort on dressing up and crying over quarrels with their boyfriends. However, Laura and the others had become independent, strong women. The gap between them was too big. Zhao Hai didn't disturb them when he saw them fiddling with their phones. He understood their feelings very well. It was the same when he first got his phone. He fiddled with it in the middle of the night without sleeping, but it was even more serious than Laura and the others. Zhao Hai picked up the laptop that Laura and the others had prepared for him and opened it. It was a computer page that he was very familiar with. However, unlike the computer pages on Earth, there were not as many programs installed by himself. There were only some programs that came with the computer, and there was no way to connect to the internet. Zhao Hai said to Kai, who was sitting on his shoulder, "Kai, is there anything in this computer?" "Young master, aren't these things stored in computers?" Kai asked. "Oh right, I've also saved some information about magic arrays in the computer." Zhao Hai then remembered that although he had a computer now, this was not Earth. There was no internet here for him to surf at will. How do we solve the power problem? Zhao Hai nodded. Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry about that, young master. I've already prepared a lot of solar energy chargers. They can be used to charge your mobile phone and computer." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. By the way, prepare some computers for father-in-law and the others. They're studying magic arrays there and need the help of computers more." Kai replied. At this moment, a notification sound came from the space. "Hades's modifications have been completed. Does the host wish to summon it?" "Summon it," Zhao Hai said immediately after a brief pause. As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, Hades appeared in front of them. Zhao Hai took a look at the ship. It did not seem to have changed much. It did not look any different from when they first entered the ship. This made Zhao Hai a little confused. Laura and the others also noticed that Zhao Hai had summoned Hades. They followed Zhao Hai and boarded the ship. There were no changes to the ship, so Zhao Hai immediately started to operate the ship. When the ship started to move, Zhao Hai finally felt the difference. In the past, when Pluto moved, it would have to accelerate. In other words, at the beginning, Pluto was not that fast. It had to slowly accelerate to reach its maximum speed. However, things were different now. With a single thought from Zhao Hai, the Hades could reach its maximum speed. It was also more stable and agile. When the Hades moved, many magic arrays would appear on the side of the ship. These magic arrays covered the entire ship, making the Hades look even more mysterious. Zhao Hai tried a few more times and realized that the Hades was much more agile now. In the past, the Hades was too fast. If it went at full speed, it would be very difficult to turn and it had to make big turns. But now it was different. With just one order from Zhao Hai, the Hades could turn at full speed. It was as agile as a fish in the water. In addition to its speed, Hades' attack power had also increased. In the past, Hades' ramming fish could fly out and kill enemies, but it was not flexible enough to change directions. Now all these problems were solved. The flagpole and magic cannon were similar. Zhao Hai only had to test it out to know that Hades' combat power had improved a lot. However, the waves below Hades did not seem to have changed. Zhao Hai thought that the dimension did not change the waves, but he still tried to make the waves roll up. When the waves rolled up, Zhao Hai realized the difference. The waves did not roll around randomly like before. This was the first time the waves rolled up, and there were many magic arrays in them. Those magic arrays were still spinning, and it was obvious that they were much stronger than before. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the changes on Hades. He led Laura and the others into the room. The room did not change much, but it seemed to be bigger than before. It had become a small space. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the changes on Hades. He returned to the room with Laura and the others, and turned on the surveillance camera to check on the O'Neill family. George's letter had yet to be sent to the O'Neill family, so he didn't know what kind of opinion the O'Neill family would have. However, it was clear that George wouldn't make a move on the defense line of the spatial rift before the O'Neill family's reinforcements arrived. This way, Zhao Hai could finally relax. What he needed to do now was to wait for news from the S-God race. As long as the S-God race could hold the main continent of the Divine Realm back for a period of time, he was confident that he could turn the various main continents of the God race into complete chaos. By now, nearly 10,000 warriors of the demon army had put on the demon scorpion armor. They were also adapting to the use of the demon armor. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the combat power of the armor on the demon warriors seemed to be inferior to that of the Protoss. However, after thinking about it, he understood what was going on. The combat power of the demon warriors was not as good as that of the great elders of the God race. The great elders of the God race could not use the ultimate weapon for a long time. The consumption of the ultimate weapon was too great for them. The realm might have thought of this when it collected the battle armors as seeds. The reason why these battle armors could not unleash more powerful powers than the Protoss ultimate weapon was that the person wearing them was not capable enough. Moreover, the difference between this battle armors and the Protoss ultimate weapon was that this battle armors did not have a secondary function like the ultimate weapon. Let's put it this way. To the great elders of the Protoss, the ultimate weapon was like a 3-year-old child who had to use an 18-pound hammer to hit someone. Even if they forced themselves to use the hammer, they would eventually be exhausted to death by it. However, this kind of battle suit in the medium didn't have such a shortcoming. The battle suit was like clothes and weapons that were customized for people. In the hands of a 3-year-old, it was just an ordinary piece of clothing, and a wooden saber or sword in the hands of an adult. It was a full set of armor and the best weapon. After thinking this through, Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. Although the members of Team Devil couldn't reach the strength of the Great Elder in a short time, Zhao Hai was already very happy. Zhao Hai understood that one bird in the hand was better than 100 birds in the forest. No matter how good an item was, one had to have the ability to use it. Although the demon scorpion armor grown in the realm was not as powerful as the ultimate weapon of the Protoss, it could greatly increase the combat power of the demon army. This was enough for Zhao Hai. The demon army was an army that Zhao Hai valued greatly. The potential of this army was immeasurable. If the demon scorpion armor had a secondary function like the ultimate weapon, Zhao Hai would not have given it to the demon army. Although the demon army's combat power was weaker than expected, it was enough. Now, Zhao Hai really wanted to equip the undead creatures with some weapons to strengthen their combat power. He didn't have a suitable weapon yet. Zhao Hai's original intention was to give the undead the demon scorpion armor, but the number of armor required was too large. Zhao Hai couldn't afford it, so he had to delay the matter. 3 days later, Zhao Hai was observing the situation at the O'Neill family. This time, George and the others had gone far away, so it would not be easy to send a letter to the O'Neill family. 3 days had passed, but the letter had not reached the O'Neill family. However, Zhao Hai did not have the time to care too much. Xiao Bingya had just come to find him and brought him some news. The gods' race had sent out their troops. The Celestials had only sent out their troops and had not yet engaged the S-God race. However, Zhao Hai also understood that he had to make preparations. After sending Xiao Bingya away, Zhao Hai sat in his room and looked at the busy O'Neill family members on the screen. His eyes did not move for a long time. Laura and the other girls were sitting beside them, playing with computers. Since they learned how to use computers, Laura and the other girls especially liked playing with them. Although there were no games on the computer, it was really convenient for them. These days, Laura and the others were trying to figure out a way to input the materials they had collected before into the computer. This wasn't an easy job as they had obtained a lot of information before. Even if they didn't need to type, just sorting out the information would be enough to keep them busy for a while. Zhao Hai was currently thinking about how to deal with the gods' race. It was impossible for the gods' race not to be on guard against him. Moreover, the gods' race had some understanding of his strength. If the gods' race made any arrangements, it would not be a good thing for Zhao Hai. Regardless of whether it was a good thing or not, Zhao Hai had to take action against the gods' race. These gods' race people were Lu Wei's most loyal lackeys. He had to take care of them. However, when he was facing the remaining 9 continents of the God clan, he had to find a place to start first. He had to choose a good place to fight and attract the attention of the God clan. Only then would the God clan withdraw their troops and he could solve their siege. Zhao Hai was now suspecting that when the gods' race sent out an army to deal with the S-God race this time, there were probably not many great elders with them. Previously, when Xiao Bingya said that there were 7 great elders in the gods' race's army, Zhao Hai thought that it was fake news. The Protoss had probably released this information to lure him into attacking the Protoss continent. Furthermore, they had already prepared a pocket there, waiting for Zhao Hai to crawl into it. If that was really the case, then Dinxing and the others' discussion about sending troops to deal with the Escod race in Golden Bull continent had been deliberately said for him to hear. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai's mind began to spin rapidly. He had fought the Protoss many times before, and he had always gained the upper hand because of the help of the dimensional space. The Protoss must have realized this as well. Even if they did not know about the existence of the dimensional space, they would definitely have thought that he had a special technique that allowed them to monitor him from a distance. That was why Ding Xing and the others had deliberately discussed sending troops to deal with the Escod race to lure him into a decisive battle. In fact, he had made a pocket in the Gods race's continent for him to crawl into. Although the phrase besiege way to save Zhao didn't exist here, everyone understood this principle. Previously, Dinxing and the others had used the power of 5 great elders and still couldn't do anything to him. What made them think that he wouldn't dare to attack the Gods race just because there were 2 great elders holding the fort now? This was clearly unreasonable. Thus, they had already predicted that he would attack the Gods race from the very beginning and had been waiting for them there. Everything they had done before was just to make him believe that they were really going to attack the Escod race. The more he thought about it, the more likely he felt that was the case. The battle between him and the Gods race was not new. Although most of the Gods race he had defeated had entered the medium, it was hard to guarantee that no one had escaped. The Gods race must have some understanding of Zhao Hai's methods. Those Gods race people must have known that Yun Tianlei had tried to force him into a decisive battle with this method, but had failed in the end. At that time, Zhao Hai had run to the Church of Light and caused a great disturbance. After the Protoss base was thrown into chaos, Yun Tianlei and the others had to retreat. They had suffered a great loss. The Gods race wouldn't suffer such a loss a second time. Under such circumstances, it was too strange for the Gods race to still use such a method. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai turned around and said to the others, Li Jai, do you think that the Gods race's plan to attack the Escod race this time is a part of their plan? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, she was stunned for a moment. Then she frowned and said, it's possible. If that's the case, we'll be in even more trouble when we go to the Protoss this time. Big Brother Hai, why don't we just deal with the Protoss army? Zhao Hai smiled. There's no need. The Gods race has already lost a great elder. They also understand that if the great elders split up, they will eventually be defeated by me one by one. So even if the great elders of the Gods race set up a trap for us, they will still act together. We still have a chance. But there are still 9 continents where the God clan is, said Becky. How do we know which continent they will set up a trap for us? Zhao Hai smiled. That's not important. The God race has been the overlord for so many years, so they must have some wealth. Even the Church of Light has a few magical treasures that can perform spatial special techniques. It's impossible for the God race to not have them. They may also have spatial magical treasures. If this spatial magical treasure can allow them to travel freely between the continents, then everything will not be a problem. Although the God race has never used such a thing before, it doesn't mean that they don't have it. But I forgot. Even if the Gods race didn't have such a thing before, Lu Wei might have it. I've destroyed Lu Wei's clone twice, so he hates me to the core. I don't know why he didn't send another clone to the lower realm, but he can give the Gods race something to use against me. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Jai's face also darkened. Laura and the others also came over. Their faces didn't look good. Lu Wei, their great enemy, had always been a worry for them. If it wasn't for Lu Wei, they would have been promoted long ago and wouldn't have stayed here. Lola asked, Big Brother Hai, what should we do? Don't tell me you're still going in even though you know it's a bag. Zhao Hai smiled. That's right. Even if I know it's a pocket, I'll still try. I want the Protoss to understand that even if they set up this pocket, it's useless against me. Big Brother Hai, what do you mean? Lola looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled. Now that Hades has been improved, it's even faster. They couldn't even catch up to it before, let alone now. Even if we go to the Protoss continent and cause trouble, they can't do anything to us. Since the war has already begun, there's no need to be polite. The most important thing is to end the war as soon as possible. Laura and the others also nodded. Big Brother Hai, what if Lu Wei gave the Protoss other powerful weapons? Wouldn't we be in danger then? Zhao Hai laughed. Even if Lu Wei gives the Protoss powerful weapons, they have to be able to use them. If no one can use them, no matter how powerful the weapons are, they will be useless. We have already robbed Lu Wei of 2 magical treasures. If he gives the Protoss more magical treasures, what will he use for himself? Hee, don't worry. All right, said Li Jai. Tell me, Brother Hai, which continent do you want to attack first? Central Mainland, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Liz was stunned for a moment, then she said with a puzzled face, Central Mainland. That place is very far from here. Why are they attacking the Central Continent? Even if we attack the Central Continent, we might be surrounded by the God race. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Zhao Hai smiled. That's what you think, and that's what the Gods race thinks as well. Everyone thinks the same way, so the Central Continent must be the least guarded. Also, although the 13 continents of the gods' race seem to be on equal footing, especially the other 10 continents other than the 3 S-god continents, have you all realized that the people of the central continent seem to be on a higher level than the other continents? Lies thought for a moment and said, that's true. The last time they dealt with us, the great elders of the gods' race seemed to listen to the great elder of the central continent. If that's the case, it's not a bad choice for us to attack the central continent. This way, we will mobilize the entire god race, and then we will destroy them bit by bit. It wasn't that they were afraid of the ultimate weapons of the gods race. They knew very well that if Zhao Hai used all his strength to deal with the gods race, he would ascend to the immortal world immediately. Then, a mess would be left in the divine world. Most importantly, Lu Wei was still waiting for them. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to defeat the Protoss without Zhao Hai's full strength. There was only one way, and that was to defeat them one by one. When dealing with enemies, one must not show mercy. One must find their weak spot and give them a fatal blow. But where was the weak spot of the gods' race? Where would the gods' race save them? There was only one answer: central mainland. This might not sound too believable, but it was the truth. Among the Protoss, central mainland had always been a very special existence because of their geographical location and their ultimate weapons. The central mainland's geographical location was at the center of the divine realm, and their ultimate weapons could be used together with the ultimate weapons of the other god races. Hence, the central mainland's position among the god races was very special. The other god races would usually maintain a certain amount of respect for the people of the central mainland. In fact, the central mainland had such a status because their ultimate weapon had a certain suppressive effect on the other Protoss' ultimate weapons. If the Golden Rush were to fight with Dinxing, Dinxing could use his ultimate weapon to suppress the Golden Rush's ultimate weapon. The Golden Rush's ultimate weapon would only be able to unleash about 80 of its power, while Dinxing could unleash 120 of its power. The outcome of the battle was obvious. The reason why the god race had been unable to do anything to the 3 great S-god races all these years was because the 3 great S-god races did not fight the fixed star race head-on. The great elders of the 3 great S-god races also knew that fixed star's ultimate weapons could counter their ultimate weapons. Thus, every time they fought the god race, they did not come face to face with fixed star. Furthermore, the great elders of the 3 great races usually acted together. They did not fight with the great elders of the gods race. Instead, they did what Zhao Hai had done. They attacked the territory of the 3 great races, and they attacked the territory of the gods race. In this way, the gods race had been unable to do anything to the 3 great races. Although the 3 great races had suffered quite a bit, they had still held on for so many years. It was precisely because of this that the central continent had an extremely special status in the divine realm. The S-god race had attacked the other continents many times, but they had never attacked the central continent. Thus, the central continent had developed very well over the years. It had the largest population and the strongest combat strength, and it naturally became the center of the divine realm. This time, Zhao Hai was going to make a move against the central continent. He suspected that the gods' race might have set up a trap there, waiting for him. In that case, he had to think of a way to deal with the gods' race. However, Zhao Hai had no intention of changing his plan. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he went to deal with the god race army that was attacking the S-god race, and the god race did not prepare a pocket for him as he had expected, but was instead waiting for him in the army, wouldn't he be running into them? Besides, if he went up against the Protoss army, the initiative would be in the hands of the Protoss. He would be led by the nose by the Protoss. He didn't want to see the Protoss army fight him head-on. Thus, Zhao Hai did not change his plan. If the gods race attacked the S-god race, he would attack the gods race. However, in the past, he only wanted to deal with the outer continents. Now he changed his mind and wanted to deal with the gods race's central continent. Wasn't the central continent the most powerful? That's great. I'll fight the strongest. Once I fight the central continent, I'll see if you save the gods race or not. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai told Fei and the others about the defense line, then left with Xiao Bingya and the others. With Hiko and the others at the defensive line, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. After all, the spatial rift wasn't that big, and the O'Neill family couldn't possibly deploy too many troops to attack them at once. Zhao Hai had also left quite a number of magic cannons and undead creatures at the defensive line. He could still send reinforcements at any time, so the defensive line should be fine. After explaining to Hiko, Zhao Hai and the others left the Golden Bull continent. However, this time they did not fly in the sky, as that would be too ostentatious. Zhao Hai believed that no matter if the gods' race was really going to attack the S-god race or if they were plotting against him, they would still be paying close attention to the Golden Bull continent. If the gods' race discovered that he was going to the gods' race, they would make preparations in advance. Zhao Hai did not want to fight a tough battle. Hence, the moment Zhao Hai left the Golden Bull continent, he immediately let bubbles out. He then let Bubbles wrap up the Hades and brought it to the bottom of the ocean, heading towards the central continent. This was Zhao Hai's idea. Bubbles was the mother of all water, and the ocean was his home. He was as ordinary as a drop of water in the ocean. No matter how powerful the Protos were, they couldn't tell the difference between two drops of water, so if Bubbles led them forward, nothing would happen. The speed of the bubbles in the water was really fast. Zhao Hai sat on the deck of the boat, looking at the sea view around him. Zhao Hai had already seen the view of the ocean. Back on the Ark continent, he had stayed with the seafolk for a long time. He was sick of the ocean. Zhao Hai was currently studying a map on the table. This map was given to him by Xiao Bingya and the others. It was a map of the locations of the various continents in the Divine Realm. Laura and the others were also standing there looking at the map. On the other hand, Xiao Bingya and the others were looking around curiously, as if they were country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the map. The map was too simple. There was no scale, and some of the obvious signs were on the sea. It wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai and the others. After studying the map for a while, Zhao Hai gave up. He turned to look at Xiao Bingya, who was still looking around, and said in a deep voice, "Bingya, are you sure we went in the right direction? We can reach the central continent by walking straight." Xiao Bingya came back to his senses. He was even more impressed with Zhao Hai now. They were moving under the sea, and there were so many sea monsters, but they didn't attack them at all. It was as if they didn't exist. This method really shocked them. Hearing Zhao Hai's question, Xiao Bingya understood what Zhao Hai meant. He immediately replied, "Yes, sir, there's no mistake. As long as we haven't deviated from the direction, we'll definitely reach the central continent." Zhao Hai nodded. He was not worried about deviating from the arc. Others might deviate from their course in the sea, but Bubbles would definitely not. Zhao Hai also looked up at the magic beasts in the sea. He understood why the magic beasts didn't attack them. It was because of the bubbles. Bubbles were like seawater in the sea. Have you ever seen magic beasts in the sea attack seawater? Therefore, the magic beasts would not attack the bubbles. Laura and the others studied the map for a long time, but they were defeated in the end. Lies rolled up the map and threw it to Xiao Bingya. "I really wonder how you have been able to protect your territory all these years. How can you use such a map to fight a war?" Xiao Bingya's face turned red when he heard what she said. He didn't dare to refute her and stepped aside. The reason why he was acting like this was because he had seen a map of the Golden Bull continent that Zhao Hai had given him. This map was printed out by Zhao Hai's spatial map. It had a high clarity and a scale, so everything was clearly marked. When Xiao Bingya saw the map, he was stunned. He didn't believe that there was such a clear map in the world, but when he saw the symbols of the cities on the map, he believed it. This made him admire Zhao Hai and the others even more. That was why Xiao Bingya didn't say anything when she didn't even care about the map in his hand. It was there and he couldn't say anything. Sailing in the sea was actually quite interesting. You could see all kinds of plants and animals in the sea, and it was as if you had suddenly arrived in another world. However, Zhao Hai wasn't that idle. He was still paying attention to the O'Neill family's situation that morning. The O'Neill family had already received Penny's letter. Penny's had also told them about his discovery in the devil world. This shocked the O'Neill family, but it was soon followed by a burst of ecstasy. The O'Neill family had invaded the Ark continent for only one purpose: minerals, all kinds of minerals. Dozens of minerals had already been discovered on the Ark continent, which was already a pleasant surprise for the O'Neill family. Now they had discovered another space adjacent to the Ark continent, which was no smaller than the Ark continent. This was definitely great news for the O'Neill family. But at the same time, Penis also told his family about the discovery of undead creatures and magical beasts mining, but the O'Neill family didn't have any intention of backing down. In his opinion, war was inevitable in order to get the minerals from the Ark continent and the demon world. At worst, they would just go to war since the O'Neill family was already prepared for this. Their reactions were all seen by Zhao Hai. To be honest, their reactions were within Zhao Hai's expectations. He already knew why the O'Neill family had come to the Ark continent, and he had only just confirmed it. Zhao Hai was ready to withdraw the demonic beasts and undead creatures from the demonic realm. Since his inner space was no longer lacking in iron and ores, there was no need for them to obtain those things. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had thought of another way to obtain these ores, and that was to rob. Didn't the O'Neill family want to mine these ores? Let them mine it, and after you're done, I'll snatch it over. It'll save time. Zhao Hai had wanted to do this for a long time. He had never been polite to his enemies, and the O'Neill family was his enemy now. Of course, he wouldn't be polite. On the third day after Zhao Hai and the others entered the ocean, George returned a letter to the O'Neill family. The letter was placed on the table of the O'Neill family's patriarch. The O'Neill family patriarch couldn't remain calm after reading the letter. From the O'Neill family to the Ark continent, things had been going smoothly for them. They hadn't encountered any enemies, and they had discovered many mines and an unknown space. However, the patriarch still couldn't let go of one thing, which was the people of the Ark continent. The disappearance of the people from the Ark continent was a mystery. If they didn't find out the truth, it would always be a threat to the O'Neill family. Now, they had finally met an enemy. The patriarch believed that the enemy George had met this time must have something to do with the missing people from the Ark continent. In addition to the fact that the Ark people had gone missing for no reason, all of these could become a hidden danger for the O'Neill family. As the head of a large family, he had to have considered all of this in advance. However, the O'Neill family had invested too much into the Ark continent, and they had discovered many more minerals on the Ark continent, which were exactly what they needed. He couldn't let his guard down, so he was even more eager to know where the people on the Ark continent had gone. Even the leader of the O'Neill family would dream about this. George's news was definitely good news for the patriarch. An invisible enemy was the most dangerous. If you could see him, you could find a way to defeat him. So when the patriarch heard George's report, he was very excited. Although George had suffered some losses, it was no longer important to the patriarch. As soon as he heard the news, the patriarch immediately called for the war generals in the family. At the same time, he immediately arranged for people to go and help George and Penny's. They definitely had to send reinforcements to George's side. After all, they had already discovered enemies there. However, the O'Neill family had to know what was behind that spatial rift. Penis also needed help. Penis and the others had already discovered many mines there, and the undead creatures in those mines were still mining. This was absolutely unacceptable to the patriarch. In his opinion, those mines belonged to the O'Neill family, and anyone who wanted to lay a finger on them would be a provocation to the O'Neill family. He had completely forgotten that he was an invader. Zhao Hai was also observing the O'Neill family's reaction. The O'Neill family's reaction was within his expectations, but he didn't expect that as soon as he saw the O'Neill family sending reinforcements to the Devil World, Zhao Hai would immediately withdraw most of the undead creatures and iron-armored beasts back into the origin space. He only left a small number of undead creatures in the Devil World to restrain the O'Neill family's forces. Zhao Hai did this to reduce the pressure on the defense line and to make the O'Neill family think that the undead creatures in the Devil World had nothing to do with the crack. Walking in the sea, you could see new scenery every minute. Even if the scenery wasn't very attractive to Zhao Hai and the others, it wasn't annoying. So they had been very comfortable these few days. However, Zhao Hai had still noticed them. The Protoss were no fools. They had also arranged for people to monitor Zhao Hai and his group from the sea. However, those Protoss had not entered the deep sea, so Zhao Hai had noticed them, but they had not noticed Zhao Hai. There were merfolk on the Ark continent, as well as the god race. However, the merfolk on the god race's continent and the merfolk on the Ark continent were not the same family. The merfolk on the Ark continent were ruled by the merfolk and were an independent race. The merfolk on the god race's continent were also ruled by the god race. They were also ruled by the god race's continent, so the merfolk on the god race's continent were also divided into 13 races. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. All of this was told to him by Xiao Bingya. Xiao Bingya had interacted with the orc god race's sea race before, so he had some understanding of the various sea races. Although he had been in the sea for the past few days, Zhao Hai did not stop contacting Fei, and the others. He even told Fei, about the O'Neill family's situation and asked them to make preparations. After walking for another 2 days, Zhao Hai felt that it was about time. According to the simple map that Xiao Bingya had given him, if they were really walking in a straight line and were moving so fast, they should be almost at the periphery of the central mainland. Zhao Hai walked out of his room and saw that Xiao Bingya and the others were on the deck. He knew that they had the same thoughts as him. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. What's wrong? Was he anxious? Don't worry, let's go up now and talk. After saying that, Zhao Hai directed the Hades to slowly float up. In fact, Zhao Hai had already checked the room's surveillance system. There were no Protoss or merfolk around. That was why he dared to float up without fear of being exposed. Zhao Hai shrunk the Hades to a smaller size and wrapped it in a bubble to avoid attention. Then he slowly floated to the surface. NBSB, as soon as Zhao Hai and the others emerged from the ocean, they saw a continent in the distance. The continent was enormous, and it was not an island, but a real continent. Can you tell which continent it is? Zhao Hai turned to Xiao Bingya. Xiao Bingya shook his head with a bitter smile. All of them from the Escad tribe knew where the central continent was, but none of them had ever been there before. This was the saddest part for them. They were clearly in the divine world, yet they were isolated by the god race. Looking at Xiao Bingya's expression, Zhao Hai did not say anything. He only smiled and said, "It's fine if you don't know. We'll find out once we get up there. Bubble, let's go down first and move forward. Then we'll find a bigger river, dive in and take a look at the continent. It'll be best if we can find out which continent it is. If we don't, we'll just attack." Bubbles replied and slowly dived down. Bubbles was actually quite happy to do this job because she was the most comfortable in the water, and it was the same in the origin space. She usually stayed in her small bubble and rarely went anywhere else, unlike Heir, who ran around everywhere. At this time, Laura and the others also came out of the room. Before this, Xiao Bingya didn't understand why Zhao Hai and the others liked to stay in their rooms so much. Sometimes they could stay in their rooms for an entire day without going out. They even thought that Zhao Hai and the others were doing some shameful things in their rooms. However, after Xiao Bingya entered Zhao Hai's room once, they completely gave up on that idea. To be honest, if they were given a room like that, they could stay in there for a few days without leaving. The bubbles continued to travel for another 2 hours before they reached the shore. It was obviously much livelier there. Zhao Hai and the rest could even see some proto-merfolk swimming in the sea. There were also boats coming and going on the shore. However, the marine race members did not discover Zhao Hai and the rest. It would be too easy for Bubbles to hide from them in the sea. Bubbles followed Zhao Hai's instructions. He looked around and felt the flow of the water. Then he swam to a place where the water was flowing too fast. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a large river. It was not far from where Zhao Hai and the others were. Zhao Hai did not know what the river was, but it was indeed deep. Zhao Hai initially wanted to shrink the Hades to a smaller size before entering the river, but Bubble rejected his idea. When Zhao Hai asked Bubbles what was going on, he found out that the space inside Bubbles' body could change, just like Hades. Once a person entered Hades, it was equivalent to experiencing the Hades' spatial laws. When Hades became smaller, his body would become smaller along with it. Similarly, when Bubble became smaller, Hades would become smaller as well. Zhao Hai suddenly recalled his experience in the northern tundra. He had gotten Bubbles to keep the ice tower. Such a huge ice tower was kept in Bubbles' body, and it became smaller along with her. Hades was nothing compared to that. It was a piece of cake. Zhao Hai did not bother with Bubbles after hearing that. He had Bubbles swim towards the river. After entering the river, Zhao Hai and the rest suddenly felt that the river was extremely important to the continent. It was too busy here, and the number of ships passing by was uncountable. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were many sea tribe members here. However, these people of the sea also worked here. They were all driving their own magical beasts in the river to help the ships pick up or transport goods. They were extremely busy. Bubbles, float a little. It's best if you can hear what they're saying, Zhao Hai said to Bubbles in a deep voice. Okay, Pauba acknowledged and floated up slowly. This caused Xiao Bingya and the rest to feel nervous, as they did not know that they had actually shrunk. Soon, the bubble was only a few meters away from the surface of the river. Although it was not close to the surface, it was enough for Zhao Hai and the others to hear anything outside. It was very noisy outside. Most of the people were talking about the goods. There was not much useful information, but Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He just stood there and listened quietly. After a while, they finally heard a few keywords. They were the names of several places and several cities. Upon hearing the names of these cities, Xiao Bingya and the others' expressions changed. They turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry, sir. We might have gone in the wrong direction. This isn't the central continent, but the Lion continent. We have to head east to reach the central continent." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't blame Xiao Bingya and the others. After all, the Protos mapping technology was too deceptive. It was understandable that they went the wrong way. How many days are there? Zhao Hai asked. With our speed, we'll reach the central continent in about 3 days. We're definitely not wrong this time, Xiao Bingya said after some calculations. All right. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, Bubbles, I'll leave it to you. You must reach the god race continent in 3 days. Yes, master. Halba replied and sank to the bottom of the river, swimming towards the sea at full speed. Only when she was in the sea did she start to head east at full speed. The reason Zhao Hai had Bubbles carry them forward was not because they could not travel in the sea without Bubbles, but because Bubbles did not cause any ripples in the water at full speed. This was something that Hades could not do. All right. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, the O'Neill family's reinforcements had almost reached the Church of Light, and the Stupa Empire's reinforcements had almost reached the spatial crack in the demonic realm. However, Zhao Hai had already made arrangements for these 2 places. He only needed to keep in touch with Heir and the others from time to time. He did not need to worry about anything else. 3 days later, Zhao Hai and the others emerged from the water again. There was indeed a piece of land in the distance. This time the experienced Bubble sank back into the sea without Zhao Hai's reminder. It swam toward the piece of land, found a river, and entered the land. Bubbles had wanted to find a smaller river to enter, but Zhao Hai did not agree. He told Bubbles to find a bigger river and enter the continent through it. After entering the coastal area, Zhao Hai and the others found a place with a lot of people and listened to the sounds. After a while, they finally heard the names of a few places. Xiao Bingya and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the names. Xiao Bingya turned to Zhao Hai and said, Sir, there's no mistake. This is the place. This is the central mainland. Shall we act? Although he had received confirmation from Xiao Bingya and the rest, Zhao Hai still smiled and shook his head. There's no hurry. If we act now, we won't get much. Xiao Bingya looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Do you know why I wanted Bubbles to find a large river to enter the central continent? Xiao Bingya and the others shook their heads. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's because a big river is often a very important communication lifeline for a continent. If we enter a small waterway, it may not take long to reach the source of the river. We won't be able to go deep into the hinterland of the continent. However, if we enter a big waterway, it is very likely that we will go deep into the hinterland of the continent and attack their important cities. It would be even more perfect if we can directly attack their capital. How big of a commotion would attacking a small city cause? Moreover, their command system has not been destroyed, so they can immediately react and send troops to surround us. However, if we can attack their capital city, what do you think will be the result?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xiao Bingya and the others were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up. Xiao Bingya laughed and said, "Sir, the heavens are really helping you. The central capital of the central continent is not far from their largest river, God's Bestow River. Even if an ordinary magical beast were to walk on land, it would only take a few days. If we were to fly, I'm afraid it would take less than an hour. If this river is the largest God Bestow River in the central continent, then we can directly kill our way to their capital, the central capital." Zhao Hai was stunned. He really didn't know about this. Now that he heard Xiao Bingya say this, he was immediately interested. He looked at Xiao Bingya and said, "Bingya, are you serious? Then where should we go ashore?" Xiao Bingya smiled. "Sir, you don't have to worry about this. There are 4 satellite cities outside the central capital of the central continent. Among them, God's Bestow City is beside the God's Bestow River. We will walk along the river. As long as we reach the shore of God's Bestow City, we will be able to head straight for the central capital." Zhao Hai's spirit jolted and he nodded. "Good, that's for the best. Bubble, don't dive too deep. We need to pay attention to the situation on the shore." "All right," Pow Pow replied as they continued moving forward in the river. However, they had slowed down as they constantly paid attention to the situation on the shore. Zhao Hai was paying so much attention to the situation on the shore for 2 reasons. 1, he wanted to find God's Bestow City. 2, he wanted to see if the central continent was prepared. If the central continent was already prepared, then Zhao Hai and the others would be in trouble when they advanced. If they weren't prepared, then everything would be fine. Even though Zhao Hai and the others thought that their speed wasn't fast, they were still much faster than ordinary ships. Very quickly, Zhao Hai and the others had already entered the depths of the river. During this process, they were already certain that the river they were in was the God's Bestow River of the central continent. This discovery made Zhao Hai and the others extremely happy. This time, they didn't take the wrong path. Instead, they had taken the right path. They had taken the right path. Every time they arrived at a city, they would stop and listen carefully to see if it was the God's Bestow City during the new year. However, they were quickly disappointed as this wasn't the God's Bestow City that they had always been looking forward to. At this point, Xiao Bingya and the others could not help Zhao Hai at all. As they had never been to the central mainland before, they did not know anything about this place, so they could only tell Zhao Hai. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't going to listen foolishly. He asked Laura and the others to go back to their rooms and watch the surveillance cameras. They were in the river now, and as long as they reached God's Bestow City, they would be able to see everything from the surveillance cameras. At that time, they would be able to take action. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that even with their speed that was much faster than ordinary ships, they still hadn't found God's Bestow City after traveling for a day. This surprised Zhao Hai. If he wasn't sure that he was in God's Bestow River, he would have thought that he had taken the wrong path. When the sky gradually darkened, Zhao Hai did not continue. He stopped and let everyone have a good rest. They would set off tomorrow. Zhao Hai had his reasons for doing so. They were about to fight the Protoss. At a time like this, they should be in their best condition. Although they could go without sleep for a few days with their current strength, Zhao Hai still told them to rest to ensure that they were in their best condition. After resting for a night, Zhao Hai and the others started to move forward again. However, they weren't disappointed this time. After moving forward for another 2 hours, they arrived at God's Bestow City. The first to arrive at God's Bestow City were Laura and the others. Before Zhao Hai's group could approach the city on the shore, Laura and the other girls had already walked out of their rooms. As soon as they came out, Zhao Hai knew that they had arrived. Therefore, he didn't approach the shore. Instead, he instructed Pow Pow to go downstream. After they had passed God's Bestow City, they would find a place with fewer people, go ashore, and pounce on the central capital. Xiao Bingya and the rest didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly didn't stop in this city. This surprised them, but they didn't say anything. They knew Nehai knew what he was doing. Bubble's speed wasn't fast. They were looking for a place with few people. However, it was obvious that it wasn't easy to find. God's Bestow River was the largest river in central mainland, and many commoners in central mainland relied on this river to survive. This was naturally the busiest river in central mainland. Zhao Hai calculated for a moment. They had already passed God's Bestow City for some distance, but they still hadn't found a suitable landing point. This caused Zhao Hai to involuntarily furrow his brows. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, she knew what he was thinking. She smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, if we can't find a suitable location during the day, we'll go ashore at night. I think the central capital, as the largest city in the central mainland, should be brightly lit at night, right? You can show us the way." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head. He was just thinking about how to get ashore, but he didn't expect to get ashore at night. Although the ordinary people in the divine realm were not weak, they needed to sleep and rest, just like the people on the Ark continent. They went ashore at night and could launch a surprise attack. Once he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Xiao Bingya and the rest. "All right, let's go back and rest. We'll act tonight." Xiao Bingya and the others were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Zhao Hai smiled. "If we go ashore from here, it won't take long to reach the central capital. We'll attract too much attention if we go during the day. Let's go at night." Xiao Bingya and the others finally understood what Zhao Hai meant. They bowed to Zhao Hai and returned to their rooms. They didn't ask Zhao Hai why he was so sure that this was the place, but they knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie for no reason, so they all turned around and left after responding. Zhao Hai returned to his room with Laura and the others. Zhao Hai let out a long sigh of relief and looked at the screen. On the screen were some busy protos. They looked no different from the people on the Ark continent. They were also busy making a living. They were not as carefree as the legendary protos. Laura saw Zhao Hai staring at the screen in a daze and whispered, "What's wrong, big brother Hai? Do you regret it?" Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. "No, we won't. The enmity has already been formed, and it won't be easily resolved. As long as the enemy exists, we can't be too relaxed. If we let them go today, we might be the unlucky ones tomorrow." Lola sighed, looked at the screen, and said, "If only the god race didn't start this war. We could still be doing business on the Ark continent or drinking with Brother Weyers." Zhao Hai smiled. "What's so difficult about that? Let's go. We'll go find Brother Weyers and have him treat us to a drink." Lola shook her head and said, "Forget it. I was just saying. The battle is going to start tonight. It's better not to drink at this time. Have a good rest. Who knows what the god race will do to us? Brother Hai, don't let your guard down." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't." "All right, then I won't drink anymore. Have a good rest. You guys should rest too. I'll be counting on you guys to command the undead creatures in the future." The women responded and turned to leave. Now, they could be said to be very qualified commanders. Any qualified commander could rest when they wanted to, because they understood what a rest before a big battle meant for the entire battle. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai came out of his room after dinner. The sky had just turned dark, but the shore was still brightly lit and lively. Xiao Bingya and the others also came out of their rooms at this time. They didn't have any feelings, but instead they were excited. As members of the S-God race, they had never dreamed that they would be able to attack the capital of the central continent one day. That was an almost impossible mission, and now that it was about to become a reality, how could they not be excited? Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He stood quietly on Hades and looked at the shore. Slowly, the noise on the shore became softer and softer. There were fewer people on the shore and fewer flames. In the end, there was almost no sound. The flames were also sparse. Zhao Hai still didn't move, but Xiao Bingya and the others were getting anxious. They walked back and forth uneasily. There were a few times when Xiao Bingya walked to Zhao Hai's side and wanted to say something but stopped. When Xiao Bingya walked to Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai suddenly said in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Are you anxious?" Xiao Bingya was stunned for a moment, but he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, sir. I'm in a hurry." Zhao Hai smiled. "There's no need to rush. They've just fallen asleep, so it's possible that many of them are still awake. If we go up now, we won't be able to launch a surprise attack. We might even be discovered. Let's wait a little longer. When they're all asleep, we can go ashore and deal with them." Xiao Bingya nodded and stopped talking, but he was still walking around uneasily. Zhao Hai glanced at them and said, "Calm down. At this time, whoever has the bigger heart will get the upper hand. We're already here anyway, so we're not afraid of them running away." Xiao Bingya and the others' faces turned red, not knowing what to say. Their feelings were completely different from Zhao Hai's. In the past, they, the S-God race, were the ones who were beaten up. Now that they could finally beat someone up, they naturally couldn't wait to do it. After waiting for another hour or so, the shore was completely silent and the lights were even dimmer. Zhao Hai knew that it was about time, so he said to Pao Pao in a low voice, "Bubble, go up." "All right," Pao Pao obediently acknowledged as she slowly swam towards the surface of the river. On the surface of the river, Bubbles slowly left the surface and flew up into the sky bit by bit. As Bubbles were small and there was almost no one on the shore, it did not attract any attention. Once he was in the sky, Zhao Hai immediately retracted the bubble and continued to increase the size of the Hades. At the same time, they immediately headed towards the central mainland. They discovered a red light in the sky in the distance. Zhao Hai knew that it was not because the sky had turned red, but because of the lights on the ground. The place where the red light came from must be a city that never slept. That must be the central capital. In less than an hour, Zhao Hai and the others had arrived outside a large city. The city was extremely large. Zhao Hai looked at the size of the city and was stunned. He really couldn't calculate how many people there were in the city. It took a while for Zhao Hai to recover from his shock. He looked at the city and smiled bitterly. On the city gate that faced him, 2 words were written in a straight line, center. With these 2 words, there was no doubt that this city was the central capital. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were no other city walls besides a few broken sections in the middle of the buildings. They looked more like cultural relics and had no defensive capabilities. This kind of city was easy to deal with, but also difficult to deal with. It was easy because they didn't have a city, so they didn't have to worry about the city walls blocking them. It was difficult because there must be something defensive in the city. Without a city, they didn't know where those defensive things were, and they didn't have a real target. However, Zhao Hai found his target very quickly. In the center of the central capital, there was a very high mountain. Many palaces were built on the mountain. It was also the place with the most brilliant lights in the entire central capital. It must be the palace of the central Protos. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Xiao Bingya said excitedly, Central Mainland, Heaven Connecting Palace. That's called the Heaven Receiving Palace. Zhao Hai turned to look at Xiao Bingya. Xiao Bingya nodded and said with bright eyes, there was originally no mountain there. Later, in order to build a Heaven Connecting Palace there, the people of the Central God clan used many masters to build this mountain there. Then they built a Heaven Connecting Palace on the mountain. It means that the palace can connect to the sky. Zhao Hai smiled. Heaven-reaching palace, interesting. We'll start there today. Bingya, get ready. I'm afraid the Protos will find us as soon as we enter the central city. We'll rush to Heaven-reaching palace as fast as we can and destroy it first. Xiao Bingya was immediately excited when he heard Zhao Hai's words. The Heaven-reaching palace was the symbol of the central mainland. Now that they were going to destroy it, it made them more excited than anything else. Zhao Hai also made his preparations. He took out his walking stick and called Kai-Er to his side. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Last time, Ding Xing had used his ultimate weapon to separate Zhao Hai and Kai-Er, which had made Zhao Hai break out in a cold sweat. So this time, he called Kai-Er out first to make full preparations. Then he would wait to attack. Zhao Hai didn't keep Bubbles into the origin space. Instead, he let Bubbles land on his head. He had prepared a large number of undead creatures on Hades in case the enemy used some method to separate him from the origin space. The undead creatures on the ship should be enough for him to last for a while. After everything was ready, Zhao Hai commanded the Hades to move forward. As soon as the Hades crossed the city wall with the word center on it, a shrill scream was heard. Red magic lights were raised in some places in the central capital. The lights flickered, signaling the arrival of danger. Zhao Hai looked at all of this in surprise. He realized that the central capital's defense was pretty good. Although the city walls had been torn down, the alarm system was very effective. The range of the alarm should be based on the torn-down city walls. Outside the city walls, the alarm would not go off, but inside the city walls, the alarm would go off. However, what happened next in the central capital left Zhao Hai confused. In his opinion, the central capital's alarm system was so advanced that their army and citizens should have reacted very quickly. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the reactions of the civilians in the central capital were very strange. All of them had their clothes on. They either walked out of their houses in confusion or swearing. Then they looked around in confusion. It was as if they had heard the alarm. Apart from the civilians, Zhao Hai was even more disappointed with the soldiers. They were too slow to react. Zhao Hai had already noticed that there were a few military camps in the central capital, but he ignored them. His current target was Heaven-reaching Palace, and many military camps were not within his range of attack. To Zhao Hai's surprise, after the alarm went off, the soldiers in the military camp reacted almost the same way as the civilians. When they heard the alarm, they seemed to be at a loss. Even some officers reacted the same way. Seeing this, Zhao Hai was stunned. The military that was protecting their capital was actually of such a standard. This really disappointed Zhao Hai. However, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. He didn't care too much about it. He piloted the Hades and flew towards Sky-reaching Palace as fast as he could. The Hades was now much faster than before. When it was going at full speed, the humans felt a black shadow flash in front of them. They wanted to see what it was, but they couldn't see it at all. Although the central capital was huge, with the speed of Hades, it did not take long for them to reach the Sky-connecting Palace. The army at the Sky-connecting Palace reacted much faster than the other armies in the central capital. By now, the Sky-connecting Palace had already set up a magic shield. Many soldiers were on the city walls, and magic cannons and bed armors were ready. Zhao Hai didn't care. He drove the Hades straight towards the palace. Even though he was very close to the palace, he didn't slow down. He wanted to crash into the palace. Ever since he destroyed the Protos base on the Golden Bull continent, Zhao Hai realized that he had fallen in love with this method of attacking his enemies. He used the most violent, simple, and direct method to destroy his opponents. It was definitely an overkill. The Sky-reaching Palace's soldiers had also noticed Zhao Hai and his group, but they were too fast. As soon as they saw them and were about to attack, Hades had already crashed into them. While they were still in a daze, Hades had already crashed into the Sky-reaching Palace's magic barrier. Sky Connecting Palace's magic shield was considered the toughest magic shield in the entire Protoss race. Their magic shields were powered by the magical crystals of god-tier magical beasts, while the magic shields in other Protoss cities were powered by magical crystals of magical beasts that were level 9 or below. The difference between the two was self-evident. This time, the magic shield, which was considered the toughest among the Protoss, was like a piece of paper. It was broken by Hades in an instant. Then Hades crashed into the city wall. The wall couldn't stop Hades at all, and a big hole was created by Hades. However, Hades did not stop just because it had created a hole in the wall. It was still moving forward at full speed. Anything that stood in its way, be it a wall or a house, whether it was a human or a beast, was smashed into pieces. Hades was like an arrow that had shot through a watermelon. It went from one end of the Sky Connecting Palace to the other, and it went straight through the Sky Connecting Palace. Boom, the entire central capital trembled. Many people who were woken up by the alarm put on their clothes and walked out of their houses. They saw with their own eyes that the holy land in their hearts was pierced through by a golden light. Those people just stood there, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know what to do for a moment. They didn't understand what was going on. What had happened? Was the high god punishing them? Just as they were puzzled, the golden light returned and once again smashed through heaven receiving palace. This time, people could see that the golden light was actually a golden ship. What drove the Protoss crazy was that the ship was like a child who had found a toy. It crashed through heaven receiving palace again and again, from the palace at the top of the mountain to the palace below, and finally to the middle of the mountain. Over and over, it crushed all the pride of heaven receiving palace. All the god race people lost the ability to think. They did not know what had happened. They did not know what the ship was doing or why it was attacking heaven receiving palace. At that moment, some of the people in the military camps in the central capital finally reacted. All the Protoss soldiers picked up their weapons as fast as they could and rushed in the direction of the heaven connecting palace. These soldiers knew very well what it meant for heaven-reaching palace to be destroyed. It meant that the dignity of Central Mainland no longer existed. Central Mainland had been slapped in the face. Now, the Protoss army had gone crazy. They wanted to rush to Heaven Connecting Palace as soon as possible and tear the person who dared to attack Heaven Connecting Palace into pieces. However, they had lost their chance. The Sky Connecting Palace was not a naturally formed mountain. It was man-made. In terms of strength, it was different from a naturally formed mountain. The Sky Connecting Palace was much weaker than a naturally formed mountain. After being hit by Hades, the mountain finally couldn't bear it and collapsed. Zhao Hai had no intention of letting them go so easily. He gathered all the magic cannons on the ship and fired in the direction of the Sky Connecting Palace. He did not let a single Protoss who flew out of the Sky Connecting Palace go. He killed them all with the magic cannons on the spot. This battle had allowed Zhao Hai to witness the power of the improved magic cannon. If the previous magic cannon on Hades was the kind that was powered by magic crystals, then the magic cannon on Hades was powered by magic crystals. It was the kind of giant magic cannon used by the Protoss. The power of the magic cannons on Hades had increased by more than a little. In fact, after the improvement, the most powerful part of Hades was the magic cannons. The first reason was that the materials used to make the magic cannon had changed. The magic cannon that Zhao Hai used before was made of refined iron. It could not be used after a period of time. However, the magic cannon on Hades came from the ship itself. It was made of many rare materials, so it was naturally very strong. It would not break no matter how many times it was fired. The second was power. Zhao Hai's magic cannon was powered by crystals, while the Hades magic cannon was powered by the Yin-Yang Lake. The Yin-Yang Lake was more powerful than crystals, so the power of the magic cannon was naturally greater. Thirdly, the 3 demonic armors that Zhao Hai had acquired had helped him a lot. Although Zhao Hai did not have much time to study the demonic armors and had only given them to Kellan and the others, the magic arrays on the demonic armors had been added into the Hades improvement plan by the all-purpose analysis machine. Many of the magic arrays were used to increase the attack power of weapons. The magic cannon had gained the most benefits from the first improvement. Now, Zhao Hai was confident that even one of the Hades magic cannons would be able to kill a high god. If 10 magic cannons were used together, even the Great Elder, who used the ultimate weapon of the Protoss, would not be able to withstand one blow. Zhao Hai piloted Hades and circled the ruins of heaven-reaching palace. As long as he found any living Protoss, he would immediately fire a cannon and kill them. Even if he did not find any living person, he would fire continuously with the magic cannon. He swore to destroy everything in heaven-reaching palace, leaving nothing intact. This process seemed to take a long time, but it actually took less than an hour. In this hour, the guards in the central capital slowly surrounded the Hades. When Zhao Hai saw that heaven-reaching palace was almost completely destroyed, he didn't stay any longer. He turned the ship's bow around and charged straight at the Protoss guards. When the Protoss soldiers saw Zhao Hai charging at them, they didn't retreat. Instead, they screamed and charged forward. they picked up their weapons and attacked Pluto. They were like soldiers with swords and spears, charging like an enemy's tank. Zhao Hai did not pay any attention to the Protoss guards. He did not want to waste any more time with them. He steered Pluto and charged out. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed his way through the heavy encirclement. He turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. Those who wanted to kill the Protoss could not even find him. At this moment, the commoners in the central capital also came to their senses. They cried and screamed as they ran towards Heaven-Reaching Palace. Heaven-Reaching Palace was really too important to the people of the central mainland. It was their spiritual sustenance and the pride in their hearts. However, right before their eyes, this pride had been ruthlessly shattered by someone, not leaving even a trace. When the Protoss ran to the Heaven-Connecting Palace, they found that the mountain where the palace was located had completely collapsed. Not a single tile of the majestic Heaven-Connecting Palace had been completely preserved. All the Protoss in the central capital were crying. Some of the guards of the central capital could not take the shock and chose to commit suicide. The symbol of the central mainland, the pride of the central mainland, the display of the central mainland's power, all of these were things that Heaven-Receiving Palace represented. However, today, these things had been shattered by someone, and that person was Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai escaped from the central capital, he got rid of many Protoss who were chasing after him and immediately returned to God's Bestow River. Then he let Bubbles carry Pluto and dove into God's Bestow River, sinking to the bottom of the river and never coming out again. The ambush was very short, only about an hour in total. To be honest, Xiao Bingya and the others did not expect Zhao Hai to use such a method to deal with Heaven-Reaching Palace. They did not even stretch out their hands. They just stood on the ship, and Zhao Hai drove Hades and rammed it, and the battle was over. It wasn't just Xiao Bingya and the others who were surprised. Even Laura and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai to do this. Zhao Hai didn't think about doing this at first, but when he heard Xiao Bingya and the others talk about the sky-reaching palace, he suddenly had this idea. The Heaven-Connecting Palace was the embodiment of the Central God Clan's strength. If it was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to the Central God Clan. No matter how gloomy and smart Dingsing was, he had to return to the Central Mainland to deal with this matter. Otherwise, the entire Central God Clan would probably go crazy. The Celestials were proud, and the Central Celestials were the proudest of all Celestials. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy after being slapped in the face in such a way. Under such circumstances, if the Grand Elder Dingsing did not show up, the Central God Clan would be finished. That was why Zhao Hai had attacked Heaven-Connecting Palace and destroyed it completely. He wanted to use this method to force Dingsing back to the central continent. Zhao Hai only heaved a sigh of relief when Bubbles sank to the bottom of the river. He had been afraid that the Protoss would have some incredible weapon to deal with him, but it seemed that his worries had been unnecessary. Xiao Bingya, Laura, and the others were standing beside Zhao Hai. When Laura saw Zhao Hai let out a long breath, she smiled and said, "What's wrong, big brother Hai? You seem to be very nervous." Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura and smiled. "It's only natural that I'm nervous. This is the central mainland, the most powerful central mainland of the gods' race. We're attacking their capital, so how can I not be nervous? But fortunately, they're not as difficult to deal with as we thought." Xiao Bingya looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes and said, "Sir, I'm afraid you don't know what the Heaven-Connecting Palace represents among the Protoss, do you? It's not just the central divine clan, but the entire divine clan. Heaven-Connecting Palace is a symbol of power and strength. Now that you've destroyed it, it's equivalent to announcing that you'll fight all divine clans to the death." Zhao Hai could not help but smile when he heard Xiao Bingya's words. "When the Protoss attacked the Ark continent, they should have known that I would fight them to the death. This is just the beginning." Xiao Bingya did not know what to say. Zhao Hai indeed had the ability to say such words. If it were anyone else, these words would be a joke. However, when Zhao Hai said these words, Xiao Bingya suddenly felt that perhaps the god race would no longer exist in the divine realm. Seeing that Xiao Bingya did not say anything, Zhao Hai said, "Bingya, tell your race about our operation. Tell them to be on high alert. The god race will go crazy if they know about this. If they can't find us, they will have to deal with your race. Tell them to be careful." Xiao Bingya's expression changed, but he still nodded. He knew that Zhao Hai was right. Once the gods' race learned of this news, they would definitely go crazy and come to the central continent to look for Zhao Hai. Furthermore, regardless of whether they found Zhao Hai or not, any of the S-god races related to Zhao Hai would be the enemies of the gods' race. They would definitely attack the S-god race, and the next period of time would probably be the most difficult for the S-god race. Zhao Hai waved his hand. "All right, go and rest. Ask your clansmen to help us keep an eye on the reactions of the god race's continents. Remember, the more careful, the better." Yes, Xiao Bingya replied and followed Ladina and Eheta back to his room. They had to tell the clan about what had happened in the central mainland so that they could make preparations. After Xiao Bingya and the rest left, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and smiled. "Tell Fei, and the others this news as well. Tell them that the following period of time will probably be the saddest period for them. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura was slightly stunned. Then her eyes lit up and she said, "Big Brother Hai, you're going to attack the three great races. It's time, isn't it?" Zhao Hai smiled. The buildings of the Leo Palace were also very majestic, but they were not as domineering as the heaven-reaching palace. However, Dingsing did not care. In fact, even if he lived in the heaven-reaching palace, he would usually live in a side hall. He rarely asked about political affairs. He had been cultivating in seclusion, waiting for the day he could ascend. If Jiyu and the others had not written a letter to him, Dingsing would not have stepped into this mess. However, he now understood that he had made the right decision. Zhao Hai's strength was beyond his imagination. Dingsing had never thought that someone could escape unscathed from the attack of the five great elders. The most important thing was that this person had messed up their plan and was sealed in the time-limit astrolabe. However, this person had managed to rush out in the end and escape successfully. He had even destroyed their base. This person was too dangerous. Dingsing only understood how terrifying Zhao Hai was after truly crossing hands with him. Now, he believed that if Zhao Hai was allowed to continue staying in the divine realm, the entire god race would be in danger. Zhao Hai's danger didn't only come from his strength, but also from his ruthlessness. The people on the Golden Bull continent had been slaughtered by Zhao Hai. Such means really shocked Dingsing. Of course, he knew what the Golden Bull celestial race had done to the people of the Church of Light on the Ark continent. However, Dingsing was still a member of the celestial race, and he had the pride of the celestial race. In his opinion, the people of the Ark continent were inferior people, and it did not matter how many of them he killed. Just like the people of the Ark continent had never treated slaves as humans, the celestial race had never treated the people of the Ark continent as humans. Zhao Hai's method of slaughtering the Protoss did indeed make Dingsing feel threatened. He realized that if he didn't get rid of Zhao Hai as soon as possible, the Protoss would face an even greater massacre. There were two other reasons for Dingsing's decision to deal with Zhao Hai. The first was the rebellion of the three great races, and the second was the participation of the three great S-God races. The rebellion of the Thunder clan and the other two clans had caused a huge wave of rebellion among the vassal clans of the God realm. This storm had yet to settle down even now. The people of the various continents were still entangled with their vassal clans, causing the God clan to be slightly unprepared for this moment. The second reason was the participation of the three great alien races. The battle between the three great alien races and the Celestials had been going on for tens of thousands of years, and their hatred was carved into their bones. Under such circumstances, if Zhao Hai cooperated with the three great alien races and allowed them to succeed, what would be left for the Celestials? It was because of this thought that Dingsing had no choice but to work with the Grand Elders to kill Zhao Hai first. Just as Zhao Hai had guessed, Dingsing's attack on the S-God tribe was part of their plan. Jin Ben had fought with Zhao Hai before, and the Golden Bull God race had fought with him more than once on the Ark continent. Thus, they had done some research on Zhao Hai, and they found that he was an extremely cunning person. If they really wanted to attack the S-God race, Zhao Hai would definitely not fight them. Instead, he would cause trouble on the God race's continent. At that time, they would have no choice but to retreat, and they would even be caught in the back. Thus, Dingsing was prepared to split up the situation in advance. After studying Zhao Hai, he finally realized that this was a person who did not like to take risks. His first step always seemed to be a plan. Thus, if they were to attack the S-God race, Zhao Hai would definitely not go to help the S-God race and would only deal with the Protoss continent. With this in mind, Dingsing began to make arrangements. However, the words he said on Golden Bull continent were not an act. Or rather, he was the only one acting, and the others were not. Dingsing only thought of this plan when he was rushing to Golden Bull continent. He didn't have time to discuss with the others about acting together, so he could only act by himself. When they left Golden Bull continent, he would tell the truth to the others. Dingsing did this because he realized that every step they took seemed to fall into Zhao Hai's trap. He suspected that Zhao Hai had been using some special method to keep an eye on them. Dingsing thought this way because the second time they were transporting the food, they changed the route even though they were plotting against Zhao Hai. To them, transporting the food to the Ark was more important than anything else. However, even when they changed their course, they were still blocked by Zhao Hai's men. They would not believe it if they said that Zhao Hai was not watching them. Dingsing didn't notice Zhao Hai's surveillance, just like in the Golden Bull continent, but even so, he didn't dare to let his guard down. In the end, he chose a conservative approach. He would deceive everyone first and wait until he returned to his own territory to discuss it slowly. Therefore, when Dingsing arrived at the Lion continent, he explained his plan to the continent. The reason why Dingsing dared to use this plan was because he had a treasure in his hands. Without this treasure, Dingsing's plan would have been impossible to carry out. It could be said that it had failed from the very start. Of the 13 continents of the firmament, 3 were in the hands of the S-God race, 1 was in Zhao Hai's hands, and the Celestials still had 9 continents. As for their great elders, they only had 9 left. the great elder of the demonic scorpion constellation, had already been killed by Zhao Hai. This allowed Dingxing to understand Zhao Hai's strength. One or two grand elders were not enough to provoke Zhao Hai. That would be suicide. Therefore, Dingxing decided to work together and use the power of 9 people to destroy Zhao Hai in one fell swoop. NBSB, however, this created a problem. If the 9 of them moved together, they would only be able to stay on one continent. If Zhao Hai attacked the other continents, they would be helpless. But in the end, Dingxing took out an item that made the other grand elders feel at ease. This item was one of Dingxing's treasures, called the 7-star heaven sealing array. This treasure was called an array, but it was actually just a few array discs, just like the star positioning disc. However, its attack power was not as good as the star positioning disc. The star positioning disc could hurt the enemy, but this 7-star heaven locking array could only trap the enemy. When it came to killing enemies, the time-fixing plate was naturally very powerful. It could also be used in combination with other ultimate weapons, so its power was naturally even greater. However, when it came to trapping enemies, the star positioning compass was not as powerful as the 7-star heaven sealing formation. The 7-star heaven sealing formation was divided into 8 formation discs. 7 of them were named after the 7 stars, and they were the formation core in the middle. However, these 8 array discs could be used separately. Even if each array disc was used separately, as long as they were set up according to the 7-star heaven sealing array, they could be used to a certain extent, and their power would not be low. Dingxing had taken out this set of formation discs and given one to each continent. He had told them to use this formation disc as the center and some other defense formation discs to create the 7-star heaven lock formation. As long as this set of formation discs could trap Zhao Hai for a few days, they would be able to rush over and deal with him. Dingxing was certain that this formation disc could trap Zhao Hai for a few days because it had a special feature. Once you were trapped in the formation, if there was only one main disc of the 7-star sky locking formation, you could only be trapped for 7 days at most. Dingxing had tried it out. Whether it was a grand elder with an ultimate weapon or an ordinary person, they could only be trapped for 7 days at most. And in these 7 days, almost no one could break the formation. If 2 main formation discs were used to set up an array, it could trap an enemy for 14 days. If 3 were used, it could trap an enemy for 21 days. If 8 formation discs were used, it could trap an enemy for 56 days at most. After 56 days, the formation discs would lose their use for a period of time, regardless of whether the enemy was dead or not. One could only set up a new formation to use it again. On the other hand, Dingxing had only used this array disc once to trap the 3 great elders of the S-God race for 56 days. That was the most severe loss the S-God race had ever suffered. If it wasn't for the fact that Dingxing and the others couldn't guarantee that they could kill the 3 great elders, they would have definitely massacred the entire S-God race. It was precisely because of the 7-star heaven sealing array that Dingxing was so confident in dealing with Zhao Hai. In their opinion, no matter which continent Zhao Hai was targeting, as long as he came and was trapped, he wouldn't be able to escape. They could rush to any of the gods' race's continents in 7 days and kill Zhao Hai. In order to deal with Zhao Hai, Dingxing had brought out all his resources. Other than the genuine 7-star sky sealing formation, they had also created many smaller 7-star sky sealing formations to deal with Zhao Hai. However, these smaller 7-star sky sealing formations were not very useful. If they wanted to trap Zhao Hai, they would probably only be able to trap him for a short period of time. However, on the battlefield, there was a short period of time where a slight delay was crucial. If Zhao Hai was trapped in the 7-star heaven lock formation, the person with the core formation disc would rush over and use it to trap Zhao Hai. Then Dingxing and the others would rush over to kill Zhao Hai as soon as possible. This arrangement was originally quite good. The central continent naturally had the 7-star heaven sealing formation, but neither the ordinary gods nor Fixed Star and the others expected Zhao Hai to attack the central continent. That was because it was the furthest away from the Golden Bull continent, and if Zhao Hai wanted to help the S-God race, attacking the central continent would be the slowest. Thus, Fixed Star and the others believed that Zhao Hai would not attack the central continent. Instead, they would choose to attack a continent that was closer to the Golden Bull continent. Apart from these arrangements, Dingxing had also informed all the sea race on the continent to go deep into the ocean and pay close attention to Zhao Hai's movements. As soon as they discovered Zhao Hai, they were to report to him immediately. The sea race's ability to transmit information was the greatest in the divine realm, which was why Dingxing was so confident in dealing with Zhao Hai. Right now, Dingxing was getting a little anxious. Their army had already set off to attack the S-God race, but Zhao Hai was still nowhere to be seen. Dingxing felt a little uneasy. He carefully recalled his arrangements and only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that there were no flaws. Of course, Dingxing had heard the footsteps. He could tell that the footsteps belonged to Jin Ben. Jin Ben was now a stray dog. his strength and status were not as good as Dingsing's in the past. Now he had become Dingsing's most loyal subordinate because Jin Ben was very clear that if there was one person in the divine world who could avenge him, it would be Dingsing. This did not mean that Dingsing was very powerful, but rather his status. Dingsing was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Central Continent, which was higher than the status of an ordinary Grand Supreme Elder. Coupled with the powerful strength of the Central Continent, the other elders all treated Dingsing as their core. If Jin Ben wanted to take revenge, he could only ask Dingsing to organize these Grand Supreme Elders. In the entire divine world, only Dingsing had such a gathering power. Jin Ben was a smart person. He was very willing to follow Dingsing and be a loyal dog. This made Dingsing even more confident in his words. So when Dingsing heard Jin Ben's voice, he didn't pay much attention. He continued to stand on the balcony, thinking that Jin Ben had only brought news of Zhao Hai's appearance. As soon as Jin Ben entered the room, he saw Dingsing still posing. Jin Ben didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't have much contact with Dingsing in the past and didn't know his temper very well. But after getting to know Dingsing, Jin Ben realized that this master loved to pose to show off his extraordinariness. It was the same this time. I don't know if you'll still be able to pose after hearing the news. Jin Ben thought about this maliciously as he walked quickly to Dingsing's side. What's wrong? Dingsing asked without waiting for Jin Ben to speak. Did you find Zhao Hai's tracks? Yes, Zhao Hai appeared, Jin Ben said in a deep voice. He attacked the central mainland and destroyed the palace, Heaven Connecting Palace. The mountain where Heaven Connecting Palace was located was knocked down by him with his ship. I heard that there was no one alive in Heaven Connecting Palace. Dingsing stood there quietly, listening quietly without any overreaction. Jin Ben was starting to admire Dingsing's self-control. But at that moment, Dingsing turned his head around and looked at Jin Ben. What did you just say? Zhao Hai attacked that place. Jin Ben couldn't help but curse in his heart. Just now he thought that Dingsing had good self-control. It turned out that they were simply too shocked by this news to react. Even though he was complaining to himself, Jin Ben still repeated what he said. Although it was the second time he heard this, Dingsing was still stunned. He looked at Jin Ben in a daze and muttered, "How is that possible? How was that possible? Wasn't the heart of the seven-star sky-locking formation in Heaven Connecting Palace? How did this happen?" Jin Ben shook his head. "We still don't know what's going on, however it's already spread outside. We'd better hurry to the central mainland and take a look." When he heard Jin Ben say this, Dingsing came back to his senses. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. We have to go back and take a look. We have to go back and take a look." After saying that, he moved and disappeared from the room. Jin Ben looked over and saw that Dingsing had flown out of the balcony window and was heading straight for Central Continent. Jin Ben didn't fly out immediately. He went to inform the others before flying to the Central Continent. The other great elders of the Protos couldn't sit still any longer. Although Zhao Hai's attack wasn't on their continent, Heaven Connecting Palace had always been the pride of the Protos. Now that it had been destroyed by Zhao Hai, how could they sit still? It wasn't just the Lion Continent. The entire God world had heard of this news in the shortest time possible. When the God race people heard of this news, they had gone crazy. The people from Central Mainland were the first to go crazy. They couldn't believe that someone had dared to attack them, and it was in their homes. The Holy Land in their hearts had been destroyed. To the people from Central Mainland, this was undoubtedly a blatant provocation and a slap to their faces. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. The worst thing was that when they started to go crazy, the Central Mainland was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Central Mainland royal family members lived in Heaven-reaching Palace and had been exterminated by Zhao Hai. As a result, no one with authority could step out in time to direct the anger of the Central Mainland people in the right direction. Therefore, in an instant, the anger of the Central Mainland people had burned their rationality to the ground. A person's reason being burned away by anger was a very terrifying thing, especially when the person was very powerful. This kind of anger was even more terrifying. This was the current situation in the Central Mainland. The people in the central capital had lost their minds first. They started to destroy and kill, and the entire central capital was in chaos. There were quite a few guards in the central capital, but they were the first to go crazy. Following that, the entire central mainland started to go crazy. In just one night, the central mainland was in complete chaos. Zhao Hai had not expected such an outcome. He had only destroyed a palace in the central mainland, but the entire central mainland had descended into chaos. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the screen. He had not expected things to develop to this stage. Laura and the others were also staring blankly at the screen. This scene was beyond their expectations. After a long while, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and smiled bitterly. "Looks like we've really poked a beehive this time." Laura also laughed bitterly. "That's right. How did it become like this?" "Big Brother Hai, do you want to ask Xiao Bingya and the others?" "I don't think there's a need to ask. Xiao Bingya and the others have already told us the answer, right?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It seems that the heaven-connecting palace that we destroyed is extremely important to the gods' race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a huge reaction. However, this reaction is actually beneficial to us. If the gods race makes a move against the S-god race now, it will definitely be good news for us. What do you think? Of course it's good news for us, Laura said with a smile. But to be honest, this seems a little too cruel for the Protos. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Things have already developed to this point. Either we are cruel to them or they are cruel to us. Forget it, let's not care about that. Just wait and see. If Dingsing is really plotting against us this time, I think they will be here soon. Lola nodded and said, I think Dingsing must have gone crazy. He'll come as fast as he can. What should we do when they get here? Zhao Hai smiled and said, didn't we go to the Lion Continent? If they come to the Central Continent, we'll go to the Lion Continent and mess it up. It'll be best if we can get in touch with the vassal race of the Lion Continent. That's a good idea, Lola nodded and said, but the Lion Continent must be prepared, right? What are you going to do? Wouldn't it be better if they're prepared? Zhao Hai smiled. We have nothing to be afraid of. Let's mess up the Lion Continent first and see how the god race will react. Lola frowned. Looking at the god race's current situation, they'll definitely go crazy and attack the 3 S-god races. They might even attack the Thunder race and the other 2 races. Or they might even attack the god race's vassal races. Zhao Hai smiled. They'll definitely go after the Thunder race and the other 2 races first. They know that we're the first to work with them, so if they're in trouble, we won't just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, compared to the S-god race, the 3 races are much easier to deal with. Isn't this our chance? Laura was stunned for a moment and nodded. However, Lies frowned and said, if I were a god, I would take care of the vassal races first so that they won't cause trouble. Zhao Hai smiled. It's a pity you're not a Protos. This time, we've really stabbed the Protos' most painful nerve. Right now, we're the ones they want to deal with the most. In their eyes, the vassal races won't be able to rise again in a few days. We're their real problem. As long as they take care of us, they'll be able to take care of the vassal races in a second. So I'm sure they'll come to us at the first moment. Lies nodded. She agreed with Zhao Hai. The vassal races couldn't pose much of a threat to the Protos. Even if the Protos army couldn't defeat them, as long as the Protos used their ultimate weapons, the vassal races couldn't fight back. However, they were different. They had the power to fight against the gods race's ultimate weapon. Under such circumstances, the gods race would naturally come to deal with them. Besides, the grand elders of the Protos had to pay a price for using the ultimate weapon. If they wasted their opportunity to use the ultimate weapon on their vassal races, how could they resist Zhao Hai? He was afraid that he would die an ugly death in the end. The entire Protos race would be finished as well. Therefore, the Protos must be trying to find Zhao Hai as soon as possible or force him out so that they could fight to the death. As she thought of this, she immediately said, Big Brother Hai, let's quickly inform Heir and the others of this situation so that they can be prepared. Otherwise, their losses this time will be very big. Zhao Hai nodded. I will tell them, but I don't know if they will listen to us. If they don't listen to us, then it doesn't matter how much we do. Forget it. Let's just leave it to fate. I hope they will trust me after this and enter the realm. Li Jai and the others forced a smile. They knew that it wouldn't be easy. The Thunder clan and the other 2 clans were very stubborn people. It was almost impossible to make them trust them completely. It would be very difficult to get them into the realm. However, if they did that, they would suffer a great loss when facing the God clan's attack. This wasn't what they wanted to see, which put them in a dilemma. To be honest, when they first attacked the Central Continent, they didn't think of using this method to force the Thunder clan and the other 2 clans. However, things had developed to this point, and it seemed like they were no longer in control. Zhao Hai didn't immediately tell Heir and the others what he had guessed. After all, those were just their guesses. Furthermore, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the great elders of the gods race deal with Heir and the others so easily. Now more and more members of Team Devil were wearing the star constellation armors. To be honest, even if Zhao Hai didn't take action, he wouldn't be afraid of the god race just by relying on the members of Team Devil. However, if that was the case, the demon army would suffer a great loss. This was the last thing Zhao Hai wanted to see. Zhao Hai had high hopes for the members of Team Demon. He did not wish for them to suffer any losses. In the past, Zhao Hai had never thought of using the demon army to deal with the O'Neill family. Naturally, he wouldn't think of using the demon army to deal with the even more powerful great elder of the Protos. Even though the demon army was still under the Demon King's command, the Demon King's attitude towards him was slowly changing, and this was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted to see. The reason why the great Demon King had such a change was because after Zhao Hai had given the battle suits to the demon army, he did not immediately let them fight. The great Demon King probably thought that Zhao Hai did not have any more requests for them and only wanted to help them, so he gave them the battle suits. Therefore, his attitude had changed unknowingly, and this was the change that Zhao Hai had hoped to see the most. The great Demon King's attitude had changed, and the realm wanted to turn him into someone who was completely considerate of Zhao Hai. This would make things easier for Zhao Hai. Right now, the great Demon King was in a critical moment of change, and Zhao Hai didn't want to waste all his efforts because of the demon army. Therefore, he couldn't make any rash moves against the demon army. Other than the demon army, Zhao Hai could also mobilize the people from the Ark continent. Many of them had already become god-tier experts because of the god-tier medicinal liquid. Zhao Hai had also chosen a group of people to enter the Hell Dimension to train. However, it was still impossible for the people on the Ark continent to become a strong army in a short time. They were not strong enough, and they had almost no experience in fighting against god-grade powerhouses. Asking them to fight the great elders of the Protos, even if they were to put on battle armor, was no different from asking them to die. Apart from the Ark continent and the demons, the only army Zhao Hai could mobilize was the undead creatures. Now, he had a large number of undead creatures of the Protos, and their combat strength had reached the god realm. Some of them were even at the level of a high god. However, Zhao Hai discovered a problem. After the undead creatures put on the star constellation armor, they couldn't unleash 100 of the armor's power. The star constellation armor didn't seem to be suitable for the undead creatures, which made Zhao Hai very distressed. Other than keeping a portion of the combat suits in the origin space for his own use, Zhao Hai had given almost all of them to the demon army. However, it would take a long time for him to equip the entire demon army with the combat suits. That was why Zhao Hai wanted to give the High God Undead some combat suits to enhance their combat strength. However, Zhao Hai was disappointed. After the undead creatures of the High God realm put on the battle armor, their combat strength did increase a little. However, they were still much weaker than the great elders of the Protos. Moreover, the undead creatures always felt a sense of disharmony after putting on the battle armor. This feeling wasn't limited to their physical appearance, but was reflected in the process of battle. It could be said that the battle armor didn't increase the combat strength of the undead creatures to a certain extent. This made Zhao Hai give up on the idea of equipping the combat suit on the undead creatures. It was precisely because of all these reasons that Zhao Hai had to act on his own if he wanted to compete with the Grand Elders of the Protos. The problem was that he could not act too many times. Just like how the Grand Elders of the Protos could not use their battle armors for a long period of time, Zhao Hai would be kicked out of this place by the spatial dimension laws if he attacked too many times. He would have no choice but to ascend. Once he ascended, he would never be able to return. To be honest, Zhao Hai really did not want to leave this place. There were still many good things here that he had not gotten his hands on. At least the time-fixing plate that he had been eyeing the most was still in the hands of Fixed Star. Zhao Hai was observing the gods' race from the origin space, and the gods' race was still in chaos. Right now, it was not just the central continent that was in chaos, even the other continents were in chaos. Even the S-God continent was affected to a certain extent. When Zio Bingya told their clans that Zhao Hai had destroyed Heaven Receiving Palace, they had thought that it was a joke. However, when they saw the army of the god race that was attacking them retreat quickly and throw away all their resources, they knew that this was true. This caused an uproar on the S-God continent. Many people from the S-God continent had never seen Zhao Hai before. The only reason they had formed an alliance with Zhao Hai was because of his strength. Since Zhao Hai was able to destroy the Golden Bull celestial race, his strength naturally went without saying. Now, Zhao Hai had actually destroyed Heaven Connecting Palace. Although Heaven Connecting Palace was not the sacred land in the hearts of the S-God race, they were no fools. They were extremely clear what Heaven Connecting Palace meant to the god race. The three great elders of the S-God continent immediately gathered together to discuss how to deal with this matter. In their eyes, this matter was an opportunity, but at the same time, it could also become a vortex. He was called an opportunity because if something happened at Heaven Receiving Palace, the gods' race would be in chaos. Then they could use this opportunity to deal with the gods' race. It was said that he was a whirlpool because this matter was too big. It was really hard to say how chaotic the god race would be. If the chaos was too serious, they would be walking into the whirlpool if they got involved. It would be hard to say whether they would be swallowed by the whirlpool or settled by the whirlpool. The ordinary people on S-God continent did not think so much. They hated the gods race because they always bullied them. Now that the gods race had been slapped in the face, they were naturally happy. Furthermore, these ordinary people were not stupid. They had also thought that the gods race would fall into chaos. Thus, they unanimously requested that S-God continent send troops to the gods race continent to take revenge. The biggest beneficiaries of this were the vassal races. Now that such a big thing had happened to the Protos no longer had time to fight with them. As long as they did not come to the Protos continent, the Protos would ignore them. This made the vassal races, who had been suppressed by the Protos, feel very strange. They did not know what had happened to the Protos and thought that the S-God race had sent troops to help them out. On the third day after Zhao Hai destroyed Heaven Connecting Palace, Dingsing appeared in Central Continent. However, Central Continent was in a state of chaos. Almost all the cities had been destroyed. The once prosperous Central Continent was now in ruins. Dingsing's face turned ashen. Other than the destroyed buildings, there were even more dead people. There were old people, children, women, men, and dead people everywhere. There were civilians and soldiers. The entire central mainland had almost become hell. Dingsing's face had already turned black. Along the way, he had seen many god race people fighting there. The two sides fighting were completely engaged in a meaningless slaughter. Those people seemed to have lost their consciousness. Although Dingsing wanted them to stop, those people didn't seem to hear him at all. Their eyes were bloodshot and they only knew how to fight. They had already gone crazy. After the destruction of Heaven-reaching Palace, they had fought like crazy. Some of them had even killed their own family members. When they had calmed down a little and realized what they had done, many of them went crazy again. When he saw this, Dingsing knew that the central continent was finished. It was impossible for the central continent to return to its original state. Moreover, the economic and cultural situation of the central continent had regressed for at least 100 years. Of course, Dingsing did not come back empty-handed. He still met a group of people who were clear-headed, and these people were mostly weak. They did not dare to stay in the city for fear of meeting those lunatics, so they could only run into the wilderness. They had no food and no clothes, and lived a difficult life in the wilderness. In this situation, Dingsing was helpless. In the end, he could only arrange for these people to stay in the nearby cities. As for those who had gone completely crazy, Dingsing had no choice but to kill them in the end. The other grand elders of the gods' race, who were following behind Dingsing and the others, were also stunned by the changes in central mainland. They had never thought that the prosperous central mainland would become like this. Their hearts were bleeding, and they were also afraid. Although it was Dingsing who had suggested the plan, they had discussed it over and over again. In their opinion, the plan was perfect. Let's not talk about the 7-star heaven ceiling array first. Let's talk about the divine race and the sea race. The sea race of the god race could live in the sea for a long time. They could also command the magical beasts in the sea. With them guarding the continents, no matter where Zhao Hai sneaked in from, he would not be able to escape their eyes. However, Zhao Hai had managed to hide it from them and even destroyed Heaven-reaching Palace in one fell swoop. They didn't have such abilities, and neither did Dingsing. Faced with such a mysterious enemy, the great elders of the Protos were all scared. Zhao Hai had only discovered him 5 days after Dingsing had entered the central continent. The reason Zhao Hai had discovered him was because Dingsing had arrived at the God's Bestow River, but he was still gathering the refugees and killing those who had gone crazy. When Zhao Hai saw Dingsing, he was shocked. When he first saw Dingsing, he was a very imposing middle-aged man. He spoke and did things in an orderly manner. He appeared to be very gentlemanly. However, Dingsing looked completely different now. His hair was almost completely white, and his clothes were very unkempt. His eyes were red and his body was thin. His eyes were bulging and he looked so ferocious and terrifying. He no longer had any grace. However, Zhao Hai could understand Dingsing's feelings. He was born and raised in Central Mainland. After he became the Grand Elder, he saw everyone in Central Mainland as his children, his sons, and his family. No one would be able to accept seeing their family in such a state. Zhao Hai sighed softly. He had not expected the Central Mainland to turn out like this. He had attacked Heaven-reaching Palace in the beginning because it was the imperial palace of the Central Mainland. Furthermore, Xiao Bingya had made Heaven-reaching Palace sound so important. Zhao Hai had wanted to cause a commotion in the Central Mainland to lure Dingsing and the others out into the open while he hid in the dark. This way, it would be easier for them to act. However, the development of the situation had completely exceeded their expectations. Zhao Hai had never expected such a huge reaction from the Central Mainland. The entire Central Mainland had gone crazy over the destruction of Heaven-receiving Palace. Take the Gods Bestow City as an example. Zhao Hai was still aware of the prosperity of the Gods Bestow City at the beginning. However, in just a few days, the Gods Bestow City was destroyed by themselves under Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai saw with his own eyes that the people of the Gods Bestow City were destroying their own homes bit by bit. They killed their loved ones, went crazy, and killed each other. Even though Zhao Hai's heart was made of stone, he still couldn't bear it. Compared to the people in the Central Mainland, the people in the Golden Bull Mainland might be happier. Although many people had died in the Golden Bull continent, at least there were very few civilians who died. Moreover, those who died were all killed by Zhao Hai. The people of the Golden Bull continent had one person to hate, and they could still think of revenge. However, the people from the Central Mainland were different. They hated Zhao Hai, but when he came to his senses, they hated themselves even more. They hated themselves for destroying their homes and everything they had. In addition to the strong stimulation they had received previously, they finally could not take it and went crazy. Then Zhao Hai saw the other great elders of the gods' race. They were also in a very bad state, but they were in a much better state than Dingsing. Zhao Hai counted and found that the 9 great elders of the gods' race were all here. He was relieved. Laura and the others rarely watched the screen these days. They couldn't stand it anymore. Every time they saw the crazy Protos on the screen, they felt like they were going crazy. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say about this situation. He could only let Laura and the others enter the realm and find something to do to kill time. He stayed there and watched the screen. Today, as soon as he saw Dingsing and the others, Zhao Hai immediately called for Laura and the others. Before they came out, Zhao Hai turned off his screen. As soon as Laura and the others came out, they saw Zhao Hai sitting in the living room. There was a bottle of wine in the room, and Zhao Hai had already finished half of it. Zhao Hai rarely drank alone. Laura and the other girls knew this. At the sight of Zhao Hai's look, they also understood that Zhao Hai was not feeling good. They all felt sad again. Meg immediately ran to the kitchen to prepare dishes to go with the wine for Zhao Hai, but Laura and the other girls sat down. People in the pugilistic world had no choice. These were Zhao Hai's true thoughts. He knew very well that he and the god race had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Even if he wanted to give up, the god race would not let him go. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't really care about killing people. However, seeing the current state of the god's race, Zhao Hai couldn't remain calm. Laura and the others knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. To be honest, Zhao Hai was not a cruel person. Although he was merciless when facing his enemies, he was very soft-hearted when dealing with ordinary people. Therefore, they could understand Zhao Hai's bad mood. They didn't say anything and just sat there quietly to accompany Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could feel their concern. At this time, Meg had already taken out a few dishes from the room and placed them on the table. Zhao Hai finished the wine in his glass in one gulp and said in a deep voice, "Dingsing and the rest have returned. It seems that the central continent will be able to calm down very soon. From this, we can see that they have really set up a plan to deal with us. However, we were wrong when we guessed that they might have some equipment that can allow them to teleport. This makes me feel a little strange. What method are they using to deal with us?" Laura and the others also frowned slightly. To be honest, Dingsing's sudden appearance was already out of their expectations. This meant that Dingsing and the others were indeed going to deal with Zhao Hai. However, they didn't know what method they would use. "Brother Hai, aren't we going to attack the Lion Continent? Wouldn't he know if he attacked it? I think the Lion Continent should be prepared after this, right? No matter what method they use to deal with us, they will definitely use it in the Lion Continent. Won't we know when that time comes?" Zhao Hai nodded. "It seems like that's the only way." "All right, we know that Dingsing and the others are here. It's time for us to act. Let's go to the Lion Continent." The others all nodded. The next moment, they appeared in the Lion River, the largest river in the Lion Continent. Zhao Hai and the others had come here through the realm. The last time they came to the Lion Continent, they had entered the Lion Continent through the Lion River. From then on, they knew that they had gone the wrong way, so the realm naturally remembered these maps. After arriving at the Lion River, Zhao Hai did not immediately attack the Lion God race. His goal was very clear. If he wanted to attack, he would attack the places that the Lion God race had to save. Only then would he be able to mobilize the great elders of the God race, and he would have a chance to defeat them one by one. Zhao Hai and the others walked along the Lion River. As they walked, they observed the situation on the Lion Continent. Zhao Hai's surprise, he thought that the disturbance in the divine world was only limited to the central continent. After all, they were only attacking the central continent. The other places would not be affected. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the Lion Continent was also in chaos. However, the situation here was much better than in the central mainland. Although some people were causing trouble, the situation was still under control. However, Zhao Hai didn't know whether he should take action or not. He knew that if he took action now, he would set the Lion Continent on fire. The situation in the Lion Continent was like a powder keg that had been lit. As long as there was a spark, the powder keg would explode. Zhao Hai was frowning as he looked at the screen. The others were also looking at the screen. They had never experienced such a scene before. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt their gazes. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Let's do it." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. When he reached the deck, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Bingya, come out." Zio, Bingya, and the others had been staying in their rooms for the past few days, contacting their clans from time to time. They also knew that the allied forces of the God clan had retreated, which made them feel at ease. Zio, Bingya, and the rest could not see what was happening outside, so they did not know what had happened in central mainland. However, they were used to Zhao Hai's way of doing things, so they slowly got used to staying in their rooms and not going out. Now that Zhao Hai called him, Zio, Bingya, and the others immediately ran out. They knew that Zhao Hai would not call them for no reason. They were stunned when they saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was very gloomy, which made Zio, Bingya, and the others' hearts sink. They didn't know who had offended Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the three people who were trembling in fear and said in a deep voice, "Bingya, which place on the Lion Continent is their favorite? Should we attack that place?" Zio, Bingya was stunned. He did not expect Zhao Hai to ask about this. He replied carefully, "Sir, did something happen? Wasn't it too risky to attack the Lion Continent now? Could it be that Dingsing and the others have returned?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, you're back. Tell me, we're on the Lion Continent now." The place to deal with the Lion Continent is in that direction." "Yes," Zio, Bingya thought for a moment and said, "Our clan has done some research on the Lion Continent. The most important place in the Lion Continent is not their palace, but the Lion Mountain." "Continue," Zhao Hai nodded. Zio, Bingya nodded and said, "The Lion Mountain is actually a huge graveyard. It is where the previous clan leaders of the Lion Continent are buried, as well as the warriors who died for the Lion Continent. It is the spiritual sustenance of the people of the Lion Continent. It is very important. Zhao Hai frowned slightly. He really didn't like to rob graves, but on second thought, this was the least likely way to cause chaos in the Lion Continent. Xiao Bingya looked at Zhao Hai's expression and continued, other than the Lion Mountain, the Lion Palace is their most important place. However, the guards there have always been the best in the entire continent, and they have the most troops stationed there. Where's Lion Rock Mountain? Zhao Hai nodded. Xiao Bingya said in a deep voice, 150 miles east of the Lion Palace. It's named after the statue of a lion lying on the ground. I heard that the people of the Lion Palace buried their leader there. The warriors who were arranged there were there to protect the leader of the Lion clan. Where's the exact location of the Leo Palace? Zhao Hai nodded. Xiao Bingya said in a deep voice, the Leo's Palace is on the east bank of the Leo River. It's not next to the Leo River, but there's a satellite city next to it called the Lion Drinking City. But if we want to go to the Leo Mountain, we don't have to go to the Leo's Palace. We can walk along the Leo River. Not long after the Lion Drinking City, we'll be able to see the Leo Mountain. The lion head of the Leo Mountain is on the bank of the Leo River. It looks like a lion drinking water by the river. All right, Zhao Hai nodded. We'll be there soon. Today, we'll destroy Lion Rock Mountain. Xiao Bingya and the others didn't dare to say anything, but they didn't object to Zhao Hai's actions. The enmity between them and the gods' race was too deep, and they couldn't wait to dig out the graves of their ancestors. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know that the last time they went the wrong way, Dinxing and the others were on the Lion Continent. If they had attacked the Lion Continent, they would have directly faced Dinxing and the others. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. Xiao Bingya saw that Zhao Hai's expression did not change for the better. Instead, it became worse. He could not help but feel puzzled. In the end, he could not help but ask, Sir, did something happen? Zhao Hai turned to look at Xiao Bingya and smiled bitterly. Don't worry, it's fine. Even if something happens, it's to our advantage. You don't have to worry. Xiao Bingya looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, but I saw that Master's face was very ugly, and I thought something had happened. Master, are you really okay? Zhao Hai shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry. Get ready, we're about to reach Lion Rock Mountain. Xiao Bingya was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, Sir, we're almost at Lion Rock Mountain. So fast? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Of course, it will be soon. Don't worry. However, when we reach the Lion Mountain, we will not act first. Like before, we will act at night. This time, I want to turn all the bones of the previous patriarchs in the Lion Continent into undead creatures. When Xiao Bingya and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but shiver. Zhao Hai's method was too cruel. Now they finally understood why the people in the family said that they could offend anyone but the black magicians. They couldn't afford to offend the black magicians. Soon, the Hades stopped. Zhao Hai turned to Xiao Bingya and the rest and said, All right, go and rest. We've already arrived at the foot of Lion Rock Mountain. We'll move out tonight. After saying that, he turned around and returned to his room. Xiao Bingya and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what was wrong with him today. Why did he look like he was in a bad mood? As soon as Zhao Hai returned to his room, Laura and the others immediately came over to welcome him. Laura asked in confusion, Big Brother Hai, are we really going to turn the remains of the Protos ancestors on Lion Rock Mountain into undead creatures? The undead creatures created by that method aren't very strong and are basically useless. Even after the space modification, they are stronger than ordinary undead creatures. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth and said, Yes, we need to turn all the bones in the Lion Rock Hill into undead creatures. We don't need to modify the space, and we can just let the undead creatures attack the Lion Continent. The god race is our enemy now, so let's put away our pity and get rid of them first. After that, we still have to face the O'Neill family in the underworld. Maybe we can ask for more god race members by doing this. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. It was indeed as Zhao Hai had said. Perhaps they could save more people by doing this. Zhao Hai wasn't joking when he said that he could save more people if he resolved the problem with the Protos as soon as possible. Zhao Hai knew very well that the black mist of the underworld was spreading continuously. Judging from the current situation, it was impossible for the O'Neill family to stop the underworld. Under such circumstances, the underworld would expand to the divine realm sooner or later, and that day wasn't too far away. It had only been about a year since the black mist of the underworld had appeared here, but in this period of time, the black mist of the underworld had already spread to the Arca's empire. This rate of expansion was not slow, and the O'Neill family was about to fight the black mist of the underworld. With the black mist's speed, it would definitely be able to spread to the divine world in less than a day's time. At that time, there would definitely be more people who would die in the divine world. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Protos would be able to deal with the black mist of the underworld. The black mist's expansion was like changing the laws of heaven and earth. All light-type objects would be suppressed by the black mist, while all dark energy would be enhanced by it. Under these circumstances, the Protoss would have a hard time defeating the underworld. If the Protoss failed to defeat the netherworld, everyone in the Protoss army would be killed. Instead of that, it would be better to have Zhao Hai end the war as soon as possible. Perhaps he could even save some of the Protoss civilians and bring them into the origin space to ensure their safety. Once they understood this point, Laura and the others did not say anything else. Zhao Hai's attack on the Lion Rock Hill was indeed a better choice. At this time, using such a method to provoke the Protoss might produce unexpected results. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He sat on the sofa and looked at the screen. Xiao Bingya and the others had returned to their rooms. Xiao Bingya was contacting his family to see if anything had happened. Why did Zhao Hai look like he was in a bad mood? Xiao Bingya had really got the results. He also knew that the central mainland was already in chaos. Now, the vassal race of the central mainland had claimed that they had taken over a piece of territory in the central mainland, but no one in the central mainland had organized any counterattack. After knowing the result, Xiao Bingya was really stunned. He never thought that things would turn out like this. He immediately invited Laedina and Eheta to his room and told them the news he had received. When Laedina and Eheta heard Xiao Bingya's words, they were also stunned. Laedina muttered, "In that case, the central mainland is in a mess now. But why is Sir not happy?" Eheta also frowned. He was also feeling strange about this matter. Zhao Hai should be the happiest person with the current situation, so why was he not happy? Xiao Bingya thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "I've thought of a possibility. Sir might think that he has gone too far. When we were fighting against the god race in the Golden Bull continent, Sir usually killed those who resisted. As for those civilians, Sir usually used spatial magic to send them to other places. Previously, I always thought that Sir had killed them. Now it seems that Sir didn't kill them and had arranged for them to be sent to other places. This time, the central continent is in chaos. It wasn't just the army that was affected. Many civilians were also caught up in it. This might not be what Sir wanted to see, which is why Sir's face was so ugly." Both Eheta and Laedina nodded. This was the only reasonable explanation. However, Laedina noticed that Xiao Bingya was frowning again. He looked at Xiao Bingya in confusion and asked, "Bingya, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Bingya furrowed his brows. "I have a feeling that Sir's purpose in coming to the Divine Realm this time is not as simple as revenge. If he really wanted revenge with their strength, the Divine Realm would have been in chaos long ago. It should not be like this. I wonder why Sir is doing this." Eheta and Laedina also frowned. They had been with Zhao Hai for some time, so they were very clear about Zhao Hai's combat strength. Zhao Hai's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. He had not even used his full strength in the battle with the great Supreme Elder of the Protoss. This was completely different from the style of a vengeful person. They had not thought of this before because Zhao Hai had killed many Protoss people. However, after hearing what Xiao Bingya said, they felt that Zhao Hai's actions were a little strange. He didn't seem like a person who wanted revenge. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Xiao Bingya and the others. When he saw that they were all in their rooms, Zhao Hai started to move. He directed Pluto to the bottom of the Lion Heart. It was not easy to get to the bottom of the Lion Rock. However, Zhao Hai thought of an idea. He used the magic cannons on Hades to fire at the riverbed. By doing so, the rocks on the riverbed would evaporate and they would be able to pass through. Zhao Hai had already kept the bubble, but Hades had not grown in size. Hence, no one noticed Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai continued to move forward. Slowly, he arrived at the foot of the Lion Rock Mountain. This time, Zhao Hai really stopped. He was waiting. Once the sky turned dark, he would immediately take action. Zhao Hai had ordered Hades to the bottom of Lion Rock not only because he wanted to attack from the bottom, but also because he wanted to see if there were any defenses around the mountain. Soon, Zhao Hai realized that he had made the right decision. Although there was no Protoss army guarding the Lion Rock, there was a protective continent and a huge magic array. There was also a 10,000-strong Protoss army stationed at the corner of the mountain. If there was any movement on the mountain, they would immediately respond. NBSB Zhao Hai also noticed that every hour or so, the military camp would send out 1,000 soldiers to patrol the area around Lion Rock Hill. It could be said that the defense was extremely tight. This was the depths of the Lion continent, and the fact that the Lion clan had set up such a defense showed how much they cared about the Lion Mountain. However, this made Zhao Hai even more determined to destroy Lion Mountain. Lion Mountain was so important to the Lion clan. If he destroyed it, coupled with the current atmosphere of the Lion clan, they would definitely go crazy. Once they went crazy, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to do anything. Once the Lion race went crazy, it would be extremely beneficial for Zhao Hai, regardless of whether they targeted the S-God race or the Thunder race. If they attacked the S-God race would be in a dangerous situation. Zhao Hai might even be able to bring the S-God race into his dimension. If they wanted to deal with the Thunder clan, then Zhao Hai would let the undead creatures hold them back on the Golden Bull continent. Then, he would use this to put pressure on the Thunder clan. Perhaps he could even bring the Thunder clan into the origin space. No matter what, this debt was worth it. After learning about the situation at Lion Rock's peak, Zhao Hai stopped and took a closer look at the defensive magic array. When he saw it, he was stunned. This defensive magic array was different from most of the defensive magic arrays used by the god race. Although Zhao Hai wasn't an expert in magic arrays, he had come into contact with them quite a bit recently. Under these circumstances, he had some understanding of magic arrays. Moreover, defensive magic arrays were his most commonly used magic arrays, so he was very familiar with them. Although there were many types of defensive magic arrays on the continent, Zhao Hai realized that they were all variations of the most basic defensive magic array. At most, they were more complicated, but there were still traces to be found. However, the magic array on the Lion Rock Hill was completely different from the defensive magic arrays he had seen before. It was a large array made up of a few formation discs. Zhao Hai counted and found that there were a total of 8 formation discs. NBSB Zhao Hai looked at the 8 formation discs and realized that they seemed new. They weren't set up a long time ago, but rather they were newly placed. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious. He immediately asked Kai-Er to record the formation on the formation disk, then brought it to the space and placed it in the universal analysis machine. As soon as the magic circle was taken out of the universal analysis machine, it immediately sent out a notification, as the spell formation is of a higher grade than the host's. If the host wishes to analyze it, please pay 1 million gold coins. Zhao Hai was taken aback when he heard the notification. He never thought that the all-purpose analyzer would have such an ability and that he would have to pay for it. Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn to Kai-Er. Kai-Er, what's going on? Why did the all-purpose analyzer need money again? And if this array is of a higher level than mine, wouldn't the all-purpose analysis machine be unable to analyze it, just like the battle suit? Kai-Er laughed, young master. You must not have read the description of the universal analyzer in detail. The universal analyzer can be upgraded, and because you are the host, the universal analyzer can still give you some convenience. The universal analyzer has now determined that you are level 85, and as long as the results of its analysis are less than 50 levels higher than you, you can use money to help you analyze what you want to analyze. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He had not expected this. He nodded and said, I see. You don't say. I really didn't read the instructions of the analyzer in detail. All right, I'll analyze it immediately. Zhao Hai was not in need of money. 1 million gold coins was a small amount to him. He would not let go of this opportunity to analyze the situation. The moment the analysis machine received the order, it immediately deducted 1 million from Zhao Hai. Then a notification rang out. This formation is a cultivation civilization level defensive trap formation. It has a total of 8 formation discs, one of which is the main formation disc, and 7 of which are secondary. If the formation discs are made from top-grade materials from the cultivation world, those who don't know the formation will be trapped in the formation for a maximum of 56 days. The formation won't directly harm the user. Does the host wish to print the method of setting up and breaking this formation? As a result, the formation's level is higher than the magic formation that the host uses. The host is advised to find the original formation disc. By adding it to Hades, it can increase the ship's combat ability. It was worth it. It was worth it. This 1 million yuan was really worth it. This was Zhao Hai's only thought now. He never thought that the analysis machine would be so powerful this time. It actually gave him such a good suggestion. It even gave him the method to set up and break the array. This was really important to Zhao Hai. The method to set up and break the formation was extremely precious to Zhao Hai. He didn't have a very good understanding of the cultivation world, especially the formation. From Lu Wei's remnant soul, Zhao Hai learned that the cultivation world placed great importance on formations, to the point where it was almost impossible to leave them. However, the magic formations here and the ones in the cultivation world were different. They developed on 2 completely different paths without any intersection. If Zhao Hai ascended to the cultivation world in the future, formations would definitely become his weakness, and his enemies would use it. NBSB, the appearance of this formation was definitely a good thing. This would allow Zhao Hai to better understand the formations of the cultivation world. In the past, Zhao Hai had also obtained some items from the world of cultivation. The soul-devouring tower and Hades were all things he had robbed. They also had arrays from the world of cultivation, but those arrays were too profound for Zhao Hai to use. It was like an elementary school student who had just learned how to write. It was unrealistic to ask him to write a thesis. But this time, the formation was different. The level of this formation space was low, which meant that it was also a very ordinary formation in the cultivation world. Most importantly, the space could also provide detailed information on how to set up and break this formation. This was extremely helpful for studying the formations of the cultivation world. In addition, the analyzer also mentioned that this array must have an original disk array made of materials from the cultivation world. It would also be helpful to the Hades. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. The weaker the Hades was, the better his life would be when he went to the cultivation world. This was what Zhao Hai was most concerned about. Print it immediately, Seahorse Zhao replied. Zhao Hai wasn't the only one who could hear the system announcement. Laura and the others could hear it as well. They were very happy. They had been by Zhao Hai's side the entire time, so they knew what the array formation meant to them. Suddenly, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, do you think this formation is something the Protos used to deal with us? The formation plate on it is obviously new. That means they left behind the original formation plate to deal with us. Think about it. If they can really trap us for dozens of days, even if Dingsing and the others are on the horizon, they can still come back and kill us. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, that seems to be the case. However, how can they be so sure that this formation can trap us? I don't think a newly made formation disk like this can display 100% of the formation's power, right? Young master, it's printed out, Kai said at this time. After saying that, she had a stack of papers in her hand. Zhao Hai immediately took the stack of paper and read it carefully. When he saw that the original formation disk could be used separately, Zhao Hai was finally certain that this formation was the one the god's race had used against him. Zhao Hai turned to look at her and smiled. You're right, Li Jai. This 7-star sky-locking formation must be used by the god clan to deal with us. It's a pity that we didn't search carefully when we attacked the heaven-connecting palace. Otherwise, we might have found the formation disk of the 7-star sky-locking formation. As he spoke, he passed the paper to her. She looked at it carefully and nodded. That's right. It seems that Lu Wei gave this formation to Dingsing and the others to use against us. Zhao Hai nodded. That seems to be the case. However, this formation is useless to us now. With the way to break it, this formation is just a decoration. Sooner or later, I will snatch it and put it on Hades. Lola smiled. I think there must be an original array disk in the Lion continent. Without it, the 7-star sky-locking array can't display its power. It's useless to us. Why don't we look for it here? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. Our main goal now is to cause chaos in the god race. If we stay in the Lion continent for too long, we might run into Dingsing and the others. This is not good for our operation. Anyway, Dingsing has this thing, and it will be useful sooner or later. When they use the original disk array against us, we will break his array and get the disk array. That's good, Lola nodded. Tonight, we might be able to give the Protos a surprise. Zhao Hai said with a smile, but his eyes were cold. He was not thinking about how the god's race had dealt with him, but Lu Wei. This time, Lu Wei was also behind the attack of the god's race. It seemed that Lu Wei would not stop until he killed him. After he ascended, he was afraid that he would be in real danger. As the sky darkened, Zhao Hai remained as patient as ever. He did not act immediately. At the same time, he took the opportunity to check out the situation at the military camp at the foot of Lion Rock Hill. NBSB Zhao Hai quickly noticed that the soldiers in the camp were doing very well at night. The sentries were arranged very well. During the day, they patrolled Lion Rock once an hour, but at night, they patrolled for 2 hours. Everything else was normal. Zhao Hai sat in the Hades and did not leave the room. Instead, he ordered the magic cannons on the ship to fire at the top of the Lionheart. Zhao Hai had taken a look at the Lion Mountain during the day. It really did look like a lion lying there. The mountain was covered with trees, making it look like a huge green furred lion from afar. Unlike what Zhao Hai had imagined, the Celestials' mausoleums were not built on the mountain. Instead, they were all built in caves. The structure of Lion Rock Mountain was very special. Although it was near the water, there was a cave halfway up the mountain. The cave did not look like it was going down, but up. It was very dry in the cave. The cave had been modified by the lion tribe to build a huge mausoleum. The interior decoration was very luxurious. There was a huge mausoleum decorated as a palace inside. There were only a few coffins in the mausoleum. The coffins were made of high-quality white stones. Zhao Hai recognized the stones as light stones. The stones themselves were able to amplify light magic to a certain extent. Even in the divine realm, they were an extremely precious material. In the most important mausoleum of this palace, there were 2 coffins in the middle, both made of light stone. One of the coffins was big while the other was small. One of them looked angular and gave people a very hard feeling, while the other had round edges and corners, giving people a very soft feeling. The 2 coffins were placed in the center of the mausoleum, where there was a large platform. The platform was made of light stone, and there were very beautiful patterns carved on it. It was the main coffin in the huge graveyard. Under the 2 main coffins, there were many coffins around the main coffins. These coffins were like children around their parents, surrounding the 2 main coffins in the middle. Looking at the sea, he understood the situation. The 2 main coffins in the palace were probably the most respected patriarch and his wife in the Lion Continent's royal family. The other coffins were their children. There were many coffins outside the palace-style mausoleum. The coffins were not made of good materials. Some of them were made of gold, some of them were made of silver, some of them were made of bronze, some of them were made of iron, and some of them were made of wood. It seemed to be a symbol of one's status. Hence, it would take a long time for Zhao Hai to open up a path to the tomb. Hence, he ordered the magic cannons on Hades to fire upwards. They had to open up a path to the tomb. Zhao Hai did not open the tunnel for himself. He only needed a thought to enter the tomb. He opened the tunnel so that he could use magic. Zhao Hai wanted to send the black mist of the underworld into the tomb and see what would happen. The black mist in the underworld could turn the dead into undead creatures. Zhao Hai wanted to see how long it would take for the black mist to turn the skeletons into undead creatures. Naturally, Zhao Hai did not dare to let the magic cannon fire at full power. That would be too loud and alert the people on the mountain. This time, Zhao Hai did not want to alert the people on the mountain. He wanted to come quietly, so he lowered the power of the magic cannon on Hades to a very low level. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the passage was completely opened. The passage was only the size of a fist, as if it was dug by a big rat, but it was straight up and down. Zhao Hai immediately sent the black mist he had obtained from the underworld into the tunnel, allowing it to slowly enter the tomb. More and more black mist slowly entered the tomb. Soon the wooden coffins began to shake. Then skeletons climbed out of the wooden coffins, followed by the iron coffins, the copper coffins, the silver coffins, and the gold coffins. However, when the black fog came into contact with the light stone coffins, it was a little troublesome. Shi Guangaming seemed to have some resistance to the black fog. As soon as the black fog came into contact with the light stone began to slowly emit a white light, blocking the black fog outside, making it impossible for the black fog to enter the coffins. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he frowned. He had not expected the light stone to be able to block the black mist of the underworld. If that was the case, then the Protos might really be able to defeat the underworld. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Laura suddenly said, "Big brother Hai, look, he's in." Zhao Hai was taken aback. He looked at the situation on the screen and was shocked. The black fog on the screen seemed to be enraged. It began to roll violently. As the black fog rolled, the white light on the light stones became weaker and weaker. Finally, it disappeared and the black fog surrounded the stone coffins. After a while, the stone coffins also began to shake, and then one by one, the skeletons walked out of the stone coffins. These skeletons were all tall, and the clothes they wore were very distinctive. They were all very gorgeous white formal suits. The skeletons that had crawled out of the other coffins were also wearing different clothes. Some of them were wearing white formal clothes, while others were wearing armor. They were like the civil and military officials of the Protos. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the two coffins in the middle did not move. It was as if there was nothing in them. Zhao Hai thought that the bones in the coffins had already turned to dust. To his surprise, the coffins began to move as well. The shaking became more and more intense. In the end, the lids of the coffins bounced off the coffins with a bang and shattered on the ground. Then 4 white skeletal hands stretched out of the coffin, and 2 people slowly sat up from the coffin. It was obvious that they were a man and a woman. They were both wearing very gorgeous white robes, and on their robes were 2 lifelike lions embroidered with golden silk threads. The man had a male lion and the woman had a female lion. What happened next surprised Zhao Hai even more. After the 2 skeletons sat up from the coffins, they looked around. Then they stood up at the same time and slowly snuggled up to each other. Seeing this, Zhao Hai and Laura were dumbfounded. They had never thought that the 2 skeletons would do something like this. Zhao Hai didn't use any magic this time. He only used the black mist he obtained from the underworld. However, the black mist now belonged to Zhao Hai. According to Zhao Hai's thoughts, although the black mist was powerful, it couldn't make the undead creatures gain intelligence. In other words, the undead creatures should be like machines, but now it didn't seem to be the case. Not only were these undead creatures much stronger than Zhao Hai had imagined, but they also seemed to have intelligence. What was going on? While Zhao Hai was still confused, something even more surprising happened. The undead creatures that had just climbed out of their coffins knelt down in unison before the 2 undead creatures that were snuggling together as if they were paying respects to their king. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were shocked, and their expressions changed. Zhao Hai was the one who used the black mist to turn them into undead creatures. Even if these people wanted to worship, they should be worshipping Zhao Hai. Why did they suddenly worship the 2 undead creatures? Could it be that these undead creatures were not under Zhao Hai's control? It wasn't as if the undead creatures had never taken over the Ark continent. There had been cases of undead creatures taking over the Ark continent. The undead creatures were stronger than their masters. Although they were restricted by some laws, they could still break the laws and take over the Ark continent if they were much stronger. When Zhao Hai and the others saw the undead creatures worshipping the 2 undead creatures, they immediately thought of the undead creatures turning the tables on them. However, Zhao Hai and the others were still puzzled. They couldn't understand why this was happening. The black mist of the underworld could turn people into undead creatures, but undead creatures didn't have intelligence. There were several types of undead creatures. The most common type was the one Zhao Hai was using. It turned people into undead creatures directly. Since people hadn't been dead for long, their flesh and blood could be attracted to their bones. That was why the undead creatures they created were very powerful. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Zhao Hai's undead creatures were not an exception. The second method was to turn the bones of people who had been dead for a long time into undead creatures. Because these undead creatures had been dead for a long time, only their bones were left and they couldn't absorb flesh and blood. In addition, their bones had become brittle after a long time. Therefore, these undead creatures had always been at the bottom of the undead creatures. As for the undead creatures in the Lion Mountain, Zhao Hai was prepared to use them to cause trouble. He didn't care about their strength. Zhao Hai wanted to let the people of the Lion Continent know that he had dug up their ancestral graves. At that time, it would be strange if the Lion Continent didn't fall into chaos. However, the current situation puzzled Zhao Hai. He quickly calmed down as he realized that the undead creatures might not be the host. If one of the undead creatures wanted to take over the host, their master would be injured. The most serious consequence was that their master might be mentally and physically affected and might even turn into an idiot. Zhao Hai realized that they weren't attacked at all. Although he released the black mist from the underworld, it came from his boundless space. Almost everything in the boundless space carried his spiritual imprint, so the black mist was like a spell that Zhao Hai released. If the undead creatures really took over, Zhao Hai would definitely be attacked. However, he wasn't attacked at all. Zhao Hai looked at the undead creatures and appeared in the tomb. He wanted to see what was going on. While Laura and the others were still in shock, they suddenly saw Zhao Hai appear on the screen. They weren't stunned, but their expressions changed drastically as they were afraid that the undead creatures would attack Zhao Hai. However, the development of the situation was beyond their expectations. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared in the tomb, the two lofty undead creatures immediately turned to look at Zhao Hai and knelt down in front of him almost at the same time. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and the two undead creatures stood up. Then Zhao Hai tried to communicate with them using his spirit power. After communicating with them, Zhao Hai found out that these two people's identities were not so simple. They were the first-generation clan leaders of the Lion Continent. They also had another identity, self-cultivators of the world of self-cultivators. However, the two of them were not particularly strong cultivators. They were just furnace boys in a sect's pharmacy. In the cultivation world, every sect had some pharmacies, which were used by the alchemists of that sect to refine medicine. In the cultivation world, medicine was indispensable, and almost every cultivator would take medicinal pills. In the cultivation world, there were many kinds of medicinal pills, and injury medicine was the most common. Most of their medicines were used to improve their cultivation, and every sect would send some children who were very talented in refining medicine. When they were young, they would teach them some simple cultivation methods, and then let them help those pharmacists look after the medicine furnaces. They would also teach them some simple medicinal knowledge. When they grew up, they could become qualified pharmacists. These two skeletons started out doing this. When they were 10 years old, an expert from another sect suddenly attacked their sect. The two sect's experts fought in the sect. At that time, they were in the medicine room looking at the medicine stove. They didn't expect that the expert would attack them in the end. Then, several experts launched a big move together. This big move actually created a spatial crack. Experts were of course fine, but the two furnace boys with the lowest cultivation were fine. However, he had fallen into a spatial rift and arrived in the divine realm. After the two of them arrived in the god realm, they fell into the Lion Continent and were later rescued by an old man on the Lion Continent. Later, they were adopted by a rich businessman. The two of them also realized that this place was completely different from the cultivation world, so they did not dare to reveal their origins. Unfortunately, the two of them had been chosen to be furnace boys because their talent in alchemy was very good, but their talent in cultivation was not very good. However, after arriving here, they discovered that they were a rare cultivation genius. Moreover, the battle energy and magic that the people here cultivated were still far from the most basic cultivation methods that they had learned. The two of them began to cultivate according to their own methods and finally became the kings of the Lion Continent. However, their cultivation talent was considered good in this world. However, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was insufficient, and their cultivation talent was not good in the cultivation world, they could not ascend back to the cultivation world when their lifespans were up. In the end, they died of old age on the Lion Continent. When they had been on the Lion Continent, they had also found out that it was ruled by the self-cultivation world. However, they had not dared to reveal their identities to the self-cultivator, because once he found out that they had come from the self-cultivation world, he would definitely kill them. Thus, they had also brought this secret into their graves. But at that time, his descendants and his most loyal subordinates had all learned some cultivation methods from them. The cultivation methods of the cultivation world also attached great importance to the cultivation of the body, so their bodies were much stronger than the average god's race. In addition, before they died, they had set up a continent in the tomb. There was not much change in the formation, but it could preserve the body for a longer time. Generally, the body could be preserved for 1,000 years without rotting. Even after 1,000 years, their flesh and blood would not rot like ordinary corpses. Under the effect of the formation, the energy inside would slowly integrate into the bone armor, so that their bone armor could be preserved for a longer time. This time, Zhao Hai used the underworld's black mist to turn them into undead creatures. However, the black mist had been modified by the dimension to allow the undead creatures to retain their intelligence. If it were an ordinary person, their intelligence would have long dissipated after being dead for so long. But these people were different because their bodies had already fused with their bone armor, and a trace of their intelligence had been preserved. This was why the undead creatures in the mausoleum immediately knelt down when they saw these two undead creatures because they were their kings. Although they had turned into skeletons and their faces couldn't be seen, their clothes showed their identity. Most importantly, the level division between the undead creatures was very strict, which was why the undead creatures knelt down when they saw them. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he realized this. Although these skeletons still retained a trace of intelligence, they were still very loyal to him. However, there was one thing that puzzled Zhao Hai. Undead creatures shouldn't have any feelings for each other, so they could kill their parents and descendants even if they were in front of them. Why were these two undead creatures able to recognize each other immediately after waking up and even hug each other? Of course, Zhao Hai asked the two undead creatures about this matter. However, the answer he got surprised him because the two undead creatures used a spell called the same heart not when they were alive. This technique did not exist in the god world, but in the cultivation world. They had learned it by accident in the cultivation world. At that time they were too young and did not know what this technique represented. Later, when they slowly grew up and became husband and wife, they understood what this heart knot technique meant. This one heart knot spell was a kind of life-extending spell. The users had to be a man and a woman, and the two of them had to be very in love. Otherwise, the spell couldn't be used. There was a feature of this spell when it was used, which was that one of the users must be seriously injured and on the verge of death. After using this spell, the injured person could recover in an instant, but the uninjured person's life would be reduced by half. It could be said that one person's life was used to exchange for another person's life. It was an extremely overbearing spell. In fact, the two of them had also had the opportunity to ascend in the past. However, during a fight, the woman was seriously injured. When the man was treating the woman's injury, he used the same heart knot. The woman recovered, but the man's lifespan was greatly reduced. In the end, the two of them failed to ascend. Apart from healing injuries, this heart knot spell had another feature. From now on, the two of them would have the same lifespan. If one died, the other would never be able to live alone. Even after they died, their souls would still be affected by this spell, and they would never be separated for eternity. Zhao Hai was very curious when he heard about this spell, and immediately told the man that he wanted to learn it. The man was now an undead creature under Zhao Hai, so of course, he wouldn't hide it from Zhao Hai. Not only did he tell Zhao Hai about this spell, but he also told him about the medicinal knowledge they had learned in the cultivation world. Qing Feng and Ming Yue were leading the undead creatures out of the tomb. In order to increase their attack power, Zhao Hai even turned their coffins into weapons. He used the copper and iron coffins to make weapons for the undead creatures, but he kept the gold and silver coffins. Zhao Hai was a money grubber, so he wouldn't waste his gold and silver. That was why the undead creatures were only holding bronze or iron weapons. As Zhao Hai's strength grew stronger, his control over metal also grew stronger. However, his current opponents were also stronger. If this special technique were to be used in actual combat, it would not be of much use. This was because his opponent's weapons were usually covered with fighting energy. It was basically useless. Zhao Hai was watching the undead creatures attack the camp. He was shocked when he counted the number of undead creatures. There were nearly 100,000 Protos buried in the huge tomb, and they were all experts when they were alive. They were at least at the high god level. King Feng and Chengda were even more impressive. They were experts who could have ascended to the immortal realm when they were alive. In addition, Qing Feng and Ming Yue had fused their flesh and blood into their bone armor. Therefore, after Zhao Hai turned them into undead creatures, they still retained their original strength. These 100,000 high god level undead creatures were extremely powerful. Qing Feng and Ming Yue had already reached the foot of the mountain and were about to attack the military camp. However, just as Qing Yue and the others were about to approach the camp, an alarm suddenly rang out in the camp, causing the entire camp to be in an uproar. Recently, due to the incident in central mainland, the entire divine realm had been on tenterhooks. Now this alarm seemed to have instantly severed their tenterhooks. The proto-soldiers jumped up at their fastest speed, grabbed their weapons, and ran out. They did not even have time to put on their clothes. The soldiers were stunned when they came out of their barracks. All the magic lights in the camp were lit up, so they could clearly see everything in the camp and 3 miles outside the camp. However, the scene in front of them surprised them. They were all elite soldiers and could tell the number of enemies at a glance. As soon as they came out of the camp, they realized that they were surrounded by undead creatures. They knew that there were at least 100,000 undead creatures. While they were still in a daze, the undead creatures had already rushed over. The soldiers in the military camp felt strange because the undead creatures' clothes were too strange. Many of the undead creatures were dressed in white formal attire like the nobles of the Protoss. Some of them wore ancient and gorgeous formal attire that was obviously exquisitely made, which made the Protoss soldiers feel very strange. Just as they were about to face the enemy, the undead creatures' explosive combat strength surprised them again. They were all at the high god level. Cavalho stood in the middle of the campsite and carefully looked at the undead creatures. The undead creatures' clothes seemed to have been worn for a long time, and the style was very old. However, the weapons they used were new, which puzzled Cavalho. Suddenly, Cavalho noticed the undead creatures' formation. Although they were attacking him, he could tell from their formation that they had come down from the Lion Rock. Cavalho frowned and glanced at Lion Rock. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He took a closer look at the undead creatures and saw an armored undead creature. Cavalho's eyes narrowed, and a fierce light flashed in them. He turned to his subordinates who were still struggling to resist and shouted, "Brothers, gather around me. We must kill our way out immediately." Cavalho's shout stunned his subordinates. They had been following Cavalho for a long time and they were very loyal. However, they were a little confused by the order today. After all, they were guarding the Lion Mountain. The importance of the Lion Mountain to the Lion clan was known to anyone. There was an order in the Lion clan specifically for the guards of the Lion Mountain. This order was that anyone who fled without permission would have 9 generations of their family executed. This order was to say that if anything happened to Lion Rock Mountain, they could all die here. However, if they escaped, none of their relatives would be able to escape. It was because of this order that the soldiers were puzzled. When they saw the combat power of the undead creatures, they were already prepared to die because they knew that if they ran away, their families would be finished. If they didn't run away, their families might be respected in the future. When Cavalho saw them, he knew what they were thinking. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, quickly gather and charge out. I promise that we'll be fine, because whether we can charge out or not concerns the life and death of the Lion continent. Quick, gather and charge out." Zhao Hai stood in his room and looked at Cavalho. He knew that Cavalho had guessed the truth. Zhao Hai had no intention of surrounding them. On the contrary, he wanted to spread the news of what had happened at Lion Mountain to the entire Lion continent through Cavalho. Cavalier's men were very obedient to him, so they immediately gathered and rushed out. As soon as Cavalho fought with the undead creatures, he realized that they weren't as strong as he had thought. Although he had lost about half of his men, he still managed to charge out. As soon as he rushed out, Cavalho immediately flew towards Lion's Inferno City. He knew that Lion's Inferno City wasn't a satellite city of Lion City, so there were a lot of guards there. They would definitely be able to stop the undead creatures. He had just sent out a signal, so he believed that the guards of Lion City would be able to come and receive them soon. At the thought of this, Cavalho's mood improved. He turned to look at the undead creatures that were slowly retreating and snorted. One of his confidants said, "General, where did these undead creatures come from?" Cavalho smiled bitterly. He really didn't know what to say. He was very clear that if the news of all the ancestors' bones in the Lion Mountain had been turned into undead creatures, it would have a great impact on the Lion continent. He was very clear about it, so he hesitated to tell his men about this news. When his confidant saw Cavalho's appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned and say, "General, is there anything you can't say?" Cavalho sighed. He still couldn't hide it from these brothers who had gone through life and death with him. He whispered, "Those undead creatures came from Lion Rock. This must be Zhao Hai's doing." His subordinate was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "From the Lion Rock Mountain? Why would there be?" "General, you mean Zhao Hai, the one we were fighting just now was." Cavalho looked at his subordinates and sighed. "That's most likely the case. Have you forgotten the clothes they were wearing? Although our Protoss clothes are mainly robes, the style of clothes has changed a lot over the years. However, the clothes they were wearing were obviously the same as before. With their dressing, I'm sure that the undead creatures were the remains of our ancestors on the Lion Rock Mountain. Zhao Hai must have gone to the Lion Rock Mountain and turned our ancestors' bones into undead creatures." When his subordinate heard Cavalho's words, his eyes turned red. "Detestable. Zhao Hai is too detestable. He's gone too far. I'll definitely tear him into pieces. This Zhao Hai is definitely the #1 enemy of the Protoss," Cavalier said with a gloomy face. "He doesn't do things according to the rules. If he isn't eliminated, the Protoss will be in danger." At this moment, a fire flickered in front of them. The guards of Lion Drinking City had come to receive them. Cavalier immediately went up to them and shouted from a distance, "Is that the general who came in front? I'm the general of the Lion Hill military camp, Cavalho. Please come forward and speak to the general opposite you." There was a commotion in the crowd, and then a voice said, "Cavalho, do you want to die? Why did you run out of the military camp? You're not such an impulsive person." What happened? A tall figure appeared in front of the reinforcements. When Cavalier saw the person, he couldn't help but relax. He immediately said, "Kilei, you damn fatty, stop wasting time. Come and protect us quickly. I have an important matter to see His Majesty the Lion King. This matter concerns the life and death of the Lion Continent, so we can't be careless." The person who came to pick him up was obviously an acquaintance of his. He knew that he would not joke about this kind of thing. He immediately brought people to surround him and sent people to check out the Lion Rock camp. At this time, the general called Carrie also came to Cavalho's side. Cavalho looked at Carrie and said, "Carrie, tell your men to come back. It's useless. Escort me to Lion City immediately. I want to see His Majesty. I have something important to tell His Majesty. This matter is of great importance." It was obvious that Kelly trusted Cavalho a lot. Seeing his expression, she immediately said, "All right, we'll leave immediately." After that, he ordered his men to call back the people who had gone to Lion Rock Mountain. At this moment, Cavalho's confidant reminded him, "General, we can't let too many people know about this. It's best to have General Keeley surround Lion Rock Mountain and not let anyone get close." When Cavalho heard him say that, he was stunned for a moment. Then his heart sank. He immediately turned to Corey and said, "That's right, Keeley. Quickly send people to surround Lion Rock Hill. Tell them not to let anyone get close and not to go up the hill. Add 1094, a change in temperament 1. Although Kelly didn't quite understand what Cavalho meant, he immediately responded and sent the order. The reason why Kelly trusted Cavalho so much was that he was in the same army as her back then and had even begged for her life. That was why she trusted Cavalho unconditionally. After giving her instructions, Kelly turned to Cavalho and said, "Cavalho, what's wrong with you? What had happened at Lion Rock Mountain? Why is it so serious?" Cavalho looked at Carrie and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hai is here. So what if Zhao Hai is here? What does this have to do with Lion Rock? No, you said that undead creatures appeared at Lion Rock and Zhao Hai still came. Don't tell me." "That's right," Cavalho nodded. "I've already seen those undead creatures. It's them." Kelly's eyes instantly turned blood red. He looked at Cavalho and said, "Cavalho, I remember that your family's ancestors were also buried in Lion Rock Mountain, right? Are they also?" Cavalho's eyes glinted fiercely as he nodded and said, "I've already seen him. It's a pity that he doesn't recognize me." The two of them didn't speak softly this time, and everyone around them heard them. Some of them were confused, while others were shocked. At the same time, violence flashed across their faces. However, Cavalho and Kelly were too busy thinking about their own matters to notice. Just like what Zhao Hai had said, the emotions of the people of the Lion Continent were like a barrel of explosives that had a fuse set. As long as there was a spark, it would explode. Just like the soldiers who had always been very calm, now that there were signs of this, there was no need to talk about others. In the beginning, Cavalho had wanted to keep this news a secret. However, after being asked by Kelly, Cavalho couldn't help but reveal it. If the first person knew, the second person would know. This news would probably spread throughout the entire Lion Continent very quickly. At this moment, King Feng Minju and the others led the undead creatures into the Hades. The lower cabin of the Hades was specially made for the undead creatures to cultivate. There used to be many undead creatures there, but Zhao Hai had transferred them all into the boundless space and let King Feng Minju and the others into the cabin. King Feng Minju and the others were the strongest among the undead creatures. Zhao Hai had to keep them by his side to improve his combat strength. Zhao Hai could not use all of his power now. The appearance of King Feng and Minju had indeed solved many of his problems. At this time, Cavalho, Carrie, and the others went straight to Lion City. They wanted to inform the leader of the Lion tribe that Zhao Hai had appeared on the Lion Continent as soon as possible so that they could respond early. Zhao Hai wasn't done yet. He immediately ordered Hades to destroy the bottom of the mountain. He wanted to destroy the entire mountain and let the entire Lion Continent know that he had destroyed it. That way, even if the people of the Lion Continent wanted to hide the news, it would be impossible. It wasn't a difficult task for Zhao Hai to shake the foundation of Lion Rock Hill. He had many undead creatures under his command and a large number of iron armors. It wasn't difficult for him to destroy the foundation of Lion Rock Hill and bring it down. While Zhao Hai was trying his best to destroy Lion Rock's foundation, Qi Li's men had also arrived at the foot of the mountain and surrounded it. Of course, they couldn't surround the entire mountain. They only set up a quarantine zone at the corner of the mountain, not allowing anyone to approach. They didn't know what had happened in the Lion Rock as they hadn't received any orders. Zhao Hazy didn't hesitate and released a large number of undead creatures to excavate the Lion Rock. He was prepared to empty the entire mountain and then collapse it. There was strength in numbers. Zhao Hai now had hundreds of millions of undead creatures under his command. It wasn't difficult for them to dig a small mountain. Moreover, these undead creatures were all god tier and could convert their energy into earth magic, which would make the destruction faster. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was sitting on Hades. Other than watching the undead creatures destroy the foundation of Lion Rock Mountain, he had only one other thing to do: study the self-cultivation technique Qing Feng told him. Although Qing Feng and Ming Yue had learned the simplest self-cultivation technique, it was much more powerful for the battle energy and magic on the Arc continent. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to study it. Laura and the others sat beside Zhao Hai and studied the cultivation technique as well. After Zhao Hai finished reading it, he let out a long sigh. It is indeed profound. It is much more refined than the battle energy and magic we use. If we practice this cultivation method, we will be able to control our strength more freely. When we attack, we can display our strength better, and it will also greatly increase the amount of power we can use in battle. Lola nodded. Indeed, I didn't expect this to be the simplest technique in the world of cultivation. Although the power we have now is a little more than those who have cultivated this technique to the top, if we fight with the person who uses this technique, I'm afraid we won't have any advantage at all. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at Laura and the others. Laura, you guys keep an eye on those undead creatures. Once we've destroyed most of them, we'll immediately topple the Lion Rock Hill. I'll go and practice this set of cultivation technique to see the effect. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura couldn't help but look at him worriedly. Big Brother Hai, let's forget about it. This cultivation technique doesn't look like it's that easy to cultivate. You should just wait and see. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura knew that it was useless to say anything else. She could only nod and say, all right, Big Brother Hai, be careful. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. He glanced at the other girls and returned to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Zhao Hai sat down with his legs crossed and began to cultivate according to the technique. This technique might not be very complicated for the people in the world of self-cultivation, but it was a bit complicated for Zhao Hai because it was many times more difficult than the cultivation of warrior power. However, Zhao Hai was confident that he would be able to cultivate it well. Very soon, Zhao Hai entered a state where he forgot about everything else. The reason Zhao Hai was able to enter this state so quickly was because his own strength had already exceeded the highest level of this cultivation method. Rather than saying that he was cultivating this cultivation method, it would be more accurate to say that he was refining the energy within his body. The battle energy technique that Zhao Hai had learned in the past could not be considered a work of art. If it was compared to an object, it would be a rough base. Although the cultivation technique that Zhao Hai was learning now couldn't completely transform the energy in his body into a work of art, it could at least transform the energy in his body from a rough base to a fine base. What the energy in his body would become in the future depended on what cultivation technique Zhao Hai learned. This time, the cultivation was not difficult for Zhao Hai. He quickly went through all the paths described in the technique. When Zhao Hai finished cultivating the entire technique, he was suddenly stunned. This technique had actually stabilized the energy in his body. It became more and more peaceful, and even his state of mind was the same. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. The energy in his body was already very powerful, so the law of this space was rejecting him. The energy in his body couldn't calm down completely. This was very dangerous for ordinary people, but for Zhao Hai, it was still within his control. He knew that as long as he left this space, the energy in his body would calm down immediately, so he wasn't worried. It was just that he couldn't use all his power and had to resist the laws of heaven and earth here at any time. However, after he finished cultivating the technique that King Feng had mentioned, he felt the power in his body calm down. Even the laws of heaven and earth here had a lower rejection force for him. This made him feel relieved, and he felt even more profound about this technique. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. His temperament had changed significantly. In the past, Zhao Hai did not have any temperament at all, making people feel like he was invisible. Now his temperament was very obvious. He had a kind of peaceful aura. He stood there, giving people the feeling of a breeze, gentle, warm, and making people unable to have any ill feelings towards him. With the magic robe he was wearing, although the robe was black, it did not give him a gloomy feeling. On the contrary, he gave people a sense of maturity and stability. He had the air of a sage. If one had to use a word to describe Zhao Hai's current temperament, it would be sage-like. Zhao Hai's current temperament was like this. His eyes looked extremely peaceful and profound, as if they contained endless mystery, making people lose themselves in them with a single glance. His skin seemed to be shining, and he stood there as if he had merged with the world. Zhao Hai was not aware of the change in his temperament. He only felt an unprecedented calmness in his heart. The laws of heaven and earth around him seemed to have calmed down as well. They no longer rejected him as they had before. Zhao Hai knew that this was because he had not used his own energy. As long as he used his energy, the laws of heaven and earth would still reject him because his power should not appear in this space. Although Zhao Hai was calm, this cultivation technique didn't change his mind. He would do what he needed to do. He wouldn't show mercy to the people he wanted to kill. The change in his aura was completely caused by this cultivation technique. Zhao Hai looked at the time. Only an hour had passed. He smiled and walked out of the room. When he got there, he saw Laura and the others staring at the screen. The screen was showing the situation on the Lion Rock Hill. The hill was covered in dust and had completely collapsed. When Zhao Hai saw this, he could not help but smile. It's done so quickly. You guys are very fast. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others who were staring at the screen turned their heads. When they saw Zhao Hai, they were stunned for a moment before looking at him with a fascinated expression. Zhao Hai noticed that their gazes weren't quite right and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? It shouldn't be right." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura couldn't help but laugh. She walked to Zhao Hai's side and grabbed his arm. "Big brother Hai, there's nothing wrong with you. You just look better than before." We're all stunned. Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Better looking than before. Was I ugly in the past, or have I become more handsome?" Meljin smiled and ran to Zhao Hai's side. She held his other arm and said, "You used to be very good looking, but you haven't become more handsome. It's just that your aura has changed and you've become more charming. Big brother Hai, let's make it clear. You're not allowed to meet women alone in the future. Otherwise, those women will pester you." When Li Jai and the others heard Meljin's words, they also laughed. Zhao Hai even laughed out loud and said, "Oh really? My charm has become so great. All right, then you guys should go and cultivate that cultivation method as well. After you're done, you'll become like me." Meg smiled and said, "It seems that the cultivation method is really amazing. Brother Hai, did you encounter any problems with your cultivation time? Is it hard to practice?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "It's not hard to cultivate. It's very easy to cultivate. You guys should go and cultivate it too. I'll keep an eye on you here. Once you're done, enter the space and hand the technique over to Grandpa Grimm and father-in-law. I think this technique will be helpful to them." Laura and the others nodded their heads in agreement. The few of them then took the cultivation technique and started cultivating it. Zhao Hai did not lie to them. He really believed that this cultivation technique would be more helpful to Green and the others. When Zhao Hai was cultivating this cultivation technique, he had noticed that it was a Taoist cultivation technique. Moreover, it was the most moderate kind. The cultivation speed of this technique was not too fast, but Taoist techniques generally had one major feature, which was that they would not cause qi deviation, and they had a strong effect on increasing lifespan. Green and the others were Zhao Hai's family. Back on Earth, Zhao Hai did not have any family, so he never felt the warmth of home. However, after coming to the Ark continent, Green and the others made him feel the warmth of home. They gave Zhao Hai the feeling of home. NBSB Zhao Hai cherished this feeling. No matter what good things came, his family would be the first thing he thought of. No matter what benefits came, his family would be the first thing he thought of. In the past, Zhao Hai ate all the food by himself. His family didn't have to go hungry. However, things were different now. He was the head of a family. In his interspace, there were a few people from the mainland. He had to be responsible for these people. Therefore, Zhao Hai was more utilitarian in his actions now. In order to achieve his goals, he would resort to unscrupulous means. Sitting in the living room, Zhao Hai was calmly watching the dusty Lion Mountain on the screen. He knew that the people of the Lion Continent would soon know what had happened here. Such a big movement could not be hidden from them. Zhao Hai only wanted to see the reaction of the Lion Continent. He knew that the Lion Continent's reaction would not be too strong. At the very least, it would not be like the Central Continent. The reason why the Central Mainland was in such a mess was because Zhao Hai had killed all the people from the Central Mainland's royal family. The Central Mainland was like a group of dragons without a leader. There was no one who could suppress the situation. Under such circumstances, they would naturally be in a mess. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the Lion Continent was in complete chaos. The ordinary people of the Lion Continent had been in a bad mood for the past few days. They felt that they were a Protoss, but they had been reduced to such a state by the people of the Ark Continent. It was a disgrace. In addition, Heaven Connecting Palace had been promoted as the spiritual pillar of the Shen clan for many years. Many of the Shen clan regarded it as a holy land. Now that the holy land had been destroyed, how could those people bear it? And now, the sacred land of the Lion clan, Lion Mountain, was destroyed. Then there was news that all the bones of the ancestors in the Lion Mountain had been turned into undead creatures. Almost in an instant, the entire Lion continent exploded. Although the chaos in the Lion continent was slightly smaller than in the Central continent, the scale of the chaos had exceeded Zhao Hai's expectations. Not only was it beyond Zhao Hai's imagination, but it was also beyond the imagination of the people of the Lion continent. All kinds of battles began to break out among the commoners. There were people who beat people up and set fires from time to time. Then, the army also became chaotic. The chaos grew bigger and bigger until it finally developed to an uncontrollable stage. However, the chaos in the Lion continent was different from that in the Central Mainland. The chaos in the Central Mainland was a kind of chaos where people had completely lost their minds. However, the chaos in the Lion continent was an outburst of people's minds after being suppressed for a long time. The Protoss were too arrogant. Their arrogance had exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's attack on Lion Mountain and the fact that Heaven-reaching Palace had been broken through by him was a complete display of their incapability. It was the greatest insult to the Protoss. Now that they couldn't find Zhao Hai, they could only vent their anger through this method. The most terrifying thing was that this emotion was not only present among the civilians. Many soldiers in the army also had this emotion, which was why the chaos on the Lion Continent was out of control. Zhao Hai had already arrived at the Lion Drinking City. He wanted to see how chaotic the Lion Continent would be this time. However, he didn't relax about the situation at the Lion Mountain. He knew that the upper-class figures of the Lion Continent would definitely go there to see what was going on. The reason why Zhao Hai paid so much attention to this matter was because he wanted to obtain the original formation disc of the 7-star Heaven Lock formation from these people. This kind of formation disc could be placed on the Hades, so Zhao Hai had to get it. Although the current turmoil in the Lion Continent was out of control and some ambitious people had jumped out, the royal family of the lion race didn't take it to heart because they had already told the news to their great elder. They believed that as long as their great elder returned, this turmoil would be settled with a flip of his hand. It was because of this that the royal family of the lion race had sent people to the Lion Mountain. However, they did not bring the 7-star sky locking array disc. It was not that they did not want to bring it, but they did not have it. The 8 formation discs of the 7-star Heaven Lock formation had been placed on the other 8 continents of the gods race. Dinxing and the others were personally guarding the lion race, so the lion race didn't have any formation discs for the 7-star Heaven Lock formation. Zhao Hai had miscalculated this time. This time, the person who came to the Lion Mountain had a very special identity. He was the Lion King of the Lion Continent. The Lion Mountain was equivalent to the imperial tomb of the lion race. Now that their ancestral grave had been dug up, how could the Lion King not come to take a look personally? Although the Lion Continent was in chaos, the royal family of the lion tribe still controlled a large army. This army was almost made up of the royal family's descendants. There were many of them, and they were absolutely loyal. With this army, the lion royal family was not afraid of anyone touching them. Lion City wasn't far from Lion Mountain, so the lion royal family arrived very quickly. Zhao Hai calmly observed the situation at Lion Mountain. When he saw the lion royal family's lineup, Zhao Hai knew that the people who came this time were not simple. Now that Laura and the others were cultivating, Zhao Hai naturally would not disturb them. However, Zhao Hai did not want to give up this opportunity to deal with the lion royal family. Therefore, he directly let King Feng, Minju, and the others out. First, it was to deal with the lion royal family, and second, it was to give them a mental blow. In fact, Zhao Hai was not being cruel. Although the lion sovereign tribe was still the descendants of King Feng and Minju in name, this bloodline had faded away after many generations. Therefore, it was not a big deal for Zhao Hai to let King Feng and Minju deal with them. The Lion King looked at Lion Mountain with an unsightly expression. To be honest, as the masters of the races, they did not care much about the destruction of Heaven Connecting Palace. Heaven Connecting Palace did not belong to them. When Heaven Connecting Palace was built, the 10 great divine races had put in a lot of effort, which was equivalent to the joint strength of the divine races. However, to the Lion King, that was something that had happened a long time ago, so what if it was destroyed? To him, it was not a big deal. Zhao Hai had slapped the face of the central continent, and it had nothing to do with the lion race. However, the destruction of Lion Rock Mountain was directly related to them. This was Zhao Hai's way of slapping the face of the lion race. Under such circumstances, how could the Lion King remain calm? Most importantly, the Lion King knew very well what the destruction of the Lion Mountain meant. The Lion Mountain was their ancestral grave. It was a race's grave. For someone to dig up their ancestral grave, this was a great humiliation to the Lion clan. A man in a helmet who was following the Lion King had an even uglier expression. This man was the #1 war god of the Lion Continent, the prince of the Lion Imperial family, the new younger brother of the lions, and the man who was called the Battle Lion by the people of the Lion Continent. Jianshi's expression was extremely ugly. He felt that this was all his responsibility. He was the most famous Jian Jing on the Lion Continent. He was the one who had set up the defenses of the palace. However, the Lion Mountain had been destroyed by Zhao Hai right under his nose. How could he accept this? At this moment, a wave of respectful greetings came from the outside. Battle Lion and Lion King were stunned for a moment. They looked outside and saw a large number of undead creatures flying over from a distance. As soon as they saw these undead creatures, their faces changed, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Because Battle Lion and Lion King were members of the royal family, they knew a lot more than others. In the Lion Palace, there was a portrait of the first-generation Lion King and Lion Queen. At that time, the two of them were wearing the same ceremonial robe. Later, they also wore the same ceremonial robe and were buried with them. It was because of this that Battle Lion and Lion King could recognize the clothes on Qing Feng and Ming Yue at a glance. It was definitely the ceremonial robe of the Lion King and Lion Queen. There was no mistake. Realizing this, the two of them were naturally very angry, but at the same time they had a headache. because this time the thing that attacked them was the bones of their ancestors. They didn't know what to do. Even if they won, their ancestors' bones would be destroyed. They couldn't just watch the other party kill, right? This caused both Leonis and Battle Lion to frown. Big brother, what should we do? Battle Lion couldn't help but ask the Lion King. Leonis was also frowning. He could not make up his mind. After a while, Leonis sighed and said, let's fight. We'll have to fight sooner or later. We can't just wait for them to come after Zhao Hai lets them out. Jianxi also sighed. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to do it, but in this situation, he had no choice but to fight. Jianxi had no choice but to agree to Lioness's words. However, his hatred for Zhao Hai only increased. Following War Lion's order, the army following them also moved, using all their strength to meet Qing Feng and Ming Yue. Right now, the people following the Lion King were all his personal guards. Their combat strength was extremely strong, and there were also 100,000 of them. However, as soon as the personal guards charged forward, they realized that they were wrong. The undead creatures immediately raised their domains and charged at them. However, the guards didn't expect the undead creatures to be so powerful. After they activated their domains, they actually displayed the strength of a high god. This was an absolute disaster for the guards. Although these personal guards weren't weak, they were only divine-level experts, while the other party was a high-level expert. With a difference of 1 level, the other party's pressure completely suppressed them. However, these personal guards were not without the ability to fight back. The weapons and configuration of these personal guards were definitely the best among all the Lion Clan's armies. When it came to domain weapons, there were about 20 of them in their team. This was not a small number. As soon as the battle started, the Leo King was already protected by his people and entered his domain weapon. It was not that he did not have the strength to fight with others. The Leo King was also a high deity-level expert, but he was still a king. He could not let him be in danger. At this time, the Lion King's personal guards were already fighting with King Feng and Minju. One side was strong and fearless, while the other side was slightly weaker, but their equipment was much better, so neither side could do anything to the other. At this moment, Hades suddenly appeared beside the Leo King's war chariot. The Leo King's war chariot was also a domain weapon. It was called the Lion War Chariot. The entire war chariot was built in the shape of a lion, and the lion's tail was its handle. It was a strange weapon. However, the sudden appearance of the Hades was out of the lion tribe's expectations. At that moment, the magic cannons on Hades immediately fired at the lion chariot. This time, the lion chariot was not able to block the attack. It was instantly vaporized. Not only the lion chariot, but the lion was also killed. The magic cannons on Hades were now much stronger than before. Even a domain weapon like this would not be able to withstand a single attack from Hades, not to mention the current situation. Leonis was not prepared at all. Of course, he was killed instantly by Zhao Hai. As soon as the lion chariot was destroyed, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He immediately released a large number of undead creatures to attack the personal guards of King Leonis. This time, Zhao Hai released 5 million undead creatures instead of just 1 or 2 million. More than 5 million undead creatures fought against the 100,000 personal guards and even surrounded them. The personal guards had almost no hope of escaping. In less than an hour, the battle was over, so none of the people who came with King Leonis were alive. Even the battle lion could not escape. As soon as the battle ended, Zhao Hai sent another message. At the same time, he gave all his domain weapons to Clear Wind and Bright Moon. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was to build Clear Wind and Bright Moon into the second team, Devil. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was that he discovered that the undead creatures like Qing Feng and Ming Yue cultivated much faster than the undead creatures he had created before. Although the undead creatures weren't afraid of death in battle, they had a natural weakness in their cultivation. Their cultivation speed couldn't be compared to humans and was much slower. However, King Feng, Minju, and the other undead creatures were different. Perhaps it was because of the spirit sealing array. Their physical energy was completely preserved in the bone armor. After many precipitation, their bone armor was very powerful. They couldn't turn into zombies like the other undead creatures in the spatial space, but their attack power and cultivation speed were much stronger than those ordinary undead creatures. It was because Zhao Hai had discovered this that he took such good care of this battle team. Zhao Hai had also equipped them with the battle suits to see if these special undead creatures could equip them. However, the result disappointed Zhao Hai. Not only couldn't the undead creatures equip the battle armor, but the armor's repelling force was much stronger than the ordinary undead creatures. Currently, Zhao Hai hadn't found any suitable weapons for the undead creatures. If he could find some suitable weapons, the undead creatures' combat strength would increase by at least 30. Undead creatures were different from humans. Even if humans had good weapons, they still needed training. Moreover, they were easily affected by various emotions on the battlefield, which would weaken their combat power. Undead creatures, on the other hand, wouldn't be affected. As long as they were commanded well, their combat power would only be stronger than an army of humans. After settling Qing Yue and Ming Yue's matters, Zhao Hai returned to Lion Drinking City. He wanted to see how the Lion clan would react when they found out that their clan leader had been killed. Soon, Zhao Hai knew the reaction of the Lion Continent. Chaos, great chaos. Originally, with the presence of the Lion King, the Lion Continent could still suppress some people and make them have scruples. But now it was different. Now that the Lion King was dead, the last seal on them had disappeared. The entire Lion clan was in chaos. Zhao Hai also realized that the chaos in the lion race was completely different from that in the central mainland. The emotions in the central mainland were too extreme and made people go crazy. On the other hand, the social conflicts in the Lion continent seemed to have accumulated to a certain extent. They had used this incident to suddenly explode. Zhao Hai could only shake his head in response to this situation. He had already achieved his goal in the Lion continent. All he had to do now was wait and see if the great elder of the lion race would appear. If the great elder of the lion race returned, but the great elders of the other Protos didn't, Zhao Hai would have to deal with them. At this moment, the door of Laura's room opened and they walked out. They had been cultivating for a longer time than Zhao Hai, so they did not have as much energy in their bodies as Zhao Hai. Moreover, they could not use it as well as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others. Their auras had also undergone subtle changes. They were now wearing home clothes from the technology plane. They looked like sportswear, but the design was more beautiful. When others wore such clothes, they would look lively. However, when they wore it, they looked elegant and noble. Zhao Hai's eyes brightened at the sight of them. The changes in their temperaments made them even more beautiful. They were already beautiful women and had received a good education since they were young. Now their temperaments were even better than before and more eye-catching. If they were the stars in the sky before, they were the bright moon now. As soon as Zhao Hai saw the girls' expressions, his eyes started to heat up. As for Laura and the other girls who knew Zhao Hai very well, they knew what he was going to do the moment they saw his expression. Their faces turned red. Laura turned around and looked at Lies and the others also turned around to look at Laura. Then they all saw a hint of mockery in each other's eyes. They turned around and looked at Zhao Hai with charming smiles, then slowly walked toward him. Zhao Hai suddenly had a bad feeling. He remembered a joke he had seen on Earth. In that joke, men wanted to hear women say "I want to," and men were afraid of women saying "I want to." Why did he feel that something was wrong now? At this moment, Laura and the others had already reached Zhao Hai's side. Laura suddenly shouted, "Sisters, let's do it." After saying that, the few of them lifted Zhao Hai up. "What are you guys doing?" Zhao Hai struggled. "Let me go. Help me. Scream all you want," Lola sneered. "Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will ever save you. Cut your throat, cut your throat. Where are you?" Zhao Hai shouted, "Come and save me." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the other girls all laughed so hard that they almost threw Zhao Hai to the ground. However, they didn't let go of him and carried him into the hot spring. The next moment, the hot spring filled the entire hot spring, which was full of endless spring. The lion race's supreme elder, Cynthia, was standing in front of the ruins of Heaven Connecting Palace. It had been completely reduced to ruins, and not a single tile was left intact. Even though he wasn't from Central Mainland, his heart was still heavy at this moment. The defensive power of Heaven Connecting Palace was very strong even without the 7-star sky locking array. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been regarded as a holy land by the Protos. However, Zhao Hai had broken through this place in an extremely short time. In addition, Zhao Hai had escaped the encirclement of the 5 great elders, destroyed the base on the Golden Bull continent, and exterminated the entire Golden Bull race. All these actions showed how powerful Zhao Hai's combat power was. Zhao Hai's strength was so powerful that it was definitely not a good thing for the god race. He had a great enmity with the god race. The stronger he was, the greater the threat he posed to the god race. Now they had no way of finding Zhao Hai. It could be said that they were in a state of being beaten up, and Zhao Hai could hit them at any time. This feeling made them very unhappy. Most importantly, he was still a little worried. He did not know who Zhao Hai's next target was. Perhaps by the time they reached the central mainland, Zhao Hai would have already gone to attack other places. They would always be a beat slower than Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Cynthia's heart couldn't help but feel even heavier. He raised his head and looked at Dingsing, who was standing not far away from him. Dingsing was already old and frail. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He looked like he could die at any moment. His situation was even worse than Jin Ben's, whose entire clan had been annihilated. Upon seeing this situation, Cynthia couldn't help but sigh. Dingsing had been so high-spirited before this. This was because he was the Grand Elder of the Central Mainland and had the highest status among the elders. Therefore, although he usually appeared very approachable in front of them, Cynthia could see a trace of pride in him. Such a proud person had now been reduced to such a state. How could anyone not sigh when they saw this? "Elders, do you have any ideas on how to deal with Zhao Hai?" Dingxing suddenly asked. Cynthia and the others frowned. They didn't have a good way to deal with Zhao Hai, which was why they were in such a state. Now that Dingxing asked, wasn't he making things difficult for them? Perhaps because he didn't hear a reply, Dingxing didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he sighed. Could it be that the heavens want the undead god race? I do have an idea to deal with Zhao Hai, but the sacrifice will be huge, Jin Ben said. However, these personal guards were not without the ability to fight back. The weapons and configuration of these personal guards were definitely the best among all the Lion Clan's armies. When it came to domain weapons, there were about 20 of them in their team. This was not a small number. As soon as the battle started, the Leo King was already protected by his people and entered his domain weapon. It was not that he did not have the strength to fight with others. The Leo King was also a high deity-level expert, but he was still a king. He could not let him be in danger. At this time, the Lion King's personal guards were already fighting with King Feng and Minju. One side was strong and fearless, while the other side was slightly weaker, but their equipment was much better, so neither side could do anything to the other. At this moment, Hades suddenly appeared beside the Leo King's war chariot. The Leo King's war chariot was also a domain weapon. It was called the Lion War Chariot. The entire war chariot was built in the shape of a lion, and the lion's tail was its handle. It was a strange weapon. However, the sudden appearance of the Hades was out of the lion tribe's expectations. At that moment, the magic cannons on Hades immediately fired at the lion chariot. This time, the lion chariot was not able to block the attack. It was instantly vaporized. Not only the lion chariot, but the lion was also killed. The magic cannons on Hades were now much stronger than before. Even a domain weapon like this would not be able to withstand a single attack from Hades, not to mention the current situation. Leonis was not prepared at all. Of course, he was killed instantly by Zhao Hai. As soon as the lion chariot was destroyed, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He immediately released a large number of undead creatures to attack the personal guards of King Leonis. This time, Zhao Hai released 5 million undead creatures instead of just 1 or 2 million. More than 5 million undead creatures fought against the 100,000 personal guards and even surrounded them. The personal guards had almost no hope of escaping. In less than an hour, the battle was over, so none of the people who came with King Leonis were alive. Even the battle lion could not escape. As soon as the battle ended, Zhao Hai sent another message. At the same time, he gave all his domain weapons to Clear Wind and Bright Moon. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was to build Clear Wind and Bright Moon into the second team, Devil. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was that he discovered that the undead creatures like Qing Feng and Ming Yue cultivated much faster than the undead creatures he had created before. Although the undead creatures weren't afraid of death in battle, they had a natural weakness in their cultivation. Their cultivation speed couldn't be compared to humans and was much slower. However, King Feng, Minju, and the other undead creatures were different. Perhaps it was because of the spirit sealing array, their physical energy was completely preserved in the bone armor. After many precipitation, their bone armor was very powerful. They couldn't turn into zombies like the other undead creatures in the spatial space, but their attack power and cultivation speed were much stronger than those ordinary undead creatures. It was because Zhao Hai had discovered this that he took such good care of this battle team. Zhao Hai had also equipped them with the battle suits to see if these special undead creatures could equip them. However, the result disappointed Zhao Hai. Not only couldn't the undead creatures equip the battle armor, but the armor's repelling force was much stronger than the ordinary undead creatures. Currently, Zhao Hai hadn't found any suitable weapons for the undead creatures. If he could find some suitable weapons, the undead creatures' combat strength would increase by at least 30. Undead creatures were different from humans. Even if humans had good weapons, they still needed training. Moreover, they were easily affected by various emotions on the battlefield, which would weaken their combat power. Undead creatures, on the other hand, wouldn't be affected. As long as they were commanded well, their combat power would only be stronger than an army of humans. After settling Qing Yue and Ming Yue's matters, Zhao Hai returned to Lion Drinking City. He wanted to see how the Lion clan would react when they found out that their clan leader had been killed. Soon, Zhao Hai knew the reaction of the Lion Continent. Chaos, great chaos. Originally, with the presence of the Lion King, the Lion Continent could still suppress some people and make them have scruples. But now it was different. Now that the Lion King was dead, the last seal on them had disappeared. The entire Lion clan was in chaos. Zhao Hai also realized that the chaos in the lion race was completely different from that in the central mainland. The emotions in the central mainland were too extreme and made people go crazy. On the other hand, the social conflicts in the Lion Continent seemed to have accumulated to a certain extent. They had used this incident to suddenly explode. Zhao Hai could only shake his head in response to this situation. He had already achieved his goal in the Lion Continent. All he had to do now was wait and see if the great elder of the lion race would appear. The great elder of the lion race returned, but the great elders of the other Protos didn't. Zhao Hai would have to deal with them. At this moment, the door of Laura's room opened and they walked out. They had been cultivating for a longer time than Zhao Hai, so they did not have as much energy in their bodies as Zhao Hai. Moreover, they could not use it as well as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others. Their auras had also undergone subtle changes. They were now wearing home clothes from the technology plane. They looked like sportswear, but the design was more beautiful. When others wore such clothes, they would look lively. However, when they wore it, they looked elegant and noble. Zhao Hai's eyes brightened at the sight of them. The changes in their temperaments made them even more beautiful. They were already beautiful women and had received a good education since they were young. Now their temperaments were even better than before and more eye-catching. If they were the stars in the sky before, they were the bright moon now. As soon as Zhao Hai saw the girls' expressions, his eyes started to heat up. As for Laura and the other girls who knew Zhao Hai very well, they knew what he was going to do the moment they saw his expression. Their faces turned red. Laura turned around and looked at Lies and the others also turned around to look at Laura. Then they all saw a hint of mockery in each other's eyes. They turned around and looked at Zhao Hai with charming smiles, then slowly walked toward him. Zhao Hai suddenly had a bad feeling. He remembered a joke he had seen on Earth. In that joke, men wanted to hear women say "I want to," and men were afraid of women saying "I want to." Why did he feel that something was wrong now? At this moment, Laura and the others had already reached Zhao Hai's side. Laura suddenly shouted, "Sisters, let's do it." After saying that, the few of them lifted Zhao Hai up. "What are you guys doing?" Zhao Hai struggled. "Let me go, help me." "Scream all you want," Lola sneered. "Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will ever save you. Cut your throat, where are you?" Zhao Hai shouted, "Come and save me." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the other girls all laughed so hard that they almost threw Zhao Hai to the ground. However, they didn't let go of him and carried him into the hot spring. The next moment, the hot spring filled the entire hot spring, which was full of endless spring. The lion race's supreme elder, Cynthia, was standing in front of the ruins of Heaven Connecting Palace. It had been completely reduced to ruins, and not a single tile was left intact. Even though he wasn't from Central Mainland, his heart was still heavy at this moment. The defensive power of Heaven Connecting Palace was very strong even without the 7-star sky locking array. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been regarded as a holy land by the Protoss. However, Zhao Hai had broken through this place in an extremely short time. In addition, Zhao Hai had escaped the encirclement of the 5 great elders, destroyed the base on the Golden Bull continent, and exterminated the entire Golden Bull race. All these actions showed how powerful Zhao Hai's combat power was. Zhao Hai's strength was so powerful that it was definitely not a good thing for the god race. He had a great enmity with the god race. The stronger he was, the greater the threat he posed to the god race. Now they had no way of finding Zhao Hai. It could be said that they were in a state of being beaten up, and Zhao Hai could hit them at any time. This feeling made them very unhappy. Most importantly, he was still a little worried. He did not know who Zhao Hai's next target was. Perhaps by the time they reached the Central Mainland, Zhao Hai would have already gone to attack other places. They would always be a beat slower than Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Cynthia's heart couldn't help but feel even heavier. He raised his head and looked at Dinxing, who was standing not far away from him. Dinxing was already old and frail. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He looked like he could die at any moment. His situation was even worse than Jin Ben's, whose entire clan had been annihilated. Upon seeing this situation, Cynthia couldn't help but sigh. Dinxing had been so high-spirited before this. This was because he was the Grand Elder of the Central Mainland and had the highest status among the elders. Therefore, although he usually appeared very approachable in front of them, Cynthia could see a trace of pride in him. Such a proud person had now been reduced to such a state. How could anyone not sigh when they saw this? "Elders, do you have any ideas on how to deal with Zhao Hai?" Ding Xing suddenly asked. Cynthia and the others frowned. They didn't have a good way to deal with Zhao Hai, which was why they were in such a state. Now that Dinxing asked, wasn't he making things difficult for them? Perhaps because he didn't hear a reply, Dinxing didn't speak for a long time. After a while he sighed. "Could it be that the heavens want the undead god race? I do have an idea to deal with Zhao Hai, but the sacrifice will be huge," Jin Ben said. Everyone looked at Jin Ben. They knew that Jin Ben was the first one to fight with Zhao Hai. However, Jin Ben had lost almost the entire Golden Bull tribe, so his status was the lowest among them. Now that he suddenly spoke, it aroused everyone's curiosity. Dinxing turned to look at Jin Ben. Jin Ben unconsciously shifted his gaze away. It wasn't that he was guilty, but that he didn't want to see Dinxing's face. Because Dinxing was too thin, he looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin. He gave off a very terrifying feeling. In addition, the strange fierceness in his eyes made him look like the soul fire burning in the skeleton's eyes. However, the person standing in front of him was clearly a person. This feeling made Jin Ben very uncomfortable, so he subconsciously avoided Dinxing's gaze. Dinxing didn't care. He just looked at Jin Ben and said, "Elder Jin, if you have anything to say, please speak." Jin Ben nodded and said, "Now that Zhao Hai is causing trouble everywhere in our Protoss territory, our previous plan is obviously not going to work. Instead of being slowly ground to death by Zhao Hai, we might as well think of another way to deal with him. As long as we are willing to make some sacrifices, Zhao Hai will definitely come out to fight us." "What method?" Dinxing asked. Jin Ben said, "Let's make our move now. We'll go straight to the Golden Bull continent without stopping." No matter what kind of obstruction or what happens to our continents, we'll only go to the Golden Bull continent. Then we'll attack the Thunder tribe, the Barbarian tribe, and the Winged Horse tribe. No matter what happens on the continent, we'll only attack these three tribes. At that time, Zhao Hai will definitely go and beg them. When Dinxing and the others heard Jin Ben's words, they were stunned. Jin Ben's idea was very similar to Dinxing's idea. However, Jin Ben had changed his target this time, and he wanted to sacrifice himself. Once they attacked the three races, their continents would be defenseless. By then, Zhao Hai could do whatever he wanted. The few of them were a little hesitant. Dinxing looked at Jin Ben and said, "How confident are you?" Jin Ben said, "10th floor. Although our Golden Bull continent was destroyed by Zhao Hai, it was his first time cooperating with the three races. Therefore, in the first battle, the three races would participate. This made Zhao Hai even more powerful. However, it also brought a lot of losses to the three races. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do so because it was his first time cooperating with the three races. He had to respect their opinions. To put it bluntly, Zhao Hai destroyed our Golden Bull god race. However, it's impossible for them to not suffer any losses at all. It's very likely that they'll suffer even greater losses. Under such circumstances, the three races will definitely return to their own space to recuperate, while Zhao Hai is here to deal with us alone. However, his relationship with the three races isn't ordinary. It can be said that without the cooperation of the three races, our Golden Bull divine race wouldn't have been annihilated so quickly. Ding Xing and the others nodded. They knew that Jin Ben was right. Although Jin Ben wasn't the strongest in the divine realm, the Golden Bull continent's combat power was not weak. They wouldn't believe it if Zhao Hai said that he didn't suffer any losses when he wanted to destroy the Golden Bull divine race. Jin Ben saw that the others agreed with him, so he continued, "Therefore, Zhao Hai will not ignore our attack on the three races. He will most likely cause trouble on the continent and ask us to return to help. However, if we don't return, it will be Zhao Hai's turn to be in a difficult position. If he doesn't ask for help from the three races, there will be problems in his cooperation with the S-God race. Those rebelling vassal races will probably not dare to cooperate with Zhao Hai wholeheartedly. If he loses the S-God race and those vassal races, Zhao Hai's strength will decrease significantly. Furthermore, we can also take care of the vassal races first. In order to stabilize the situation with the S-God race and the vassal races, Zhao Hai will definitely go and help the Thunder race and the other two races. At that time, he will definitely engage in a decisive battle with us. At that time, it won't be us who will be looking for him. Instead, it will be him who will be looking for us." Dinxing and the others couldn't help but nod when they heard Jin Ben's words. It was true. The gods' race couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai now. If they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, they might have to come up with some strange tricks. Although Jin Ben's method would cause some losses to the continents, if they didn't do so, Zhao Hai's slow grinding would be enough to kill them. At that time, their losses would be even greater. Dinxing turned to the other elders and said, "I agree with Elder Jin's opinion. What are your opinions? As you can see, our central continent is finished. It will take at least a few decades to 100 years for us to recover. To put it bluntly, if we can't get rid of Zhao Hai, your continents won't be much stronger than our central continent. If your races really become like the central continent, we won't be able to deal with Zhao Hai. At that time, Zhao Hai will work with the S-God race. He can practically eat all of our clans in one bite, so please think twice before treating us." Cynthia and the others fell silent. To be honest, they knew that the two of them were right. This was indeed the best way to force Zhao Hai out. However, this was a loss that they didn't want to see. At this moment, a man suddenly ran over. This man was one of the guards in the central capital. Although the central capital was the most severely damaged, there were still some conscious people who had escaped. This man was one of them. When Dinxing brought the refugees to the central capital, they had these conscious people form a patrol team to maintain the public order in the central capital and prevent chaos from happening again. Now this person ran to Dinxing and the others with an unsightly expression. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Reporting. Elders, we have just received news that Zhao Hai attacked the Lion Continent and destroyed the Lion Mountain. He turned the remains of the lion race's ancestors into undead creatures and personally led the undead creatures to ambush and kill His Majesty the Lion King and the Battle Lion King. The Lion Continent has requested the lion race's elders to return to the continent and stabilize the situation." The news of this person stunned Simbea and the others. Everyone knew what the Lion Mountain represented on the Lion Continent. Now, Zhao Hai had destroyed the Lion Mountain and turned the remains of the Lion clan's ancestors into undead creatures. Most importantly, he had killed the Lion King and the Battle Lion. The entire Lion clan was probably in chaos. Cynthia's face was ashen as she looked at the man and said, "Is your information accurate?" "It's the news from the Sea Tribe," the messenger said immediately. "They said that the Lion Continent is in chaos now. Elder, please go back and quell the chaos. Boy, you've gone too far." Cynthia gritted her teeth. Then he turned to Ding Xing and Jin Ben and said, "I also agree with Elder Jin Ben's suggestion." After we return and stabilize the situation in the Lion Continent, we will immediately attack the Thunder Clan and the other two clans. The other elders looked at each other and agreed with Jin Ben's suggestion. From what had happened in the Central Continent and the Lion Continent, it was clear that Zhao Hai was determined to deal with them. If they did not do so, they would be ground to death by Zhao Hai sooner or later. Rather than being ground to death by Zhao Hai, they might as well fight him to the death. Dingxing saw that everyone agreed with Jin Ben's words and immediately said, "That's good. Let's not waste any time. We'll head to the Lion Continent immediately. Before we head to the Lion Continent, everyone, please help me find the main array disk of the 7-star Heavenlock Array. When we head to the Golden Bull Continent, we'll bring the 7-star Heavenlock Array with us. With the 7-star Heavenlock Array and our combined strength, we'll definitely kill Zhao Hai on the spot." A few of them nodded and immediately started searching in the ruins. Dingxing had been in control of the 7-star Heavenlock Array for the longest time. He was very familiar with the array disk of the 7-star Heavenlock Array, so after walking around the ruins twice, he found a rough location. He used magic to dig a few times and dug out the array disk of the 7-star Heavenlock Array. Once the array disk was dug out, they immediately set off for the Lion Continent. Now that they had made up their minds to settle the matter at the Lion Continent, they would immediately go to the Golden Bull Continent. On the way, they could retrieve the array disks of the 7-star Heavenlock Array. Sitting in the living room, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others. They still looked as elegant and noble as they did in the hot spring. Zhao Hai couldn't help sighing that women were fickle animals. However, when he thought about the feeling in the hot spring that day, Zhao Hai still felt a sense of nostalgia. He had no choice but to admit it. That feeling was too good. Although Zhao Hai was squeezed dry by the few of them in the end, he believed that any man would want that. Laura and the others also noticed Zhao Hai's gaze. They were a little embarrassed. To be honest, they were impulsive that day. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't in a good mood, so they acted on impulse. If they were asked to do it again, they would definitely not do it. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. He didn't talk about that matter anymore. Instead, he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, do you think the elder of the lion tribe will come back alone this time? If he really did come back alone, then we have a chance to deal with him." Lola shook her head and said, "No, I think the great elders of the other races will follow him. They will also make adjustments and think of a way to solve the current situation. They can't delay any longer. Otherwise, they will be worn out by us sooner or later." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at them then. "What do you think they will do next?" They all frowned, and after a while she said, "I think they might go to the Golden Bull Continent to deal with the Thunder Clan and the other two clans." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he frowned and said, "Will you? If they go and deal with the Thunder Clan, aren't they afraid that I'll deal with their clansmen here?" Lies shook her head. "If I were them, I wouldn't care about what you're doing here. I would focus on dealing with the Thunder Clan and the other two clans. Then we would have no choice but to save the three clans. At that time, we would have to fight with them. It's the result they want." Zhao Hai frowned. He agreed with her, but he couldn't think of a way to break this method. Looking at Zhao Hai, she knew what he was thinking. She said in a low voice, "Big brother Hai, it seems like we won't have to face them head on this time. No matter what, we have to protect the Thunder race. Otherwise, the S-God race and the vassal races won't submit to us." Zhao Hai nodded. "I know that's the case, but I'm really not willing to accept this. If we really have to fight them, I'm afraid it will take a long time. After all, they aren't easy to deal with. I can't use my full strength either. If that's the case, we won't be able to deal with the other continents of the gods' race." "Big brother Hai, how could you forget about our allies?" said Li Jai with a smile. "We have kept the 9 elders of the god race at the Golden Bull Continent, and we can let the S-God race deal with them. The god race doesn't have a great elder here, so the S-God race can send a great elder to lead the army and take care of the god race continent by continent. Furthermore, the S-God race can also ask the vassal races for help. By then, the god race will definitely be in trouble." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment when he heard what she said. He slapped his thigh and said, "Good idea. That's right, we'll hold the 9 great elders back at the Golden Bull Continent and let the S-God race send their troops to deal with the gods race. Without the great elders, the gods race will not be able to stop the S-God race." "Good, very good, let's do it this way." Laura looked at the two of them and smiled. "Big brother Hai, don't be too happy yet. We still don't know if the gods race is doing this. What if they don't? Then wouldn't our plan have been in vain?" Zhao Hai thought of Dingxing and shook his head. "No, I think that's what the elders of the gods race will do. They've already been forced to a dead end. But it's a pity that we have no way to force the Thunder Clan and the other two clans into the space." Meljin smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, I don't think that's the case. We'll have to see if you have the heart to do it. If you really have the heart to do it, we can still force the 3 alien races into the realm." Zhao Hai looked at Meljin and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Meljin smiled slightly and said, "Didn't Li Jai just say that the God Clan is going to attack the 3 alien races to force us to show ourselves? They won't care what we do here, so why don't we pretend to be fooled? When the great elders are going to attack the 3 alien races, we are still stirring up trouble in the continents of the God Clan. When we find out that they aren't fooled, we will go to their rescue. the three clans will definitely suffer heavy losses. When the time comes, we'll come out and deal with the 9 elders, but we don't have the confidence to fight 1 against 9, so we'll have to ask them to leave their place and take refuge in the realm. When they enter the realm, we'll tell them that the O'Neill family is attacking again, and that there's also the matter of the underworld. We'll ask them to settle down in the realm. I think it won't be difficult to get them to settle down in the realm with the environment of the realm, right? Zhao Hai listened to Meljan's words quietly. Although Meljan's method was very black-bellied, Zhao Hai had to admit that Meljan's method was the most suitable for him. If Zhao Hai really did what Meljan said, then the Thunder Tribe, the Barbarian Tribe, and the Winged Horse Tribe would suffer another heavy blow. In addition to the pressure from the O'Neill family outside, the 3 tribes would most likely enter the realm if Zhao Hai were to lobby them. Furthermore, they would not leave behind any flaws in their actions. After all, this was how they had helped the S-God tribe out of their predicament previously. No one would suspect anything if he used this method again. However, the 3 races would suffer great losses if this were to happen. It should be known that the great elders of the Protos had almost been driven mad by Zhao Hai. This time, they would not hold back when dealing with Zhao Hai's ally. They would use Zhao Hai's ally as a punching bag. When that happened, it would be hard to say how many people from the 3 races would die. Meljan was also referring to this when she said that Zhao Hai could be ruthless. Zhao Hai was not a particularly hard-hearted person. Although he had the time to use unscrupulous means for Meljan, the outcome of this incident could be disastrous for the Thunder Tribe and the other 2 tribes. They were very clear about their motive, and they knew that Zhao Hai was also aware of this, which was why they said that. NBSB. Laura and the others understood Meljan's meaning, so they all looked at Zhao Hai and waited to see what decision he would make. Zhao Hai frowned as he sat there. He understood what Meljan meant. Of course, he also knew what the consequences would be if he really did what Meljan said. It was because he knew the consequences that he hesitated. Zhao Hai wanted to bring the 3 major clans into the realm, but if he really did as Meljan said, the losses of the 3 major clans would be too great. They might even face the danger of being exterminated. NBSB. Zhao Hai was afraid that one of the 3 races would really be exterminated. If that happened, he would be letting them down, so he was conflicted. At this time, Meg, who didn't have any opinion on this kind of thing, suddenly said, "Big Brother Hai, I don't know if you've ever thought about this. If the Thunder Clan and the others didn't enter the realm, what would happen to them after we ascend?" Zhao Hai, Meljan, and the others were stunned. To be honest, they had never considered this problem from this perspective. They had always thought that defeating the Protos would be enough, but they had never thought that if they left this dimension one day, Lu Wei would definitely not let go of those who were related to them. At that time, they would be the unlucky ones. Zhao Hai stared at Meg for a while before he laughed. "Mage, I didn't expect that you would notice something that we didn't notice. That's right. If we ascend one day, the Thunder Clan will definitely be in trouble. At that time, they will still be exterminated by Lu Wei. It's completely possible for someone like Lu Wei to do so. Instead of doing that at that time, it's better for us to keep them in the space now." Meljan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then let's do as I say. We'll see what the great elders of the gods' race are going to do first. If they really do go after the Thunder race and the other 2 races, we'll first turn the entire divine world upside down. If the great elders of the gods' race really don't return, we'll go back and ask for help. I believe that the 3 races will definitely agree to enter the realm. Other than that, we can also send a letter to the S-God race. When we go and ask for help, the S-God race will come and deal with the gods' race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's do it this way. We'll wait here for the grand elders of the gods' race and then follow them. Don't tell Xiao Bingya and the others about this yet. We'll tell them when we have to return to the Golden Bull continent to provide assistance." Laura understood Zhao Hai's intentions. If she told Xiao Bingya and the others about this matter too early, they would know that Zhao Hai was plotting against the Thunder race and the other 2 races. At that time, if Xiao Bingya and the others told their race, it would affect the cooperation between Zhao Hai and the S-God race. Zhao Hai wasn't someone who would go back on his word easily. Once he had made a decision, he would do his best. Now that the decision had been made, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly for the great elders of the god race on the Lion continent. Zhao Hai didn't go too far. He remained in the Lion River and beside the Lion Mountain. He believed that if the great elders of the god race returned to the Lion continent, they would come to the Lion Mountain to check. If the great elder of the Lion race came back alone, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai and the others were already used to this small space. Laura and the others were also used to it. However, they did not stay with Zhao Hai on the Hades every day. Instead, they went to teach Green and the others the cultivation method that they had learned from Qing Feng. They didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. Very quickly, they appeared at Lion Rock Mountain. However, he wasn't alone. The other great elders of the gods' race were by his side. NBSB Zhao Hai knew that he didn't stand a chance, so he just quietly looked at the grand elders. Cynthia's face was ashen as she looked at Lion Rock Mountain. Lion Rock Mountain was their ancestors' mausoleum, but now it had been destroyed. Even their ancestors' bones were not preserved. Cynthia slowly landed on the ground and walked up to the lion rock. She knelt down with a thud and kowtowed. Then she straightened her body and said loudly, "By the spirits of my ancestors, my unfilial grandson Sinlaya swears that he will tear Zhao Hai into pieces and offer him as a sacrifice to your spirits in heaven." The other grand elders didn't kneel down. Instead, they looked at Cynthia with a heavy expression. This incident of handing over the Lion Rock Mountain had dealt a huge blow to her. After a few more bows, Cynthia stood up and turned to the others. "Everyone, let's first stabilize the Lion Continent before we carry out our plan." The rest of them nodded their heads and flew off with Cynthia. They were flying towards the inner part of the continent, so Zhao Hai did not follow them. However, he could guess what they were up to. What they wanted to do was to stabilize the chaos in the Lion Continent. As for what their plan was, Zhao Hai had no idea. However, he was planning to use this time to store the map of the Lion Continent's coastline into his spatial map. When they left, he would follow them and find out. Zhao Hai immediately got Bubbles to bring him along and put the map of the coastline of Lionia into the origin space to monitor it. Cynthia's reputation on the Lion Continent was very high. The moment he returned, the situation on the Lion Continent quickly stabilized. Furthermore, Zhao Hai didn't exterminate all the royal members of the lion race this time. As such, Cynthia immediately accepted the fate of another Lion King. The situation on the Lion Continent was completely under control. 5 days after they returned to the Lion Continent, Zhao Hai discovered traces of them at the southeastern coastline. There was no one else but the 9 supreme elders. Together, they flew towards the southeast. Zhao Hai immediately got Bubbles to follow him. This time, Laura and the rest had also come out of the space. This time, they didn't just enter the space to teach Green and the others the technique. They also had another mission, which was to select some goblins who were the best at magic array research and bring them to the Berserk Dragon Island to join Kellen's magic array lab. There were orcs, dwarves, gnomes, elves, and humans in Kellen's lab. Zhao Hai had even transferred a few demons from the Demon King and a few merfolk from the Mermaid Queen. It could be said that almost all the races in Zhao Hai's dimension, with the exception of the Celestials, were in Kellen's lab. Of course, other than the gnomes, the other races had been living on the island for a long time. Therefore, the framework of the laboratory had been built long ago. It was just that more people had been added to the laboratory. Laura and the others were also sitting there, looking at the screen. On the screen was Dinxing and the others. Dinxing and the others were flying in the sky, while Zhao Hai was walking underwater. His speed was not any slower than theirs. Zhao Hai could also tell that Dinxing and the others were not heading to the Golden Bull continent. This puzzled Zhao Hai. Were they not going to force them to show themselves by entering the 3 races? Could they have guessed wrong? In order to figure out what they were doing, Zhao Hai followed them. When they entered the continent, he would immediately put the coastline of the continent into the origin space and see when they would leave. If they stayed for a long time, Zhao Hai would have to take the risk and attack the continent to see what they were doing. Fortunately, they did not let Zhao Hai down. They left the continent very quickly. After Zhao Hai inquired about the situation of the continent, he found out that it was the Demon Scorpion continent where he had killed the Grand Elder. After that, Cynthia and the others went from continent to continent, almost making Zhao Hai dizzy. In the end, Zhao Hai realized that Dinxing and the others had gone to all 9 continents of the gods' race. Then he got up and flew towards the Golden Bull continent. Although Zhao Hai didn't know why they were doing this, he was certain that they were heading to the Golden Bull continent to deal with the Thunder race and the other 2 races. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately took out a messenger fish. This messenger fish was used to communicate with Hiko. Hiko stayed behind at the Crack's line of defense. They had no idea what the situation was like outside or how many troops the O'Neill family had deployed. However, the defense of the line of defense at the Crack was very good. The undead creatures used the magic cannons very well. Although the O'Neill family launched a few probing attacks, they couldn't reverse the attack. However, Hiko didn't dare to look down on the O'Neill family at all. The O'Neill family didn't send out a large number of troops for the past few attacks. They were just some probing attacks, which looked more like reconnaissance. However, these scouting soldiers were also very difficult to deal with. Other than the time with Zhao Hai, they had not caused any damage to the devil-armored soldiers. The first time, the devil-armored soldiers had retreated with ease. They had originally wanted to send out cavalry to fight against the devil-armored soldiers, but the devil-armored soldiers seemed to know very well how to deal with them. As a result, they had no way of attacking the other side. Hiko was also having a headache over the defensive line. He was not an idiot. The O'Neill family's attack was already very difficult for them to deal with. If they were to launch a large-scale attack, would they be able to stop the other party's attack? This made Hiko extremely worried. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from his messenger fish. Fei, you there? I'm Zhao Hai. Fei was stunned, but he immediately took the message fish and said in a deep voice, Sir, I'm here. Do you have any orders? Zhao Hai's voice rang out, Fei I've come to find you today because I have something important to discuss with you. Last time, when the Gods Race's army was going to deal with the S-God race, I went to the Gods Race's central continent and destroyed their heaven-connecting palace in order to help them. Then I destroyed the Lion Mountain on their Lion continent. Although the Gods Race has retreated from the S-God race's army, and the Lion continent has also become chaotic, the Gods Race still hates me. Heir was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He had been following Yun Tianlei for a long time, so he knew a lot about the Protos. He also knew about the important places of the Protos, such as the heaven-connecting palace and Lion Mountain, which were the most famous places of the Protos. Therefore, Heir knew how important these two places were to the Protos. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Hiko felt relieved and worried at the same time. It went without saying that it was a relief. The Gods Race had oppressed the other races for so long and killed so many of their people. Of course, they hated the Gods Race to the bone. Now that Zhao Hai had destroyed Heaven-Receiving Palace and Lion Mountain, it really helped to relieve Hiko's anger. However, Hiko was even more worried because he knew that these two places were too important to the Gods Race. Although destroying these two places would be very satisfying, the Gods Race would definitely not let this matter rest. He was very worried for Zhao Hai, so he quickly said, "Sir, are you all right? These two places are too important to the Gods Race. If they lose these two places, they won't let it go easily. Sir, you must be careful." When Zhao Hai heard Hiko's words, he could not help but feel his heart warm up. He really wanted to give up on the plan, but in the end, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Heir, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine here. It's not that easy for the Gods Race to deal with me. However, I'm afraid that the Gods Race will use another method to deal with me. The great elders of the Gods Race will go to the Golden Bull continent to deal with your three races. Sir, can you be sure?" Hiko was shocked and her expression changed. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "It's most likely the case. Right now, those supreme elders are all heading in the direction of the Golden Bull continent. I'm very worried. You guys were the first ones to deal with the God Race with me. They want to use the same method they used to deal with you to force me to fight you. Sir, what should we do?" Heir asked in shock. "The Grand Elders of the Gods Race are extremely powerful. They use ultimate weapons. We have no way to stop them." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "I know this as well. However, I can't fight them in a decisive battle yet. Therefore, I'll immediately launch an attack on the various continents of the Gods Race. I hope that they can return and save the various continents." "What do you think?" Heir thought for a moment and said, "Sir, what if those Gods Race's Grand Elders don't go back to help? If they focus on attacking us, what should we do?" Zhao Hai was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Dear Fei, I won't hide it from you anymore. I've sent the people of the Ark Continent and the Devil Realm to a safe place, and that place belongs to us only. Once you enter, you have to listen to me. I didn't tell your people about this before because I was afraid that you would misunderstand me. But now that the situation is very critical, I can't care too much. I hope you can take refuge there." Heir fell silent. He understood the elders in the clan very well. They were very stubborn. They didn't want to accept the rule of others, which was why they opposed the Protos. If they were allowed to enter that place and continue to accept Zhao Hai's rule, they would never agree. Zhao Hai also knew Heir's difficulties, so he only said to Heir, "I'll ask the undead creatures to send you 3 tokens. You'll immediately take the tokens back to your race. This token can open a spatial crack and take your people into that space. If your people agree, you can take them into the space. If they don't agree, then forget it. If the great elders of the God Race really don't come back to save the God Race's continent, I'll go back and fight them to the death. However, you must know that if I lose or die in battle, the God Race's revenge won't be something you can handle. Alright, time is tight, so I won't say much. The undead creatures will send you the tokens in a while. After you accept them, take your people and return to your race." After that, there was no more sound. Hiko could also hear the anger in Zhao Hai's words, but he believed that Zhao Hai was right. When he fought Zhao Hai on the Ark Continent, he already felt that there was something strange about the Ark Continent. Zhao Hai did not seem to be worried that the Protos would be able to break through the Ark Continent. At that time, he felt that it was very strange. Now that the mystery was solved, there was no one on the Ark Continent. Later on, the Infernals joined forces with them to deal with the Gods Race. This made Hiko even more confused. He didn't know why the Infernals would listen to Zhao Hai. Now he knew that the Infernals had completely submitted to Zhao Hai. If the demonic race and the people of the Ark Continent could submit to Zhao Hai, why couldn't they? Looking at the situation with the Protos continent last time, the Ark Continent and the demon race did not suffer any losses, but what about the 3 races? They had suffered heavy losses. Although this way they would have the right to speak to Zhao Hai on equal terms, was it really worth it to sacrifice so many people for the right to speak on equal terms? If they had made the same choice as the Ark Continent and the demonic realm, would they have suffered so much? From the looks of it, Zhao Hai didn't treat the Nephilims the way the God Race treated them. Zhao Hai had always been very respectful towards the great demon king. Even when he gave orders, he always used a negotiating tone. This was also why Heir wanted the Thunder Race to submit to Zhao Hai. Now that the Protoss had been turned upside down by Zhao Hai, it was entirely possible that the military race would use them to attack Zhao Hai. The three other races were the first to follow Zhao Hai and oppose the Protoss. The 9 great supreme elders of the gods race were moving together. Such a force was much stronger than the strength of a single god race. Under such circumstances, how could the 3 races resist? The Protoss would not show them any mercy. They were the vassal race that had led the rebellion. The Protoss would definitely exterminate them. Previously, Zhao Hai knew that they didn't want to submit to him, so he had given them the right to speak on equal terms. However, now that the survival of their race was at stake, Zhao Hai had to make that suggestion. If they still refused to submit to Zhao Hai, Heir believed that Zhao Hai would still fight the 9 elders of the Protoss to save them. If Zhao Hai was defeated or killed, the 3 races would face the revenge of the entire Protoss. At that time, they would have no way to resist. Heir also knew that the best way to escape was to enter the place that Zhao Hai had mentioned, but would the elders in the clan agree to this? Heir also knew why Zhao Hai was angry. Zhao Hai had always taken care of the 3 clans, but the 3 clans had always been wary of him. This was the reason why Zhao Hai was angry. Think about it, you've been helping someone almost unconditionally, but the other party was guarding against you like a thief. How could you not be angry? Other than that, Heir was also worried about the O'Neill family. If Zhao Hai was really defeated, not only would the God clan suffer, but even if both Zhao Hai and the God clan suffered heavy losses, what if the O'Neill family attacked? Who among them could resist? It should be known that the ones fighting the O'Neill family were the undead creatures, and the one holding back the God clan was Zhao Hai. Once Zhao Hai was defeated, the God clan would have no more opponents, and the undead creatures would disappear. At that time, the God clan and the O'Neill family would attack them together, and the God clan would be finished. At the thought of this, Hiko broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, an undead creature walked to the side of Hiko with a blood-red token in its hand. On the front of the token was a ferocious dragon, and on the back was a skeleton. There were no words on the token, but there were many decorative patterns on it, which looked very delicate. Heir didn't have time to think too much. He snatched the token from the undead creature's hand and immediately turned to look for Man Dingxian and Zhan Yue. He knew that the two of them had the same thoughts as him. He had to find them and discuss this matter. No matter what, he couldn't let his clan suffer too much losses. Otherwise, the 3 clans wouldn't be able to recover in less than 100 years. Most importantly, they were in danger of being exterminated this time. They had to take it seriously. Zhao Hai calmly put down the messenger fish, his expression a little ugly. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and comforted him. Big brother Hai, don't think too much. At most, we'll just go a little earlier when we go to the 3 clans. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Zhao Hai said with a deep voice. Brother Hai's performance just now was very good, she said with a smile. If we didn't know about it in advance, we would have thought that Brother Hai was angry. Zhao Hai smiled, forget it. Let's not think about him anymore. We should think about it. We're going to deal with the God Clan's continent next. In our eyes, the God Clan's continent is almost defenseless. I think that Dingxing and the others must have gone to those continents for the formation discs of the 7-star Heaven Lock formation. They must have distributed the formation discs of the 7-star Heaven Lock formation to the various continents of the God Clan to deal with us. They want us dead, so they brought the 7-star Heaven Locking formation. I'm afraid that the God's race doesn't even have the last defense against us. Lola nodded and said in a deep voice, what do you think, Big Brother Hai? Zhao Hai smiled and said, let's do it now. We'll attack the central mainland first. The central mainland has just been pacified and has almost no power to resist. Moreover, their remaining elderly and children will not resist at this time. We can turn the central mainland into another Golden Bull continent. That's good, she said, nodding. But Brother Hai, there are many vassal races in the central continent. Should we contact them? Zhao Hai shook his head. Forget it. We'll leave the contact with the vassal races to the S-God race. If we contact them now, they won't trust us. There's no need to waste our time. All right, she said, nodding. Shall we do it now? Let's go, we'll do it now, Zhao Hai said with a smile. With that, Hades appeared near the central capital. Then, the ship enlarged and stopped in the sky above the central capital. The central capital, which had just calmed down, was stunned when they saw Pluto. Then their expressions changed. Many people in the central capital were very familiar with Pluto, because the appearance of this ship was the beginning of their nightmare. Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony and immediately released a large number of undead creatures to capture them. Just like what Zhao Hai had said, almost all the people in the central continent had lost their courage to resist. When they saw the Hades, they were reminded of the terrifying things that had happened in the central capital. This caused them to collapse mentally and completely lose their courage to resist. Zhao Hai's capture this time was extremely successful. He didn't need to use much effort to capture all the Protoss. Then Zhao Hai headed straight for the next city. What Zhao Hai was doing in the central mainland was much easier than what he was doing in the Golden Bull continent. Back then, the Golden Bull continent had used their cities as fortresses to resist. On the other hand, almost all the soldiers in the central mainland who could fight had been lost. Under such circumstances, it would be too easy for Zhao Hai to capture them. The central continent was huge, even bigger than the Golden Bull continent. However, Zhao Hai's movements were not slow either. He was like a sheep. Once he arrived in a city, he would immediately drive everyone into the origin space. Hence, his speed was extremely fast. In just 3 days, he had captured all the remaining people in the central continent. Xiao Bingya and the others had followed him through the entire process. Zhao Hai did not hide anything from them. He had also told them that the 9 elders of the gods' race had already gone to attack the Thunder race and the other 2 races on the Golden Bull continent. He did this not to force the 9 elders of the gods' race to return. Xiao Bingya did not object to Zhao Hai's actions. He felt that Zhao Hai had done a good job. Back then, Zhao Hai had used this method to break the siege of the S-God tribe. Thus, Xiao Bingya did not think that Zhao Hai was using this method to plot against the 3 tribes. Even the 3 tribes that had been plotted against did not think of this. After settling the matter in the central continent, Zhao Hai did not head to the Lion continent. Although there had been unrest there some time ago, it had calmed down very quickly. It could be said that the Lion continent had not suffered too many losses. Their main forces were still there. In addition, Zhao Hai had dug up their ancestral graves, so the Lion continent hated him to the bone. If Zhao Hai attacked the Lion continent, everyone there would pick up their weapons to fight him. NBSB, this was not what Zhao Hai wanted to see, so he didn't attack the Lion continent, but the Demon Scorpion continent. The great elder of the Demon Scorpion continent was dead. Everyone in the Demon Scorpion continent knew about it. It was a huge blow to their morale. Although there was no chaos there, their morale was the lowest. When Zhao Hai was dealing with the Demon Scorpion continent, he had also thought of a good idea. The great elder of the Demon Scorpion continent had been turned into an undead creature by Zhao Hai. He had asked the great elder to attack the Demon Scorpion continent with the giant scorpion, which was the ultimate weapon of the Demon Scorpion continent. He had also sent the demon army of the demon race. He believed that the confidence of the army of the Demon Scorpion continent would collapse when they saw so many people attacking them with ultimate weapons. By then, it would be even more convenient for Zhao Hai to clean up. When Zhao Hai had been with Dingxing and the others, he had been to all the continents. Thus, he only took the teleportation to the Demon Scorpion continent and didn't waste time on the road. However, Dingxing and the others didn't have such an ability. They could only travel bit by bit. Even for them, the Grand Elders, it would take them around 2 days to travel from one continent to another. Therefore, when Zhao Hai had already attacked the Demon Scorpion continent, Dingxing and the others had just arrived at the Golden Bull continent. Heir and the others had returned to the clan and relayed Zhao Hai's words to their clan leader. They had already discussed and decided to persuade the clan leader to allow the clan members to enter Zhao Hai's dimension. Heir also knew that this matter wouldn't be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. When he mentioned it to his clan, almost everyone in the clan objected. They thought that this was Zhao Hai's scheme. The 9 great elders of the God clan would never join forces to deal with them. No matter how Heir and the others persuaded, the 3 clans remained unmoved. This made Heir extremely anxious. Heir had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, so he knew him very well. He knew that Zhao Hai would not joke about such things and would not lie to him about such things. Therefore, they completely believed Zhao Hai's words. Heir and the others were quite influential among the young people of the 3 clans. Without permission from the clan leader and elders, Heir had no choice but to gather his people and ask them to prepare for the migration. At the same time, Heir contacted Zhao Hai with a messenger fish and asked him how to use the token. Zhao Hai knew about the situation with the 3 races through the token. Since Heir trusted him so much, he couldn't disrespect her, so he immediately opened a spatial crack at the place Heir pointed out. Those who were willing to move into the dimension would immediately move in. Heir and the others had high prestige among the young people. 1/3 of the young people in the 3 clans were willing to follow Heir and the others. There were men and women, as well as some elderly people. Heir and the others couldn't care less, because Zhao Hai had told them that the 9 great supreme elders of the gods' race were about to arrive at their race. Heir immediately directed the people who were willing to follow him into the realm. Heir had never entered the realm before. He had complete trust in Zhao Hai. However, when he entered the realm, he was stunned because the environment here was simply too good. He even saw Man Dingshan and Zhan Yue. It turned out that Zhao Hai was planning to put the 3 races in the same space. Zhao Hai had made some careful choices when he bought these normal backgrounds. These backgrounds all had their own houses, and breadfruit trees and bamboo were planted in them. Therefore, when the 3 clans entered the medium, they didn't have to worry about not having enough places to live. Even if there were too many people and the houses in the medium weren't enough, it didn't matter. The environment in the medium was so good that it was beyond Heir's imagination. They were not afraid of living in the open air. On the contrary, they liked to live outside. Lying on the soft grass and enjoying the fragrance of the grass, it felt more comfortable than living in the house. The actions of the three of them had infuriated their clan leader and elders. They had given strict orders to prevent those people from moving. In the end, they had even sent out an army. At this time, the total number of people from the three clans who had entered the spatial crack was less than 100,000. This was definitely not a big number, but when Heir and the others saw that the clans were about to fight over this matter, they had no choice but to close the spatial crack again. They were also locked up by the clan leader and elders, not allowing them to come into contact with the outside world. At this moment, Zhao Hai and the others had already attacked the Demon Scorpion continent. Zhao Hai was led by the Grand Elder of the Demon Scorpion race. With the help of the Demon Battle team, they directly attacked the Demon Scorpion continent. When the Demon Scorpion continent's defenders saw their dead Grand Elder and a large group of people with ultimate weapons attacking them, they almost collapsed in an instant. All that Zhao Hai could do now was to capture people into the spatial zone. Just as Zhao Hai was about to grab the people, Dinxing and the others had already arrived at the Golden Bull continent. Without any hesitation, Jin Ben led Dinxing and the others toward the spatial crack of the three Thunder clans. The Thunder clan and the other two clans had been under the rule of the Golden Bull continent for a long time. Jin Ben naturally knew about the space cracks of the three clans. Therefore, it didn't take him much effort to find the space cracks of the three clans. The spatial rifts of the three clans were not near each other. They were quite far apart. The first one that Jin Ben and the others had found was the spatial rift of the Thunder clan. Although the Thunder clan's patriarch didn't believe that the 9 great elders of the gods' race would attack them, he still made preparations. He had deployed a large number of troops at the spatial crack and strengthened the line of defense several times. He looked as if he was waiting in a serious formation. Jin Ben and the others arrived at the space crack and saw the situation. The 9 of them stood in a line and slowly pressed toward the Thunder clan's line of defense. The Thunder clan's defense line also discovered Jin Ben's group. Although the ordinary soldiers at the defense line didn't know Jin Ben and his group, they knew that they were up to no good when they saw their expressions. They immediately rang the bell and one of the guards shouted, "The people in front, listen up. You have entered the Thunder clan's defense area. Please land immediately. If you are not here, we will treat you as enemies and attack you." Jin Ben looked at the Thunder clan's people and laughed out of anger. "Servants of the Thunder clan, since when did you guys have the guts to speak in such a tough manner? Who gave you the guts to go against our god's race? You guys really don't know what's good for you." When the guards of the Thunder clan heard Jin Ben's words, their expressions changed. They were all too familiar with the term slave. It was how the god race of the Golden Bull continent used to address them. So when they heard Jin Ben say this, they knew that they would not be able to settle this peacefully today. The guards of the Thunder clan immediately shouted, "Fire the arrows. Attack, don't let them get close." Seeing this situation, Jin Ben turned to Ding Xing and the others and bowed slightly. "Everyone, these people are the slaves of my Golden Bull celestial race. Although the Golden Bull celestial race no longer exists, please allow me to teach them a good lesson." Dinxing and the others all nodded. They didn't object to Jin Ben's decision. A defense line like this didn't need them to attack together. Jin Ben saw that everyone had agreed. He then turned to look at the people of the Thunder tribe. They were still some distance away from the Thunder tribe's line of defense. The bed puppets of the Thunder tribe couldn't threaten them at all. Therefore, Jin Ben slowly put on his Golden Bull battle suit and stood in front of them. He retracted his fists to his abdomen and punched forward with his right fist. At the same time, he shouted, "Golden Bull charge formation." As he spoke, a huge Golden Bull charged out from his fist and headed straight for the Thunder clan's defense line in the distance. As those Golden Bulls charged forward, they seemed to be constantly absorbing the power from the surroundings and growing in size. By the time the Golden Bulls arrived in front of the Thunder clan's defense line, they had already grown to nearly 20 meters tall. The Golden Bulls slammed their heads into the defense line's city wall, and a loud boom was heard. The defense line's nearly 10-meter-wide city wall seemed to have become as thin as paper as it was broken by the Golden Bulls. At this moment, Jin Ben's left fist had already struck out. It was another Golden Bull charge. The Thunder clan city wall in front of him had a huge gap of nearly 60 meters wide after being punched by these two fists. Dinxing stood behind Jin Ben and nodded lightly. Elder Jin Ben's 2 punches are 3 times more ruthless than before. With this 3 times ruthlessness, the destructive power of his 2 punches is at least 2 levels higher than before. The others also nodded. They also knew that Jin Ben's fist was indeed more powerful than before. The reason why it had become like this was because Golden Bull continent had been destroyed. Therefore, Jin Ben's fist was filled with hatred and resentment. 2 punches. With only 2 punches, the city wall constructed by the Thunder clan had already lost its function. The dozens of people standing on the city wall were all killed. Moreover, they were directly smashed into pieces by the fist force. The power of 2 punches was actually like this. The men of the Thunder Clan were also stunned by the two punches. Fortunately, their leader wasn't killed. The leader immediately made some adjustments, and the men of the Thunder Clan who were standing on the city wall immediately retreated. The Thunder Tribe's line of defense was an imitation of the line of defense at the crack. This line of defense was divided into ranks, but it didn't mean that the line of defense would be useless as long as the city wall was broken through. Naturally, Jinben also noticed the situation of the Thunder Clan's people. He immediately flew over. As soon as he entered the city wall, he was greeted by a rain of arrows. Jinben didn't dare to be slow. He knew very well that the nightmare arrow could explode, and its power was no less than the blood thunder ball. Jinben had always been puzzled by this. The Protoss were the first to use the blood thunderballs, but after Zhao Hai learned the blood thunderballs, he performed even better than the Protoss. This was something that he could not understand. Jinben waved his hand and sent out another stream of energy in the shape of an ox towards the direction where the arrows came from, destroying some of the arrows in advance. Then, Jinben kept sending out streams of energy in the shape of an ox from both of his hands. Although the Thunder Tribe's defense line was very well built, and it was divided into layers, Jinben's strength was really strong. With a bull-shaped energy attack, even the terrain was changed, and all the arrangements were done for. After a few hundred ox-shaped chi forces passed by, the entire line of defense in the crack had been razed to the ground. Only then did Jinben put away his armor and lead the way to the Thunder Clan's continent. Just as Jinben was attacking the defensive line at the crack, the guards at the defensive line had also sent this news back to the Thunder Tribe. In order to deal with the Protoss, Zhao Hai had given Heir and the others a lot of messenger fish. After that, Zhao Hai naturally did not take back these messenger fish and made them a type of equipment for the Thunder Tribe. Naturally, the defensive line at the crack was also equipped with messenger fish. Although the Thunder Tribesmen didn't know the Grand Elder of the Gods race, the strength that Jinben and the others had displayed had already revealed their identity. In addition, Zhao Hai had warned them in advance, so the Thunder Tribesmen were able to confirm Jinben and the others' identities very quickly. Once they confirmed the identity of Jinben and the others, the people of the Thunder Clan couldn't help but panic. The Supreme Elder of the Golden Bull Clan had world-shaking strength. Now that they had really come, what could the Thunder Clan use to resist them? It was only now that the people of the Thunder Clan realized that they didn't have the right to challenge Zhao Hai at all. Zhao Hai had defeated a great elder of the gods' race. In order to deal with Zhao Hai, the 9 great elders of the gods' race had to work together. Their entire clan couldn't even stop one great elder. If Zhao Hai wanted to destroy them, it would be too easy. With no other choice, the Thunder Clan's clan leader let Heir out and told him about the current situation. When Heir heard about the situation, her expression turned extremely ugly. He looked at the clan leader and said, "Clan leader, all we can do now is think of a way to hold back the 9 elders of the God clan and then move the people of the clan to the space that Sir mentioned as soon as possible. I think we should choose 100,000 people and let them use the method of sacrifice to use the Lightning Phoenix shield to block the 9 elders of the God clan. We should also take action quickly. We must move our people away in the shortest time possible." The clan head's expression changed when he heard Heir's words. The Thunder Clan indeed had a cultivation technique called sacrifice. Almost everyone knew this cultivation technique, and once they used it, their strength would increase by several generations. It could last for 10 days, but once 10 days were up, that person would immediately turn into ashes and die. Moreover, this kind of cultivation technique was irreversible. It could be said that those who used this cultivation technique would die without a doubt. 100,000 people. When 100,000 people used this technique together, the energy that could be unleashed was truly astonishing. Even the Grand Elders of the Gods race might not be able to do anything to them for a short period of time. However, after 10 days, these 100,000 people would all be dead. This was definitely a huge blow to the current Thunder race. Is there no other way? The clan leader looked at Hiko and asked in a deep voice. 100,000 people, isn't that a little too much? Heir smiled bitterly. Patriarch, 100,000 people isn't a lot at all. I don't know if these 100,000 people will be able to hold them off. There might be more people in the future. During the war with the Celestial race, we saw Sir's battle with the Great Elder of the Golden Bull Celestial race. The Great Elder of the Golden Bull Celestial race is extremely powerful and has extremely strong attack power. These 100,000 people can hold off the Great Elder of the Golden Bull Celestial race for 10 days. The Gods race still has 8 Supreme Elders, and the Golden Bull Celestial race's Supreme Elder. The attack power of 9 Supreme Elders is much stronger than that of 1 Supreme Elder. I really don't know if these 100,000 people can stop the 9 Supreme Elders of the Gods race. The clan leader's expression turned extremely ugly. He looked at Heir and said in a deep voice, "Can't Mr. Zhao Hai come back to help?" Heir's expression turned ugly when he heard the clan leader's words. He looked at the clan leader and said, Mr. Zhao Hai is currently attacking the Protos continent. I hope that the great elders of the Protos will come back to help. If they don't, Mr. might return to fight them, but Mr. doesn't have the confidence to deal with 9 of them. If Mr. is defeated, will the outcome be any different from what we are facing now? By then, we might not even have a way out. The clan leader muttered to himself and did not speak for a long time. Fei Er's expression became even uglier when he saw the clan leader's expression. He said in a deep voice, Clan leader, have you ever thought about what duty Sir has to help us now? Is it worth it to risk your life against the 9 great elders of the gods' race for us? If it were you, would you risk your life for a partner who doesn't trust you at all, a person who can't help you at all, and a person who's always on guard against you? Fei Er's words were extremely rude, and the clan leader's expression turned even uglier. He snorted coldly and said, What's wrong? How can you be so sure that the grand elders of the gods' race won't let us go? Do you think following Zhao Hai is better than surrendering to the gods? Not only Fei Er, even the other elders of the Celestials couldn't bear to hear the clan leader's words. This question was too idiotic, and everyone knew what the result would be. Fei Er looked at the clan leader with a face of disappointment. He said in a deep voice, What does the patriarch mean? Do you really want to see our Thunder clan being annihilated before you're satisfied? The clan leader's face turned even uglier after Fei Er's words. He slammed the table and shouted, Say no more. Even if the entire Thunder clan dies in battle, we won't be Zhao Hai's slaves. Men lock Fei Er up. At this moment, a few of the patriarchs present were indignant. Among them, Zhen Wuxuang was the first to be indignant. He had worked with Zhao Hai before and had met him before. He had some understanding of Zhao Hai. Furthermore, he had also discovered that ever since they had defeated the gods' race, the clan leader had become more and more dictatorial and unreasonable. He had always wanted to become an emperor who could make decisions on his own, not a clan leader who always thought of his people. When Zhen Wuxuang saw that the clan leader had grabbed Fei Er again, he couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, Hold on, clan leader. The current situation is already extremely clear. If we continue to wait like this, we'll only be courting death. Do you really want to lead the Thunder clan to its destruction? If that's really the case, I don't think you're worthy of being the Thunder clan's patriarch. Zhen Wuxuang was the great elder of the Thunder clan. He had a very high position in the Thunder clan. His words carried a lot of weight because the Elder Council of the Thunder clan had the power to criticize the patriarch when necessary. The patriarch's face turned even uglier when he heard what Zhen Wuxuang said. He slammed the table and said, What do you mean, Zhen Wuxuang? Do you want to rebel? Who knows if he's just putting on an act? The clan leader snorted coldly. At this moment, another elder of the Thunder clan also stood up and said angrily, What do you mean, patriarch? Is it right for us to wait for death here? Another elder stood up and shouted angrily at the elder from before, What do you want? Was it really that good to be someone else's dog? Let me tell you, I would rather die in battle than become someone else's dog. Zhen Wuxuang looked at that elder and shouted angrily, Watch your mouth, who are you calling a dog? Could it be that the complete annihilation of our Thunder clan is a sign of our backbone? Besides, Mr. Zhao Hai won't really enslave us. Even the demons and the people on the Ark continent have submitted to him. He didn't enslave them, so why can't you submit to him? The elder sneered. Zhao Hai said he doesn't have any slaves. He said he doesn't have any slaves. Does that mean he doesn't have any slaves? Did you guys see that? A bunch of cowards. Rather than submitting to Zhao Hai, it's better to submit to the god race. At the very least, if we submit to the god race, we can still live here and not go to a completely unfamiliar place. When Hiko heard him say this, he sneered, Submit to the god clan. Do you think you still have the right to do so? Now, all the vassal races of the god race have rebelled against the god race, and all of this was because of us. At this time, you still want to submit to god race. Do you really think you're my treasure, that you can surrender and rebel whenever you want? Do you think the gods are kind people? Are the god race idiots? After leaving this place, Zhen Wuxuang immediately called all the elders who were close to him together. He asked them to persuade their clansmen to leave with them. At the same time, they also organized a death squad so that they could use the sacrificial method to deal with the god race. As the great elder of the Thunder clan, Zhen Wuxuang had a high prestige in the clan. With Fei Er, the most prestigious person among the younger generation, their prestige was not any lower than the clan leaders. In addition, Fei Er had always held the military power in her hands. Therefore, it was still possible for the two of them to organize people. The last time, Fei Er was the one who organized the people. Although Fei Er's prestige was not low among the younger generation, it was still lacking among the elders. There were still many elders in the Thunder clan, and these elders had the final say in their families. Therefore, Fei Er did not manage to persuade many people last time. The people who had entered the realm now were far inferior to the total number of the Thunder clan. A suicide squad of 100,000 men was ready. This time, nearly 500,000 families of the Thunder clan were willing to follow them to Zhao Hai's dimension. 500,000 households. This number was already quite a lot. It was equivalent to about 1/50th of the entire Thunder Clan. This was also the best that Heir and the others could do. After all, many people in the Thunder Clan didn't like to leave the place where they had lived for generations. The clan leader had also gathered some people to fight against the 9 elders of the God Clan. However, their goal was different from Heir's. Heir and the others had gathered a suicide squad to stall the 9 elders of the God Clan and buy time for them to move the population. The reason why the clan leader had gathered the people to deal with the Gods race was to let the Gods race understand that their Thunder race wasn't to be trifled with. This way, when they surrendered to the Gods race, they would have a higher chance of success. This way, they would be able to obtain greater benefits. Heir and the others had already completely broken away from the rule of the clan leader and the others. He had already gathered all the people who were going to move away together and brought them to a valley in the Thunder Clan. Then, he opened up a spatial crack in the valley and allowed the people of the Thunder Clan to enter the space. Outside the valley, Heir personally led the 100,000 members of the daring team to block the entrance of the valley to prevent the 9 elders of the Gods race from attacking. All the members of the Thunder Clan who had entered the boundless space immediately fell in love with it. As for the other parts of the Thunder Clan, they were all panicking. They knew that they were going to have a decisive battle with the 9 great supreme elders of the God Clan. They also knew that the clan leader was preparing to surrender to the God Clan once again. When the civilians heard the news, many of them ran to Heir and the others. Of course, Heir was not afraid of them. The civilians weren't stupid. Many of them knew that they had offended the God race. Besides, so what if the God race accepted their surrender? They had just returned to the past. It was nothing special. They might as well follow Heir and the others into Zhao Hai's space. More and more people were going to enter Zhao Hai's space. The patriarch of the Thunder Clan didn't seem to be able to control the situation, and at this moment, something that gave him an even bigger headache came. The 9 elders of the Gods race had already attacked the Thunder race. Furthermore, they wouldn't accept surrender this time. They wouldn't even capture a single prisoner. Therefore, anyone who fought them would have to die. This caused the Thunder Clan's patriarch to finally realize that something was wrong. They immediately organized themselves once again and used the method of offering sacrifices. They were prepared to use this method to block the attacks of the 9 great elders of the Gods race. However, the Thunder Clan's clan leader and the Thunder Clan's clan leader discovered an extremely embarrassing matter. None of his subordinates were willing to use sacrifice. This was in stark contrast to the situation with Heir. The Thunder Clan's patriarch had no other choice. He could only organize another group of people to fight against the 9 great elders of the Gods race. At the same time, he was also preparing to negotiate with the 9 great elders of the Gods race and decide to surrender to them. However, the Thunder Clan's patriarch had forgotten one thing. Only those who were powerful could negotiate with others. His strength wasn't strong at all, and he was the defeated party. If that was the case, what right did he have to negotiate with others? The Thunder Clan leader clearly hadn't thought of this. In his opinion, the Gods race wouldn't dare to exterminate them. Otherwise, the Gods race wouldn't be able to rule over the vassal races. However, he had forgotten that they were the ones who had led the rebellion in the first place. If the Protoss didn't exterminate them as an example to the others, they would have no way to rule over the vassal races. This time, Jin Ben and the others came for Zhao Hai. They wanted to exterminate the Thunder race and then attack the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race. This way, they could force Zhao Hai back. Therefore, Jin Ben and the others didn't plan to hold back this time. They were here to exterminate the Thunder Clan. Therefore, they had no interest in surrendering or negotiating. All they wanted to do was to attack continuously. Although there were only 9 of them this time, these 9 people were even more terrifying than 90 million people. This was because they were few in number, but their attack power wasn't weak. That was why the Thunder Clan had suffered a huge loss the moment they met. However, the resistance from the Thunder Clan and the clan leader had bought Heir and the others a lot of time. Heir and the others were now moving more than 500,000 households into the space. There were more than 2 million people in more than 500,000 households. It would take more than a day or two to move so many people into the space. That was why Heir had brought the suicide squad to guard the entrance of the valley. Although Heir and the others were guarding the entrance of the valley, Heir was still very concerned about the battle between the Thunder Clan and the 9 great elders of the Gods Clan. However, he had not received any good news at all. Furthermore, the number of people from the Thunder Clan who were fleeing into the valley was increasing every day. This was more than enough to prove that the battle at the front line had already deteriorated to a certain extent. Heir was helpless in this situation. If he were to attack the Gods race again, the valley would be in danger. Besides, even if he were to go out, the clan leader might not necessarily use them. He was still holding on to his last hope. Heir also told Mandingshan and Zhan Yue about the situation at the Thunder Clan. Mandingshan and Zhan Yue's situation wasn't too good either. They had encountered a similar situation as Heir. The people in the clan refused to move into the spatial zone no matter what. Especially their clan leader, he was extremely against entering the spatial zone. Therefore, the situation at Mandingshan and Jian Yue's side was extremely bad. In order to get them to act as soon as possible, Heir told them about the situation at the Thunder clan. At the same time, Heir also told them that this god race did not leave any survivors. They had to find a way to get their own clansmen into the spatial zone no matter what. However, Mandingshan and Jian Yue's current situation was similar to Heir's. Their clansmen had also locked them up. If they wanted to transfer their clansmen into the spatial space, they could only break out of the prison and completely fall out with the clan. At that time, the internal strife in their clan would begin before they could even transfer their clansmen into the spatial space. Heir was also very troubled by this situation. He couldn't persuade the two of them to rebel. After all, it was Mandingshan's clan's matter, and he couldn't directly intervene. What worried Heir the most was that both the Barbarian tribe and the Winged Horse tribe had more people than the Thunder tribe. Under such circumstances, it would take more time for the two tribes to transfer their people into the boundless space. Now that the 9 great elders were being held back by the Thunder tribe, it was the best time for them to transfer their people. If this time passed, it would be too late even if they wanted to transfer them. However, Heir didn't have a better idea. He could only tell the situation to Mandingshan and the others, as well as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently attacking the Cancer race. The people of the Cancer race were more difficult to deal with because their great elder Jiyu had a long reputation in the Protos. Although the Fixed Star tribe had the highest status among the great elders due to their relationship with the central continent, Jiyu was known as the #1 expert among the 10 great elders of the Protos. Therefore, the people of the Cancer race had their own pride. In their opinion, they could not embarrass Jiyu. It was precisely because of this thought that the resistance of the giant crab tribe was extremely strong. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't hold back. He sent out the undead creatures, the demon battle team, the magical beast army, and the Hades. He sent out all the troops he could in order to get rid of the resistance of the giant crab tribe as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's plan was extremely successful. When he gathered all the forces in his hands, his combat power was extremely strong. It was not something that a single giant crab god race could withstand. The giant crab god race only managed to hold off Zhao Hai's army for 3 days before they were completely defeated. They couldn't be blamed for blaming Zhao Hai so quickly. The undead creatures under Zhao Hai's command weren't any weaker than them. There was also the supreme god-level undead creature team led by King Feng and Minju, as well as the demon army, which was a pseudo-ultimate weapon team. Their combat strength wasn't something that a single race could resist. Moreover, the Supreme Elder, who was the most powerful in their race, wasn't here. He was needed to take charge of the overall situation, but he wasn't here. The collapse of the giant crab clan was inevitable. In addition, Zhao Hai's army was growing in number. Under such circumstances, the giant crab tribe had no way of resisting. When Zhao Hai received Heir's message, he didn't return immediately. He wanted to wait until Jin Ben and the others attacked the Barbarian tribe or the Winged Horse tribe before returning. He wanted to use this method to force the Barbarian race and the Winged Horse race to submit. If the two of them were still unwilling, then Zhao Hai would not be in a hurry to return. The 3 alien races still didn't trust Zhao Hai. The patriarchs of the 3 alien races had their own ambitions. If they kept people like him in the origin space, they wouldn't be honest. So Zhao Hai changed his mind. He wanted Jin Ben and the others to teach the 3 alien races a lesson. He wanted them to know that they were nothing without him. It would be as easy as turning over a hand for the God clan to deal with them. Therefore, Zhao Hai did not give Hiko a clear answer, only saying that he understood. Heir did not blame Zhao Hai. To be honest, he was extremely disappointed in his clan, so he could only calmly accept the outcome. Jin Ben and the others were forcing him to fight them. If Zhao Hai didn't show up, they would have to deal with the Thunder race, the Barbarian race, and the Winged Horse race. However, if Zhao Hai wiped out the gods' race in a row, Zhao Hai wanted to see if Jin Ben and the others could still hold their ground. Zhao Hai was now competing with the patriarchs of the gods' race. Whoever lost their cool first would lose. After taking care of all the resistance of the giant crab clan, the only thing left was to capture all of them and bring them into his space. Zhao Hai would not let this opportunity slip by. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the other races in the firmament also knew what Zhao Hai was doing. Even the S-God race and the vassal races knew about it. Upon hearing this news, the S-God race and the vassal races immediately became excited. The Protos race and the vassal races had an unresolvable feud, and the enmity between the S-God race and the Protos had been going on for tens of thousands of years. Even if they wanted to, it was impossible for them to resolve it. Thus, when they heard that the Protos race had been defeated by Zhao Hai, they were the happiest. While the God race members were panicking, the vassal races immediately started to make a fuss. they began to launch all-out attacks on the god race. The S-god race had also decided to send out their army to attack the various races of the gods race. However, their great elder did not come with them. This was because the S-god race was afraid that Ding Xing and the others would find out that they had left and attacked their base. After Zhao Hai dealt with the Cancer tribe, he immediately moved on to another tribe. This time, Zhao Hai's target was one of the Protoss' strongest battle-type tribes, the Archer tribe. The Archer race was a relatively unique existence among the Protoss. Almost all the members of the Archer race were born shooters and received archer training from a young age, so their shooting skills were the strongest among the Protoss. At the same time, their weapons were the most special among the Protoss. Their weapons were bows and arrows, but they were not ordinary bows and arrows. Their bows and arrows were engraved with magic arrays, and so were their arrows. The magic arrays engraved on their bows were to allow the archers to use the magic arrays on their bows to condense energy arrows and use them to attack their enemies. The magic arrays engraved on their arrows were to increase the lethality of their arrows. The energy arrows shot by the archers were not their most powerful means of attack. The magic array engraved on their bows also required their own power to guide it. If one's energy was very strong, the arrow shot out would be very lethal. If one's energy was weak, the arrow shot out might not hurt anyone at all. The arrows they used were engraved with many magic arrays. The wind magic array could make the arrows travel further. The fire magic array could make the arrows explode. The wood magic array could make the arrows carry poison. The water magic array could make the arrow's flight path more unpredictable. The metal magic array could make the arrows more penetrative. And the light magic array could make the arrows more concealed. All these magic arrays could be engraved on the arrows. This was not to say that the archers were very successful in their research on magic arrays. In fact, the magic arrays of the archers were passed down from generation to generation. There was nothing special about them, and they had not been modified for the mission. It wasn't that the archers had no talent for magic arrays, but that the god race didn't allow in-depth research into magic arrays. The god race was like this because it was an order from their god. It was precisely because of the high god's orders that the demons had abandoned almost all research on magic arrays. The magic arrays they used were all left behind by their previous race. Although Lu Wei didn't allow them to study magic arrays, he didn't care about their alchemy and product refinement. In addition to the magic arrays that were left behind, the archers of the Archer race were definitely the most terrifying existences in the entire god race. They could use energy to shoot arrows. As long as they didn't use up their energy, their arrows would never be exhausted. The arrows they used were sharp weapons that would only be used at critical moments. Although the god race was called the god race, they were not real gods. Although the god race had more spatial equipment than the Ark continent, it was impossible for everyone to have one. So for the Archer race, the number of arrows that the first archer could bring was limited, so as not to affect their movements. The energy that they had cultivated by themselves, through the enhancement of the magic array, could allow them to shoot hundreds or even thousands of arrows in succession. Therefore, the archers only had 1 or 2 quivers of arrows on them at most, while they only had 12 arrows in a quiver. Even so, in the entire god world, no one was willing to provoke the Archer race. It was not only because of their arrows, but also because they were the race that was the best at assassination among all the god races. Zhao Hai did not know much about the Archer tribe, but after asking Xiao Haoya and the rest, he had a better understanding of the city. To be honest, he was very curious about the people of the Archer tribe, especially the magic arrays that were passed down from their ancestors. The magic arrays that were passed down from the ancestors of the Archer race were never passed on to outsiders. Even the other races of the god race did not know what the magic arrays used by the Archer race were like. Although the archers' bows and arrows were engraved with magic arrays, those magic arrays were almost all shot inside the bow. On the outside of the bow, they would wrap other things to hide these magic arrays very well. Moreover, the bow would be engraved with explosion magic arrays. If you wanted to destroy their bows and see what the magic arrays were like, their bows would immediately explode. The arrows of the archers were similar to bows. Almost all of their arrows had explosion magic arrays. Once an arrow was used, it would be useless. Even if you got a useless arrow, you wouldn't be able to see any magic arrays on the arrow shaft. If you wanted to destroy the arrow shaft, the arrow would immediately explode. The more Zhao Hai thought about it, the more curious he became about the bow. He wanted to know what kind of magic array was used in the bows and arrows of the Archer tribe. As long as he knew what kind of magic array was used in the bows and arrows of the Archer tribe, his undead creatures and bed puppets would be able to exert more powerful combat power. Zhao Hai's attack on the Archer tribe was also a surprise attack. As he did not have to spend time traveling, he could attack more places than Jin Ben and the others. After taking care of the Cancer tribe, Zhao Hai immediately arrived at the Archer continent and attacked the Archer tribe. Just like what Xiao Bingya said, the moment Zhao Hai arrived at the Archer continent, the archers launched an attack on them. Waves of arrows rained down on them. The archers' arrows were really powerful. They could actually injure the undead creatures of the Protoss, which was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, it was impossible for the archers to block his attack with this. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the magic array on the arrows, he had a magic cannon and a bed armor. In addition, he had the undead creatures in his hands. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he fought with the archers. Even if the undead creatures were injured, it wouldn't affect their combat strength. As for the demon army, they were all protected by battle armors. Although the battle armors could not unleash their full combat power, they were enough to block the arrows of the archers. Just as Zhao Hai was attacking the archer tribe, the news of Zhao Hai exterminating 3 Protoss races reached Jin Ben and the others. They were all stunned. Up until now, they had not conquered the Thunder tribe, but Zhao Hai had already exterminated 3 of their Protoss races. How could they not be shocked? At first, Jin Ben and the others wanted to slow down their attack on the Thunder tribesmen to see Zhao Hai's reaction, but now it seemed like Zhao Hai was ready to go all out. Naturally, they couldn't hold back anymore. The 9 of them went all out and attacked the Thunder tribesmen. In less than 5 days, the Thunder tribesmen were almost razed to the ground. Only the valley that Heir and the others were guarding still had people from the Thunder tribesmen. There were no more people from the Thunder tribesmen anywhere else. As for the number of tribesmen that had fled to the valley, there were close to 1 million of them. Adding on the ones that were willing to follow Heir and the others, the number of tribesmen that Heir and the others could transfer into the spatial zone this time was a total of 1.5 million. Of course, that valley couldn't possibly fit 1.5 million households, but it wasn't small either. It could fit about 700,000 households of Lei race people. Fortunately, there were people of the Lei race constantly entering the spatial zone. Otherwise, the valley wouldn't have been able to fit all of them. However, Heir and the others had encountered a problem. There were at least 600,000 Lei clan people in the valley, and Ding Xing and the others had already arrived outside the valley. Looking at Jin Ben and the others who were slowly flying over, Heir had already made up his mind. He would lead the 100,000 troops and use the sacrificial ritual to block Jin Ben and the others, buying enough time for the people in the valley. Just as Heir was about to use the sacrificial cultivation technique, Zhen Wuxuang suddenly appeared beside Heir and stopped him. Heir looked at Zhen Wuxuang in confusion and asked, "Grand Elder, why are you stopping me? Leave this place to me and quickly send all the clansmen into the space." Zhen Wuxuang shook his head and looked at Heir. "Heir, you should go. You send the clansmen into the space and leave this place to me." Heir was taken aback, and then her expression changed drastically. "No, Great Elder, let me do it. I came up with this idea, so I should be the one doing it." Zhen Wuxuang said with a dark face, "Heir, listen to me. I'll do it. You're still young, and you're the closest to Zhao Hai. You can lead the clan to a brighter future. I can't do it. I'm old and not as good as you. I should have believed you when you returned to the clan, but I waited until the end to believe you, causing you to miss the best time to move the clan into the medium. I should do it. Heir, I'll leave the clan to you. Remember this. Once you're in the realm, don't even think about talking to Mr. Zhao Hai as an equal. We're just his vassals." After saying that, Zhen Wuxuang's body trembled and his chi kept rising, far beyond his original level. When he saw this, Heir was stunned. He knew that this was a sign of using the sacrificial cultivation technique. Heir knew that it was too late to say anything now. Right after Zhen Wuxuang used the sacrificial cultivation technique, the 100,000 chosen members of the Thunder Tribe's Suicide Squad also used the sacrificial cultivation technique. None of them hesitated, not even a little. Zhen Wuxuang laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with heroic spirit. "Heir, I'll leave the people of the Thunder clan to you. Don't let our sacrifices go to waste. Don't worry. We'll let the Grand Elders of the Protoss know that the Thunder clan isn't easy to bully. Remember to help me tell Mr. Zhao Hai that I, Zhen Wuxuang, have let him down. I shouldn't not trust him. Also, please ask him to avenge me." Heir nodded her head vigorously and said loudly, "Great Elder, please be at ease. I will definitely pass on your words. I have already memorized all of your names. Please be at ease. The Lei clan will not forget you." Zhen Wuxuang laughed and patted Heir's shoulder. "Go, lead your clansmen and leave. Leave some hope for our Thunder clan." After saying that, he took out something and handed it to Hiko. Heir took a look and saw that it was a magic array disc. Heir recognized this magic array disc. It was considered a treasure of the Thunder clan. Unfortunately, it did not have any offensive capabilities. The only use of this magic array disc was that it could release a large amount of smoke and hide an entire city within the smoke. It did not have any offensive or defensive capabilities. However, when Hiko saw the magic array board, he immediately understood what Zhen Wuxuang meant. Zhen Wuxuang wanted him to use the magic array board to block the valley so that the 9 great elders of the god race would not know what was happening in the valley. If the 9 great elders of the god race knew that the Thunder tribesmen in the valley were moving, they would definitely attack at all costs, and that would not be a good thing for the Thunder tribesmen in the valley. Most importantly, Dingsing and the others could predict Zhao Hai's next move based on the reaction of the Lei clan's people. He might change their course of action, and neither Fei, nor Zhen Wuxuang wanted that to happen. Jin Ben looked at the valley that was suddenly filled with smoke, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He turned to Dingsing and said, "Elder Dingsing, it seems that these ignorant guys still want to make a final resistance. Then we don't have to be polite. Let's directly let them know what it means to exterminate a clan." Dingsing gritted his teeth. Zhao Hai has already annihilated several protos. It's time for him to have a taste of what it's like to be annihilated. Guys, there's no need to be polite. Let's do it. Jiyu, the supreme elder of the cancer race, had a face as ugly as Dingsing's. Her face was even uglier than the others. She did not expect Zhao Hai to choose the Cancer Continent after dealing with the Central Continent and the Demon Scorpion Continent. Furthermore, he had exterminated the entire cancer race. This was a huge blow to him. After knowing that the giant crab clan had been exterminated by Zhao Hai, Jiyu was the one who had dealt the most brutal blow to the Thunder clan. Other than those who had died on the spot, the rest of the Thunder clan members who had not been able to put up much of a resistance had been tortured and killed by Jiyu. Dingsing and the others did not say anything about Jiyu's actions. In reality, they had done this kind of brutal killing many times. After being ruthlessly taught a lesson by Zhao Hai a few times, they had been holding a grudge in their hearts. Now they could only use the Thunder clan to vent their anger. The few of them flew to the sky above the valley as they spoke. Just as they flew to the sky above the valley, a large group of people flew up from the valley. These people were, of course, Zhen Wuxuang and the others. Zhen Wuxuang looked at Jin Ben and the others who were slowly approaching him with a calm face. He was already a man who was going to die. Now their only wish was to block Jin Ben and the others for 10 days to buy time for Fei and the others. Therefore, Zhen Wuxuang had no feelings for Jin Ben and the others now. He didn't hate them, nor did he blame them. What he needed to do now was to block these people, no matter what their identities were, and no matter what they had done. Jin Ben and the others didn't attack directly. They stopped and looked at Zhen Wuxuang and the others calmly. These days there were too many people from the Thunder clan who wanted to stop them, but none of them had succeeded. Therefore, Jin Ben and the others weren't worried at all. They just wanted to see the look of despair on these people's faces. However, they were disappointed. Zhen Wuxuang and the others didn't have any expression on their faces. Zhen Wuxuang also saw Jin Ben, but he only gave him a calm glance. Then he turned to the 100,000 men of the Thunder clan and said in a deep voice, "Brave warriors of the Thunder clan, you are the last hope of our Thunder clan behind us. We have no way out. For the sake of the Thunder clan, I want you to do your best." All the Thunder clan people behind him said in unison, "For the Thunder clan." Jin Ben looked at Zhen Wuxuang in disdain. However, he noticed that this army was different from the other armies he had encountered in the past few days. Although the other armies were also resisting them, they lacked a certain aura. On the other hand, these people had an additional aura, a very powerful aura. Jin Ben looked at Zhen Wuxuang and sneered, "Thunder race. From today onwards, there will be no more Thunder race in this world. They can just wait for death." Zhen Wuxuang looked at Jin Ben and said coldly, "Golden Bull Tribe's supreme elder. Ha, even if the Thunder Tribe doesn't exist from today onwards, didn't your Golden Bull Tribe disappear earlier than us? What's there to be proud of?" Zhen Wuxuang's words hit Jin Ben's sore spot. He gritted his teeth and said, "Trash that only knows how to use your mouth. Today, I will personally exterminate your Thunder clan." Zhen Wuxuang suddenly revealed a strange smile and said, "Then you can try." After saying that, he turned to look at the Thunder clan's people and said in a deep voice, "Form the formation." The members of the Thunder clan knew what kind of order was waiting for them. They didn't say anything, but picked up their totem poles and formed a large formation. Then everyone poured their own power into their totem poles. As they poured their power into the totem pole, it suddenly lit up. Then all the Thunder clansmen closed their eyes and stood still with their totem pole in one hand. Even Zhen Wuxuang was the same. They looked like they were asleep. What made Jin Ben and the others even more curious was that this continent, which was formed by 100,000 people, did not show any reaction at all. Other than the totem poles in their hands that glowed with a faint green light, there was no other reaction. Jin Ben looked at Zhen Wuxuang and the others with a puzzled expression. He didn't know that the Thunder clan had made such a big commotion and ended the battle so hastily. Dingsing looked at Zhen Wuxuang and said in a deep voice, "Stop pretending. I don't believe you have any ability." With that said, he took out his time-fixing plate. A beam of white light immediately shot out from the plate toward Zhen Wuxuang and the others. The white light had no shape. It looked like the energy beam shot out by Zhao Hai's magic cannon. As soon as the energy light beam reached Zhen Wuxuang and the others, a green electric light suddenly flew out from their formation and hit the white light. The white light disappeared immediately. When Dingsing saw this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He had not held back just now. He had used all his strength in his attack. However, this attack had no effect, which surprised Dingsing. Dingsing's ultimate weapon was the best out of all the ultimate weapons. It was the most powerful. Don't look at the white light just now. In fact, his attack was not any weaker than Jin Ben's Golden Bull charge. Such a move was enough to deal with the Thunder Clan. However, it was useless against Zhen Wuxuang, which really surprised him. Jin Ben and the others knew that Fixed Star would not hold back. Their people from Central Mainland had already been killed by Zhao Hai. How could they hold back now? However, this attack had no effect. This was indeed beyond their expectations. You do have some skills. Let's see how many attacks you can block, Jin Ben said with a dark face. After saying that, he put on the Golden Bull armor and punched at his opponents. Each time he punched, a bull-shaped chi would rush toward Zhen Wuxuang and his men. However, a green electric light would always fly out of the formation and block the chi. Jin Ben attacked nearly 100 times in a row, and all of them were the same. This made Jin Ben's face change. Dingsing and the others' faces changed as well. With Jin Ben's current ability, he could only attack 100 times at most. Any more and he would hurt himself. In the past, when he had faced the Thunder Tribesmen, these 100 or so attacks could have wiped out at least 10,000 of them. However, it was completely useless here. The other party didn't even move. When Ding Xing and the others saw the situation, their faces became very serious. He took out his time fixing plate and shot out beams of white light toward the formation of Zhen Wuxuang and the others. However, the result was the same as the Golden Dash. Beams of green electric ons canceled out the white light that Ding Xing shot out. When Jiyu and the others saw this, their faces sank. They did not know what was going on and why the people of the Thunder Clan had become like this. Ding Xing stopped after firing about 100 beams of white light. He didn't use his full strength. After all, they were in the Thunder Tribe's territory. Zhao Hai could return at any time, and the people from the Thunder Tribe could counterattack at any time. They had to save some strength so that they could protect themselves. When Jiyu saw that Ding Xing had stopped, she immediately stood up. However, this time, she did not attack Zhen Wuxuang and the others. She waved her hand, and a huge pincer-shaped chi strength struck straight into the valley. However, an electric light flew out from the formation of Zhen Wuxuang and the others and directly offset the chi strength. Jiyu frowned slightly and flew forward slowly. Soon, she was only about 100 meters away from Zhen Wuxuang and the others. However, the formation did not react at all. Jiyu could not help but smile. She was getting closer and closer to the formation. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. There was still no reaction from Zhen Wuxuang's formation. Just as Jiyu was about 10 meters away from Zhen Wuxuang and the others, another green electric light flew out from the formation and struck Jiyu. Jiyu was stunned and wanted to block it, but the electric light was too fast. Before Jiyu could do anything, it had already hit her body. Fortunately, Jiyu had already put on the giant crab armor. The armor's defensive capabilities were not bad. It had blocked the attack of the lightning. However, Jiyu still felt a tightness in her chest. She immediately retreated and did not dare to move forward. The reason why Jiyu did this was to see if she could find a way to bypass Zhen Wuxuang's formation and attack the valley directly. However, it seemed impossible now. They nodded and immediately put on their battle armors to attack the formation. However, Zhen Wuxuang and the others stood there like wooden pillars, not moving at all. A day had passed, but Ding Xing and the others didn't make any progress. The few of them took turns to attack the Thunder Clan's continent, but that continent still stood there unmoving. 2 days had passed and they were getting anxious. However, Zhen Wuxuang's formation was still standing there. It was as if Zhen Wuxuang and the others were dead. They were as still as rocks. On the third day, Ding Xing and the others had already forgotten about their anxiousness. Right now, they only had one thought in their minds. They had to break through this continent and see what kind of method the Thunder Clan was using. Why was it that they could block their attacks for such a long time? On the fourth day, Ding Xing and the others were still standing there with bloodshot eyes. They didn't even move a finger. Now they were fighting with Zhen Wuxuang and the others, determined to destroy them. On the evening of the fourth day, a white light was shot at Zhen Wuxuang and the others. Electric light shot out from their formation and offset his attack. But then, the totem poles in their hands suddenly dimmed. The green light on the poles was disappearing bit by bit. However, they soon stopped worrying. They found that after the green light on the totem pole in Zhen Wuxuang's hand disappeared, the bodies of Zhen Wuxuang and the other warriors turned into ashes bit by bit. When the wind blew, the bodies of Zhen Wuxuang and his 100,000 warriors slowly drifted away with the wind and finally disappeared. Seeing this situation, Ding Xing and the others immediately understood that the other party must have used some kind of self-mutilating martial art to block their 4 days of continuous attacks. To be honest, they were really worthy of respect from Zhen Wuxuang and the others. Such an enemy was worthy of their respect. Zhen Wuxuang and the others could have lasted for 10 days after using the sacrificial cultivation technique. However, they had been attacking day and night for 4 days, and the intensity of their attacks was too strong. Therefore, they couldn't last for 10 days. They had used up all their energy in 4 days. Ding Xing and the others looked at the place where Zhen Wuxuang and the others had come from and suddenly felt a wave of fear. If the Thunder Clan's people were all fighting so desperately, they wouldn't even be standing here right now. By the time they reached here, Zhao Hai would have already conquered all 9 continents of the god race. At the thought of this, Dingxing and the others couldn't help but bow in the direction where Zhen Wuxuang and the others had disappeared. However, a war was a war. Although Zhen Wuxuang was an opponent worthy of respect in the eyes of Dingxing and the others, this didn't mean that they would let the Thunder clan off the hook. Therefore, they immediately rushed over to the valley again. When they arrived above the valley, Fixed Star immediately took out his time-fixing plate and shot out a few white lights towards the valley. With a few hong-hong sounds, a loud noise resounded in the valley. After a while, the sound disappeared, and the white fog in the valley also disappeared. However, what surprised Fixed Star and the others was that there was no one from the Thunder clan in the valley. Dingxing and the others slowly landed in the valley. There were traces of people living in the valley, and there were only signs of people entering and leaving. However, the people in the valley had all disappeared strangely. When Dingxing and the others saw this, their expressions changed. Dingxing looked around and said in a deep voice, "Look around carefully and see if there are any clues." These Thunder clansmen can't have disappeared for no reason. Jin Ben and the others nodded and looked around. They had been through hundreds of battles and had done a lot of tracking, so they were very experienced. The few of them looked around the valley a few times and immediately found something suspicious about the valley. Many people had indeed come into the valley, but no one had left. What surprised Jin Ben and the others the most was that the footprints left by the people in the valley all pointed to a place, the innermost part of the valley, where a mountain wall was. Dingxing and the others stood on the mountain wall and found that all the footprints in the valley were heading towards this place and eventually disappeared. Dingxing and the others looked at the mountain wall carefully, but found that it was no different from an ordinary mountain wall. This made them very confused. Jin Ben didn't believe it. He even ran to the mountain wall and touched it. All he could feel was cold stones. There was nothing else. Jin Ben's punch landed on the mountain wall. The stone on the mountain wall exploded and created a huge pit with a diameter of about 10 meters. However, the mountain wall was still the mountain wall. There was no difference. Jin Ben returned to Dingxing's side and looked at the mountain wall with an ugly expression. What is this? Don't tell me that all the lightning clansmen have disappeared into the mountain wall. Jiyu's expression changed when she heard what Jin Ben said. She shouted, "This is bad. Zhao Hai is a space sorcerer. Do you think it's possible that Zhao Hai used a space sorcerer to take everyone away from the valley?" When they heard Jiyu say this, Dingxing and the others' expressions changed. They had not thought of this. Dingxing's expression changed and he said, "It's possible. Let's go to the next place immediately." Jin Ben, which tribe is closer to the barbarian tribe or the winged horse tribe? Jin Ben said in a deep voice, "It's closer to the winged horse tribe. If we go, we'll be able to reach the winged horse tribe in less than 5 days. Anyway, we're already on our way back and it'll take more time. Why don't we just attack the winged horse tribe directly?" Dingxing and the others nodded. When they received the news that the giant crab continent had been destroyed, Jin Ben and the others knew that they had no chance. If they couldn't force Zhao Hai out here, the god race would be finished. They had never thought that things would turn out like this, but now that things had come to this, it was too late for them to regret. After the few of them had finished their discussion, they immediately set off and headed straight towards the winged horse tribe. At this time, Fei Man Dingshan and Zhan Yue had already gathered in the space. Fei Er's eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't slept for the past few days, and now he had finally settled his tribesmen down. However, looking at his tribesmen, Fei couldn't feel happy at all. There were only a few million of them that had entered the realm, which was about 1/30 of the original population. In other words, only 1 out of 30 people from the Thunder tribesmen had survived. Man Dingshan and Zhan Yue also knew about Fei situation. Their hearts were also very heavy. The Thunder clan's situation today was also their clan's situation tomorrow. If their clansmen didn't move into the spatial zone as soon as possible, their clan's situation wouldn't be any better than the Thunder clan's. Man Dingshan turned to Fei and asked, "Fei, do you have any ideas? Why don't you come back and help us?" Fei laughed bitterly. "So what if we ask you to come back? You are indeed very powerful, but the 9 elders of the Protoss are clearly fully prepared this time. They are here just to wait for you. If you lose, we will be finished. Not just us, but all of the Protoss enemies will be finished." Man Dingshan did not say anything. He knew that Fei was right, but in this situation, they really had no better way. Zhan Yue was also at his wit's end. They really didn't have any good ideas in this situation. Fei looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "There's only one way now. I'll go with you to your clan and see if I can persuade them. If it's possible, we should persuade them to enter the space immediately. The pressure on Sir is too great. You should know Sir's character. If he has a way, he would definitely come back and beg us." Man Dingshan and Zhan Yue both nodded. They trusted Zhao Hai. They believed that there must be a reason why Zhao Hai didn't return. Fei looked at the two of them, then turned to Zhan Yue and said, "Zhan Yue, Dingshan and I will go with you later. We'll try to persuade your patriarch to move our people into the spatial zone as soon as possible. If he agrees, you can open the spatial crack and we'll go to the barbarian race immediately. Your race is the closest to our race. I think if the great elders of the gods' race want to deal with you, they'll deal with your race first before the barbarian race. When Mandingshan and Jian Yue heard Fei Er's words, both of them were stunned. Then they nodded at the same time. This was the best solution at the moment. Moreover, the two of them also felt that Fei Er was right. Now that the Thunder Clan had almost been exterminated, the next step of those elders of the Gods clan would definitely be to choose between dealing with the Barbarian clan and the Winged Horse clan. The Winged Horse clan's space was closer to the Thunder clan's space, so they would definitely deal with the Winged Horse clan's space first. The three of them appeared in the Winged Horse clan's space in a flash. As soon as the three of them appeared in Jian Yue's room, Jian Yue immediately led the two of them out, straight to the clan leader's meeting hall. The Winged Horse Tribe's patriarch also knew about the situation in the Thunder clan over the past few days. The Winged Horse Tribe's patriarch had also been in contact with the Thunder clan and the patriarch. When they had been fighting against the Protoss together, they had used Zhao Hai's information fish to get in touch with them. Therefore, the Winged Horse Tribe's patriarch knew everything that had happened in the Thunder clan. After a few days, there was no more news from the Thunder clan. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't contact them. What made the Winged Horse clan's patriarch feel the most disheartened was that Zhao Hai didn't appear even when the Thunder clan was about to be exterminated. In the end, the Thunder clan's patriarch was still cursing Zhao Hai. These few days, the Winged Horse clan's situation was also very bad. Many people in the Winged Horse clan had heard the news that the Thunder clan had been exterminated. Now the Winged Horse clan's people were panicking, and the situation was almost out of control. Therefore, the leader of the Winged Horse tribe was also in a very difficult position these days. He didn't want to enter the space, which was equivalent to being controlled by others. He had just tasted the taste of power, and now he didn't want to give up. However, if they didn't do so, they might end up just like the Thunder clan. They might be exterminated by the few supreme elders of the Gods clan. If they lost their lives, how could they enjoy the taste of power? However, the cursing of the Thunder clan's patriarch towards Zhao Hai before he died made the Winged Horse clan's patriarch make up his mind that he absolutely couldn't enter the dimension. At this moment, a report came in from outside the door, saying that Jian Yue, Mandingshan, and Fei Er wanted to see him. Hearing these three people, the Winged Horse patriarch couldn't help but frown. He knew very well that these three people were the closest to Zhao Hai, and they were the ones who strongly advocated entering the realm. To be honest, he didn't like these three people. However, these three were the ones who had blown the horn to counterattack the Golden Bull celestial race. The three of them had very high prestige among the three races, especially among the young people. Therefore, he had to consider their attitudes. The clan leader thought for a moment and finally said, "Let them in." The servant responded and turned to leave. After a while, Jian Yue and the other two came in and saluted the clan leader. After the clan leader excused himself from their salutations, he turned to Fei Er and said, "Fei Er, your Thunder clan has just been struck by a great disaster. Why are you here instead of settling down your clansmen?" Fei Er was slightly stunned when he heard the clan leader's words. Then he gently furrowed his brows. He realized that it wouldn't be so easy to persuade the Winged Horse clan's clan leader. This Winged Horse clan's clan leader didn't seem to have a good impression of him. Even though he thought of this, Fei Er still hid from the Winged Horse tribe and the tribe leader and said, "Clan leader is right. However, the environment in Sir's space is extremely good. I don't need to worry about my clansmen at all. This time I've come to the Winged Horse tribe to advise clan leader not to repeat the mistakes of our Thunder clan." The clan leader looked at Fei Er and snorted coldly. "What? Could it be that in your opinion, entering the space is the only way? Your Thunder clan's patriarch told me before he died that the situation our three clans are facing is all because of Zhao Hai. When he attacked the gods' race, our three clans helped him a lot, but when we were in trouble, he didn't come to help. Fei Er, you're willing to wag your tail and beg for mercy from someone like him, but I can't do that." Fei Er looked at the clan leader and sneered. "Clan head really knows how to joke. The clan head of our Lei clan actually dragged the entire clan to be buried because of his greed for power and position. Such a person is simply not worthy of being our Lei clan's clan head. Even the great elder of our Lei clan had stood up to oppose him. However, he didn't even listen to the elder council's opinion and continued to act willfully. That's why he ended up being killed in the end. Who can you blame for this?" Fei Er looked at the clan leader and continued, "Clan leader, do you think there's any other way to deal with the 9 great elders of the gods' race if we don't enter the dimension? This time, the 9 great elders of the god clan won't accept our surrender. They won't let us live. They're going to exterminate us. I wonder if Patriarch has any solution to deal with this." The clan leader's expression was unsightly, but he did not say anything. Fei Er continued, "The Patriarch said that our 3 races helped Mr. Zhao Hai greatly during the battle with the Golden Bull Celestial race. I would like to ask the Patriarch if Mr. Zhao Hai can destroy the Golden Bull Celestial race if our 3 races don't help." The Patriarch was rendered speechless by Hiko's words. He knew very well that the reason why the three races had been so enthusiastic in helping Zhao Hai deal with the Protoss was to gain equal rights to speak with Zhao Hai. If they had not sent their troops, Zhao Hai could have annihilated the Protoss. Fei looked at the clan leader's expression and continued. The patriarch said that he helped Mr. Zhao Hai a lot, but he didn't think that Mr. Zhao Hai would help us take revenge as well. Besides, why didn't Mr. Zhao Hai help us this time? He's still with the Protoss, attacking the various continents of the Protoss and putting pressure on the 9 elders. He even gave us 3 tokens so that we can hide in his space. Isn't he helping us? The clan leader had to speak with a conscience. The clan leader's expression turned even uglier. When Fei finished speaking, he slammed the table and said, "You have a sharp tongue. No matter what you say, I won't enter the realm. The population of your Thunder clan is small to begin with. It's not strange that you can't defeat the 9 great elders of the God clan. My Winged Horse clan has a strong army now. I swear that I will fight the God clan to the death." Fei and the other 2 looked at the Winged Horse clan's patriarch as if he was an idiot. They had never thought that the patriarch would actually say such a thing. Wasn't this leading the Winged Horse clan to a dead end? It was true that the Thunder clan had the least population among the 3 clans. However, their Thunder-type spell techniques were also the most powerful among the 3 clans. The Barbarian clan and the Winged Horse clan had more population than the Thunder clan. If they were to fight, the Winged Horse clan and the Barbarian clan might not necessarily be able to defeat the Thunder clan. However, the patriarch's words were just unreasonable. Hiko glanced at the clan leader and did not say anything else. He only bowed to the clan leader and said, "If the patriarch says so, then we can't say anything. It's not good for us to interfere in the matters of the nobles." Fei has already said what he could and advised him as much as he could. If the patriarch doesn't listen, Fei can't do anything. I'll take my leave. When the clan head heard Fei's words, he was stunned. He didn't expect Fei to leave so easily. Suddenly, he recalled something. Fei had fallen out with the clan head at the Thunder clan's place. After that, he went out and rebelled against their clan head. In the end, he caused the morale of the Thunder clan's army to waver, which was why they couldn't deal with the 9 great elders of the gods' race. Now that they were leaving, could it be that they were planning to rebel again? At the thought of this, the clan leader's expression could not help but change. He immediately shouted, "What's wrong? What do you think this place is? You guys can come and go as you please. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving." Men, take down the 3 of them. Fei and the other 2 were stunned. They never expected the clan leader to do this. Fei had really wanted to persuade Jian Yue to rebel against the clan leader after they left, but they never expected the clan leader to strike first. Fei looked at the clan leader's appearance and realized that the clan leader's face was sinister. 2 of his colors were blood red, and he looked like he had completely gone mad. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. The Winged Horse race's army outside was about to rush in. Fei turned to look at Jian Yue and Man Dingshan. "Let's go," he said. After saying that, he immediately activated his token. A spatial crack appeared, and the 3 of them entered it in a flash. Then the spatial crack closed, as if nothing had happened. However, the clan leader just sat there in a daze. His face was ashen. He knew that he was in trouble. Jian Yue had a high reputation among the young people of his clan. If Jian Yue were to spread this news, he would be in deep trouble. At the thought of this, the clan leader immediately said to his men who had just rushed in, "Quick, pass down the order immediately. Jian Yue, bring Fei of the Thunder clan and Man Dingshan of the Barbarian clan. They are trying to assassinate me. Give the order to capture them immediately." His subordinates were slightly stunned. To be honest, they couldn't believe the words of the patriarch. Jian Yue's position in the Winged Horse race was very high, and Man Dingshan and Fei were also the elites of their race. Why would the 3 of them come to assassinate the patriarch? That's impossible, right? The chief saw that they didn't move and immediately roared, "What are you waiting for? Go and pass down the order immediately." Members of the Winged Horse tribe looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't dare to disobey the orders of their patriarch. They turned and left. At this time, Jian Yue and the other 2 came out of the space. This time, they were heading to the place where the chairman of the Winged Horse tribe, Zhan Fang, was. Jian Yue also knew that he had completely fallen out with the clan leader. There was no need to say anything else. He would just do as he wanted. Jian Yue and the others were smart people. They knew that the clan leader had failed to kill them, so he must have a plan. So after they came out of the space, they immediately went to Zhan Fang. These days, Zhan Fang was also in a very difficult position. To be honest, he wanted to let the Winged Horse race into the space. After all, he had come into contact with Zhao Hai, and he had seen how Zhao Hai treated the demon race. He believed that Zhao Hai would not treat them badly once they entered the space. It was all the patriarchs, but they didn't agree no matter what. This made him very embarrassed. Although the chairman had great power in the Winged Horse tribe, no matter how great his power was, it couldn't be more than the patriarchs. In addition, the reason why he had power as the patriarch was entirely because of those members of the parliament. So when Zhan Fang returned to the clan, he found that many of the members of the parliament had begun to listen to the elder, and no longer to him, the chairman. This made Jan Fang very passive, and his strength had been greatly reduced. His words had less and less weight in the clan, and the Winged Horse clan had slowly entered an era of dictatorship. This time, as soon as Zhao Hai sent them the news, Zhan Yue immediately told him and the clan leader. Initially, he wanted to organize the clan members to enter the realm immediately, but the clan leader refused to agree. The parliament had discussed and fought several times over this matter. In the end, the meeting ended unhappily because of the interference of the clan leader's close members. Zhan Fang's hair had almost turned white from all the worry, but he still hadn't come up with a good solution. At this moment, a servant suddenly came to report that Zhan Yue, Fei Er, and Man Dingshan had an urgent matter to see. When Zhan Fang heard this, he immediately said, "Quickly invite him in." The servant immediately ran out, and soon Zhan Yue and the other two came in. Zhan Fang saw the three of them and immediately said, "Zhan Yue, Fei Er, Dingshan, why are the three of you here today?" Zhan Yue looked at Zhan Fang, tears flowing down his face. He sobbed, "Uncle Fang, you have to stand up for us. We went to see the clan leader just now." Zhan Yue then told Zhan Fang about the process of his meeting with the clan leader. Hearing Zhan Yue's words, Zhan Fang's face changed. He slammed the table and said angrily, "Preposterous. Has the clan leader gone mad? He's forcing the people of the clan into a dead end." Just as he spoke, he heard a servant's voice from outside the door. "Master, it's not good. There are a lot of troops outside. They said that they want to capture young Master Zhan Yue. Just now the Patriarch gave an order saying that young Master Zhan Yue, young Master Fei Er, and young Master Man Dingshan wanted to assassinate him. They are now wanted by the entire clan." Zhan Fang was stunned. Then his face turned even uglier. He said angrily, "Preposterous. This is preposterous. What is he trying to do? There is clearly a way out for him, but he insists on walking the path of death. He is crazy. I think he is crazy." Zhan Yue and the others had not expected that the clan leader would actually issue a warrant for the three of them. Zhan Yue stood up and said to Zhan Fang's speaker, "Let's go into Mr. Wang's space. I'm afraid the Patriarch won't enter the space now. I want to ask you to organize the people in the family and contact those who are willing to enter the space. When you've contacted them, I'll send someone to my room to find me. I'll wait in my room every night in the middle of the night. When you've contacted them, send someone to inform me at night. What do you think?" Zhan Fang understood what Zhan Yue meant. He thought for a while and nodded. "All right, it's decided then. You guys should leave now. Remember, you have to wait in your room every night." Zhan Yue nodded and Fei Er immediately activated the token. The three of them entered the space again. Seeing this situation, Zhan Fang was even more relieved. After Zhan Yue and the other two entered the space, they looked at each other and didn't know what to say. After a while, Man Dingshan sighed and said, "It seems that our clan's matters won't go smoothly. Fei Er, why do you think the clan leader and the others have become like this? Back when the gods' race ruled, there was no such thing." Fei Er sighed. He didn't know what to say. He had never had a taste of power. Moreover, he had been taught to serve the Thunder clan since he was young. Even now, he had been doing the same. However, when he saw the look on their clan leader's face, he was really disappointed. Zhan Yue glanced at the two of them and smiled bitterly. He felt that his clan leader had lost a lot of face by doing this. He could only bitterly admit it now. Fei Er looked at the two of them and said with a bitter smile, "Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Let's go to the barbarian race. No matter what, as long as there's a little hope, we can't give up. This concerns the life and death of the barbarian race." The two of them nodded when they heard Fei Er's words. This matter was indeed related to the future of the three clans. If there was a slight chance, they had to give it a try. However, the three of them were still mentally prepared. Then Man Dingshan activated his token, and the three of them appeared in Man Dingshan's room. As soon as the three of them arrived at Man Dingshan's room, they were stunned because there was someone in his room. The three of them took a look and saw that the person in the room was the barbarian leader. The three of them were stunned for a moment, then their expressions changed. They thought that the chief of the barbarian race was also coming to catch them, but Man Dingshan was relieved when he thought of his token. At most, he could just use the token to escape into the spatial zone. Therefore, Man Dingshan did not escape immediately, but said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, what are you doing here?" The moment the barbarian leader heard Man Dingshan's voice, he saw that Man Dingshan and the others had come out. He quickly said, "You've finally come out. That's great. Dingshan, the Winged Horse clan's chief, just said that you wanted to assassinate him. What's going on?" When Man Dingshan and the others saw the Patriarch's expression, they were stunned. They initially thought that the Patriarch was here to capture them, but it didn't seem like it. Man Dingshan looked at the Patriarch with a puzzled expression and said, "Chief, did the chief of the Winged Horse clan just send you a letter?" The clan leader nodded and said, "That's right. He said that the three of you wanted to assassinate him. He's currently looking for you all in the Winged Horse clan. You three can't really be thinking of assassinating him, right?" Man Dingshan forced a smile and said, "How could that be possible, Patriarch? We only wanted to persuade the Winged Horse Tribe's Patriarch to agree to transfer the Winged Horse Tribe's people into the space. However, he didn't agree and wanted to capture us, so we used the token that Sir gave us and escaped into the space. I didn't expect that he would also send you a letter." "What do you mean, Patriarch? are you going to capture us and give us to the Winged Horse Tribe's patriarch?" The leader of the barbarian race looked at Mandingshan and the other two. He could see the deep wariness in Mandingshan's eyes. In addition, Heir and Jian Yue hadn't spoken to him since they entered the room. This attitude clearly showed their attitude towards him. The clan leader couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew very well why Heir and the others would treat him with such an attitude. It was because the Thunder Clan's clan leader and the Winged Horse Clan's clan leader had done something to Heir and the others, so they had no choice but to be careful. The clan leader shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Dingshan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have refused to enter Mr. Zhao Hai's dimension for my own benefit. However, after I found out about what happened at the Thunder Tribe, I made up my mind to move the barbarians into Mr. Zhao Hai's dimension. So I came to fight you, but you weren't there." Mandingshan and the others were stunned as soon as they heard the patriarch's words. They didn't expect that the patriarch would say this. Previously, the patriarch also didn't agree to enter the spatial zone. However, they didn't expect that the incident at the Thunder Clan didn't make the patriarch more determined to not enter the spatial zone like the Winged Horse Patriarch. Instead, it made him more determined to enter the spatial zone. Why did the patriarch of the barbarian race and the patriarch of the Winged Horse race deal with the same matter in completely different ways? This might have something to do with their personalities. The smarter a person was, the greater their desire for power was. That was why the Winged Horse Tribe's leader wanted to be his leader, because he was too greedy for power. However, the leader of the barbarian race was different. He wasn't as smart as the leader of the Winged Horse race. It could be said that he had the same straightforward personality as the barbarian race. It was because of this personality that he woke up at the critical moment, and what woke him up was the Thunder Race's leader's scolding of Zhao Hai. Little did Heir and the others know that when the Thunder Clan's patriarch realized that he had used up all his cards, and that the 9 great elders of the gods' race had already attacked their city, he and the Thunder Clan's patriarch did not feel ashamed of their actions. On the contrary, he believed that the reason he was where he was today was all Zhao Hai's fault. He believed that the Thunder Clan had helped Zhao Hai a great deal in the battle against the Golden Bull celestial race. In the end, they had also suffered heavy losses. He believed that Zhao Hai had let the Thunder Clan down. Moreover, it was precisely because of Zhao Hai's merciless nature that the god race had gone all out against them. That was why they were in such a situation today. When the 9 elders of the god race attacked them, Zhao Hai didn't help them deal with the 9 elders. This was Zhao Hai's fault. Therefore, when the Thunder Clan's patriarch was forced into a dead end, he didn't regret what he did. He always believed that what he did wasn't wrong, and that all the mistakes were Zhao Hai's fault. Therefore, he cursed Zhao Hai through the messenger fish so that the Winged Horse race and the barbarian race could hear his cursing and his accusations against Zhao Hai. It had to be said that the Thunder Clan's patriarch's accusations were effective to a certain extent. At the very least, the Winged Horse Clan's patriarch was affected by his accusations. He had never thought that they had only been in a cooperative relationship with Zhao Hai before, and that they had gained more benefits from dealing with the Protos. After defeating the Golden Bull celestial race, Zhao Hai had blocked the revenge of the celestial race for them, allowing them to rest in peace. They had never thought that if Zhao Hai really failed, what awaited them would be the extermination of their entire clan. In their eyes, Zhao Hai owed them, but they didn't. The patriarchs of the Thunder Clan and the Winged Horse Clan all thought so, which was why they didn't want to enter the space. In their eyes, Zhao Hai should have come back to save them. If he didn't come back to save them, he would be an ungrateful person. He wouldn't let them enter his space and listen to him. This was something they couldn't accept, so they resisted entering the space from the bottom of their hearts. It was because of this thought that the patriarchs of the Thunder Clan and Winged Horse Clan chose not to enter Zhao Hai's space. This had even become an obsession of theirs. It was also because of this obsession that they became a little crazy and unreasonable. However, the leader of the barbarian race was different. The barbarian race had a straightforward temperament. They paid particular attention to repaying kindness with kindness and taking revenge with enmity. They had their own set of right and wrong views and would never be affected by anyone. The barbarian patriarch had also heard the Thunder race and their patriarch cursing Zhao Hai. However, he felt that the Thunder race's patriarch was too heartless. They had wanted to deal with the Golden Bull celestial race since the beginning, but they never had the chance and were not prepared. It was Zhao Hai who had dealt with the Golden Bull god race so badly on the Ark continent that they had a chance. They should be thanking Zhao Hai. Furthermore, during the war against the Golden Bull celestial race, they were the ones who insisted on sending troops to help Zhao Hai deal with the Golden Bull celestial race. Zhao Hai had never asked them to send troops. In addition, they had enmity with the Golden Bull celestial race, and Zhao Hai also had enmity with the Golden Bull celestial race. Both sides should be in a cooperative relationship. There was no way to talk about who had done the other a favor. Where did this come from? If Zhao Hai was ruthless to the Protoss, how could he not be ruthless? They knew clearly how powerful the God Clan was. If the three clans could endure hardships to get rid of the God Clan's rule, why couldn't the God Clan? Moreover, the great elder of the Golden Bull celestial race had gone to get help. If he didn't act ruthlessly against the celestial race, the Golden Bull celestial race would cause a ruckus when the great elder of the Golden Bull celestial race called for help. This way, Zhao Hai would be attacked from both sides and the situation would become even more critical. Although Zhao Hai didn't come back to save them this time, he had destroyed the Central Continent, the Demon Scorpion Continent, and the Giant Crab Continent. He had destroyed 3 continents of the gods' race in one go, bringing a lot of pressure to the Grand Elders of the gods' race. It was understandable that he didn't come back. The 9 supreme elders of the God Clan moved at the same time. If Zhao Hai returned at this moment and fought the 9 supreme elders head-on, the odds of winning wouldn't be high. If Zhao Hai was defeated, the only fate that awaited the 3 clans would be the annihilation of their clans. Besides, Zhao Hai didn't refuse to help them. He gave them a chance to enter the space. As long as they could enter the space, they would be safe. It was equivalent to putting their lives on the line for them to leave. If they didn't want to leave with their lives and insisted on walking the path of death, then no one could blame them. If you want to die, why would Zhao Hai beg you? Is he crazy? How close do we have to you? I've begged you once or twice, but you always save me. He had a hidden reason for saving people, right? It was because of this thought that the leader of the barbarian race decided to move the barbarian race into the medium. A person's character would determine his perspective and also affect his judgment. The saying that character determined fate was true. Man Dingshan looked at the Patriarch with a surprised expression. The Patriarch had been very opposed to entering the spatial zone, but now he had suddenly changed his attitude, which made Man Dingshan very unaccustomed to it. He looked at the Patriarch with a puzzled look, not knowing whether the Patriarch was telling the truth or not. The clan leader looked at Man Dingshan's expression and said with a bitter smile, "All right, Dingshan, don't doubt me anymore. I've already informed Yunjiang and the others to pack up their things. I think many of our clansmen must have already packed up their things and are waiting for you to come back and open the spatial crack. Hurry up. I don't want to fight head-on with the 9 great elders of the God Clan." Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Man Dingshan's face immediately lit up with a smile. His entire body seemed to be glowing. He readily agreed and turned around to run out. The clan leader turned to look at Fei Er and Zhan Yue, who didn't look too good. The clan leader patted Fei Er's shoulder and said, "Fei Er, my condolences. It's a good thing that you've done well and left some roots for the Thunder Clan. Take good care of your clansmen. In the future, if you need anything in the origin space, just let me know. I'll definitely help you." The clan leader sighed and didn't say anything. He turned to look at Zhan Yue and said, "After I've dealt with the clan's matters, I'll personally go with you to the Winged Horse Clan and personally persuade your clan leader. I hope he can understand." Zhan Yue revealed a smile that was uglier than a weapon, but he didn't say anything. The clan leader looked at the two of them and sighed again. Then he turned and walked out. Fei Er and Zhan Yue's hearts were filled with bitterness as they looked at their clan leader's back. How they wished that their clan leader had the same thoughts as the barbarian clan's leader. If that was the case, their people would be saved. What a pity. Fei Er turned to look at Zhan Yue, and coincidentally, Zhan Yue also turned to look at Fei Er. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly, then quickly walked out. Although they were extremely envious of Man Dingshan, the two of them had been through life and death with him. At this time, they would naturally go and help him. When the two of them came out of Man Dingshan's room, they saw the huge space crack not far away and heard the voices of many barbarians. Man Dingshan and the others were organizing people to enter the space through the space crack. Fei Er and Zhan Yue didn't say much and immediately went to help. The two of them had some experience in settling down the tribesmen. Their participation was a good thing for the barbarians. More and more people of the barbarian race were entering the spatial zone. The sky was getting dark. Man Dingshan and the others didn't need to organize them anymore. After all, this was an entire operation of the barbarian race. Naturally, there would be leaders of various tribes to replace Man Dingshan and the others. They might even do better than them. Zhao Hai knew what had happened to the three clans. He didn't give them away for free. Besides allowing Kai to open the space for Fei Er and the others, he could also monitor the situation of the three clans. In truth, when the Winged Horse Race's leader showed that he would rather die than enter the dimension, Zhao Hai had already decided not to go back and help them. The Winged Horse Race was on their own. The barbarian's reaction was also beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. He did not expect the barbarian to make such a reaction in such a short period of time. It really surprised him. If the 9 elders of the gods' race attacked the barbarian race at this time, Zhao Hai wouldn't mind returning to help them. After all, he wouldn't mistreat a race that trusted him so much. However, the 9 elders of the Protoss had gone to attack the Winged Horse tribe. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't go back to help. He was still dealing with the Archer tribe. At this time, Kai Er told Zhao Hai another piece of news. the O'Neill family's army had already arrived outside the god race's spatial crack, and they were preparing to launch a large-scale attack on the defensive line. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the news. Time was of the utmost importance to Zhao Hai. He was currently at war with the various continents of the god race. The first continent of the god race had a large population. If he wanted to deal with them, he would have to use all his strength. Under such circumstances, he really couldn't spare too much power to deal with the O'Neill family. Zhao Hai had already done his calculations. He had annihilated the Golden Bull Celestial race, the Central Celestial race, the Demon Scorpion Celestial race, and the Giant Crab Celestial race. He was currently at war with the Archer Celestial race. As long as he annihilated the Archer Celestial race, he would be able to deploy some of his forces. However, the forces he deployed were still not enough to deal with the O'Neill family. The total number of demonic armors that the O'Neill family had deployed this time had exceeded 20,000. Don't underestimate these 20,000 demonic armors. If they were to attack at full force, Zhao Hai would need at least 2 million undead creatures to stop them. Other than the armor, the O'Neill family had also sent about 5,000 war chariots. Other than the armor and the war chariots, the O'Neill family had also sent the energy cannons. The power of these energy cannons was even stronger than the war chariots. Zhao Hai did a rough calculation and realized that he would need at least 10 million undead creatures in order to defend against the attacks of the O'Neill family. Moreover, he would need to make use of the geographical advantage of the defense line near the spatial crack to stop the O'Neill family's attack. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai wasn't confident in his undead creatures. In fact, the quality of his undead creatures was also improving as he conquered more and more Protoss. Almost all of the undead creatures he used for battle were god tier, and the number had reached an astonishing 400 million. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to look down on the O'Neill family either. The O'Neill family's path was completely different from theirs. The O'Neill family's path was similar to the path of science and technology, but they were more focused on developing the human body's potential. It wasn't clear which of these two routes was better. However, the O'Neill family obviously had the upper hand. The weapons they used were closer to firearms, and they were better at using magic arrays. Therefore, their weapons were more powerful than Zhao Hai's ordinary magic cannons. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai was basically letting the undead creatures use their bodies to fight with their opponents. It was like a man with a large sword and a long spear. It was inevitable to suffer losses in a battle with a machine gun. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown when he heard Kai Er's news. Although he had hundreds of millions of soldiers, they were all fighting against the Archer clan. The Archer clan was really difficult to deal with. Their archers were really strong. If Zhao Hai wanted to end the battle in a short time, he would have to use all his strength. This way, he wouldn't have any extra power to deal with the O'Neill family. Laura and the others were beside Zhao Hai. They knew what Zhao Hai was worried about. They frowned. After a while, Laura said, "Big Brother Hai, why don't we take out some troops and block the O'Neill family at the crack line of defense?" Before Zhao Hai could say anything, she shook her head and said, "If that's the case, we will need even more time to deal with the Archer tribe. If we let the 9 great elders deal with the Winged Horse tribe and find out that the barbarian race has already escaped, they will definitely come back to find us. At that time, we will lose the best opportunity to deal with the god race. The loss is too great." Lola nodded. She knew this would happen, but other than doing this, was there any other way? Laura and the others couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and suddenly laughed. "Why are we stopping them? The barbarian race has already begun to move into the realm, but the Winged Horse race is not willing to enter the realm. We don't have to waste time on them. What we need to do next is to win over the other people we can win over." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned. Laura was even more confused. Win over the people we can win over. "Big Brother Hai, you're saying, the S-God race." Zhao Hai smiled. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others immediately understood what he meant. That's right, the situation with the 3 great races had already been set in stone, and they no longer needed to worry about them. What they needed to do now was to deal with the god race and move on to the next step, which was to try to get the 3 great S-God races into the origin space. However, how could he get the S-God race into the realm? This was a big problem. The S-God race was currently in a very good position. The Protoss had been dealt with by Zhao Hai, and they had already sent out their troops to take advantage of the situation. It could be said that because of Zhao Hai's existence, the S-God race had gained the upper hand for the first time in the battle against the Protoss. Under such circumstances, how could they allow the S-God race into the origin space? There was only one way, and that was to create an even more powerful enemy for them. It was obvious that the O'Neill family was very powerful. The Divine Realm was even larger than the Ark Continent and the Devil Realm. If the O'Neill family found the Divine Realm, would they be willing to let it go? The answer was no. They would not be willing to let go. Under such circumstances, they would definitely continue to investigate the firmament. At that time, they would definitely face off against the S-God race. If the S-God race were to suffer a loss at the hands of the O'Neill family, it would not be impossible for Zhao Hai to think of a way to get them into the realm. If it was in the past, Zhao Hai would not have dared to let the O'Neill family into the divine world. This was because the O'Neill family would be on the Golden Bull continent the moment they entered the divine world. At that time, the first people they would face would not be the S-God race or any other god race, but the Thunder race and the other two races. However, the situation was different now. The barbarians were moving into the spatial zone. Because they had made preparations in advance, the transfer was very smooth. They would be able to complete the transfer in a few days. As for Jin Ben and the others, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. These few great elders of the gods race were about to enter the winged horse race's territory. It could be said that even if the O'Neill family was allowed to enter now, by the time the O'Neill family arrived in the divine world and discovered the spatial zone of the three great races, the barbarian race's people would have already moved into the spatial zone. As for the winged horse race, they would probably have already been exterminated by the 9 great elders of the gods race. At that time, they would have to face the 9 great elders of the gods race. It might be the O'Neill family. It was precisely because of these thoughts that Zhao Hai decided to send the O'Neill family to the divinity so that they could muddy the waters of the divinity even more. At that time, he would be able to fish in troubled waters. Zhao Hai told his thoughts to Laura and the others, who immediately agreed. They also felt that it was time for the O'Neill family to come and mess things up. Now the O'Neill family had divided their military forces into 3 areas, one to defend the underworld, one to enter the devil world, and one to defend the line of defense outside the spatial rift. The army outside the spatial rift was the largest number of troops the O'Neill family had sent. If the O'Neill family knew that there was a huge space like the divine realm behind the spatial rift, would they still be interested in the Ark continent? Would they still be interested in the demon realm with such bad conditions? They would probably slowly shift their attention to the divinity. Not only would they be able to muddle the waters here, but they would also be able to let Zhao Hai obtain more devil armors. It was because of all these reasons that Laura and the others completely agreed with Zhao Hai's actions. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's decision to let the O'Neill family join the gods race was no longer a bad thing for them. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The O'Neill family is about to attack. We'll call back the undead creatures now, but we can't let them have it easy. We'll use harassment tactics on them." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura couldn't help but smile. "Good, that's a good idea. We'll use harassment tactics to let them know that the Ark continent is not useless. This will make them feel at ease and attract more of their people over." "That's right," said Li Jai with a nod. "And we can even get more time. We can even use this tactic to lead the O'Neill family to the 9 elders of the God clan. We won't have to worry about them not fighting. It's settled then. I'd like to see how the O'Neill family is going to deal with our harassment tactics. Although their demonic armor is fast, it's still far from being able to deal with space. This time, I'll let the O'Neill family have a taste of the power of harassment tactics." Zhao Hai smiled. Meljan smiled and said, "I want to see the expressions of the 9 elders of the Protos when they see the magic armor of the O'Neill family. In the past, when they saw the magic armor made by the gnomes, they immediately exterminated the gnomes. Now, a magic armor that is even better than the magic armor made by the gnomes in the past has appeared. Their expressions must be very interesting." Achaeus stood calmly in front of the spatial rift. He was much more familiar with it than before. After coming to the Ark continent, everything that happened made him understand many things. He knew very well how much his family had paid to get to the Ark continent. If they couldn't recover their capital this time, the O'Neill family would be finished. The funny thing was that they wanted to see what their enemy looked like. Ever since they came to the Ark continent, they had not seen a single person, not even an enemy, so they really wanted to see their enemy. After discovering the spatial rift, they finally felt at ease. At this time, George walked to Achaeus' side and said, "Young clan head, we've launched a few probing attacks before, but the other side's counterattack was extremely fierce. We were unable to charge in, but we've already figured out their rough military deployment." Achaeus turned to look at George and nodded. "Good, well done. If the family succeeds this time, you'll be credited with a great merit." Achaeus nodded. "We've just arrived here. We'll rest for 2 days before we attack. In these 2 days, draw out the military deployment situation inside for us to use." George nodded. "Yes, young clan leader. The map has been prepared. I'll send it to you in a moment." Achaeus's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. He patted George's shoulder and said, "Good job, George. You're very organized. Very good." "All right," Achaeus nodded. "Go back and send me the map. I'll go back and have a good rest." George immediately nodded. "Please, young clan leader." "I'll immediately go back and send you the map." Achaeus nodded and turned back to the chariot. The chariot turned around and left. Achaeus sat in the war chariot. He had been traveling non-stop for the past few days and was really tired. As people of the magic armor continent, their bodies were not their strong points. This time he was really exhausted. Although his body was very tired, he couldn't fall asleep. There were too many things in his mind that kept spinning, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. In the end, Achaeus thought of Zhao Hai. He had met him once before and thought that he was a little silly. However, every time Achaeus thought of Zhao Hai, he could not help but feel a sense of anger. The person he had thought was a fool had played him. When he first thought of Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel angry. He had a feeling that Zhao Hai must be behind the spatial crack. This feeling was very strong. It was because of this feeling that he strongly requested to come here. His father didn't allow him to come here. Just as Achaeus was lost in his thoughts, the chariot stopped and the driver said softly, "Young clan head, we've arrived. You should go to your room and have a good rest." Achaeus slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He nodded and said, "You should also go rest." After saying that, he opened the car door and got out. Achaeus had just entered the house when he heard the servant outside say, "Young master, George is here to see you. He said that he has already brought you the military deployment map of the spatial rift." "Let him in," Achaeus said with a nod. The servant quickly led George into Achaeus' room. George was holding a map in his hand. Achaeus waved at the servant and said, "Go and prepare something for me to eat and drink. George, you stay here and eat with me. Tell me about the map while we eat." George's heart was filled with joy, but his face remained calm. He then walked to the table and carefully spread out the map in his hand. This was a very detailed map. The terrain and various firing points were marked very carefully on the map. It could be seen that George was really careful. Achaeus looked at the map and nodded in approval. "Not bad, George. You did a good job. This map is very good. Are you sure that this is the deployment of all the enemies in the crack?" George shook his head. "I'm sorry, young clan leader. I can't guarantee that the enemy's attack is very fierce. We also found that some of the other side's tall people are preparing to fight the devil armor in close combat. We were afraid of being entangled by them, so we didn't dare to go too deep in our first reconnaissance. However, the situation at the crack should not be wrong, but the situation behind the crack is hard to say." Achaeus nodded. "You did the right thing. Now is not the time to be anxious. Not bad. Tell me, how's their attack power?" George nodded and pointed at the map. "Young clan leader, the enemy in the crack is using a low-level magic cannon. It looks huge and heavy, and it can't move easily. Its attack power is only average, but there are many of them, so it's hard to deal with. They also have a kind of nightmare arrow, which is not weaker than a magic cannon. The power of the explosion of the nightmare arrow is even stronger than a magic cannon. The most difficult thing is that all the cannoneers and archers are using magic cannons. They're all organized by the undead creatures, and the undead creatures themselves aren't weak." Achaeus frowned and said, "The enemy is actually using undead creatures as cannoneers. Could it be that they have some connection with the people in the black fog in the north? Have you calculated how many soldiers will need to break through this line of defense?" George thought for a moment. "We need about 1,000 magic cannons, 200 chariots, and 1,000 demonic armors. If we deploy these troops, we can control the casualties to within 100. "Oh, you're that confident?" Achaeus raised his eyebrows. George nodded and said, "Although we don't know what's behind their line of defense, we can tell from their attack power that they're weaker than the demon armors. In addition, although this spatial crack isn't small, it's not big either, so it can't hold too many troops at once. We can't send too many troops at once, but at the same time the other side can't send too many people to defend, so 1,000 demon armors will be enough. We can first use the magic cannons to fire at a wide area and completely suppress them. Then we can use the chariots and the magic armors to advance together. We can end the battle in the shortest time possible. Even if the other party wants to send reinforcements, we can also set up our own defense line at their line of defense and use our magic cannons and chariots to block their attack." Accused nodded. "Good, not bad. Go back and write a detailed battle report for me. I'll have a few battle generals study your report. If it's feasible, we'll do as you say. After all, you're more familiar with this place than any of us." Achaeus patted George's shoulder and said, "If I want to promote you, you have to have that kind of strength first. All right, go and prepare. By the way, remember, you can call me young master in the future." George was even more delighted. The change in the way Accused was addressed shouldn't be underestimated. Anyone could address him as young patriarch, but not young master. The O'Neill family. Only those who had a very good relationship with the O'Neill family and had lived for more than 10 or even dozens of generations could address Accused as such. Accused asking George to address him as such was equivalent to acknowledging his status. This was definitely a good thing for George. "Yes, young master, I'll get it done immediately," George said happily. After he finished speaking, he bowed to Achaeus and turned to leave. Although he had left Achaeus' room, George was still very excited. His family didn't have any power. It could be said that he had relied on his own hard work to get to where he was today. However, he had been working in the lower ranks of the army all these years, so he was still very familiar with the situation of the O'Neill family. For a person like him who had no background, if he hadn't joined that big power, he wouldn't have been able to get to where he was in his life. Now that Achaeus had praised him so much, it was equivalent to him finding the greatest backer. What kind of backer was better than the young clan leader? He was the future clan leader. If he followed him while he was still the young clan leader, he would be an official of the dragon in the future. The day of his success was not far away. Achaeus smiled as he looked at George's back. After getting involved with the family's affairs, Achaeus finally understood how important it was to train some trustworthy subordinates. Yes, there were some loyal old ministers in the family, but it was precisely because these people were senior that sometimes they didn't really respect him as the young patriarch, and a capable newcomer like George was suppressed by those old ministers, and it was difficult for him to stand out. So as long as he gave them a chance to stand out, George and the others would be loyal to him. He also had his own power in his hands, and in the future he would be more firm in his words. His father had told him all of this. This time, knowing that he was coming, his father had specially sent a few young and capable battle generals from the family. However, because they did not have any background, they were suppressed by the old officials and did not have a very high status. This way, it would be easier for Achaeus to command them. At the same time, it would also be easier for Achaeus to win them over. At the thought of this, Achaeus could not help but sigh softly. He turned around and returned to his bedroom, not even eating the food that the servants had served. The next morning, Achaeus had just finished his breakfast when he heard the servant's voice from outside. "Young master, Captain George requests an audience." "Let him in," Achaeus said with a nod. The servant responded, and soon George, with red eyes, came in. Although his eyes were bloodshot, his expression was extremely excited. As soon as he saw Achaeus, George immediately bowed to Achaeus and said, "Young master, I've already prepared the battle plan. Please take a look." Achaeus looked at George and said, "George, did you not rest last night and have been busy until now?" When George saw Achaeus's expression, he couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly said, "Yes, I was afraid that I would delay young master's plans, so I rushed all night last night and finally came up with a battle plan." Achaeus looked at George and sighed. "George, don't do this again. I'm not in a hurry to get this plan. You don't have to be so busy. Take care of your body. Only by taking care of your body can you contribute more to me. Don't be in a bad condition when I need you." Achaeus nodded and said, "Leave the report here. Go back and rest. Come find me after you're done with your rest. Go on." George responded and placed the report on the table. He bowed to Achaeus and turned to leave. After George left, Achaeus picked up George's report and read it carefully. After a while, Achaeus could not help but smile. George's battle plan was very well done and very detailed. It considered all aspects. In George's battle plan, their battle process was divided into several parts. The first part was to attack and break the opponent's defense line near the spatial crack. The second part was to occupy the enemy's defensive line and defend it against the enemy's counterattack. The third part was to expand the results of the battle. After the defense line was secured, they would immediately move the magic cannons and chariots over and continue to attack. They had to break through the fog and see what was behind it. It could be said that this plan was very beautiful. The first step was very clear, and George had even calculated the number of troops needed for the first step, how long it would take, the route they would take, the level they would take, and what tactics they would use if they encountered strong resistance. He had considered all of this, and Achaeus was very satisfied. Achaeus really didn't expect that George would give him such a big surprise after he had given George a small opportunity. Although it was only a report, many things could be seen from it. The report was well done, which proved that George had the ability to command troops. This was absolutely very important to Achaeus. It was easy to get an army of thousands, but hard to get a general. No matter where it was, a person with the ability to command an army was a very noble talent. Achaeus valued George even more now. Zhao Hai knew everything that had happened at the O'Neill family. He even knew what Achaeus and the others were talking about. However, he didn't care about it. He had already made preparations to deal with the O'Neill family. He was currently fighting with the Archer tribe and didn't have time to care about those things. He had to admit that the members of the Archer race were really difficult to deal with. The biggest characteristic of the members of the Archer race was their speed. They would run away after a single attack. They played guerrilla warfare with Zhao Hai, making it very difficult for Zhao Hai to deal with them. At this time, Jin Ben and the others had already entered the space of the Winged Horse tribe. The leader of the Winged Horse tribe was of course resisting with all his strength, but the difference in strength made them unable to do anything to Jin Ben and the others. Although the Winged Horse tribe was fully prepared this time, and didn't run away after being hit by Jin Ben's group a few times like the Thunder Clan, it was still very difficult for them to pose any threat to Jin Ben's group. Because the Winged Horse tribe's resistance was much stronger than the Thunder tribe, it was impossible for Jin Ben and the others to deal with the Winged Horse tribe like how they dealt with the Thunder tribe. Although their attack power was very strong after they put on the battle armor, it was impossible for them to last long. Fortunately, they were few in number, fast and strong in attack power. Therefore, after they launched an attack on the Winged Horse tribe's army, they immediately retreated. Anyway, there were only a few of them. They could just find a place and have a good rest. The Winged Horse race couldn't find them at all, and after they had rested, they could come out again to deal with the Winged Horse race. don't look down on this method. The attack of the 9 great elders was extremely sharp. Even if the winged horse race sent out tens of millions of troops to surround these few people, they could still kill them 7 times in and 7 times out. It could be said that the situation of the 9 grand elders in the winged horse race was similar to Zhao Hai's situation in the archer race. They were all entangled. The speed of the winged horse race was very fast. Among the 3 great alien races, the winged horse race was the fastest. It was precisely because of this speed, and the fact that Zhao Hai had supported them with some javelins containing the blood thunder race that the winged horse race was able to contend with the 9 great elders. However, Zhao Hai had already found a way to deal with the Sagittarius race. The reason why he couldn't deal with them before was that his dimension map hadn't included the entire territory of the Sagittarius race, so Zhao Hai couldn't find the location of these people, and it was not easy to deal with them. However, after a few days, Zhao Hai had stored the entire Archer continent into the dimension map. This way, he could locate the whereabouts of the archers at any time and release the undead creatures to deal with them in close combat. It had to be acknowledged that although the archers were very powerful in long-range combat, they were far inferior to the Protoss on other continents in terms of close combat. It would be much easier for the undead creatures to deal with them. Just as Zhao Hai was focused on dealing with the archers, Achaeus and his men had finished recuperating and were ready to attack the defensive line. Achaeus was using George's plan. Unfortunately, their plan was in vain as Zhao Hai had already evacuated everyone from the defensive line. Achaeus stood not far from the spatial rift and looked at it calmly. However, his eyes were not as calm as his face. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes, but there was more killing intent. That's right, it was killing intent. Achaeus's feeling was growing stronger. He could sense that Zhao Hai was right behind the spatial rift, so he treated this attack as a head-on blow to Zhao Hai. George was standing next to Achaeus. This was Achaeus's request. Achaeus wanted to use this method to tell everyone that George was his confidant, which made George very excited. However, he was still looking at the spatial crack with some worry. Although he was very confident in his battle plan, he was still a little uneasy when he had to use his battle plan to make progress. After all, this was a chance for him to prove himself. If his battle plan went smoothly, he would establish his position in Achaeus' heart and he would become Achaeus' true confidant in the future. However, if he failed, Achaeus would probably give up on him. No superior would like a useless subordinate. Achaeus looked at the time and felt that it was about time. He turned to George and said, "George, pass the order to attack." George nodded and took a deep breath. He turned around and said loudly, "Pass on the young master's orders. Attack." Achaeus looked at George with satisfaction. George's battle plan seemed very good, but Achaeus also knew that he was only a rookie commander. He didn't dare to use the battle plan easily. So Achaeus gave the plan to the few powerful generals who had commanded battles sent to him by his father and let them see the battle plan. It was not bad. After the battle general saw the plan, he thought it was perfect. This allowed Achaeus to use the battle plan without worry. At the same time, he was more concerned about George. What made Achaeus even more satisfied was George's performance in front of him. George's performance in front of him was very good and well-mannered, just like just now. When Achaeus asked George to pass down an order, George could have said, "Pass on my order, attack." Everyone knew that this must be Achaeus' order, but it didn't sound like the young master's order, attack. It was more comfortable. Achaeus was a rookie commander, so he needed to increase his prestige even more. In fact, Achaeus didn't help at all in commanding the attack on the spatial rift. The battle plan was written by George, and the review plan was made by the other generals. The arrangement of the attack was also decided by him and the other generals. It could be said that all Achaeus had to do was to give the battle order. It was that simple. However, Achaeus hoped to use this battle to increase his prestige. Thus, he wanted everyone to know that he was the one in command. After experiencing some things, Achaeus was no longer like the average young man. If it wasn't his work, he would never accept it. In Achaeus' eyes, it was too stupid. He was a superior, and a superior didn't have to worry about everything. He only needed to know how to use people. This battle plan was made by George, and he was the one who discovered George. This was enough. Just this point alone was enough for him to take the lead. This was a superior. This was also what his father had taught him. A person in power had to find ways to increase his own prestige before obtaining enough prestige. When one's prestige was already unshakable, one no longer needed to increase one's prestige. Now was the time for Achaeus to increase his prestige, so he was very interested in this aspect. If George said, "Pass on the order, attack," if that happened, then Achaeus' presence would be at its lowest. This was not something Achaeus wanted to see. And when George said, "Pass on the young master's order, attack," this time, his identity as the commander was clearly pointed out. Everyone who participated in the battle knew that this battle was under the command of the young master. As long as he won this battle, he would have a certain position in these people's hearts. This was prestige. It was precisely because he knew this that Achaeus was very satisfied with George's performance. George had thought a lot before he said that. George was a very smart man. He was well aware of Achaeus' status in the O'Neill family. This young master had always been said to be an adventurer, so he didn't have a good reputation in the family. Fortunately, he was the eldest son of the family master and hadn't made any mistakes. In addition, he was still young, so no one could shake his position as the first heir. But this time, the young clan leader had surprised everyone with the incident on the Ark continent. Even though the main reason was that he liked to take risks, it took a lot of courage for the O'Neill family to be the first to enter this unknown space. Therefore, some of the family members had a better impression of the young clan leader. From the clan leader's actions, it seemed that he was going to put all his efforts into nurturing the young clan leader. Under such circumstances, the most important thing for the young lord was to raise his reputation. After thinking for a long time, George thought of this method of sending orders. After passing the order, George glanced at Achaeus. Achaeus had a faint smile on his face and looked very satisfied. George could not help but feel happy. He knew that the order he had just passed had made the young master very satisfied. Following Achaeus' order, the O'Neill family's attack began. First, it was the magic cannon attack. The magic cannon of the O'Neill family was even bigger than the magic cannon used by Zhao Hai and the others. Of course, the power was also different. Moreover, their magic cannon didn't fire energy beams. Instead, they used cannonballs. A magic cannon that used cannonballs was naturally different from the one Zhao Hai was using. The magic cannon used by the O'Neill family looked more like a cannon from Earth, but there were many magic arrays carved on the cannonballs. The cannonball wasn't filled with explosives, but a kind of magic powder. The magic powder was similar to explosives, but it was more explosive and lethal than ordinary explosives. There were a total of 1,000 magic cannons here. With Achaeus' order, these magic cannons immediately let out a series of angry roars. Balls of flames kept coming out of the crack. Achaeus nodded in satisfaction. After 5 rounds of bombardment, the cannon fire stopped. The chariots and magic armors rushed into the crack like a group of ants and mosquitoes. Achaeus looked at the crack nervously. He didn't know what the result of this battle would be, but he was sure that the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Although George's battle plan was well done, what happened on the battlefield was not something you could imagine. Achaeus had participated in battles before. In fact, he had experienced many battles when he was adventuring. It could be said that he was experienced in hundreds of battles. However, he had never commanded such a large-scale battle before. However, it was precisely because he had participated in battles that he was very clear that anything could happen on the battlefield. George was as nervous as Achaeus. If the attack did not go smoothly this time, it would not affect Achaeus too much. He could organize a second attack, but it would be a disaster for George because he would lose Achaeus' trust in him. For George, who had no background, he could only wait for the position of captain of the reconnaissance team to grow old. He might not even be able to keep his position. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the mechas and tanks rushed into the crack. Achaeus and George stopped breathing for a moment. It took a while for the two of them to recover, but their eyes were still fixed on the crack. A minute passed and there was no sound of battle from the crack. 5 minutes passed and there was still no sound of battle. 10 minutes, half an hour passed and there was still no sound from inside. Achaeus couldn't help but turn to George and say, "George, immediately send someone over to check. What's going on? Why isn't there any sound at all?" "Are we carrying out a silent attack?" George responded. Just as he was about to make arrangements, a black dot suddenly flew out of the crack. It was a demonic armor. George stopped moving and immediately arranged for Achaeus to be protected. Achaeus could not help but nod at George's reaction. However, his attention was more focused on the armor. He really wanted to know what had happened in the crack and why there was no sound at all. After a short while, the demon-armored man was stopped 500 million away from Achaeus. Then he immediately fell to the ground. The breastplate opened and a man jumped out. After confirming his identity, he was brought to Achaeus. Achaeus looked at the man. Of course, he didn't know who he was just a messenger. The messenger walked to Achaeus and saluted, reporting young clan head. Lion Assault Team, 2nd Small Team Messenger Bill, has received orders from the captain to report the battle situation to young clan head. Achaeus nodded and said, "Speak, what's going on inside? Why is there no sound at all?" Bill immediately said, reporting to young clan head, "There's no need to fight at all inside. We didn't find any enemies inside. Now, we've already charged through the fog crack, but the situation inside is a little unexpected." The captain wants to invite young clan head to take a look. Young clan head will know what's going on once he goes there. Achaeus was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "All right, then I'll go take a look." "Young master, please allow me to ask you a few questions," George quickly said. Achaeus turned to look at George and said with a smile, "George, what do you want? Go ahead and ask." Bill immediately said, "We can't be sure if all the enemies have been annihilated or if there are no enemies at all. The terrain inside has been completely destroyed by the magic cannons, so we can't tell. The inside has been completely controlled. It's absolutely safe. Please don't worry. George nodded and turned to Achaeus. Young master, I'll arrange a chariot. Let's see if the modified tiger chariot can send you in. Achaeus was very satisfied with George's performance. He nodded and said, all right, go and arrange it. By the way, come in with me later. I want to see what's inside that can make them so surprised. George responded and turned to leave. After a while, a modified tiger tank stopped in front of Achaeus. George got out of the tank and opened the door for Achaeus. Achaeus got into the car and George followed him. The tank went straight into the crack. After a while, the war chariot entered the crack. As soon as it entered the crack, George frowned slightly and said to Achaeus softly, young master, this fog is much lighter than before. The visibility was less than 3 meters before, but now it's over 10 meters. Achaeus was taken aback. He turned to George and said, you're sure? George nodded. I'm absolutely sure, young master. I've personally entered the space several times. I'm very familiar with the situation inside. Achaeus frowned slightly and said, a lot of the fog has disappeared. Does this mean that the enemies here have retreated? Could it be that they realized that our army had arrived and retreated? George's face was heavy as he nodded his head. I'm afraid so. I'm sorry, young master. My plan wasted nearly 10,000 cannonballs of the family. Achaeus laughed. It doesn't matter. We've already occupied this place, haven't we? You can't be blamed for this. Your battle plan was perfect. Don't take it to heart. George nodded, and soon the chariot rushed out of the fog. As soon as it rushed out of the fog, Achaeus and George were stunned. In front of them was a huge plain. They could see mountains in the distance. There were many trees on the plain. The environment here was really good. At this moment, there were many mechas and war chariots parked on this plain. Naturally, they were the ones who had come to attack. Achaeus took a while to calm down. He looked at the plain and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Then his smile grew bigger and bigger until it turned into a loud laugh. George was also brought back to his senses by Achaeus' laughter. He looked at the plains and naturally understood why Achaeus was laughing. On such a large piece of land, there would be countless resources, mines, and people. If they could conquer this land, the O'Neill family would definitely become the #1 family on the Atlantic continent. George immediately said, congratulations, young master. You've discovered another continent that's not smaller than the Ark continent. You've made a great contribution to the O'Neill family. Young master, do you think you should inform the head of the O'Neill family about this as soon as possible? Achaeus laughed even louder when he heard George's words. He laughed and said, we still don't know how big this continent is, but you're right. We should tell father about this as soon as possible. George immediately opened the door and Achaeus jumped out of the car. At this time, several generals who had led the attack of the war chariot team and the magic armor team also surrounded him and reported the situation to Achaeus. They had not encountered any enemies here, so naturally, there was nothing to report. Achaeus looked around and nodded. Inform the troops at the back to immediately transport the supplies here and build a base here. Use the fastest speed to build the base and form a scouting team to scout the surroundings. Generals immediately went to prepare, but Achaeus looked at the continent with excitement. He suddenly felt that the dimensional crack he had chosen to enter the Ark continent was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Ever since he had entered the Ark continent, he had been lucky. There was no need to mention the Ark continent. Then they discovered that unknown, dangerous space. Although it was extremely dangerous, the resources there were also very rich. Now, they had discovered this continent. This was definitely a good thing for the O'Neill family. Soon, the O'Neill family's backup troops on the Ark continent entered the realm and started building a base. Scouts were sent out, and Achaeus had sent a letter back to his father to report the situation. After all the arrangements were made, Achaeus sat in the chariot and looked at the busy people. He felt a sense of pride in his heart. George stood beside Achaeus. He was also very excited. He knew very well what the discovery of this space meant for Achaeus. It meant that his position in the O'Neill family would be more secure, and his position would rise with the tide. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel more excited. After a long while, Achaeus said, George, where did you say the enemies at the crack went? Why aren't they here to stop us? George, who had been lost in his own thoughts, snapped out of his reverie when he heard Achaeus' question. He frowned and turned to Achaeus after a long while. Young master, I think they must have seen our reinforcements coming and thought that this place can't be defended, so they gave up on this place and are preparing to come to this continent to deal with us. I think we should be more careful. That's possible, Achaeus nodded. I'm sure that this has something to do with Zhao Hai. Go and remind everyone to be on guard. Don't give the enemy any chance to attack. George responded and turned to leave. Achaeus turned his head to look at the distant Golden Bull continent and said in a deep voice, Zhao Hai, I know you're here. Wait for me. I'll definitely find you. You'll pay the price for lying to me. Zhao Hai, who was looking at the screen, suddenly smiled and said, interesting. This guy actually wants to take revenge on me. I don't have the time. I really want to play with you. Laura smiled and said, you don't have to do it yourself. The undead creatures are enough to annoy them. All right, Brother Hai, we're almost done with the Archer continent. Where should we go next? Let's go to the Xunyu continent, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Just as Zhao Hai was preparing to attack the Pisces continent, Hiko and the others were almost done with their work. The three of them were sitting in the medium. In front of them was a small table with a few cups and a few dishes. Man Dingshan took a sip of wine and said, Sir's wine is still the best. The wine of our barbarian race is not as strong as Sir's wine. Heir also took a sip of wine. Then he smiled bitterly and said, I don't know why, but I feel that this wine is a little bitter. Hearing Heir's words, Zhan Yue smiled wryly. He didn't feel the bitterness of drinking this wine. The barbarian race was about to be transferred into the spatial zone without any losses. As for the winged horse race, it was hard to say what kind of situation they were in. The busiest person in the past few days was probably Zhan Yue. While he helped the barbarians enter the realm, he had to wait for Zhan Fang at the winged horse tribe's place every night to ask about the situation in their tribe. He was extremely busy. However, the situation in the clan wasn't very good. For some reason, the 9 elders' attack power wasn't very strong. This seemed to give some hope to the people in the clan. Some people had wanted to enter the space, but they changed their minds when they saw this situation. Currently, less than 100,000 winged horse tribe members had entered the spatial zone. This was what Zhan Yue was most anxious about. He didn't believe that the 9 elders of the god race would let them go so easily. The 9 elders of the god race had slowed down their attacks for 2 reasons. One was to put pressure on Zhao Hai so that Mr. could return here and fight with them. The other was to maintain this hope. When the time came, they would attack with all their might. However, Zhan Yue was now a sinner in the winged horse tribe. He didn't dare to show his face, and Zhan Fang's power was greatly limited. In addition, he was a chairman. Although he had some power to call people over, he didn't have much real power. In this situation where there was still hope, Zhan Fang's power to call people over was very limited. It was because of all these reasons that not many people from the winged horse tribe were willing to enter the realm. This was what Zhan Yue was most worried about. If this situation continued, the number of people from the winged horse tribe who entered the realm might not even be as many as the Thunder tribe. Man Dingshan looked at the two of them and sighed, My 2 brothers, we can only do our best and leave it to fate. How about this, Zhan Yue? Contact Mr. and tell him about the situation here. If it's possible, please ask Mr. to come back and help you. No matter what, we can't let your winged horse clan be destroyed by the 9 great elders. Zhan Yue laughed bitterly. Of course I want to contact Sir. However, he's also in a tight situation. Furthermore, based on the performance of my people, is it possible that Sir will help us? Just as Zhan Yue finished speaking, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. If you don't try, how do you know I won't help you? The 3 of them were taken aback. They turned around and saw Zhao Hai. When they saw him, they immediately said excitedly, Sir, you're back. Why did you come back? Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. I just found out about the situation here, so I came back for a while. Now I'm preparing to go to the other side's Pisces continent, but the situation here seems to require me more. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhan Yue immediately knelt down. Mister, I beg you, you have to save my people. Although they have made many mistakes, please help me. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and let Zhan Yue stand up. He then continued, I also know the situation in your tribe, but even if I want to help you now, your people might not necessarily use it. Also, let me tell you, I've already started fighting with the people of the Pisces continent, and the Esgod tribe has also sent troops to deal with the Lion continent. It's just that the Esgod tribe hasn't reached the Lion continent yet. When they fight with the Lion continent, the 9 elders of the God tribe will probably retreat. Hiko and the other 2 looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They did not know why Zhao Hai would say that. Retreat. The 9 great elders of the gods' race had already gone to this extent. How could they possibly retreat? Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. If I deal with the gods' race can go all out against me. However, once the Esgod race joins in, the situation will change. The addition of the Esgod race might cause the 9 elders of the gods' race to shift their hatred onto them. At that time, they might even go and deal with the Esgod race. Heir and the others nodded. However, they also knew that this was only a possibility. It might not be true. Although the enmity between the 2 races was extremely great, Zhao Hai's enmity with the gods' race was not small either. Whether the 9 great elders of the gods' race would give up on dealing with them and turn to deal with the Esgod race was something that no one could say for sure. However, Zhan Yue knew that Zhao Hai's previous words were true. The leader of the winged horse tribe had spoken ill of Zhao Hai in front of his people. The people of the winged horse tribe didn't have much contact with Zhao Hai, so it was very likely that they would believe his words. Right now, the winged horse tribe didn't have a good impression of him. Even now, within the winged horse race, there were signs of hatred towards Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai went to the winged horse race and said that he wanted to help the winged horse race deal with the 9 great elders, the winged horse race probably wouldn't let Zhao Hai help. It would be good enough if they didn't go against Zhao Hai. Zhan Yue did not know what to do in such a situation. He knew that it was a dead end, but he did not have the power to stop the clan leader. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Right now, he could only hope that the 9 elders of the gods' race would do as Zhao Hai had said and shift their hatred to the S-god race. Zhao Hai sat at the table, took out a glass and poured himself a glass of wine. He then turned to the 3 of them and said, "Have a seat. I'll tell you my real thoughts." The 3 of them sat down and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and said in a deep voice, "The defense line at the spatial rift in the Golden Bull continent has already been lost. The O'Neill family's demon-armored troops have already rushed in. I'm organizing the undead creatures to hold them back. So Dingshan, you have to move your clansmen into the spatial rift." Man Dingshan nodded. His new eyes had seen the offensive power of the O'Neill family's devil armors. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to block them. "There's one more thing I need to tell you guys. I might be ascending soon," Zhao Hai continued. When the 3 of them heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions changed. They knew about the matter of ascension. No matter which race they were from, there were legends of ascension in the past. There were also many legends of ascension in the god race, so when the 3 of them heard that Zhao Hai was going to ascend, they were very surprised. However, on second thought, it was reasonable. Zhao Hai's strength was obvious. If there was anyone who was qualified to ascend between them and the god race, it would be Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "There's a high god in the god's race who's from the cultivation world. These spaces are all managed by that high god of the god's race. He uses the god's race to help him collect some power of worship. Although I don't know what benefits this power of belief will bring them, I'm sure it's extremely important to them. I've already formed an unresolvable enmity with this high god of the god's race." The 3 of them listened to Zhao Hai's words in a daze. This was the first time they had heard Zhao Hai say this. They were all very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "The reason why I have to let you 3 enter the spatial zone is because I want to take you with me when I ascend so that you won't be under the control of the god's race's high god. Have you thought about it? If I ascend and you remain here, and you're related to me, it'll be the same as offending the god's race's high god. At that time, you can only wait for your clan to be exterminated." Hiko and the other 2 trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. They had also thought of the terrifying situation. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and said, "I know that the 3 of you have realized it as well. This time, I'm using the hands of the God clan to force your 3 clans into the space. However, I have no choice. If I had told you this in the past, you wouldn't have believed me. Even if you believed me, your clansmen wouldn't have." The 3 of them smiled wryly. They had indeed thought of this before. Ever since they could enter the boundless space freely, they understood that if Zhao Hai really wanted to help them deal with the 9 elders of the god race, he had the ability to do so. However, Zhao Hai had not done so. It was as if he was using the 9 elders to force them into the boundless space. Although they thought of this, they trusted Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. In their opinion, the environment in the space was better than their home, so there was nothing wrong with letting their family members enter the space. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to let them in for this reason. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled bitterly. "It's true that I have the ability to deal with the 9 elders of the god race. However, I've never dared to do so because I've discovered that I'm about to ascend to the immortal world. The energy in my body has already begun to be rejected by this space. If I use all my strength to deal with the 9 elders of the god race, I'll definitely be able to defeat them. However, if that's the case, I'll be ascending to the immortal world soon, and your 3 races will have to stay in this space." Zhao Hai sighed. "If you stay in this space, the only thing that awaits you is extinction. You've all seen the combat power of my Hades. The high god of the Protos has many weapons like Hades. You can give the Protos 2 of them. If the Protos use a weapon like Hades against you, you won't even have a chance to resist. So I didn't dare to make a move. I could only hide from the 9 elders. I'm afraid that if I were to fight him with all my strength, I would ascend and you would all be finished." Fei, and the other 2 looked at each other. They believed Zhao Hai's words. When they first met Zhao Hai, he did not use Hades. If he had Hades from the very beginning, he would not have to fear the god race and demon race. He would not have to deal with the 2 races for so long. The ability of Hades was too heaven-defying. Man Dingshan stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. "I, Dingshan, swear that from today on, we barbarians will regard you as a god. I am ashamed of your generosity." Fei, and Zhan Yue did the same. The 2 of them stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai with shame. They had suspected Zhao Hai before, and now that he had said it, they felt extremely ashamed. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Actually, this is all my fault. If I hadn't dealt with that high god from the god's race in the first place, none of this would have happened. Sit down. I don't care if you worship me as your god or not. You are completely free to believe in anyone you like. I don't care." Fei, and the other 2 sat down with embarrassed expressions. Zhao Hai continued. "The Golden Bull celestial race used a magic array this time to change the laws of space on the Ark continent, causing the spatial barrier there to collapse continuously. The O'Neill family came from the Atlantic continent. Their Atlantic continent used to be one continent, but after a great war, it was split into 3. The 3 continents didn't believe it. One continent specialized in martial arts and was called the Warrior Continent, while the people on the other continent specialized in magic. The people there all use magic armors, just like the O'Neill family. The O'Neill family is only a slightly bigger family on that continent. I suspect that Atlanta is not under the control of the high god of the god race. The three of them looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Heir asked, "Why would teacher think so?" Zhao Hai said, "I thought there was a reason for this. You must have heard about the goblins. The gods exterminated the goblins and made them slaves. They could live peacefully with the gods before. Why did they suddenly get exterminated?" The three of them looked at each other. They hadn't thought about this before. They had always thought that the Protoss were too ambitious, so they had done this. Now, hearing Zhao Hai's words, it seemed like there was more to it. The Protoss exterminated the gnomes under the orders of their high god, Zhao Hai explained. It was because the gnomes had developed the simple demonic armor. When Heir heard what Zhao Hai said, he was stunned. The simple demonic armor that Heir had seen before couldn't be compared to the O'Neill family's demonic armor. Why did the high god of the gods race want to exterminate the gnomes? Zhao Hai looked at Heir and said, "That's where the problem lies. My suspicion also started from here. That high god wanted to exterminate the gnomes because they had developed that simple magic armor. He didn't want them to continue researching magic arrays and magic armors. However, the magic armors in the Atlan continent were so advanced, and that high god didn't care about them. So I'm guessing that Atlan is not under the control of the god race's high god. It's just that the Arc continent's spatial laws have been changed, and the spatial barrier has collapsed, so it's connected to Atlan. If that's the case, then is there a manager like the god race's high god in Atlan? If there's a manager like that in the Atlan continent and he finds out about the situation here in the Arc continent, will there be a conflict between the two sides? If they fight, what will the consequences be?" Zhao Hai's questions caused the expressions of Hiko and the others to change. Honestly speaking, Hiko and the rest had never thought about this. To them, it was too far away. Who were those people? They were the managers of this plane, the absolute gods, existences that were many times higher than the grand elders of the gods' race. But there was one thing they understood. When two big shots fought, they, the small figures, would definitely be affected. Think about it, when two kings were going to war, would they take the treasure and go to the battle arena to kill each other? That was impossible. They would let their subordinates fight. It was obvious that they were the subordinates of the two big shots. In the eyes of the two big shots, they were not even worthy of being subordinates. They were just tools to collect power of belief. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and sighed. Right now, in addition to the O'Neill family, the undead creatures and their magical beasts have also appeared on the Arc continent. The undead creatures and magical beasts of the underworld are all hiding in the black mist. The black mist is poisonous and full of dark energy. If we go in, we will either be poisoned or killed by the undead creatures. The undead creatures there have intelligence, just like humans. The black mist of the underworld is almost taking over the Arca's empire. Slowly, the black mist will take over the entire Arc continent. Perhaps we can enter the divine realm through the spatial rift. By then, even the divine race will not be able to withstand the underworld's attack, let alone you guys. Zhao Hai let out a long sigh. It is because of all these reasons that I have no choice but to use some means to let you enter the space. At the very least, it is absolutely safe there. You can live in peace there. No one will attack you, and you don't have to worry about food and use. At this point, Zhao Hai could not help but sigh. This time I can help you block the 9 great elders, but because I can't use my full strength, at most I can only fight to a draw with the 9 great elders. But in this way, time will be delayed even more. The most important thing is that I don't know how many days I can stay in this space. If I can't let you enter the space as soon as possible, when I really ascend one day, you will be completely dead. So I have no choice but to use this plan. In this way, although your clan will suffer heavy losses, you won't be exterminated. At the very least, your civilization will be passed on, and some seeds will be left in your clan. This way you can slowly develop and grow stronger in the future. At this point, Zhao Hai stopped and looked at Hiko and the other two. He said in a deep voice, "I don't care what you think now. Even if you hate me or blame me, I will only do what I think is right." Hiko and the other two fell silent. They understood what Zhao Hai meant, but to be honest, they did not blame Zhao Hai. Hiko shook her head and said, "Sir, you can't be blamed for this. You've already done your best. We can only blame ourselves for this." Man Dingshan and the other man nodded. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "How are we going to solve the problem with the winged horse race? Have you guys thought of a way?" Zhan Yue frowned and said, "Sir, the situation in the clan has gone out of my control. The clan leader said that I wanted to assassinate him, and he's wanted by the entire clan. Because of him, the entire clan is against you. In addition, the 9 elders of the Protoss haven't been making much progress, so the clan still has a glimmer of hope. Naturally, no one has entered the realm. Chairman Zhan Fang is helping the clan, but the results aren't ideal." Zhao Hai frowned slightly. Sometimes, a friend was more difficult to deal with than an enemy. If it was an enemy, Zhao Hai could send his troops directly and capture them all into the origin space. However, it was hard to deal with a friend. the leader of our barbarian race will be able to enter the space in 2 days. The leader said that he wants to go to the winged horse tribe to persuade the leader of the winged horse tribe, hoping that he can enter the space, Man Dingshan said softly. Zhao Hai sighed softly. I'm afraid that won't be easy and there's no guarantee of success. However, let's give it a try. How about this? I don't have much time to care about your matters here, so you can do as you see fit. I hope that the 9 elders of the gods' race will change their target after hearing about the S-god race. Otherwise, your situation will be even more dangerous. Zhang Yue and the others had heavy hearts. They didn't have any way to deal with the current situation. Even if Zhao Hai had time to help them, it wouldn't be easy to solve the problem. After all, Zhao Hai couldn't take action and capture the winged horse race into the medium. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and said, "All right, I know what happened here. I've said what I wanted to say to you. I have to go back and prepare to deal with the Pisces tribe, so I won't stay here any longer. Be careful. Zhang Yue, you have to think of a way to get your people into the space." Zhang Yue nodded. Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared from the dimension. After Zhao Hai left, Zhang Yue turned to Fei and said, "Fei, do you think what Sir said is true?" Hiko nodded and said, "It's most likely true. It's not like you've never seen the situation at the O'Neill family's place before. Besides, the gods have ruled over the gods' realm for such a long time. If they really had the same idea as others to study magic arrays, I'm afraid that the magic armors of the gods would not be any worse than the ones at the O'Neill family. However, you've been in contact with the gods for so long. Has their magic arrays improved at all? So I believe what you said is true. If it's really as you said, then if our 3 clans don't enter the space, we will be exterminated sooner or later." Zhang Yue and Man Dingshan nodded. They believed Fei's words. With Zhao Hai's strength, if it wasn't for their own good, Zhao Hai would have ignored them. They believed that Zhao Hai didn't need them. The people from the Ark continent, the demon race, and the Golden Bull celestial race had all entered the realm. Zhao Hai wouldn't need them. However, the more this was the case, the more worried Zhang Yue became. Zhao Hai had already given them directions, but his people still refused to leave. Zhang Yue was at a loss for words. Zhao Hai returned to the Hades main hall from the origin space. Laura and the others were there. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why did you suddenly think of telling Zhang Yue and the others about this? Can you tell them everything?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They've been suspicious for a long time. It's good to tell them. They're in the space now anyway. If they want to leave, it's not a big deal. If they want to leave, then they can leave. When that happens, I won't be blamed." Lola nodded. She knew that what Zhao Hai told Zhang Yue and the others was true. Zhao Hai had agreed to let the 3 alien races move into the origin space because of this situation. In other words, the 3 alien races moving into the origin space was not of much help to Zhao Hai. It could only provide him with some power of faith in the future. For now, it was of no use. She looked at the screen, which was showing the situation at the space crack. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, now that the O'Neill family has entered the realm, how are you going to deal with them? Do we have to find a way to lure them to the winged horse tribe?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right. It's a good time for them to fight. I'll see how powerful the demonic armor is. The demonic armor that the O'Neill family is using now is all god tier. I remember Akias saying that their family has a high god tier demonic armor. I really want to see what a high god tier demonic armor looks like. What about now?" she asked. "Should we attack their base so that they can't build the base?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Let them finish. The O'Neill family isn't having a good time right now. Let's take care of the Pisces tribe first." Zhao Hai wasn't cursing the O'Neill family. The O'Neill family was having a hard time. The head of the O'Neill family was sitting in his study room. There was a letter on top of his room. The letter was from a general from the Northern Defense Line. Although he had already made arrangements at the Northern Defense Line, and the fierce artillery had already been transported over, the general of the Northern Defense Line had told him in the letter that the fierce artillery was very weak against the black fog. Even though they had used fierce flames, the black fog continued to spread without any intention of stopping. In other words, their previous arrangements had been useless. This was what the O'Neill family was most worried about. If they couldn't defend the northern battlefront, what were they going to do? The speed at which the black fog was expanding was almost constant. It would not slow down for anything. One should not be careful of this slow speed. There was a good saying, one is not afraid of being slow, but afraid of standing. If he stopped from time to time, it would be fine. As they continued to expand, the area they expanded in a day was really quite a lot. If the black fog continued to expand at this rate, it would be a threat to them in a few months. This was a huge headache for the clan leader. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard, followed by a servant's voice from outside. "Clan leader, young clan leader has an urgent letter." When the clan leader heard the servant's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed and he said, "Hurry up and bring it up." "Yes, chief." The servant replied, pushed the door open, and walked in, delivering a letter to the chief. The chief took the letter and read it. He opened the letter after seeing the fire seal on it. He thought that Akias had sent a letter to ask for help after the attack on the front line had been thwarted. When he read the letter, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He immediately read it carefully again. When he was done, he couldn't help but put the letter on the table and burst into laughter. The letter came at the perfect time. He was worried about the defensive line behind the family, and this letter just happened to give him a solution. Now, the patriarch truly believed that Achaeus was the O'Neill family's lucky star. Achaeus had discovered another continent that was no smaller than the Ark continent, and the environment there was even better. This was definitely a good thing for the O'Neill family. Lu Shiming looked calmly at the black mist in front of him. He was the commander of the first team in the north, so he was left behind and had been in an important position. Lu Shiming was very clear that the family still placed great importance on the northern defense line. He also knew that the methods the family had prepared to deal with the black fog were completely useless. In addition, the black fog continued to expand. This was a very serious test for the family. If they did not handle it well, the family would really lose all their capital this time. However, Lu Shiming had no other choice. It was already very strange for a black mist like this, which only appeared in the innate yin land, to appear here. Furthermore, the black mist was expanding, which made it even stranger. Lu Shiming was really worried. He didn't know why, but he felt especially worried today. He kept feeling as if his heart was pounding. Lu Shiming believed in this feeling very much. This feeling was not something he was born with. It was something he had only felt after he was seriously injured. This feeling was very strange, but it really existed. Moreover, this feeling had helped Lu Shiming a few times. After he became a tank driver, he had also encountered a few dangers. He had relied on this feeling to escape. However, the sense of danger he felt today was unprecedented. This made Lu Shiming even more nervous. The people who patrolled with Lu Shiming were also very strange because Lu Shiming was obviously very nervous today. Lu Shiming had no way of explaining it to them. Even if he did, no one might believe him. Hence, Lu Shiming could only be prepared at all times to deal with any unexpected situations that could happen at any time. Although the sun was still high up in the sky and it was the hottest time of the day, Lu Shiming still felt a chill and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, the black fog in front of them suddenly started to roll. Lu Shiming became even more nervous. However, the strange thing was that his heart calmed down. He knew that his intuition had come true again. Something had really happened in the black fog. Lu Shiming didn't think too much about it, nor did he wait there to see what was going on. Instead, he turned the chariot around and drove straight back, accelerating it to its maximum speed. Lu Shiming's actions confused the people who came out with him. Among the people who came out with Lu Shiming this time, Tai Wu was one of them. He looked at Lu Shiming in confusion and asked, "Big brother Shiming, what's wrong? Why did we go back? Now that something has happened in the black fog, we should be staying." "No, it's dangerous." Lu Shiming shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, a mecha pilot who had been watching the situation behind them suddenly cried out in surprise. Lu Shiming and Tai Wu hurriedly looked into the rear mirror of the tank, and what they saw stunned them. A group of people, no, a group of undead creatures flew out of the black mist. They were all golden and seemed to be made of gold. These golden skeletons were riding on golden skeleton magic beasts that were similar to them. They also held golden weapons in their hands and looked very powerful. In the middle of the undead creatures was a group of almost transparent skeletons. They were dressed similar to the golden skeletons, but they looked more advanced. In the middle of this group of undead creatures was a car. It was a very strange car that was made of bones. It was pieced together by pieces of transparent bones and was received by 4 almost transparent undead creatures. There was an undead creature in the vehicle, but it was different from the other undead creatures as it was wearing armor. That's right, it was a set of armor. It was a very beautiful golden armor. From a distance, it looked like it was made of gold. However, if you look closely, you would find that this armor was the same as the car. It was made of small pieces of bones, and the bones that made up the armor were golden and translucent. This person's helmet, shoulder guards, elbows, and knees were all made of golden skulls. Not only did they have strong defensive capabilities, but they were also ferocious and terrifying. This person's breastplate was very special. It was made of a golden translucent cow's skull. The 2 horns on his shoulders pointed to the sky at an angle, looking very domineering. On his back there was a cloak. The edges of this cloak were not neat, as if it had been worn for a long time. The edges were beginning to show. This not only did not make him look haggard, on the contrary, it gave him a feeling of old age. He had a visor on his helmet, but now it was open. He sat there quietly, 2 golden soul fires burning in his eyes, giving off a huge sense of oppression. The skulls that made his helmet looked like the skulls of orcs. Although the other parts of the skull looked like humans, there were 2 horns on the head which added to his domineering aura. He stood quietly in the bone carriage, not moving at all. However, his aura seemed to announce to everyone that he was a king, the king of all skeletons. Lu Shiming was stunned for a moment when he saw the undead army. Then his expression changed and he sped up towards the south of Arcas. Soon the undead creatures discovered them. A small group of golden skeletons rushed towards them. Lu Shiming opened the door of the chariot. Tai Wu and the others quickly got into their armor and soared into the sky. Tai Wu and the others had also experienced actual combat, so they were very experienced in combat. They didn't engage in close combat with the undead creatures. After they flew up, they immediately shot out energy beams from their hands and attacked the skeletons. However, to their surprise, the undead creatures were extremely agile. They dodged their attacks and quickly approached them. Tai Wu and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the undead creatures to be so agile and fast. The speed that the armored devil was so proud of couldn't shake off the undead creatures. Tai Wu and the others immediately fired their bombs. After a loud explosion, the golden skeletons rushed out again. They were not injured. Seeing this, Tai Wu was even more stunned. At this moment, a few energy beams struck one of the undead creatures. The golden undead creature's body shook violently and fell to the ground. Tai Wu and the others were stunned. They lowered their heads and saw that it was the energy beam from the war chariot. They blushed and immediately began to fight with the undead creatures. At this moment, the undead creatures also noticed the war chariot on the ground and immediately sent out 10 people to pounce on the war chariot. Lu Shiming drove the war chariot and sprinted all the way. As he ran, he kept shooting energy beams at the undead creatures. However, the undead creatures that had become more careful were no longer hit. Instead, they gave way to him one by one. Almost everyone noticed that the undead creature that fell to the ground wasn't dead, but his soul fire dimmed a little when he was hit. However, when he fell to the ground, a spatial crack suddenly appeared, and the undead creature fell into the crack before the crack disappeared. Although most people didn't notice this, one person did. It was the Skeleton King sitting in the bone carriage. The skeleton looked at the place where the golden skeletons disappeared and seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then he stood up and slowly walked to the side of the door. A crystal skeleton standing in front of the door quickly opened the door for him. The Skeleton King stepped out of the car. He walked down the stairs as if he was going downstairs. The entire team of skeletons stopped. Only the skeletons that were fighting with Tai Wu and the others were still fighting. The rest of the skeletons stood there motionlessly like statues. Not long after, the Skeleton King landed on the ground. He walked to the place where the golden skeleton had disappeared and looked at the ground carefully. There was nothing on the map, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. This made the Skeleton King a little confused. At this moment, another spatial rift suddenly appeared, and a person risked his life to come out of it. The Skeleton King stood there quietly, looking at the person who appeared in front of him, not moving at all. This person was wearing a black magic robe and holding a blood-red crystal skull staff. He had a gentle smile on his face, but his identity was obvious. He was a black mage. This person was Zhao Hai. When these skeletons came out of the black fog, Kai had already told Zhao Hai about the situation here. Therefore, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation here. When he saw the golden skeleton falling from the sky, Zhao Hai couldn't help but put it into the dimensional city. Although the notification sound came from the dimensional city, it was very short. It only said that all the robot-like human-shaped objects in the dimensional city had increased their resistance to attacks. However, the Skeleton King's next move piqued Zhao Hai's curiosity. Hence, he decided to personally meet the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King stared at Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai was also sizing up the Skeleton King. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a flashy skeleton. At this moment, the Skeleton King sent out a spiritual wave to Zhao Hai. This spiritual wave was not used to attack, but to speak to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had experienced this before, so he wasn't surprised at all. He immediately used his spiritual power to make contact with the other party. As expected, Zhao Hai immediately felt an old but domineering voice coming from the other side. "Who are you? Where did you send my men?" The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai curiously and said, "Who are you? What was this place? How did you know my identity? Could it be that you were the one who opened that spatial rift?" Zhao Hai looked at the Skeleton King and smiled. "I don't have the ability to open that spatial crack. And to be honest, I don't want to open that spatial crack either. To be honest, I'm afraid that no plane wants to open a spatial crack to the netherworld, don't you think so?" The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai and tilted his head slightly. He was obviously very curious about Zhao Hai. He continued, "You're quite an interesting person. You know my Skeleton King and that we come from the netherworld, but you don't seem to be afraid of us. Could it be that you're already this strong?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I have some confidence in my strength. Most importantly, when you appeared, I had already moved everyone away from here. My family, my friends, and everyone I cared about and had anything to do with me. So even if you cause a ruckus here, it has nothing to do with me. I have also taken away your subordinate. I am very curious about you and want to study you." The flames in the Skeleton King's eyes flared up. It seemed like he was angry. The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "You want to turn us all into your slaves." Zhao Hai smiled. "You can't say that, but it's almost the same. I have an ability that can turn all the undead creatures I capture into my servants." The flame in the Skeleton King's eyes grew even brighter. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Human, I know you're strong, but you must die." After saying that, the Skeleton King reached into his cloak and touched his back. When he reached out his hands again, there were two golden axes in his hands, two wheel axes. The blades of the two axes looked like two huge semicircles with a diameter of about 1 meter. On the back of the axes was a curved spike, and the surface of the axes was engraved with a skull pattern. The handles looked like bones. Zhao Hai looked at the Skeleton King and smiled. He shook the staff in his hand, and it turned into a blade in an instant. The blade looked exactly like the Tang Dao. The Skeleton King looked at the blade in Zhao Hai's hand curiously. However, it did not say anything. Instead, it moved its body and rolled towards Zhao Hai like a whirlwind. Zhao Hai realized that the Skeleton King's way of exerting force was very strange. His entire body was spinning, and the two axes were lifted up in the process. The axes were considered heavy weapons, and when they were lifted up, they weighed 1 tael to 1 jin. Their weight was shocking. However, at Zhao Hai's level, such an attack was not enough. The weight of the weapon itself was useless to Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai's Tang Dao blocked the Skeleton King's axe. Clang, a huge force came from the Tang sword. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the Skeleton King's attack to be so powerful. Even with his strength, he could still feel the power of the attack. It was obvious how powerful the attack was. If it were any ordinary person, they would not be able to withstand it, even if it was a god-grade powerhouse. What Zhao Hai found strange was that the Skeleton King's strength was clearly much stronger than that of an ordinary divine-level expert. It seemed to have reached the high god level, but he did not use his domain. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. However, since his opponent didn't use his territory, he couldn't use it either. After blocking the attack, Zhao Hai immediately moved back. At this point, the Skeleton King's attacks were already pouring towards Zhao Hai. Only then did Zhao Hai realize that the Skeleton King's spinning attacks were not only aimed at the axe's attack power. At the same time, it also made his attacks endless. As long as you took a step back, you would have to continue to retreat. You would be at a complete disadvantage. Zhao Hai was currently in this situation. The Skeleton King's axe was like a tornado, spinning around Zhao Hai. It was as if he was determined to drag him inside and hang him to death. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that he could not drag this on any longer. With a thought, the Tang Dao in his hand turned into a huge shield in front of him, blocking the Skeleton King's continuous attacks. The Skeleton King did not expect Zhao Hai to use such a move. It was even more surprised that his opponent's weapon could become so big. However, the Skeleton King did not stop its attack. The whirlwind continued to spin around Zhao Hai, looking for Zhao Hai's weakness. Zhao Hai held a shield in one hand and a blood-red ghost's head blade in the other. The ghost's head blade was a thick and heavy blade. This blade was transformed from the blood staff. Zhao Hai held the shield in one hand and the blade in the other as he attacked the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's attack rhythm was finally disrupted. At this moment, Zhao Hai used his shield to protect himself and slammed into the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King could not help but take a few steps back. Zhao Hai took the opportunity to jump back and out of the circle. His shield and executioner's blade disappeared, and he returned to his blood staff. Although the two of them had only exchanged a few blows, Zhao Hai could already feel that the Skeleton King's strength was extremely powerful. If he wanted to take care of this Skeleton King, he would have to put in some effort. Therefore, he retreated immediately. The two of them had only fought for a short while. In addition, Lu Shiming and the others were being attacked by the undead creatures, so they didn't notice the situation here. When the Skeleton King saw that Zhao Hai had disappeared, the soul fire in his eyes burned even more vigorously. It was obvious that he had been angered by Zhao Hai. He looked at Tai Wu and the others who were fighting with the golden skeletons not far away. With a wave of his hand, the axe disappeared from his hand. Then he waved his hand, and a small group of crystal skeletons flew out from the skeleton army and pounced on Lu Shiming and the others. Lu Shiming and the others could not run away now, nor could they fight back. They could only drag on. They knew that this place was not far from the city where their main forces were stationed. They hoped that the people in the station could see their situation and come to help them. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Lu Shiming's idea was right. The people at their encampment had already discovered the situation here. A 1,000-man devil armor squad was already flying over to help them. But at this moment, the crystal skeletons rushed in front of them and launched their attacks. Tai Wu and the others felt a chill in their hearts as they didn't expect the undead creatures' attacks to be so fierce that they couldn't withstand them. Soon, 4 of the demonic armors were destroyed by the crystal undead. They fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, and the people inside naturally died. Seeing this, Taego immediately ordered everyone to throw out the bombs they had brought with them to block the crystal skeletons and wait for reinforcements. Lu Shiming's war chariot also had such bombs. He kept firing the same kind of bombs. This time, the bombs were fired very quickly and in large numbers. They really blocked the undead creatures for a while but didn't cause too much damage to them. At this time, their reinforcements also arrived. The two sides quickly got into a fight. It was impossible for the other members of the O'Neill family to not know about such a huge commotion. Soon, a large number of devil armors and war chariots drove out of the city and headed straight for them. When the Skeleton King returned to the bone carriage, he knew that he wouldn't be able to gain an advantage today. He waved his hand, and all the undead creatures left the battlefield and slowly retreated into the black mist. Although the O'Neill family wanted to pursue them, they didn't have an advantage. The Skeleton King and the others weren't too far away from the black mist. They retreated back into the black mist in a short while. A few of the O'Neill family's magic armors had also chased into the black mist. However, as soon as they entered the black mist, the skeletons' attack power increased greatly, and they were able to knock out the magic armors very quickly. Seeing this, the O'Neill family's general had no choice but to order a retreat. After returning to the city, he immediately wrote a report on the situation here and sent someone to send it to the Patriarch as fast as possible. After Zhao Hai returned to the Hades, Lola immediately came up to him and said, "Big brother Hai, what's the situation?" "Was that really the Skeleton King? How's his strength?" Zhao Hai nodded. "It seems to be the Skeleton King. He's very strong. Even the great elders of the Protos might not be his match with their ultimate weapons. I suspect that they're like the O'Neill family. They might not be under Lu Wei's jurisdiction." The two of them chatted as they entered the house. Right now, Li Jai and the others were commanding the undead creatures to deal with the people from the Xunyu continent. It was much easier for them to deal with the people from the Xunyu continent because they now had a lot more archer undead creatures. These people were all from the Archer continent and were naturally under Zhao Hai's command. Zhao Hai had also maximized their attack power. They were unable to block Zhao Hai's attack. This was the advantage Zhao Hai had when he fought with others. The more he fought, the more subordinates he had. In this situation, he naturally had the upper hand. Seeing how focused they were, the two of them didn't bother them. They found a place in the room and sat down. After Meg served Zhao Hai tea, Laura said, "Big brother Hai, why do you say that? How do you know that they might not be under Lu Wei's control?" Lola nodded and said to Zhao Hai then, "Big brother Hai, what do you mean?" "Because the gods have changed the laws of space on the Arc continent. The plane of the Arc continent has been connected to other planes, and even two planes that are not under Lu Wei's control." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's most likely the case. If that's the case, the situation in the cultivation world might be more complicated than we think. Think about it. Lu Wei forbade the people in the divine world from studying the devil armor, and the devil armor was a product of a machine civilization. From this, we can roughly deduce that Lu Wei might be related to the devil armor or a similar machine civilization. Thus, he didn't want to see anything related to the machine civilization appear in the space under his jurisdiction. The situation in the netherworld is even more complicated. Almost all the energy in the netherworld is dark and poisonous. I remember that there are demonic cultivators in the cultivation world, and demonic cultivators have enmity with ordinary cultivators like Lu Wei. Now that these three planes have been connected, I'm afraid it's not a good thing." NBSB Lola frowned. "Big brother Hai, you're saying that this matter might cause chaos in the cultivation world?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know if it'll cause chaos in the cultivation world, but from this, we can infer that the cultivation world is also divided into factions. As for us who ascend, from the moment we ascend, we'll probably have the mark of a certain faction on us. We have enmity with Lu Wei, so if we ascend, others will think we're with him. At that time, not only will we have to deal with Lu Wei's pursuit, but we'll also have to deal with him. We still have to deal with Lu Wei's enemies." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura's expression changed as she said anxiously, "Big brother Hai, what should we do? We can't just hang on like this, right? Wouldn't the situation be even more difficult after we ascend?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that's the case. However, I want to see if we can ascend to the Atlantic continent or the netherworld. After ascending there, can we temporarily avoid Lu Wei's pursuit? As long as we temporarily avoid Lu Wei's pursuit, I think we can quickly gain a foothold in the cultivation world with the power of space. At that time, even if Lu Wei wanted to deal with us, it would be impossible." Laura didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such thoughts. She looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Will this work?" "Big brother Hai, when did you have such thoughts?" Zhao Hai smiled. "When we were fighting the Skeleton King, it reminded me that if Lu Wei is not in charge of the underworld and the Atlan continent, then after we ascend, will we stay away from Lu Wei? We might even ascend to Lu Wei's enemy's territory. At that time, it won't be easy for Lu Wei to deal with us." Lola nodded and said, "If that's the case, that's for the best. It's worth a try. But brother Hai, isn't the energy in your body increasing? And there are still so many things here that haven't been resolved. What if he suddenly ascends?" Zhao Hai smiled. "What I said can only be considered as a backup plan. Do you think it's that easy to go to the Atlan continent? I just have this idea, so we'll do our best to go in this direction. What we need to do now is to do everything we want to do before." Lola nodded and turned to look at the progress on the screen. Right now, Lies and the others were commanding the undead creatures to deal with the Shuishmen. Zhao Hai and Laura weren't worried at all. With the methods of Lies and Meljan, along with the fact that they were commanding so many undead creatures, and the fact that the Pisces tribe didn't have the help of the Supreme Elder, it would be too easy for them to deal with the Pisces tribe. Sure enough, as Zhao Hai had expected, it didn't take much effort for Becky and Meljin to deal with the Pisces tribe. Now, Zhao Hai was leading the undead creatures from several continents to deal with a single continent. The result was self-evident. Seeing that there was no problem in the Xunyu continent, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "There are no more problems here in the Pisces continent. We should think about the next step of the plan." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled then. "What are you going to do, big brother Hai?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Didn't the Esgod race send out their troops? With the help of the Esgod tribe, it shouldn't be a problem for us to deal with the 9 great elders. As long as we deal with the 9 great elders, we will immediately make our move against the O'Neill family. Now that the Netherworld is already getting restless, we have to speed up our plan." Lola nodded and said, "Big brother Hai, why don't we do this? Since we have enough soldiers now, why don't we take on 2 continents at once and settle the problem with the God race as soon as possible? Of course, we'll leave the Lion continent to the S-God race. As long as the great elders of the God race find out that the other God races have been destroyed and that the Lion continent is being attacked by the S-God race, they'll definitely come to settle the score with the S-God race. At that time, we can take care of them and get our hands on their battle armor." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Laura. "Good, then we'll deal with 2 continents at the same time. Apart from the Lion continent, we'll choose another continent to attack." Just as Zhao Hai was studying his next goal, the O'Neill family was worried about this. The black mist had been expanding continuously, but the undead creatures had never come out of it. But now, it was different. The undead creatures came out and were very powerful. This was only a small group. If more undead creatures came out, how were they going to deal with them? It was precisely because of this that the members of the O'Neill family at the Arca's Empire's defense line immediately reported the situation to their family and waited for their reply. During this process, everyone at the defense line became more careful, and the number of sentries increased every night. These people knew clearly that the undead creatures' combat strength would be reduced to a certain extent during the day, but their combat strength would be enhanced at night. Previously, the undead creatures didn't come out of the black mist, but now that they had emerged from the black mist, it was already so difficult to deal with them during the day. What would happen if they came out at night? At the thought of this, the O'Neill family's people at the northern defense line became even more careful. They didn't want to be killed by the undead creatures. The patriarch had done this to make it more convenient for them to communicate. As a patriarch, he knew how important this kind of communication was to a family. When the report was placed on the table of the O'Neill family's patriarch, the patriarch was stunned. He didn't expect that something would happen at the northern defense line earlier than he had expected. This made the last bit of hesitation in his heart disappear completely. After receiving Achaeus's report, the O'Neill family was still hesitant. Should they really take the risk and go to Achaeus, newly discovered continent? No matter what, they had already discovered an enemy on that continent. If they went there rashly, wouldn't it be even more awkward if it was the same as when they entered the Ark continent? However, this letter made the O'Neill patriarch completely determined to shift the focus of the family to the south. The O'Neill family had done this because the south was closer to their base camp, so he wanted to shift the family's focus to the south. Furthermore, the black fog was too dangerous. It was the connate black fog, and the O'Neill family knew how dangerous it was. However, the place that Achaeus had just discovered wasn't too dangerous. It was a continent that wasn't any smaller than the Ark continent, so this was very important to them. Therefore, after the head of the O'Neill family received the letter from the northern defense line, he immediately sent out the elders of the family to observe the continent that Achaeus had discovered. The O'Neill family's patriarch was still a little worried about Achaeus. After all, Achaeus's plan on the Ark continent wasn't very successful. He only listened to Zhao Hai's words and returned home early. He didn't go to the Ark continent to take a look himself. If he had gone to the Ark continent to take a look himself, the O'Neill family might not have fallen into the awkward situation they were in at the beginning. Although the O'Neill family had decided to develop in the south, they still kept a close watch on the northern defense line. The undead creatures were too powerful, and they had to be careful. Just as the O'Neill family was preparing to move to the immortal realm, the army of the Esgod tribe arrived at the Lion continent. The atmosphere in the Lion continent had been getting tenser and tenser. Ever since they had been attacked by Zhao Hai, they had been holding back their anger. They had been waiting for Zhao Hai to come to the Lion continent so that they could teach him a lesson. However, Zhao Hai didn't come back to the Lion continent. The other continents of the God race were destroyed one by one. This made the people of the Lion continent more and more shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so powerful. However, the people of the Lion continent did not forget that they were a God race. The fire in their hearts burned brighter and brighter. They were already prepared to fight Zhao Hai to the death, but it was at this moment that the attack of the Esgod race arrived. The god race and the S-god race already had enmity. Now that the people of the Lion Continent were in a bad mood, the S-god race took the opportunity to attack. This made the people of the Lion Continent even angrier, and a huge battle broke out between the Lion Continent and the S-god race. The S-god race was an alliance army from the 3 continents, and their total number was over 50 million. The Lion Continent had the geographical advantage, and the number of soldiers was also not small. However, the S-god race had sent their army, while the Lion Continent had the help of the Sea race. Thus, neither side could do anything to the other. Zhao Hai was naturally aware of the situation here. In the entire Divine Realm, other than the Lion Continent, only the Gemini Continent and the Aquarius Continent were left. The other continents had been destroyed by Zhao Hai, and he was currently preparing to deal with the Gemini Continent and the Aquarius Continent. After Zhao Hai carefully studied the situation of the Twin Continents and Aquarius Continent, he finally discovered that these 2 continents were the 2 most difficult to deal with in the Divine Realm. Zhao Hai's discovery was not strange at all. He did not know much about the situation in the Divine Realm before. He did not know what the various races in the Divine Realm were good at. Only after he had truly fought with those people would he know what the various races in the Divine Realm were good at. It was said that the Gemini Continent and the Aquarius Continent were difficult to deal with because these 2 races had their own unique characteristics. For example, the Gemini Continent really lived up to their name. The people on the Gemini Continent seemed to have a higher chance of having twins than people on other continents. On average, 5 out of 10 families would have twins. This probability was really shocking. Because these twins had grown up together, practiced martial arts together, and had a natural tacit understanding with each other, their combat strength was much stronger than the others. Therefore, in the Divine Realm, the twin continents were publicly acknowledged to be an extremely difficult continent to deal with. The Aquarius Continent was another continent that was more difficult to deal with. They didn't have that many twins, but the Aquarius Continent was the best place in the entire Divine Realm to make all kinds of potions. The potions they made were strange and had a variety of functions. They were only limited to using poison and detoxification, improving cultivation, treating injuries, and other common things. Their potions also had many strange functions. It was also because of their potions that no one in the Divine Realm dared to provoke the people of the Aquarius Continent, just like the Black Magicians on the Ark Continent. In fact, every race in the Divine Realm had their own characteristics. Although they were collectively called the Divine Race, the characteristics of each race were different. There were many twins in the Twin Continents. People in the Aquarius Continent knew how to use medicine. People in the Central Continent were the most magnanimous. People in the Lion Continent were the most domineering, and so on. These were all the characteristics of a race. Some characteristics were displayed on the outside, while some characteristics were displayed in character. Zhao Hai didn't know much about this before. However, after fighting with the various races of the Protoss, he understood that none of the people from the various continents of the Protoss were easy to deal with. On the surface, the people of the Central Continent seemed very magnanimous, but they were also very arrogant. They might not take ordinary offenses to heart and would use their identity as people of the Central Continent. Because they were people of the Central Continent, they would not care about small offenses. However, after Zhao Hai destroyed Heaven-Reaching Palace, the people of Central Mainland went crazy. Their pride could not take such a blow. It was like a prince suddenly being pressed to the ground by a beggar and slapped a few times. They could not take such humiliation. Zhao Hai had no intention of helping even after seeing the battle between the 2. He wanted to let the 9 elders know that the S-God tribe was interfering, and he could use this time to take care of the Gemini Continent and the Aquarius Continent. Although the Gemini Continent and Aquarius Continent were very difficult to deal with for the Protoss, they weren't that much of a problem for Zhao Hai. The Gemini Continent was very difficult to deal with, but the Aquarius Continent wasn't too dangerous for Zhao Hai. The people of the Aquarius Continent were adept at using potions. However, Zhao Hai's subordinates were undead creatures. These undead creatures were immune to most of the potions in the Aquarius Continent. Therefore, in Zhao Hai's eyes, the Aquarius Continent was easy to deal with, but the Gemini Continent was very difficult. The tacit understanding between the twin brothers of the twin continents was very difficult to understand. The power that the 2 of them could exert when working together was definitely beyond the power of an ordinary 3. Therefore, Zhao Hai had focused most of his attention on the twin continents. Although the people from the twin continents were extremely difficult to deal with, Zhao Hai was able to deal with them with ease. After all, he had the advantage in numbers. At this time, the barbarians had already moved into the medium and settled down. The Winged Horse tribe was still fighting with the 9 elders. At this stage, the weakness of the 9 elders' inability to use the battle suits for a long time was revealed. For example, Zhao Hai could command the undead creatures to attack day and night. In this aspect, the 9 elders couldn't be compared to him. It was also because of their characteristic of stopping from time to time that their attack on the winged horse tribe wasn't very smooth. The 9 great elders had indeed overestimated themselves. In their opinion, Zhao Hai alone was enough to throw the entire divinity into chaos, so why couldn't the 9 of them do the same? However, they had forgotten that Zhao Hai was accompanied by hundreds of millions of undead creatures, while there were only 9 of them. The difference between the 9 undead creatures wasn't so easy to make up. Yes, no one from the winged horse race was their opponent, but the winged horse race didn't need to pay too much of a price to entangle the 9 of them. In the first few times when the winged horse tribe fought with the 9 great elders, the reason why there were so many casualties was that they weren't very familiar with the characteristics of the 9 great elders. The 9 great elders' attack power was very strong, but they couldn't last long. This point was not known to the winged horse tribe at first, but after a few battles, they knew that the winged horse tribe's people were also experienced in hundreds of battles. They weren't stupid and naturally would think of ways to deal with the 9 great elders. In the following period of time, the winged horse clan's method to deal with the 9 great elders was to entangle them in a very loose formation, so that the 9 great elders couldn't use their strength. After fighting for a while, the 9 great elders had to go and rest. Therefore, the winged horse clan's loss during this time wasn't very big, which also made the winged horse clan's patriarch more confident. At this time, the patriarch of the barbarian race, Zhan Yue, and the others arrived at the winged horse continent. The place where they appeared was Zhan Yue's room. After the patriarch of the barbarian race entered the spatial space, he no longer regretted his decision to enter the spatial space. The environment in the spatial space was really too good, much better than their own. This made the patriarch of the barbarian race very happy. So he simply settled his clansmen and immediately followed Zhan Yue to the winged horse continent. Zhan Yue was in such a hurry because he knew that they didn't have much time left. The O'Neill family had already entered the spatial zone, and Zhao Hai was still fighting the God clan. Even if the winged horse race managed to block the attack of the 9 elders, they would soon face the attack of the O'Neill family. To be honest, Zhan Yue didn't have the confidence that the winged horse race could block the attack of the O'Neill family. That was why Zhan Yue wanted his people to enter the dimension as soon as possible. He knew why Zhao Hai had done so much. If Zhao Hai didn't help, he couldn't be blamed. This time, there were only 20 barbarian guards following the leader of the barbarian race, except for Zhan Yue and a few others. However, as soon as these people came out of Zhan Yue's room, they immediately attracted the attention of the winged horse tribesmen. Many winged horse tribesmen surrounded them. Zhan Yue looked at the people surrounding him without fear. He said in a deep voice, "That one, quickly go and inform them that the barbarian leader has arrived." As soon as Zhan Yue said this, the winged horse tribesmen were stunned. They didn't think that Zhan Yue would lie about this matter. Moreover, the shape of the barbarian race was too easy to recognize, so some of the winged horse tribesmen immediately ran to inform the others. The other members of the winged horse clan all looked at Zhan Yue with complicated expressions. In the past, Zhan Yue's prestige in the clan was very high. Many of the winged horse clan's members had high hopes for him. However, Zhan Yue was now a sinner. Moreover, after the clan leader's vigorous propaganda, Zhan Yue had become a winged horse traitor. He was someone who wholeheartedly wanted to make the winged horse clan become someone else's slave. Zhan Yue saw the gazes of the people around him, but he didn't care at all. After his conversation with Zhao Hai, he had thought things through. It was just as Zhao Hai had said, he didn't care what they thought of him. He only wanted to do what he thought was right. The gazes of these people didn't matter to him at all. He only wanted to do what he thought was right. Zhan Yue and the others didn't stop. They walked straight to the palace of the winged horse tribe. As soon as they arrived at the palace, they saw the leader of the winged horse tribe coming to the palace to welcome the leader of the barbarian race. No matter what, the barbarian race was their ally, and a powerful ally at that. The leader of the winged horse tribe had to give them some face. The leader of the winged horse tribe immediately came forward and greeted the barbarian leader with a smile. "Brother Jinsong, how did you find the time to come to our place?" "Please come in." The leader of the winged horse tribe didn't even look at Zhan Yue, who was standing to the side. It was as if this person didn't exist at all. His attitude also showed his current thoughts. Man Jinsong looked at the winged horse tribe's leader's appearance and also laughed heartily. "Brother Yifei is too polite. How could I trouble you to come out and welcome me personally? Please." The two of them walked into the palace. Not long after, he sat down in the main hall. There were a few people of status in the winged horse race who were already waiting there to welcome Man Jinsong. Furthermore, a banquet was set up in the main hall, and Zhan Yifei invited Man Jinsong to take a seat. Only then did he return to the main seat, and the servants naturally served the dishes. After the dishes were served, Zhan Yifei raised his glass and said to Man Jinsong, "Brother Jinsong, I'm really happy that you've come to our winged horse tribe today. Unfortunately, time is limited and I'm not prepared enough. Please forgive me." Man Jinsong smiled slightly and also raised his cup. "I know that the winged horse race is currently in a critical period. For Big Brother Yifei to be able to prepare to this extent, it has already exceeded my expectations. Big Brother Yifei, you don't have to be polite. Zhan Yifei laughed smugly. Brother Jin Song, what are you talking about? What grand elder of the gods race? I don't think they're anything more than that. Up until now, they haven't been able to pose much of a threat to our winged horse race. They're really nothing to be worried about. Man Jinsong smiled and did not say anything. He raised his cup and toasted Zhan Yifei. Zhan Yue, on the other hand, was calm. He knew that Zhan Yifei's words were meant for him, but he did not care. He really pitied Zhan Yifei. He did not know what had happened and thought that he had everything under control. Zhan Yifei glanced at the expressionless Zhan Yue. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Zhan Yue. However, he thought that Zhan Yue had come back this time to ask Man Jinsong to plead on his behalf, to let him return to the Winged Horse clan. Zhan Yifei had already decided that he would agree to let Zhan Yifei return to the Winged Horse clan. Only then would he be able to show his generosity. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Zhan Yifei went straight to the point and said to Man Jinsong, Brother Jinsong, you didn't come here just to drink with me, did you? Brother Jinsong, if you have anything to say, please speak. Man Jinsong looked at Zhan Yifei and said, I really don't believe it. Brother Yifei, I've wanted to come to the Winged Horse tribe for a long time. However, there are too many matters in the tribe recently, so I've never had the time to come. Today I've come to find Brother Yifei for only one thing. I hope Brother Yifei can agree to move the Winged Horse tribe into Mr. Zhao Hai's space as soon as possible. As soon as Man Jinsong said this, Zhan Yifei was stunned. He had never thought that Man Jinsong would actually come to persuade him. This was the complete opposite of what he had expected. After a moment of shock, Zhan Yifei's face darkened. He looked at Man Jinsong and said, Brother Jinsong, you're not joking, right? Why should I enter Zhao Hai's space? Even the grand elder of the gods race can't do anything to me, so why should I go into the space? To become Zhao Hai's slave. Big Brother Yifei, spear of brute force, looked at Zhan Yifei and said, do you really think you can stop the 9 great elders of the gods race? Right now, the 9 great elders have yet to use their full strength, but once they do, it won't be as easy as it is now. Zhan Yifei looked at Man Jinsong and said with a dark face, Brother Jinsong, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on our winged horse race? Man Jinsong shook his head and said, no, we barbarians have been working with the winged horse race for a long time, and I know very well how strong they are. It's just that Big Brother Yifei, you still don't know what's going on outside. Mr. Zhao Hai has already exterminated the Central Celestial race, the Giant Crab Celestial race, the Capricorn Celestial race, the Archer Celestial race, and the Golden Bull Celestial race. He's now dealing with the other celestial races, and the S-God race has already found out about this, and they've also sent out their troops to deal with the celestial race. If the 9 great elders of the god race knew about this situation, they wouldn't hold back anymore and would use all their strength to deal with the winged horse race. Big Brother Yifei, are you really confident that you can block the attacks of the 9 great elders? Zhan Yifei's expression changed when he heard Man Jinsong's words. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so powerful that he had already destroyed several god races. Zhan Yifei was very clear about the nature of the god race. They would definitely go crazy if they knew about the situation at the god race. Would the winged horse race be able to stop the attacks of the 9 great elders? Zhan Yifei really didn't have much confidence. After all, the great elder of the gods race was famous. Man Dingshan looked at Zhan Yifei and said in a deep voice, Brother Yifei, to tell you the truth, I haven't been to the winged horse tribe these days because I've been busy moving our tribe into Mr. Zhao Hai's space. Now all of us barbarians have moved into Mr. Zhao Hai's space. The environment there is very good. After entering Mr. Zhao Hai's space, not only do we not have to fight, but we also don't have to worry about food and drink. No matter what we want, we can get it with our own hands. Don't say any more. Before Man Jinsong could speak, Zhan Yifei interrupted him. He glanced at Man Jinsong and said in a low voice, what you barbarians want to do is your own business. We, the winged horse race, will never enter the boundless space and become Zhao Hai's slaves. What's so great about the gods race? Even their great elder can't do anything to us, can he? Zhan Yifei had been listening to Man Jinsong's words the entire time. Originally, he was going to take his words to heart, but when he saw the expressionless Zhan Yue sitting there, Zhan Yifei immediately changed his mind. He thought, if Zhao Hai enters the dimension now, wouldn't he be a joke to Zhan Yue? It was because of this that Zhan Yifei interrupted Man Jinsong's words. Man Jinsong did not give up after hearing Zhan Yifei's words. He only sighed and said to Zhan Yifei, Big Brother Yifei, I won't hide it from you. Some time ago, we sent out our troops to help Sir deal with the O'Neill family. They've already entered the Golden Bull continent. It won't be long before they discover the space where our 3 clans are. At that time, the war will start again. Big Brother Yifei, do you really want the entire Winged Horse clan to be caught in this endless war? Hearing Man Jinsong's words, Zhan Yifei's face turned even uglier. He looked at Man Jinsong and said, Brother Jinsong, are you serious? Didn't Zhao Hai say he was going to block the O'Neill family at the spatial crack? Hearing Zhan Yifei's words, the members of the Winged Horse tribe couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He clearly didn't give Zhao Hai any face and suspected him of everything. But at this time he thought of Zhao Hai again. How thick-skinned. Man Jinsung was also disdaining Zhan Yifei in his heart, but he did not show it. He only said in a deep voice, "Sir, in order to force the 9 elders to return to the God Clan, you've sent all your forces to deal with the God Clan. There aren't many soldiers left to guard the spatial crack, and this time, the O'Neill family has sent a lot of troops. That's why the O'Neill family was able to charge in." "Brother Jinsung, where did you get this information from?" Zhan Yifei looked at Man Jinsung and asked. "NBSB." Man Jinsung said, "That's what Mr. Zhao Hai said." "Why, is there a problem?" Zhan Yifei laughed out loud. "There's a problem. Of course there's a problem. A big problem. Why would I believe Zhao Hai's words? Perhaps he said it on purpose to trick us into entering the space." Man Jinsung was stunned. He never thought that Zhan Yifei would say something like that. Would Zhao Hai lie to them at this time? What was this person thinking? "Brother Yifei," Man Jinsung said anxiously, "I believe Mr. Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to us about something like this. If the O'Neill family really comes, what are you going to do?" Zhan Yifei waved his hand and said, "So what if the O'Neill family is here? I don't believe that they are stronger than the 9 great elders of the God Clan. We've already stopped the 9 great elders, so why should we be afraid of the O'Neill family?" "Man Jinsung, since when did you barbarians become cowards? You're so scared that you'll hide in the space and become their slaves. You still have the nerve to come and talk to me." Man Jinsung's expression changed when he heard Zhan Yifei's words. Zhan Yifei's words were not only insulting him, but also the entire barbarian race. How could Yi Jinsung accept this? Man Jinsung's eyes widened, and he stood up with a whoosh. He looked at Zhan Yifei and said, "Zhan Yifei, don't be so shameless. How powerful is your winged horse race compared to the other races of the god race? Mr. Zhao Hai has already exterminated so many Protos. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with you. Why would he lie to you about something like this? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Who do you think you are?" Hearing Man Jinsung's words, Zhan Yifei could not help but sneer. "What's wrong? I'm anxious because I can't win. Fine, if Zhao Hai really wants to exterminate our winged horse race, then let him come. I just frowned and I'm not a member of the winged horse race." Man Jinsung looked at Zhan Yifei's rascal-like behavior and felt bitter. After a while he calmed down and sneered at Zhan Yifei. "I don't think Mr. Zhao Hai has time to waste on you. Let the O'Neill family and the underworld deal with you. Let's go." After saying that, he stood up and turned to walk out. At this moment, Zhan Yifei suddenly said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid. Man Jinsung, do you want to leave just like that?" Man Jinsung turned around abruptly, his body surging with killing intent. He looked at Zhan Yifei and said, "What's wrong? Zhan Yifei, do you want to keep me here today?" Zhan Yifei looked at Man Jinsung's appearance and sneered, "Yes, I won't leave you here, but Zhan Yue can't leave. He's a member of our Winged Horse clan, and he's wanted by our clan. He can't leave." Man Jinsung looked at Zhan Yifei and sneered, "Zhan Yifei, you should know better than anyone else what's with that wanted order of yours. Fei and Man Dingshan are also wanted by you. Are you going to keep them here?" Zhan Yifei, "It's not that I, Man Jinsung, am looking down on you, but if Zhan Yue and the other 2 really wanted to assassinate you, do you think you would have been able to survive until now? Don't show off your power as the clan leader in front of me. I'm taking Zhan Yue away today. What do you want?" Zhan Yifei looked at Man Dingshan and sneered, "Don't forget whose territory this is. You dare to speak to me like this in my winged horse tribe. Do you really not want to leave?" Man Dingshan laughed and said, "We barbarians have never been afraid of death. We view dying in battle as a form of glory. Why, you want to threaten me with death? You must be dreaming." At this time, outside the exhibition, the guards brought by Man Dingshan had also gathered and rushed into the hall from the outside. The guards of the winged horse race naturally did not agree, and a conflict had already broken out between the 2 sides. The winged horse tribesmen in the hall were stunned when they saw this situation. Then their faces became very ugly. If something happened to Man Jinsung here, the barbarian race would definitely not agree. The winged horse tribe really shouldn't start a war with the barbarian race at this time. It was also at this moment that the winged horse clansmen in the hall realized that Zhan Yifei had gone completely mad. He had become an arrogant and selfish lunatic. At this moment, a man in a black magic robe appeared in the hall. He didn't look outstanding, but as soon as he appeared, the hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on him. This person was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai appeared in the hall. He looked at Zhan Yifei and the other winged horse clansmen and said in a deep voice, "I didn't think that you would think of me like this when I was so careful. Ha, you want to be my slaves. I, Zhao Hai, have more than 1 billion undead creatures in my hands. Do you think I want you to be my slaves? You winged horse clansmen really think highly of yourself. Fine, if you don't want to enter the space, I won't stop you. If you don't want to enter, then don't. It's no big deal." Zhan Yifei was stunned when he saw Zhao Hai. He had met Zhao Hai once before. After dealing with the Golden Bull divine race, the patriarchs of the 3 great clans had paid a visit to Zhao Hai and met him once. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Zhao Hai at that time because Zhao Hai looked too ordinary. He was so ordinary that he didn't have any special characteristics. This was why he looked down on him, but he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would suddenly appear in the hall. Zhan Yifei was stunned for a moment when Zhao Hai appeared. Then his eyes lit up as if he had something on Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and shouted, "Zhao Hai, tell me, did you always have the ability to save us? Yet you're just standing there and watching, don't you think so?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhan Yifei and suddenly smiled. "Zhan Yifei, you're very smart. Unfortunately, you didn't use your intelligence in the right way. You're right. From the moment the 9 great elders of the God clan attacked you, I could have come to help you at any time. I just didn't want to do that." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the winged horse races people went into chaos. They had always thought that Zhao Hai didn't have time to save them, but now that Zhao Hai had said this, it was equivalent to admitting it. He wanted to use the 9 elders of the God race to force them into the space. This was a different matter. Zhan Yifei looked at Mandingshan and Fei complacently and sneered. "It's good that you acknowledge it. So you want to borrow the hands of the God clan to force us into your space?" "Right, that's right," Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm going to borrow the hands of the God race to force you into the dimension." "Man Jinsong, Fei Zhan Yue, do you see that?" Zhan Yifei laughed. "So this is the Mr. Zhao Hai that has been helping you all this while. Ha ha ha, this is too funny." Man Jinsong looked at Zhan Yi and sneered. "Is it funny? We've known about this for a long time, and Sir has his own reasons for doing this. Not only are the 9 elders of the Protos outside, but there's also the O'Neill family. Aside from the O'Neill family, there's also the dark mist of the underworld on the Ark continent, and the undead creatures that are even stronger than the Protos. Besides that, the High God of the Protos also wants to deal with us. Do you really think we can stop these people's attacks with the strength of our races?" At this point, Man Jinsong paused for a moment. He turned to look at the other winged horse clansmen in the hall and said in a deep voice, "We didn't have to send out our troops when we were dealing with the Golden Bull Celestial race with Mr. Zhao Hai. However, we didn't want to receive Mr.'s great kindness, so we had to send out our troops. We wanted to have more authority in front of Mr. Mr. didn't say anything, and he respected our decision. However, after the war, our 3 races suffered great losses. At this time, we blamed Mr. for agreeing to send out our troops, causing us to suffer great losses. Tell me honestly, have you ever completely trusted Sir? What happened after that? The moment we heard that the God's race was coming to attack us, we said that our Mr. Chu had sent troops to deal with the Golden Bull God race and that he had done a great favor for us. Thus, he should have saved us unconditionally. I just want to ask you, why should we?" At this point, Man Jinsong looked at them and said, "Why did you save us? We don't trust Sir, and yet you blame him. Facing such an ally, would you step forward to save him?" The members of the winged horse race quietly listened to Man Jinsong's words. They had no choice but to admit that Man Jinsong was right. They had never trusted Zhao Hai, so why should he save them? Man Jinsong glanced at them and said, "Even so, Sir has been helping us silently. Our 3 clans have suffered great losses in the war with the Golden Bull Celestial race and had no choice but to return to our own space to rest and recuperate. If it wasn't for Sir, would we have been able to rest for so long? I'm afraid that the revengeful army of the God's race has arrived long ago. It's ridiculous that you're still suspecting, Sir." Zhao Hai smiled and turned to Man Jinsong. "Chief Jinsong, you don't have to say any more. Zhan Yifei knows better than anyone why he doesn't want to enter the dimension. I just didn't expect the other members of the winged horse race to be like him. They know what's going on, but they pretend they don't know. I, Zhao Hai, don't want to save such a race. Let them live and die." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhan Yue immediately knelt in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, please beg us to beg our winged horse tribe. Otherwise, we'll play. What can I do in this situation?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, Zhan Yu. I'm too exhausted to use it now." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhan Yue's face turned ashen. After a while, he gritted his teeth and looked up at Zhao Hai. "Please do it, Sir. Get rid of Zhan Yifei. This way, no one in the winged horse tribe will stop our people from entering the space." Zhao Hai and everyone else in the hall were stunned. No one had expected Zhan Yue to make such a request to Zhao Hai. This was an open rebellion. Everyone else in the hall looked at Zhan Yue in a daze, especially those from the Winged Horse Clan. The Winged Horse Clan members in the hall were all people of status. It could be said that they had watched Zhan Yue grow up. They knew what kind of person Zhan Yue was, but no one had expected him to say such words. At that moment, all eyes were on Zhan Yue. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, it's not that I, Zhan Yue, want to rebel. Please think about it. If you don't kill everyone in the room who opposes entering the spatial zone today, our winged horse tribe will be exterminated. Compared to my entire tribe, what do these few lives mean? Please do it." Zhao Hai was taken aback. To be honest, he had never thought of making a move. He knew very well that it would be too easy for him to deal with Zhan Yifei. However, if he made a move today, Man Jinsong and Fei would have another layer of worry. This would be extremely disadvantageous for Zhao Hai. More importantly, if this matter were to spread, and the other vassal races and the S-God race found out, Zhao Hai would be in even more trouble in the future. In reality, Zhao Hai had encountered many vassal races while dealing with the other Protos over the past few days. These vassal races had always treated Zhao Hai with a lukewarm attitude, which made Zhao Hai very unhappy with the S-God race. If his interference in the winged horse race's affairs was known by the vassal races, they might come looking for trouble with Zhao Hai in the future. This was something Zhao Hai didn't want to see. However, now that Zhan Yue was begging him, he couldn't say no. In fact, the nature of the matter had changed. If Zhan Yue didn't ask for Zhao Hai's help, it would be the same as interfering with the winged horse race's internal affairs. He would be the ruler of the winged horse race. But now, with Zhan Yue's request, it was the same as the winged horse race asking for his help. It was a completely different matter. Of course, Zhao Hai couldn't care less about what others thought of this. Perhaps to others, Zhan Yue and Zhao Hai were just putting on a show. Zhao Hai pondered for a moment and turned to look at Man Jinsong. Although Man Jinsong was a straightforward barbarian, he understood Zhao Hai's intention very well. Mr. Man Jinsong said in a deep voice, "If you kill one person, you can save an entire clan. I'm also here to ask you to do it." When Zhan Yifei saw this, he panicked. He screamed, "Zhao Hai, don't you dare. If you dare to touch me, the winged horse race won't let you off." Zhao Hai looked at Zhan Yifei as if he was a clown. He said coldly, "The winged horse race won't let me go. Ha ha ha, do you think I, Zhao Hai, am afraid of your winged horse race? If it wasn't for Zhan Yue and the others, I would have killed your winged horse race. Do you think I haven't done enough to exterminate the human race?" When Zhao Hai said this, Zhan Yifei was stunned. He knew all too well that Zhao Hai's words weren't false. The number of people he, Zhao Hai, had killed since he entered the god race's continent was probably more than the entire winged horse race combined. Moreover, he had exterminated several members of the god race. Why would he care about exterminating one more winged horse race? At this moment, Zhan Yifei suddenly realized that the things he had been greedy for before were not worth mentioning. In front of absolute power, power and status were just sand towers by the sea. One wave and they would have nothing. Thinking of this, Zhan Yifei knelt down to Zhao Hai and said, "Please spare my life, sir. I'm willing to bring my clansmen into the realm." Zhan Yifei's behavior was even more disgraceful. However, in order to live, Zhan Yifei did it without hesitation. Zhao Hai looked at Zhan Yifei and said in a low voice, "It's too late to save us now. To be honest, I've had enough of you people. Do you really think that I, Zhao Hai, will be afraid of you just because you threaten me with the lives of your entire clan? Stop dreaming." With that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. In the next moment, Zhan Yifei's head was in his hand. No one had seen how he had done it. Zhao Hai turned his head and glanced at the winged horse clansmen, saying in a deep voice, "Is there anyone who still objects?" The winged horse tribe looked at the bloody head in Zhao Hai's hand, and no one dared to say anything. No one wanted to say no. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "If everyone agrees, then it's easy. Go and prepare. I'm going to see how the 9 great elders of the god clan are doing." With that, Zhao Hai walked out. Heir and the others followed him hurriedly, but Zhan Yue stayed behind. With the death of the patriarch, the person with the highest prestige in the clan was Zhan Fang. No matter what, Zhan Fang was a chairman, so the clan members looked at him. Zhan Fang and Zhan Yue were on the same side, and Zhao Hai was still in the winged horse continent, so the winged horse race naturally didn't dare to stop them. The matter of the winged horse race moving into the realm could be considered an official start. At this time, Zhao Hai had already revealed his Hades. Heir, Man Jinsong, and the others had already boarded the Hades. They also found 2 people from the winged horse race to lead them to the place where the 9 elders of the Protos were. It was still daytime, which was the time when the 9 great elders of the god race were active. Jin Ben and the others were also dealing with those people of the winged horse race. They were also very angry now. These people of the winged horse race were too slippery. They didn't want to fight them head on at all. They just kept pestering them like a group of flies, making them unable to bear the disturbance. Jin Ben and the others were so angry that they were about to explode. They knew that every day they stayed here would mean more losses for their continents. However, they couldn't go back now. Once they did, their plan would be ruined. They would be killed by Zhao Hai sooner or later. Therefore, even if the god race was completely destroyed by Zhao Hai, they had to persist. There was no other way. Jin Ben and the others could only vent their hatred on the winged horse tribe. Therefore, these days, their attacks on the winged horse tribe had become even more fierce. However, they were circled around by the winged horse tribe's Pegasus cavalry. The first attack was always loud like thunder, but the rain was light. On this day, while Jin Ben and the others were fighting the winged horse tribe, Dingsing, who was resting and not participating in the battle, suddenly saw a small golden dot rapidly approaching. When the small dot got closer, Dingsing realized that the golden dot was Zhao Hai's Hades. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai's Hades, Dingsing's eyes turned red. However, he did not attack Zhao Hai immediately. Instead, he calmed down and stared at the approaching Hades with his blood-red eyes. He was like an injured beast ready for revenge. While staring at Zhao Hai, Dingsing said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the main character has finally appeared. Everyone, get ready." Jin Ben and the others were stunned. They looked around and immediately found Zhao Hai's Hades. They were overjoyed. They immediately positioned themselves and took out the formation disc of the 7-star Skylock formation. However, Dingsing did not join them in setting up the formation. Instead, he took out his star lock formation disc. He was prepared to attack Zhao Hai once he was trapped. Not long after, Zhao Hai appeared in front of Dingsing and the others. He lowered the Hades and looked at Dingsing with a smile. Elder Dingsing, we meet again. I didn't expect that you would come up with such a method to force me to show up. It's not easy, but speaking of which, you're really ruthless. You didn't care about your own clan members and came to deal with me. Dingsing looked at Zhao Hai coldly and said, Zhao Hai, you finally appeared. We didn't expect you to be so cruel. You actually watched as our Thunder clan was destroyed and didn't do anything. You're good. Zhao Hai smiled. Dingsing, let me tell you something. You think too highly of yourself and the Thunder clan. Do you know why I came to find you today? I'm only here to tell you that out of the 10 great god races, only the lion race is left. The Gemini race and Aquarius race are still here, and I'm currently attacking the Gemini race and Aquarius race. The lion race is currently being attacked by the S-god race. Do you think I'll give up on the opportunity to deal with your god race and come back to save the winged horse race? I'm here today to tell you that even if you exterminate the winged horse race, I won't interfere. I'm going to exterminate your god race. Do you really think that the winged horse race is that important to me? Dingsing looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. Zhao Hai, do you think you can still leave today? Set up the formation. As soon as Ding Xing's voice fell, Jin Ben and the others immediately moved. The 8 of them stood in their positions and activated the 7-star heaven sealing formation disc in their hands at the same time. Just as Ding Xing activated the 7 Skylock formations disc array, Ding Xing also activated his own disc array. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't move. He was waiting for Ding Xing and the others to make their next move. As expected, after Jin Ben and the others activated the 7 stars heaven lock formation, they immediately let go of the formation and returned to the fixed star side. The 7 stars heaven lock formation stopped in mid-air, emitting a burst of 7 colored light. After Jin Ben and the others returned to Ding De's side, they immediately put on their battle suits and prepared to use them together with the time-fixing plate. Zhao Hai laughed when he saw this. Then Hades circled around the 7-star Skylock formation. After a while it came out of the formation. Zhao Hai waved his hand and kept the 7-star Skylock into the medium. He looked at Dingsing and the others and smiled. Everyone, I've seen the 7-star heaven sealing array before. I'll accept it now. I'll play with you another day. Ha ha ha, goodbye, everyone. After saying that, Hades disappeared in front of Jin Ben and the others. Dingsing stared blankly in the direction where Zhao Hai had disappeared. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was completely infuriated by Zhao Hai. Jin Ben's face was ashen. They knew that they had lost this time. They had lost. They had no chance to deal with Zhao Hai. When you met an evenly matched opponent, you would be angry because you couldn't beat him, or because he used tricks to defeat you. However, when you found out that your opponent was not someone you could defeat at all, that person couldn't be angry anymore. There was only one word to describe Jin Ben's current state of mind, and that was to accept his fate. Now Jin Ben had already accepted his fate. It took a while for Dingsing to catch his breath. He turned to look at Jin Ben and the others sighed and said, "It's over. We've miscalculated. I really didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so powerful. Our god's race has been destroyed by him." Jiyu's eyes were bloodshot. "No, we have to deal with him. We have to deal with him. Dingsing will sacrifice ourselves and ask the exalted goddess to deal with Zhao Hai." "Forget it, Jiyu. Don't you know Zhao Hai?" Dingsing smiled bitterly. If the High God could deal with Zhao Hai, he would have done so long ago. Would he have just watched as Zhao Hai annihilated the god's race one by one? Don't forget, he still wants us to get the power of faith from him. Also, where do you think Zhao Hai's Hades came from? That means I snatched it from the High God. What do we do now? Jiyu asked. Are we just going to wait? It's too late for us to go back and ask for help, Dingsing said, shaking his head. But there's a way. We can leave the last bit of the Protos bloodline. Jin Ben and the others were stunned. They looked at Dingsing in confusion. They didn't know what Dingsing meant by that. It was too late for them to go back and rescue them. How were they going to protect the last trace of the god's race's bloodline? Dingsing looked at them and said, "Didn't you guys hear what Zhao Hai said? He said that he was dealing with the Gemini race and the Aquarius race. I don't think I need to say how difficult these two races are to deal with. These two races can at least delay Zhao Hai for a few days, or else Zhao Hai would not have left us here." However, he also said something else that you guys didn't pay attention to. He said that the S-God race is currently dealing with the Lion race. Upon hearing Dingsing's words, Jin Ben and the others suddenly came to a realization. They understood what Dingsing meant. They had been fighting against the S-God tribe for so many years, so they naturally knew how strong they were. It was impossible for the S-God tribe to take down the Lion continent so easily. Furthermore, before they came here, the people of the Lion continent were still holding a grudge. Now that the S-God tribe had joined in, they could vent their anger. They wanted to get rid of the Lion tribe in a short time. Don't even think about it. The twin continents and Aquarius continent that Zhao Hai was dealing with were too far away for them to rescue. Furthermore, they had no way of dealing with Zhao Hai, but they had many ways of dealing with the S-God race. Jin Ben and the others looked at Dingsing, not knowing what he meant. Dingsing said in a low voice, "There's no point in dealing with the winged horse race now. Let's go out immediately and take a good look around the Esgod continent. As long as we attack the Esgod continent, the reinforcements of the Esgod race might return. As long as they reinforce us, we will immediately return to the Lion continent and defend it. Whether it's Zhao Hai or the Esgod race, it won't be easy for them to deal with our combined forces, as long as we can block their attacks. Even if the Lion continent is saved, the last bit of our god race's bloodline will also be saved. Jin Ben and the others nodded, but Jin Ben still said with some hesitation, "What if the Esgod reinforcements don't come back?" Ding De shook his head and said, "That can't be. That person from the Esgod tribe isn't Zhao Hai. It's just as Zhao Hai said. Strictly speaking, he has no relationship with the Winged Horse tribe. Thus, when we deal with the Winged Horse tribe and the Thunder tribe, Zhao Hai can choose not to come to our aid. However, those people from the Esgod tribe are different. Their roots are in the Esgod continent. If we attack them, they will definitely come to our aid." Jin Ben and the others nodded. They agreed with Jin Ben's statement. Dingsing saw that they all agreed, so he nodded and said, "Everyone has agreed. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go." Jiyu glanced at the Winged Horse tribe and said angrily, "He's leaving just like that. Are we just going to let them go? We'll find an opportunity to deal with them in the future," Dingsing said in a deep voice. "They can't run away anyway. Let's go." Jiyu glared at the Winged Horse continent with hatred, then turned around and left with Dingsing and the others. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Dingsing and the others had left. If they hadn't left, he would have had no choice but to fight them head-on. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted to see. If things went well, he might have to ascend to the immortal world. The reason why Zhao Hai had said so much to Dingsing and the others was precisely because he wanted this effect. He wanted to shift the hatred of Dingsing and the others to the Esgod race, and it seemed like he had succeeded. Zhao Hai had been sitting in his room watching Dingsing and the others, so Man Jinsong and the others didn't know. Man Jinsong and the others were still on Zhao Hai's Hades. They were all very nervous, afraid that the 9 elders of the Protos would be enraged and attack them. At that moment, Zhao Hai, who had just entered his room, walked out again. He turned to look at Man Jinsong and the others, and smiled. "All right, everyone, there's no need to be so nervous. The 9 great elders of the gods' race have already left the Winged Horse continent. Everyone, there's no need to worry anymore." Man Jinsong and the others were all stunned. They naturally did not know that Zhao Hai could monitor Dingsing and the others, so they did not dare to believe Zhao Hai's words. However, Heir completely believed Zhao Hai's words. He had been with Zhao Hai for the longest time, so he was very familiar with the various mystical things that Zhao Hai had. Thus, he did not doubt Zhao Hai at all. Therefore, Hiko cheered and looked at Zhao Hai with a smile. "Mr. is truly amazing. You managed to get rid of those Esgod race members with just a few words." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy. Let me tell you, it's only today. I said it yesterday. Even if I tell them, they might not retreat. Yesterday, the Esgod race had not fought with the Lion continent. If I tell them this, they will not retreat." Hiko nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. "Teacher, is what you said true? Now in the Divine Realm, there are only the Twin race, the Aquarius race, and the Lion race left." Zhao Hai nodded. "Of course it's true. I've told you before that as long as you enter the realm, I'll be free to do whatever I want. The people of the God clan aren't what I'm most worried about. There are still the O'Neill family and the Netherworld behind you. I've already made preparations when the 9 elders of the God clan came to deal with you. Once you enter the realm, even if not all of you can go in, you can send a group to hold the 9 elders back while the others enter the realm. I'll take care of a few celestial races there and spread this news. The Esgod race will definitely not sit by and do nothing, and they will definitely send out their troops. Once they do, the hatred of the 9 elders of the celestial race will shift, and you will be safe here. You won't suffer much losses at all. What a pity." I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Heir was also ashamed. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I've disappointed you." Zhao Hai shook his head. "I can't blame you for this. It's not your fault. You've tried your best. Do you want to see your people killed? Anyway, it has already happened. Don't think too much about it. Let's go and help Zhan Yue." The few of them nodded. Zhao Hai drove the Hades to the palace of the Winged Horse race. Zhan Yue and the others were still in the palace. When they saw Zhao Hai and the others return, the Winged Horse race looked at Zhao Hai nervously. They didn't know what the outcome would be with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Zhan Yue and the others and smiled. "The 9 great elders of the God clan have already left. You guys can prepare without worry. I have to go back. There are still many things for me to deal with there. I won't stay any longer." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhan Yue and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, some of the Winged Horse race members still had faces full of resentment. They felt that Zhao Hai had gone too far. He had only appeared for a short while, but in the end, he had caused the Winged Horse race to suffer such a great loss and had even forced them into the space. Zhao Hai saw their expressions, but he didn't care. He turned to Zhan Yue and said, "Zhan Yue, I'll leave the matters here to you. If there's anything else, contact me. I'll come to help you at any time." As he spoke, Zhao Hai intentionally or unintentionally swept his gaze over the Winged Horse clansmen, and they couldn't help but lower their heads. These people knew very well that Jan Yifei was not the strongest expert in the clan. However, as the clan leader, he was not weak either. He had already reached the level of a high god. However, even with such strength, he could not even withstand one move from Zhao Hai. He did not even have the chance to resist before he was killed. Zhao Hai's strength really frightened them. They were afraid. Zhan Yue understood Zhao Hai's intentions. He didn't say anything and just nodded to Zhao Hai. Yes, sir, I'll remember your words. I'll move my people into the medium as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded his head and turned to look at Man Jinsong and Zhan Fang. He then bowed slightly to the two of them and said, "Gentlemen, I'll have to trouble the two of you to take care of the winged horse tribe. You must move all of them into the spatial zone as quickly as possible. I'm afraid I won't have time to take care of things here for the next period of time. The 9 elders of the gods race have gone to deal with the S-god race. After I'm done with the Gemini race and the water bottle race, I'll have to work together with the great elder of the S-god race to deal with the 9 elders. I hope that if we work together, we can destroy the 9 elders. Otherwise, it will be troublesome in the future." Man Jinsong and Zhan Fang hurriedly returned the greeting. "Please rest assured, sir." Zhao Hai nodded and disappeared from the palace. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the origin space, Laura and the others came up to him with smiles on their faces. Although they were currently fighting against the Gemini and the Aquarius race, the situation was under their control. Therefore, there was no need for Li Jai and Meljin to stare at the screen all the time. They could relax. As soon as Laura saw Zhao Hai, she immediately smiled and said, "That's great, big brother Hai. I didn't expect this matter to be resolved just like that." Zhan Yue is really not bad. He's able to be so cruel at such a critical moment. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yeah, this guy is not bad. Okay, don't worry about them. There are only 2 things we need to do next. First, we need to take care of the Gemini and the Aquarius race. Remember, they need to get more potion formulas from the Aquarius race. It doesn't matter if they're useful or not, we need to get them first." Li Jai nodded and Zhao Hai continued. "Second, we need to lure the O'Neill family to the Winged Horse clan. I don't think it'll be easy for Zhan Yue and the others to move into the space. We need to get the O'Neill family to provoke them." Laura and the others were stunned. Laura looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Big brother Hai, are you serious? They wouldn't dare, would they? Didn't those winged horse people agree to it?" "Agree," Zhao Hai sneered. "That's because they were afraid, but right now in the winged horse tribe, most people are still unwilling to move. Do you really think that Man Jinsong's words will be of any use? Right now, only a small number of the winged horse race agreed to move. Man Jinsong and the others were outsiders, so they weren't firm in their words. Zhan Yue, on the other hand, had too little experience. If they were to drag things out, he wouldn't have a good solution. Today I made the 9 great elders of the god race retreat so quickly. This made the winged horse race even angrier. They thought that I had the ability to save them, but I didn't help them. Therefore, they would definitely hate me even more. If you don't make people like this suffer a little, I'll make them suffer. They won't believe you." Both Lies and Meljin nodded. They must be the ones who commanded the battle, so they had to arrange for the O'Neill family to be led to the winged horse tribe. The others nodded. However, the third condition wasn't related to them. They only needed to command the battle. The matter of dealing with the 9 elders was left to Zhao Hai. "Big brother Hai," Laura said, "if we have time now, should we combine the 7-star Heavenlock array with the Hades? That way we can deal with Dinxing and the others more easily." NBSP Zhao Hai nodded. "Right, I almost forgot about that. Right, put the 7-star Skylock formation into the dimension first and see if there are any hints." With that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the 7-star Skylocking formation appeared in the dimension. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, there was no notification from the dimension. However, Zhao Hai still decided to put the 7-star Heavenlock Array's disk array into the Universal Analysis Machine for analysis. He immediately put the disk array into the Universal Analysis Machine. After a set of procedures were completed, a voice came from the Universal Analyzer, discovered the original formation disk of the 7-star Heaven Sealing formation. "Do you want to conduct a further analysis? If you do, 100,000 gold coins will be deducted as the cost of the analysis." Zhao Hai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to Laura and said, "You guys said that I'm desperate for money. Look, there's another one who's even more desperate for money than me." Laura and the others laughed. Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Analyze it immediately." 100,000 gold coins were instantly spent. After a while, a voice came from the Universal Analyzer. "Analysis complete. 7-star Heavenlock Formation Original Formation Disc. This item is a Cultivation World unique item. Grade low. The raw materials used are gold essence, silver essence, bewitching essence stones. The ratio is 1:30.5. The forging method is the Cultivation World's basic tool refining method. It contains 49 sets of formations, which are respectively magnifying formation, shrinking formation, floating formation. Does the host decide to allow space to extract minerals that are not in the 7-star Heavenlock formation disk and produce the ore essence in the space? Could it slowly form a mine vein? If the host wishes to extract the mineral and form the mineral essence, 10 million gold coins will be deducted. Does the host wish to extract the 7-star heaven sealing array? If the host wishes to extract the array, 100 million gold coins will be deducted. Zhao Hai forced a smile and turned to look at Laura and the others. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. The realm wanted money again. Seeing Zhao Hai's bitter face, Laura and the others laughed again. Fortunately, they had saved a lot of money in the realm during this period. With the gold mine in the Devil World and Ryan's business on the Ark continent, the realm was not short of money. Zhao Hai sighed. With a thought, he sent Hades back into the realm. As soon as Hades entered the realm, a notification sounded. The 7-star heaven sealing array can be combined with Hades to increase its combat power. Hades can increase its ability to trap enemies. Would the host like to combine? Zhao Hai was taken aback. He thought that he would have to spend money again, but the realm didn't mention money again. Zhao Hai was overjoyed and immediately said merge. Under Zhao Hai's command, the 7-star Heaven Lock Formations disk array immediately flew towards Pluto. The moment it got close to the ship, the disk array slowly merged with the ship. A blinding white light appeared above the ship. When the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai looked at the ship and realized that it had changed again. On both sides of the ship, there were now 4 disks. These 8 disks were like 8 wheels. They stood on both sides of the Hades. These 8 array disks were naturally the array disks of the 7-star Heaven Lock array. They were now standing on both sides of the Pluto, and the array disks kept turning. The entire Pluto suddenly had a feeling of floating, as if it had stopped there, but it also didn't seem like it had stopped there, making it difficult for people to see its specific position. Zhao Hai knew that this was the result of the formation. With the addition of the 7 formation disks, the entire Hades seemed even more mysterious. With a thought from Zhao Hai, Hades reappeared from the dimension. The few of them did not board the ship. They just stood outside the ship and looked at it. In the past, the feeling that Pluto gave people was that it was upright and glorious, but now it had an ethereal temperament. It floated there like a phantom, like a mirage. Laura's eyes lit up. Great, that's great. It's so beautiful, Zhao Hai smiled. Hades had already appeared in front of them. Lola stood on the boat and looked around. She was a little discouraged. There was no difference on the boat. It was boring. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, don't worry about him. Let's go, we have to carry out our plan. Ricky Melgen, I'll leave the Gemini and Aquarius to you. Take care of them as soon as possible. Don't forget the prescription. The 2 of them nodded and turned to enter the room. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 of them and smiled. He then turned to Laura and said, when we're almost done with our plan, we'll tell Zio, Bingya, and the others about this news. They've been training on the ship for the past few days until they've become stupid. Laura smiled. I almost forgot about them if you didn't mention it. When Pluto fused with the array disk, didn't they come out? They'll be fine, right? Zhao Hai smiled. It's fine, don't worry. It's right not to let them hear the noise outside. Just as well we can't let them hear what we're saying to Zhan Yue and the others. It's better if they don't know. Lola nodded and said, yes, it's better that they don't know. I can see that they're becoming more and more loyal to you. However, they're still very concerned about their clan's matters. If they know about this, they'll definitely tell their clan. They might even have some bad ideas about people. NBSB Zhao Hai sighed. I don't have a choice either. I keep having the feeling that if the 13 divine artifacts of the gods' race were to be gathered together, they would be of great help to us. Lola nodded and comforted Zhao Hai. All right, big brother Hai, don't think too much about it. After we ascend, there will be enemies waiting for us. If something really happens to us, then everyone in the realm will be finished. Zhao Hai sighed. That's right. Our safety isn't our own anymore. We have to be careful. NBSB Lola nodded. Big brother Hai, if we can choose the location of our ascension, do you think we should choose the Atlantic continent or the underworld? Zhao Hai smiled. If we really have to choose, we'll go to the Atlantic continent. The underworld is full of undead creatures. Even if we ascend, it won't be a good idea. Lola nodded and said, then we have to understand more about the O'Neill family. Oh right, brother Hai, should we release the undead creatures of the O'Neill family and ask them if there's a legend of ascension in the Atlantic continent? Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, that's right. I didn't think of that. All right, I'll ask. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the undead creatures who were the 3 O'Neill family's demonic armor pilots appeared in front of him. They bowed and said, greetings, young master. Zhao Hai had already asked them about the devil armor, so it wasn't their first time meeting. Zhao Hai only nodded and said, have you guys heard of the saying of ascension in the Atlantic continent? The 3 undead creatures nodded at the same time, and Zhao Hai said, you tell me, what's the legend about ascension in the Atlantic continent? Zhao Hai nodded and turned to the other 2. Do you guys have anything to add? The other 2 shook their heads. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent them back into the origin space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, it seems like we have to go to the Atlantic continent. If we want to ascend, I'm afraid we have to go to the magic continent or the warrior continent. Zhao Hai nodded, that's right. However, it's not easy. It seems like ascension isn't as simple as I thought. If we have time, we must go to the Atlantic continent and take a look. Laura nodded. Suddenly, she turned to Zhao Fa and said, "Big brother Hai, do you think we can take a look at the Adia continent and try to get their ascending demon armor? Let's see if you can drive it. If you can drive it, you will be able to ascend. As long as you ascend, all of us will have ascended. What do you think?" Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that?" "Good idea, good. Then we'll try to steal the Ascension armor from the Devil Armor continent after the matter here is settled. It'll be even better if we can try to steal those devil armors. It'll be great if we can succeed." "That's right," Lola nodded. "I didn't expect there to be so many ways to ascend. This might have something to do with the way people cultivate. If the cultivation technique is different, the way of ascension would be different as well." Zhao Hai nodded. Lola nodded and led Zhao Hai into the house. They didn't encounter any resistance at the canyon's line of defense, but ever since they sent out scouts to scout the surroundings, the scouts were attacked by undead creatures. This situation made Achaeus worried, but he was more annoyed. The undead creatures weren't large in number, but they were fast and well directed. They would leave immediately after the battle and wouldn't be entangled with them. To be honest, such an attack didn't pose much of a threat to Achaeus's group, but it greatly hindered their reconnaissance plan. After a few failed reconnaissance attempts, Achaeus gave up. He also gave up on his plan to scout the outside world and focused on building a base there. It was strange that the undead creatures didn't attack them when they were building a base here. Achaeus was puzzled and told his father about this. Achaeus had also heard from his father that powerful undead creatures had appeared in the dark fog north of the Ark continent. The family had decided to shift their focus to them, and his father would soon bring important people to him. Achaeus was both worried and happy when he heard the news. He was worried about the situation with the black fog, but he was happy because if the family's focus of development shifted to them, it would be equivalent to him making a great contribution. This was definitely a good thing for him. Just as Achaeus was thinking about this, someone knocked on the door of the war chariot. Achaeus turned around and saw George. He opened the door and said, "What's wrong, George? What are you doing here?" Achaeus's tank was parked outside the base. He had just come out to relax, so when he saw George running here, Achaeus was a little surprised. He had already told George not to disturb him if there was nothing important. He would go back in a while. George bowed to Achaeus. "Young master, the family's elders have come. This time they are under the orders of the family head to inspect our place. Once they are done, the family head may move to our place." Achaeus nodded and said, "All right, let's go back." After saying that, he jumped off the tank and walked into the base. In fact, this inspection was just a formality. The elders of the O'Neill family knew very well what kind of situation the O'Neill family was facing right now. The north wasn't peaceful, and the family didn't have a good way to deal with it, so moving south was inevitable. In addition, the environment of the Golden Bull continent was really good. Although it had experienced some wars, it had been a few months since the war. Although no one cared about the large piece of land here, the grass had grown very well. This natural appearance was even more attractive. The elder group didn't stay long either. They had to report the situation to the patriarch immediately. After they left, Achaeus immediately ordered people to expand the base. Just as Achaeus was busy expanding the base, the black mist in the underworld started to move again. The speed of the black mist's expansion slowed down significantly. At night, the undead creatures would even take the initiative to move outside the black mist, and their range of activity was getting larger. Under such circumstances, the O'Neill family had no choice but to keep retreating. Moving was imminent. The head of the O'Neill family had already decided to move immediately. Fortunately, the Ark continent was not their home, so they were able to make preparations very quickly. However, the relay stations that they had set up did not leave. The O'Neill family leader wanted to use them to monitor the movements of the black mist in the underworld. Just as the O'Neill family was preparing to move, the battle between Zhao Hai, the Gemini continent, and the Aquarius continent was also coming to an end. In fact, the battle on the Aquarius continent had already ended. The medicine that the people of the Aquarius continent were good at using was mostly useless against the undead. Thus, they lost even faster. Now, only the people of the Gemini continent were still holding on. Meanwhile, the battle between the Lion continent and the Esgod race continued. The Esgod race's initial attack was very fierce, but the people of the Lion continent managed to block their attacks and drag the Esgod race into the quagmire of war. The Esgod race had wanted to take advantage of the situation when the Protoss were panicking under Zhao Hai's attack. However, they did not expect to run into the pent-up Lion race, and their attack was blocked by the Lion race. Now that the Lion race had managed to withstand their attacks, things were no longer easy to handle. Esgod continent was not close to the Lion continent, and their supplies were all transported from the rear. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that there would be problems with their supplies, and their costs would also increase. The Esgod race did not have any good solutions to this situation. If they did not fight this war, all their previous investments would be in vain, and they would suffer great losses if they gave up. However, if they continued to fight, they would not be able to take down the Lion Continent in a short time. In fact, when they first started fighting with the Lion Continent, the Esgod tribe had already felt that something was wrong. The people of the Lion Continent seemed to have long been prepared for war, and they were all fighting on their own. This caused the Esgod tribe to suffer great losses, which was the main reason why their attack was not successful. Zhao Hai was also paying close attention to the situation here. He already knew that the 9 elders of the gods' race had gone to the Esgod continent. He wanted to see how the Esgod race would react when they heard this news. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were busy with these things, the O'Neill family's relocation had officially begun. All the O'Neill family members on the Ark continent had started to gather on the Golden Bull continent. Zhao Hai naturally knew about this situation, but he didn't take any action right now. He was waiting. As long as the O'Neill family settled down, they definitely wouldn't stay in that base. As long as they expanded, he could lead the O'Neill family to the Winged Horse tribe. The relocation of the Winged Horse tribe wasn't very smooth. Just as Zhao Hai had said before, those people of the Winged Horse tribe were still angry with him. Although they were threatened by him and agreed to move, the speed of their relocation was really painful. Zhan Yue was aware of the situation, but he didn't want to trouble Zhao Hai. Besides, he was the one who had asked for Zhao Hai's help this time. Zhao Hai had done everything he could. If he still couldn't settle this, he would lose face in front of Zhao Hai. Of course, Zhao Hai also knew about the Winged Horse race's situation, but he didn't take action against them. He knew that he couldn't force them. If he did, it would only make the Winged Horse race more disgusted with him, and it might even cause chaos. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. Another 3 days passed, and the people of the Twin Continents were finally taken care of by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also able to relax. Right now, he was just waiting for the news to see when the 9 elders of the gods' race would make a move against the Esgod race. Zhao Hai believed that once the 9 elders of the gods' race made a move on the Esgod race would definitely tell Xiao Bingya and the others about this. At that time, he would naturally know about it as well. The 9 elders of the God clan didn't make Zhao Hai wait for too long. 2 days after Zhao Hai finished dealing with the people from Yuzi continent, Xiao Bingya suddenly came to find Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai let Xiao Bingya into his room, and Xiao Bingya immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, please make a request of our Esgod race." Zhao Hai knew what Xiao Bingya was thinking the moment he saw him. He smiled and said, "What's wrong, Bingya? What was happening? Don't be anxious, speak slowly." Xiao Bingya calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, "Sir, for some reason, the 9 great elders of the god race suddenly attacked our Esgod continent. Their attack is extremely fierce, and our 3 great elders are currently resisting. Please help us." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, I understand. We'll set off immediately and head over to your place." Xiao Bingya replied happily and turned to leave. As soon as Xiao Bingya left, Li Jai immediately turned on the surveillance screen. The situation in the Lion continent was displayed on the screen, but the Esgod army did not have any reaction. Zhao Hai looked at the situation on the screen and turned to say to Li Jai, "Could it be that the Esgod army has not received the news yet? They're not going back to help?" She shook her head and said that shouldn't be the case. The Esgod tribe should have news fish as well. It's impossible for them to not bring news fish with them when they send out their troops. I think they must have received the news that the 9 great elders are attacking them, but they have not returned to help. Now that Xiao Bingya has come to save us, I think the Esgod tribe's plan is to let us attack together with their 3 great elders and leave the 9 great elders with them. They will then take this opportunity. Let the Lion Continent's army take care of the Lion clan in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then he laughed and said, "In that case, the Esgod race wants me to work for free. Ha ha ha, interesting. They're trying to scheme against me. Brother Hai, what do you think we should do now? We still going to help the Esgod cluster?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course we will. Not only do we have to help them, we have to help them to the end. We have to keep the 9 elders of the gods' race with the Esgod race. We can use this opportunity to get rid of the 9 elders. Don't forget, our goal is only the armor. Nothing else is important." "All right, I understand what you mean," Li Jai said with a nod. "Brother Hai, are we just going to let the Esgod race take such a big advantage?" Zhao Hai smiled. "There's nothing we need from the Lion continent. If they want it, just give it to them. It'll make them owe us a favor. This way, if we borrow their battle suits for a few days, they won't object, right? If it were anyone else, even if they managed to borrow the battle armor, they would not be able to do anything." However, Zhao Hai was different. He had his space, and as long as he borrowed the battle armor, he could store it in his space and produce a seed. After the seed was produced, they would return the battle armor to the Esgod race. This way, they would be the ones to benefit from it. Thinking of this, the others laughed. Laura even said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, shall we head to Esgod continent now?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry. We're already on our way to the Esgod continent, so you guys don't have to worry. All right, you guys can rest. I'll go out and take a look." Xiao Bingya and the others must be outside right now and have not returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai said as he walked out. When he got outside, he saw Xiao Bingya and the others standing outside. They had not returned to their rooms. Xiao Bingya and the others were truly worried this time. They had not expected the 9 elders of the gods' race to suddenly attack the S-God continent. This was definitely not good news for them. Xiao Bingya and the others had witnessed the 9 elders attack power. Even someone as strong as Zhao Hai didn't dare to face them head-on, let alone others. Although the S-God race also had 3 great supreme elders, and the ultimate weapons they used were the same as the gods' race's great supreme elders, they were still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Xiao Bingya and the others also realized that at Zhao Hai's level, it was impossible to defeat them with numbers. Only people of the same level could be their match. As such, Xiao Bingya and the others were extremely worried. Even though the 9 elders did not bring a single person with them this time, their combined attack power was enough to cause the S-God tribe to suffer. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Why didn't you go in and rest? Don't worry, it will be fine. As I have never been to S-God continent before, I cannot use spatial teleportation. We can only travel slowly like this. Although Zhao Hai said that they were going slowly, their speed was not slow at all. After merging with the 7 Heaven Lock array, the Hades seemed to have become even faster. However, Xiao Bingya and the others did not notice this. When they heard Xiao Bingya's voice, they turned around and saw Zhao Hai. They immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir." Zhao Hai nodded and said with a smile, "All right, don't worry too much. The troops your race sent to attack the Lion continent haven't returned. I don't think the attack of the 9 elders of the god race is very fierce. You don't have to worry." Xiao Bingya was shocked when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He didn't know if Zhao Hai had said it on purpose or not. In reality, Xiao Bingya and the others already knew what the clan was planning. The clan didn't hide anything from them. Although they didn't think it was a good idea to use Zhao Hai like this, they didn't say anything for the benefit of their clan. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to expose them so easily. Xiao Bingya looked at Zhao Hai uneasily. Zhao Hai had a smile on his face, and he didn't look any different from usual. However, Xiao Bingya felt that Zhao Hai's eyes were sharp. Xiao Bingya felt cold sweat running down his back, but he still bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, but sir should also know that to deal with the 9 elders of the gods' race, it's useless to just rely on those ordinary troops. Even if they go back, it's useless." Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Bingya with a half smile and said, "Oh really? I really didn't think of this. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. With our current speed, how many days will it take to reach S-God continent? With our current speed, we will be able to reach S-God continent in less than 3 days, Xiao Bingya replied immediately. Zhao Hai nodded, "Send a letter to your people and tell them to hold back the 9 elders of the god race. The 9 elders of the god race must have known that you had sent out your troops to deal with them. They must have gone to deal with the S-God race to make your troops retreat. If they find out that your troops have not retreated, they might return to the Lion continent at any time, and we will lose the chance to annihilate them in one fell swoop." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xiao Bingya knew that Zhao Hai knew everything about their plan. He had even guessed the plan of the 9 elders of the god clan. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, sir, I'll tell the people in the clan immediately." After saying that, Xiao Bingya and the other 2 returned to their room. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. The reason he had said so much earlier was to knock some sense into Xiao Bingya, and also to use him to tell the S-God tribe that he already knew about their plan. He wanted them to know that he already knew about their plan. As soon as Xiao Bingya returned to his room, he immediately took out the messenger fish and said in a deep voice, Chief, are you there?" "Bingya, what's the matter? Did Zhao Hai agree?" a deep voice asked. Xiao Bingya was a little upset. He could tell that the patriarch did not have a hint of respect in his tone when he mentioned Zhao Hai, which made him feel uncomfortable. However, Xiao Bingya still said, "Patriarch, Mr. Zhao Hai seems to know about our plan. He just said that the people we sent to attack the Lion continent didn't retreat. It seems like he's trying to warn me, but he still decided to help us. He's on his way to us, but he said, please keep the 9 elders of the god race busy. The 9 elders attacked us this time because they want us to retreat from the Lion continent. If we don't retreat, they might leave at any time. If that happens, we'll lose this great opportunity to deal with the 9 great elders." He didn't expect the clan leader to sneer after hearing Xiao Bingya's words. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Just tell Mr. Zhao Hai and tell him not to worry." "I'll definitely keep the 9 elders here." Xiao Bingya's face darkened, but he still replied, "Yes, Patriarch, I will definitely pass on the message." After saying that, Xiao Bingya kept his message fish. Both Ladina and Eheda had heard the conversation between Xiao Bingya and their clan leader, and their expressions were ugly. Now that the 3 of them were one, if the clan leader was impolite to Xiao Bingya, he would be impolite to him, which made them feel very embarrassed. The 3 of them had followed Zhao Hai for a long time and had contributed a lot to the clan. They had always thought that they were considered influential figures in the clan. However, it seemed that they were still nothing in the eyes of the clan. What infuriated the 3 of them even more was that despite Zhao Hai's strength, He was always very polite to them and spoke to them in a very friendly manner. Moreover, Zhao Hai had never said anything overboard to his subordinates. He even cherished the undead creatures under him. Compared to Zhao Hai, their clan leader's reaction made them feel a chill in their hearts. After a while, Xiao Bingya turned to look at Ladina and Eheda, sighing. The clan leader really thinks too highly of himself. He really thought he could scheme against Sir. I think Sir already knew about their plan. Ladina laughed bitterly. If Sir is really the kind of person who can be easily schemed against, I'm afraid you wouldn't have lived to this day. I hope that our race won't do anything overboard this time. Otherwise, the S-God race will really be in trouble. We might end up like the gods. Xiao Bingya sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Anyway, we've done what Sir asked us to do. It's not our business how things develop in that direction. Ladina smiled bitterly. We want to do something about it, but unfortunately we don't have the ability to do so. Forget it, let's just go with the flow. Yetta, who had been silent, suddenly said, if one day, teacher and the people in the clan become enemies, will you help the people in the clan or teacher? If this question had been asked earlier, Xiao Bingya and the others would have immediately said that it was the clan, but now that Yetta asked, Xiao Bingya and the others didn't know what to say. To be honest, their hearts were still on their tribe's side. However, the way their tribe leader and the others handled things really disappointed them. Furthermore, they had all seen what Zhao Hai had done during this period of time. Although Zhao Hai's actions did not seem to have much to do with the S-God tribe on the surface, he had indirectly helped the S-God tribe a lot. Under such circumstances, not only did the people of their tribe not know how to thank Zhao Hai, but they also knew how to thank him. Instead, he used Zhao Hai like a fool. This was something that Xiao Bingya and the others could not accept. Seeing that the two of them were silent, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, she didn't have an answer right now. It was precisely because she didn't have an answer that she asked Xiao Bingya, but she didn't expect to get no answer from the two. The three of them fell silent. They had mixed feelings. They only hoped that Zhao Hai would never become enemies with their people. Zhao Hai knew everything that Xiao Haoya and the others said. Originally, Zhao Hai would not monitor Xiao Bingya and the others, but at this time Zhao Hai had no choice but to do so. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, Laura, what do you think of this matter? Lola smiled and said, that's a good thing. From this, we can see that the three of them are already on your side, Brother Hai. It's just that they can't let go of their clansmen. However, the attitude of the clan leader of Xiao Bingya's clan is a little unbearable for the three of them. Zhao Hai nodded. I really didn't think that the S-God race would actually think of themselves as important people. They actually dared to scheme against me. Interesting. Big Brother Hai, what should we do next? Asked Li Jai angrily. We shouldn't help people like them. Zhao Hai smiled. We already know their plan and now they know we know. There's no way we can change the plan. How about this? We don't have to stop the plan. We're using them to help us fight against the 9 elders of the God clan. Our ultimate goal is the battle suit, and they're the same race as the 3 alien races of the Ark continent. But looking at them now, I'm afraid they won't agree even if we want to help them. Li Jai nodded and said, Big Brother Hai, you are too soft-hearted. We shouldn't care about people like him, but you still want to care about them. Look at the winged horse race. I get angry whenever I see them. Zhao Hai smiled wryly but didn't say anything. He knew that what she said was right. He had a soft-hearted personality. Of course, this was only relative. Laura smiled and said, that's enough, Li Jai. Don't complain anymore. If Big Brother Hai was really that kind of person with a heart as hard as stone, he wouldn't be Zhao Hai. Big Brother Hai, now that the O'Neill family has started moving to the Golden Bull continent, shouldn't we take action? Zhao Hai smiled. There's no hurry. Let them settle down first. Anyway, we've already let Akias know that they have enemies in the Golden Bull continent. That's all. Lola nodded and said, then let them prepare for a while. I see that the Winged Horse tribe's people are not in a hurry. I'm afraid it will take a few months to complete the relocation. Anyway, there is enough time. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that Laura was angry. The Winged Horse race had been using the phrase agreeing on the surface but disobeying on the inside to the extreme. Their speed of migration could even be described as a turtle's speed. For the next 2 days, everything was peaceful and wasted. The S-God army and the Lion Continent army were still at each other's throats, and neither side could do anything to the other. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others spent the next 2 days traveling. The Hades speed was very fast, and they arrived at the S-God continent a day earlier than Xiao Bingya had expected. The first continent they arrived at was the Ares continent, which was also the continent where the orc race was located, Xiao Bingya's race. Zhao Hai stood on the Hades and looked at the vast land in the distance. He could not help but smile. He wanted to know how the orcs would treat him. Xiao Bingya and the other two, as well as Laura and the others, were standing beside Zhao Hai. Laura and the others were looking at the continent curiously, while Xiao Bingya and the others were a little nervous. It had been almost a year since they left the continent. During this time, they had been by Zhao Hai's side and had not returned to the clan. They had no idea how the clan was doing. However, when he thought about the clan leader's attitude towards them, Xiao Bingya couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. They were getting closer and closer to the mainland. They had already reached the alert area of the mainland. By right, the people on the mainland should have discovered them, but there was no one. No one was there to welcome them or to guard them. Xiao Bingya's face turned even uglier. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry, sir. It's possible that all the sentries on this continent have been eliminated by the 9 great elders of the God clan. That's why they didn't notice us." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He already knew that the people of the Beast God clan had discovered them a long time ago. However, they seemed to want to give him a warning, so no one came out to welcome them. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, as soon as Hades entered the Ares continent, a large group of people flew up from the ground and formed a circular formation, surrounding Hades. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He didn't rush forward, but stopped the Pluto and looked at the Beast God clan as if he was watching a show. They were really from the Beast God clan. They were not much different from the human-beast hybrid clan, except that they were more powerful. Xiao Bingya and the others were not stupid. They immediately understood what the clan was planning. Their faces changed. They didn't expect the clan to do something like this. Wasn't it a slap to Zhao Hai's face? At the thought of this, Xiao Bingya couldn't help but turn to look at Zhao Hai. However, he saw a hint of mockery in Zhao Hai's eyes. Xiao Bingya's heart sank as soon as he noticed that look. It wasn't that Xiao Bingya had never seen Zhao Hai look like that before. He had seen it before. It was a look that Zhao Hai would show when he was fighting an enemy. Every time Zhao Hai looked like that, the enemy would not have a good life. As he thought about this, Xiao Bingya immediately turned around and shouted to the clansmen, "Everyone, are you here to welcome Mr. Zhao Hai? I'm Xiao Bingya from the Wolf Tribe. Nice to meet you all." Xiao Bingya said this because he wanted his clansmen to go along with his words. This way, he would give face to Zhao Hai and not embarrass his clansmen. Xiao Bingya's idea was good, but unfortunately, he didn't have that much face in the family. It was a joke to expect the family to give Zhao Hai face. Therefore, after Xiao Bingya said that, not only did those people not leave, but they also moved closer to Pluto. Then one of the Lion Clan's people walked out. This person was wearing leather armor and holding a large sword in his hand. He had a huge lion's head and looked very powerful. However, he looked at Xiao Bingya with a trace of disdain, while he looked at Zhao Hai with a trace of playfulness. The Lion Man stood there and looked at Zhao Hai. "We're here on the chief's orders to check for suspicious people. Anyone who wants to enter the Orc continent has to be checked." Of course, this was the Ares continent. However, after the Orcs occupied this place, they kept saying that this was the Orc continent. That was why the Lion clansmen said that everyone who wanted to enter the Orc continent had to go through an inspection. Zhao Hai looked at the Lion Man and smiled. "I didn't know there was such a rule in the Beastman continent. Sorry for the offense. I don't want to enter the Beastman continent. I'll leave now." After saying that, the Orcs suddenly realized that the Hades had disappeared from their encirclement. When the Hades reappeared, it was already outside the Orc continent and was heading back. Seeing Zhao Hai's behavior, the Lion Man was stunned for a moment and then panicked. He had thought of many reactions from Zhao Hai, such as anger or obedience, but he did not expect Zhao Hai to turn around and leave. He even escaped from their encirclement. This made the script he had prepared beforehand lose its purpose. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had come to help them fight the enemy. However, the patriarchs of the 3 major S-god races wanted to gain the upper hand in their relationship with Zhao Hai, so they were prepared to give him a show of force. However, if Zhao Hai really turned around and left, no longer caring about their affairs, they would have to face the attacks of the 9 elders of the gods race alone. To be honest, the 3 major S-god races really could not hold back the 9 elders. After Zhao Hai got out of the encirclement, he immediately turned around and flew back. However, the speed of the boat was not very fast. As for Laura and the others, they were already laughing so hard that they couldn't stand straight the moment Zhao Hai got out of the encirclement. Zhao Hai's unconventional way of playing cards was probably something that the Orcs had never expected. Xiao Bingya and the others looked at Laura and the others awkwardly. He really didn't know what to say, and his heart was filled with anger. It was the head of the family who asked him to ask Zhao Hai for help. Now that Zhao Hai was here, they did something like this. This made Bingya's face turn red. If it wasn't for the fur on his face, Zhao Hai would have noticed that his face was like a ripe tomato. Ladina and Eheda's faces were also filled with embarrassment. They knew that this matter couldn't be the idea of the Beast God clan. It must have been discussed by the 3 clans to give Zhao Hai a warning. Therefore, their faces were also very unsightly. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "All right, you 3 don't have to look like that. I know this matter has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault, so you don't have to feel embarrassed. What I want to know now is what kind of people your patriarchs are. How did they come up with such a genius idea? Ha 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 ha." Although Zhao Hai was mocking their clan leader, Xiao Bingya and the others weren't angry at Zhao Hai at all. They were angry at the people in their clan, especially the clan leader. Laura and the others also stopped laughing. Laura smiled and said, "Big Brother Hai, do you think the 3 clan leaders will come and invite us again?" Zhao Hai smiled. I can't say for sure. It all depends on the 9 elders' attack power. If the 9 elders' attack power is very strong and they can't resist it, they will definitely come to us. If the 9 elders don't put in any effort, then they won't come to us. Laura laughed. How can they not put in effort? The 9 great elders are filled with pent-up anger. Furthermore, they are going to attack the 3 continents of the S-God race to get their troops to return for reinforcements. Thus, I believe that they will not hold back. Zhao Hai smiled. I think so too. In fact, the 9 elders of the God race made the right move this time. They came to attack the S-God race, and if the 3 elders of the S-God race really can't stop their attack, they can only order their elite soldiers at the front lines to return to the Lion Continent. This way, the crisis in the Lion Continent will be resolved. If the S-God race doesn't let their soldiers return to the Lion Continent, they will immediately return to the Lion Continent. With the combined strength of the 9 of them and the God race on the Lion Continent, we'll be able to wipe out the army of the S-God race on the Lion Continent. This way, the crisis on the Lion Continent will naturally be resolved, and the S-God race will also suffer a great loss. However, it seems like they didn't count me in, which I don't understand. Lola smiled. Maybe they think you're busy with the other continents of the God race. You don't have time to deal with them. That's why they did it. Zhao Hai nodded. That's possible. Forget it. This is a good opportunity to deal with the 9 elders. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be hard to find another one. Lola nodded and said, that's right. Now the 9 elders have learned to be smart. They have also realized that we are not easy to deal with. Therefore, they will definitely not split up and act alone. It will not be easy for us to deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded. That's right. It seems like the elders really want to preserve a trace of the Protoss bloodline. They're quite courageous to cut their losses. Zhao Hai and the others flew forward as they spoke. Xiao Bingya and the others looked anxiously in the direction of the Ares continent. They were waiting for their people to pick Zhao Hai up and bring him back. However, they were disappointed. No one from their clan came out. It was as if Zhao Hai had left and had nothing to do with them. Zhao Hai did not care about this. He waved his hand and Pluto slowly descended. Finally, it landed in the sea just like any other ship. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others. It's been a long time since we've had a good rest. Let's rest here for a few days and relax. We won't care about anything else. What do you guys think? Lola smiled and said, sure, we haven't had a good time to relax in a long time. Sister Meg, go and make 2 good dishes. We'll have a good drink with Brother Hai. Meg responded, turned around, and ran into the house. Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Xiao Bingya didn't know if he should be happy or worried. He was happy because Zhao Hai didn't go far even though he had left the Ares continent. This place was very close to the Ares continent, so no matter what happened there, Zhao Hai could come to their rescue at any time. Xiao Bingya understood that this was a chance Zhao Hai was giving them. If they still didn't know what to do, Zhao Hai would really not care about them anymore. What worried him was that the people in his tribe did not seem to care much about Zhao Hai's arrival. It had been so long since Zhao Hai left the Ares continent, but they still did not send anyone to look for him. This was really outrageous. Xiao Bingya was afraid that Zhao Hai would be angry, but he did not care about this matter. The S-God tribe would definitely suffer a huge loss. Zhao Hai saw their expressions, but he didn't say anything. He just greeted them and sat on the deck. After a while, Meg took out all kinds of food from the room and placed them on the table. Zhao Hai poured wine for them. After Laura and the others were all seated, Zhao Hai raised his glass and said to Xiao Bingya, Bingya, I've seen what happened today. You can't blame me for this, but no matter what, I won't let the 9 elders of the gods race go. Don't worry. What else could Xiao Bingya say? They could only smile bitterly. To be honest, Zhao Hai was already giving them a lot of face by not saying that he would no longer be involved in their affairs. Anyone who received such treatment under such circumstances would not be in a good mood. After Zhao Hai drank a glass of wine, he continued, we're not only waiting for your S-God race to find us, but we're also here to prevent the 9 elders from leaving. This is the only route to the Lion Continent. As long as we wait here, we don't have to worry about the 9 elders of the God race running away. Even if they give up on attacking the S-God continent, we can still stop them here. Xiao Bingya nodded and raised his glass to Zhao Hai. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't know that this would happen. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai smiled. Forget it. You didn't come up with this idea. I don't think you can come up with such a brainless idea. All right, let's eat. You've been cultivating these days. How's it going? When they heard Zhao Hai mention this, the 3 of them could not help but feel their spirits lift. The thing that had made them the happiest recently was the matter of cultivation. Their strength had already reached the peak of the divine level, and they were already half a step into the realm of divine level experts. However, not many people in their clan knew about this. There were many benefits for them to follow Zhao Hai. At the very least, their cultivation speed was much faster than when they were in the clan. The 3 of them knew that it was impossible for them to cultivate in peace in the clan like they did on Hades. There were all kinds of things in the clan, and there were some missions that they had to take on. Every mission they took on would delay their cultivation time. However, they had to take on those missions, or they would be punished. However, it was different for Zhao Hai. They had almost nothing else to do except to communicate with the clan. This way, they would have a lot of time to cultivate. This was a good thing that they could not ask for. After the meal, Zio, Bingya, and the rest returned to their rooms. They wanted to communicate with the people in the clan and ask them why this happened. Zhao Hai did not care about them. After eating, he returned to the origin space and sat there drinking tea while looking at the screen. The screen was not showing the situation on the Esgod continent, but the O'Neill family's base. The O'Neill family's base was built very quickly. Although they didn't know how to use magic, they had a large number of special magic armors. These magic armors were specially designed for construction, so it was very convenient for them to do this work. The base that they were going to build was huge, and the site had already been leveled. Other than the base that Achaeus had built in advance in the center, the rest of the places were still in the early stages of construction. This was for future preparations. All the resources of the O'Neill family had been moved to the Golden Bull continent. Fortunately, the spatial crack was located in the kingdom of the Church of Light, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, so it was very easy for the O'Neill family to move. The head of the O'Neill family didn't leave immediately. He was still in the Rosen Empire and would only leave when the migration was almost complete. After all, it wasn't easy for a large family to change their strategy. Laura sat beside Zhao Hai and took a sip of tea. She then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, are we just going to wait here? Are you not going to do anything?" Zhao Hai smiled. "We don't have to do anything now. We just have to wait here. Do we have a few days to rest? To be honest, there are fewer and fewer things that catch our eyes." Laura also nodded. Now, whether it was in the divine realm or any other place, there was almost nothing that caught their attention. They had been waiting here for the 11 battle armors and the star positioning compass. As long as they could get their hands on these things, there would be nothing else worth their attention in the divine realm. Looking at the O'Neill family's actions, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, do you think the O'Neill family can have that kind of ascension magic armor?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. However, they're only using the devil armors of God rank and below. These devil armors are no longer of any use to us. Those magic armors are almost the same, and the materials used are not special. After all, the higher the grade of the devil armors, the higher the requirements." Lola nodded and said, "That's right. Now we have a lot of magic arrays in our space. We have not been able to digest these magic arrays. If we want to use these magic arrays where they should be used, it is not a matter of magic armor." Zhao Hai nodded. "After taking care of the 9 elders of the god race, we only have one goal left, the Ascendant's devil armor in the Atlan continent, NBSP. Lola nodded and said, "Yes, I also think that we should go to the Atlan continent first. If that Ascension magic armor is really useful to us, that would naturally be for the best. If it's useless, I think that magic armor will definitely be very useful to us." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right. I was thinking the same thing. The reason why I didn't go to the underworld first was because I felt that there was something strange about the underworld. The Skeleton King that I had fought with him before might not be much in the underworld. However, the situation in the Atlantic continent is different, so I'm planning to go to the Atlan continent first." "Big brother Hai, are you saying that the Skeleton King isn't the top existence in the underworld? But didn't you say that the Skeleton King's power was no weaker than the great elder of the gods' race? If the Netherworld really had that many powerhouses, would they still be a lower realm of the cultivation world?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "I don't know either. I just feel that the underworld isn't as simple as it seems. That's why I don't dare to enter the underworld before I'm fully prepared. I feel that it's no worse than the cultivation world. It might even be more dangerous." Meljin and the others' faces turned dark when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Although Zhao Hai said that he only had a feeling, they, who were Zhao Hai's pillow mates, knew very well that Zhao Hai's feelings were sometimes very accurate. NBSP. Lola nodded and said, "That's good. After we're done here, we'll go to the Atlan continent to take a look. Big brother Hai, when are we going to make a move? We'll lure the O'Neill family to the Winged Horse tribe. I'm really angry right now." Zhao Hai smiled. "Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to see them. There's no need to be angry. All right, take a good rest. If we really have to fight those Protoss in a few days, it will be a tough battle." Laura smiled and said, "Even if it's a tough battle, we don't need to do anything. You can handle it by yourself. Okay, brother Hai, go and rest. We'll keep an eye on this place." "All right, I'll go take a shower and have a good rest," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Zhao Hai turned around and walked towards the hot spring. In contrast to Zhao Hai's carefree attitude, the Esgod tribe was not as calm. The 3 tribe leaders had gathered together to discuss how to deal with the situation. The Beastman clan leader looked at the other 2 clan leaders and said, "What do you 2 think of this matter? What's Zhao Hai's intention behind his reaction?" "I've already told you that our plan wouldn't work," the dwarves' patriarch said in a deep voice. "Zhao Hai is here to help us, but you have to give him a warning. Now, he's run away in anger. I can't do anything about it." The elf patriarch looked at the dwarf patriarch and said in a deep voice, "All right, what's the point of saying this now?" Besides, we do need Zhao Hai to help us deal with the 9 elders, but without him, will the 9 elders keep attacking us? Moreover, the greatest enemy of the 9 elders isn't us but Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai is about to exterminate the entire god race. The 9 elders have come to attack us only to force Zhao Hai to show himself. Shouldn't he show himself? I'd like to know, what did we do to help Zhao Hai? The dwarf chief asked in a deep voice. Why do they have to help us? Yes, we contacted the vassal races and asked them to rebel, but as you all know, the result of that rebellion was nothing but a big show. We didn't help at all. Even if Zhao Hai didn't need our help, he could still deal with the god race. Under such circumstances, do you think Zhao Hai would feel anything? The Beastman patriarch snorted and said, enough. Don't boost other people's morale and lower our own. Now that it's happened, we should think about how to get Zhao Hai back to help us. I don't think Zhao Hai will give up this opportunity. He also knows that the 9 elders of the god clan are his greatest enemies. He can give up many things to deal with this enemy, so if we go to Zhao Hai, he'll definitely come back. The fairy clan leader frowned and said, how about this? Let's first ask Eheda and the other 2 about Zhao Hai's current performance and see if we still have a chance to invite him back. What do you think? NBSB the orc chief nodded. We should. The 3 of them have been with Zhao Hai for a long time. Zhao Hai won't do anything to them. The other 2 also nodded. At this moment, the voice of the orc chief came from the messenger fish.